Chapter 1. Your wonderful life transmigration simulator is loading. Currently at 99. Please be patient. Loading progress 99.01. Loading progress 99.02. In a somewhat dimly lit room, sunlight filters through the thick velvet curtains, casting varying spots of light upon the tables and chairs, and upon Sushi himself. Sushi gently closes the book, patiently awaiting the completion of the simulator's loading. Soon, as the loading progress reaches 99.99, a final leap occurs, culminating in a completion notification at 100. Sushi breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this simulator did not behave like a certain shopping app, which at the last moment might present an absurd 99.990001. However, I must say, I never expected that someone as ordinary as I could obtain a golden finger. He mutters to himself. The handsome young man sits in a wheelchair, gazing down at the book in his hands, reminiscing about the past, unable to suppress a sigh of contemplation. 5 years ago, the once tranquil and ordinary earth, suddenly beset by numerous inexplicable upheavals. Some refer to this as the resurgence of spiritual energy, others call it the return of myth, while some deem it the dawn of a new era of human awakening. In simpler terms, extraordinary powers inexplicably manifested in the world. Whether it be the Eastern cultivation system or the Western magical framework, what was once confined to the realm of fantasy now vividly exists in reality. As a result, the real world suffered an unprecedented upheaval. Many perished amidst the extraordinary turmoil. Sushi was somewhat fortunate, successfully evading death. Yet during subsequent hospital examinations, he had to accept the grim reality of being confined to a wheelchair for life. But now, after 5 years of life in a wheelchair, could it be coming to an end? Sushi chuckles softly. He summons the simulator panel that has completed loading in his mind. Is it a conspiracy or a trap? This inexplicably appearing golden finger certainly exudes an air of peculiarity. However, I find myself with no other options. In this chaotic new era, extraordinary battles could erupt at any moment. Sushi, with his legs already crippled, just one stroke of misfortune, he could easily become one of the nameless victims featured in the evening news. Thus, to avert such a grim future, whether demons or devils, upon acquiring the simulator, Sushi was prepared to dance with it. Come forth, simulator, let me witness your prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the wonderful life transmigration simulator. This simulator will fully assist you in experiencing various transmigrated lives. Upon the commencement of the simulation, the host's consciousness will project into the simulated world. At the end of each simulation, rewards will be distributed based on the host's experiences in the simulated life. Current available simulations. 1. Then what is the cost? Facing the simulator's luminous screen, visible only to himself, Sushi inquires with caution. The simulator remains silent. The word "Start Simulation" at the center of the screen, flickering subtly, as if beckoning. So, do you wish to proceed? After a moment of contemplation, Sushi resolutely presses the button. Why would he refuse? This is his only hope of escaping his predicament. Simulation in progress. World line deduction underway. Locking onto the traversable world, identified as a cultivation-oriented realm. Generating attributes. Attributes generation complete. Please select 3 attributes as the character traits for your initial simulation life. Attributes are ranked as follows: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Wealthy background green. You were born into a prosperous family, naturally blessed with financial fortune. You will always live more affluent than the average person. Brute strength white. Your physical strength surpasses that of an ordinary person, but only slightly. Heavenly spiritual root gold. You possess an exceptional spiritual root talent, making you an object of envy even within first-rate cultivation sects. Whim purple. You occasionally possess a sharp insight into certain matters. Great compassion blue. You harbor immense compassion and cannot bear to see others suffer, often choosing to alleviate their physical burdens when witnessing their plight. 4 arts of cultivation blue. As the foundational means of survival in the cultivation world, alchemy, artifact crafting, array formation, and talismans are specialties every transmigrator must master, and you are quite adept at them. Sushi swiftly reviews the 6 attributes. Soon, he makes his decision, selecting heavenly spiritual root gold, whim purple, and 4 arts of cultivation blue. This was the best combination he could devise after weighing the pros and cons. Attribute selection complete. Shall we begin the simulation? Yes. As Sushi mentally prepares himself, a blinding white light suddenly bursts forth before him, his consciousness detaching and ascending, drifting toward the unknown and mysterious boundaries. Simulation number 01 officially commences. The The sun shines brightly, the weather is clear, and you suddenly feel an urge to venture outside. You laboriously maneuver your wheelchair, leaving the familiarity of home, but as you reach the street, you are struck by a large truck, sending you flying. Yet to your astonishment, you find yourself unharmed, having transcended into an entirely new world, and you have reverted to the age of 7, your crippled legs restored to their former glory. You are elated, believing this to be the reward for your decade of reading genuine web novels. With newfound confidence, you prepare to carve out your place in this realm of cultivation, only to be unexpectedly engulfed by a sudden and ruthless famine. Powerless, suffocating, despair. Amidst the parched fields, the corpses of the starving litter the ground. Under the scorching sun, refugees, enough to engulf the mountains and forests, trudge forward, their eyes hollow, staring vacantly ahead, nearly devoid of humanity's rational thought. The footprints left by those in front are swiftly covered by those who follow. Sushi is among them. He never anticipated that this so-called simulation would feel so real. A fiery sensation churns in his stomach, recklessly burning through the gastric wall, spreading an overwhelming sense of weakness throughout his body. Child, have some water. A compassionate woman, seeing Su Zai's youth, offers him a gourd filled with water. Water cannot quench hunger. Yet, in this dire absence of food, it can provide a semblance of fullness, alleviating the agony of hunger and weakness. Thank you, Aunt Wong. Sushi expresses his gratitude politely, then drinks deeply. The cool water soothes his cracked lips, swiftly swallowed without lingering in his mouth, temporarily pacifying his growling stomach. He returns the gourd to Aunt Wong. Sushi continues to press forward. I heard there's a mortal city not far ahead, where there should be a porridge kitchen. I must quicken my pace. Sushi silently muses, using a wooden stick to propel himself onward. He refuses to let the reason of starving waste this precious fur simulation. After walking for another half hour, Sushi halts abruptly, not because he has reached his destination, but because he hears the intermittent cries of an abandoned infant. An abandoned newborn, perhaps? Sushi steps forward, closely following the line of starving citizens. He understands all too well. In such a historical context, the abandonment of infants is a tragically common occurrence. After all, if parents struggle to survive, how can they afford to care for a child? In times of famine, encountering such a situation is best treated as if it never happened. Sushi thinks this, lowering his gaze, determined to turn a blind eye, determined to ignore it. Others around him do the same, including Aunt Wong's family, who had previously given him water. It is not that they lack kindness or compassion, but in such times of famine, raising a newborn means sacrificing the food supply for their own family, diminishing their chances of survival. In stark contrast, they choose their own kin. The heavy sound of footsteps echoes like a moral condemnation, resonating within the hearts of the crowd. Suddenly, Sushi stops in his tracks, lifting his gaze toward the sun above, as if finally making a decision. In the astonished and bewildered gazes of others, he swiftly breaks away from the line of refugees, sprinting toward the direction of the sound he had heard. Although this is merely a false simulated world, it feels all too real. I cannot simply ignore it. In this time of food scarcity, if left unattended, the fate of that child is likely to be. Sushi silently quickens his pace, searching through the wild grass, running over the jagged stones. Gradually, the height of the weed surpasses Su Zai's knees, and each step requires great effort to push through the resilient thicket, with hot winds howling in his ears, accompanied by the rustling of the grass. Cutting through thorns, marching forward fearlessly, just as portrayed in countless fairy tales. With delicate arms parting the difficulties and tender feet treading over the obstacles, the intrepid hero finally reached his destination. Beneath a gnarled tree, he discovered an infant swathed in cloth. Sunlight cascaded from the heavens, fragmented by the bare branches of the desolate tree into countless shards, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow upon the ground. Sushi knelt down, cradling the obviously newborn babe to shield her from the scorching sun. I have finally found you, he murmured softly. The infant's skin was as soft and pale as the petals of a newly bloomed flower, tinged with a subtle blush, her eyes blinking curiously as they gazed at Su Zai's flushed, weary face. Her petite nose twitched slightly as her tiny body curled up in Su Zai's embrace, becoming extraordinarily tranquil, seemingly finding solace in his warmth. It appears there is no serious harm, he remarked, relieved to see the infant slumbering peacefully. He then gingerly lifted her and began the arduous journey back to his original group. Though it was somewhat challenging, Sushi was resolute in his determination not to abandon this child. At the very least, he wished to try and ensure her survival amidst the ravages of famine. Adversity breeds heroes. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, When all had chosen to surrender, you resolutely emerged as a solitary hero, rescuing the endangered infant and cherishing her as if she were your own sister. With your dwindling rations, you exchanged what little food remained for some nourishing milk, sparing your sister from the pangs of hunger. In return, you endured the relentless cramps in your stomach, each day and night a testament to your physical weakness and exhaustion. Fortuitously, luck smiled upon you. Before succumbing to starvation, you and your sister managed to join a group of hungry souls, successfully reaching a humble city, where you were bestowed with life-saving gruel from a charitable stall. You survived alongside your sister. Through diligent inquiries, you learned the name of the city was Haishi City, part of a mortal dynasty where celestial beings would descend every 5 years to assess talent and take apprentices. Your fortunes seemed to wane, however, as the last recruitment had recently concluded, leaving you to await the next 5-year cycle. Determined to remain in Haishi City, you resolved to participate in the upcoming recruitment event. To achieve this, you began devising ways to earn a living, striving to provide for both yourself and your sister. You named her Sue Emoli. As time flowed inexorably onward, the years slipped by like threads through a loom. Perhaps it was due to the simulator's influence, but Sushi often felt as though time raced past him, akin to pressing the skip button in a game, leaping forward into the future. Yet, he retained vivid memories of his survival in Haishi City, the precious moments shared with his sister Emoli, and the interactions with neighbors and townsfolk. Calculating the time, there remains but a year until the recruitment event. He pondered within the confines of their modest wooden dwelling. The furnishings were sparse, and the floor was clean. Sushi contemplated, etching a deep mark on the wall with charcoal. This was the 4th such mark, symbolizing the 4th year. At nearly 11 years of age, Su Zai's mature mindset, shaped by his experiences as a traveler from another world, rendered him more dependable than his peers. "Brother," a soft, innocent voice called from behind. Almost simultaneously, a tiny figure leapt onto Su Zai's back, nestling against him with a cherubic face that radiated comfort. "You, always so mischievous," Sushi replied, his tone laced with exasperation as he deftly lifted the girl by the nape of her neck and gently placed her on the ground. "Not at all. Brother is wronging Emoli," the girl retorted, her voice tinged with discontent as she tugged at Su Zai's robe, smoothing out the creases she had created. Her expression was earnest, and her movements meticulous, as if tending to a matter of utmost importance. Once she had finished, the girl revealed a satisfied smile, her innocence illuminating the room. At just 4 years old, she resembled the most exquisite porcelain doll, prompting Su Shi to resist the urge to ruffle her hair. "Do not mess with Emoli's hair." Hearing her adorable protest, Su Shi chuckled. "Why not?" The girl, with great seriousness, began counting on her fingers. The neighbor lady said that if you touch a child's head, they won't grow tall. Brother has touched it many times already. What if Emoli doesn't grow tall? Su Shi, intrigued, inquired, "Then what does little Emoli plan to do once she grows taller?" Without hesitation, the girl declared, "Help brother earn lots and lots of money." "Haha, is that so? That sounds like something to look forward to." Sushi laughed heartily. As the girl pouted in playful indignation, he once more tousled her glossy black hair. Then, with a swift motion, he produced a plump watermelon before she could express her displeasure. "Wow, it's a very big watermelon," Su Emoli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Clinging to Su Zai's leg, she cheered, "I want to eat it, I want to eat it." "Brother, quickly cut it for Emoli." All right, I shall do so right away," the boy lovingly replied, moving her aside before retrieving a kitchen knife and slicing the watermelon into even portions. The sliced watermelon takes on a crescent shape, its crimson flesh tender and sweet, glistening with droplets of juice that cascade onto the wooden table, forming small, dark stains. The girl gazes at it with delight, cradling a wedge in her hands. Just as she is about to take a bite, a thought suddenly strikes her. She stretches up on her toes, lifting her hands higher, and presents the piece towards Sushi's lips. "Here you go, brother. You eat first." "Thank you, dear Emoli." Sushi replies with a smile, taking a gentle bite. It is exquisitely sweet and delectable, the texture crisp and the juice refreshingly cool. With such a taste on a scorching summer day, one feels an invigorating sense of salvation as the sweetness bursts upon the tongue, bringing forth joy and contentment. The siblings each hold a slice of watermelon, sitting at the threshold of their home, munching away while watching passers-by and the rustling of the lush ancient trees in the breeze. "Brother, when will Emoli grow taller?" "Well, it's hard to say. I can't really predict that. I wish I could grow taller soon." The girl sits on the high wooden threshold, her legs dangling, unable to reach the ground. Consequently, her little feet sway rhythmically, each motion accompanied by the crisp sound of munching watermelon. Up and down, back and forth, her toes traced gentle arcs in the air. And in that lightness akin to a bird in flight, time seems to slow down. Summer, the girl, and the watermelon unite in a serene and beautiful harmony. Sushi cannot help but feel that this scene is indeed enchanting. However, as delightful as it is, the necessary lessons must still be imparted. Su gently tapped the girl's forehead with the back of his clean hand, advising her to eat quietly and refrain from fidgeting. Older brother is so annoying. Shoemoli let out a soft sigh. Nevertheless, she obediently withdrew her legs and quietly began to enjoy the watermelon. Before long, all the watermelon had vanished into the bellies of the two siblings. Zumoli, being still quite young, could not consume much. Thus most of the food was devoured by Sushi. Nevertheless, the girl's belly had become round and plump, her expression languid as she lay on Sushi's back, murmuring, "I have turned out this way because of my brother. He must take responsibility and let me rest a little longer." It seemed the girl was truly exhausted, her voice growing ever fainter. After a while, Sushi heard soft snoring emanating from behind him. Ah, the bliss of youth, falling into slumber at the slightest whim. Sushi shook his head, gently lifting the girl who had already succumbed to slumber, and proceeded at a measured pace. Cradling her delicately in his hands until he reached the bedside, he carefully arranged her to recline comfortably upon the bedding. The girl's stomach was round and full from her recent meal, and Sushi worried that lying flat might disrupt her digestion. Thus, he placed a cushion behind her back, allowing her to rest in a semi-reclined position. She truly was a child who required constant attention. Su offered such an evaluation. Before him, the girl slumbered peacefully, her breath soft and rhythmic, resembling an exceptionally adorable young creature, displaying an utterly unguarded and innocently charming visage. Sunlight streamed in from the window, gentle and delicate, weaving through in fine threads. It formed a perfect veil of warmth, gently resting upon the edge of the bed. Sushi had been watching for quite some time, holding a bamboo fan in hand, occasionally waving it gently to dispel the heat and chase away the bothersome mosquitoes from the slumbering girl. Is this child perhaps a bit too attached to me? When the apprentice recruitment conference arrives next year, I shall be departing. If I do not allow her to accompany me, she will undoubtedly weep and wail for a prolonged period. Sushi let out a soft sigh, as if recalling an exceedingly delightful scene, a smile gracing her lips. Initially, Sushi had resolved to enter the realm of cultivation alone at the disciple recruitment conference next year. However, the girl was rather clingy, and Sushi felt uneasy in trusting her care to others. Upon reflection, it seemed far more prudent for them to depart together. With such extraordinary innate talent as the heavenly spiritual root, she was confident that the sect would not refuse Sushi's request. Time continued to flow, and you patiently awaited the arrival of the recruitment conference, suggesting to your sister that you should depart together. She readily agreed, finding the notion incredibly exciting, eager only to be by your side. A month passed, then 2, then 3. A year slipped by once more. This marked the 5th year since your arrival in the realm of cultivation, and the new disciple recruitment conference commenced. Immortals descended from the heavens, some soaring on swords, others navigating flying vessels, collectively unleashing a grand array that enveloped the entire city, designed to discern the spiritual roots of mortals. 3 spiritual roots for spiritual roots. 5 spiritual roots. As the array activated, those within the city possessing spiritual roots were swiftly identified, and you were taken aback. For those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, most being mediocre mixed roots. Suddenly, a powerful tremor coursed through your body, a surging aura bursting forth from your chest, the heavenly spiritual root no longer concealed, revealing itself. Your sister, Su-Mo-Li, was elated yet simultaneously felt a pang of inferiority, for she was a mere mortal, devoid of any spiritual root. A year later in Blackstone City, within the confines of the spiritual root array, a brilliant green luminescence shot upwards, startling the previously calm practitioners who had been exchanging cultivation experiences. This aura, could it be? Indeed, there was no mistaking it. This was the heavenly spiritual root of the wood element. Ha ha ha, this child is destined to join our heavenly sword sect. Almost simultaneously, those exalted cultivators, viewed as paragons by mortals, revealed ecstatic expressions as they swiftly gathered before Sushi and her sister. Brother, she said, it's all right. Let me handle this. She tightly grasped the trembling little hand, reassuring her. Su protected the girl behind him, confronting the cultivators alone. Some resorted to deceit, others sought to entice, while some dangled the allure of profit. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos, resembling a bustling market of mortals. Ultimately, Su chose the Heavenly Sword sect as his ultimate destination. In terms of heritage, the Heavenly Sword sect stands as the most formidable among the present sects. boasting several nascent soul cultivators in residence. Regarding sincerity, the practitioners of the Heavenly Sword sect are the most genuine, pledging that upon admission, one is regarded as a true disciple, endowed with a personal cave abode and an abundance of cultivation resources. Moreover, they permitted the two siblings to depart together. Young man, have you made up your mind? Yes, esteemed senior, I am willing to join the Heavenly Sword sect. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect were elated by your decision and promptly escorted you and your sister away from Haishi City, soaring into the sky on a flying sword. You were unaware of how long you flew or the speed at which you traveled. All you perceived was the clouds rushing past on either side, and after a complete cycle of the sun and moon, the flying sword finally decelerated, descending upon a magnificent mountain range, the very domain of the Heavenly Sword sect. You and your sister were settled into a room for a brief rest. Upon awakening, you were hastily summoned by the cultivator who brought you, leading you to the grand hall of the Heavenly Sword sect. Here, a multitude of esteemed cultivators, drawn by the commotion, eagerly vied to take you as their disciple. Sushi held a remarkably favorable initial impression of the master of Sinjian Peak. This recently acknowledged mentor possessed a kindly demeanor, appearing as a benevolent elder with gentle features. He exuded no air of superiority typical of an ancient sect leader. Draped in a voluminous robe, he bore a simple, unassuming wooden sword upon his back, which, while ordinary in appearance, must surely conceal profound secrets, given that it was carried by a nascent soul cultivator. Similarly, as Sushi scrutinized the master of Sinjian Peak, Peak Master Li Wanshou was equally observant of Sushi. The more he observed, the more his satisfaction grew, as he stroked his white beard, murmuring, "Remarkable, indeed. A rare wooden elemental spiritual root, truly a boon for the prosperity of my Sinjian Peak." Other nascent soul members within the sect expressed their discontent. "Li, you old rascal. Why should a wooden elemental spiritual root belong solely to your Sinjian Peak?" Indeed, another chimed in. As the saying goes, in the cycle of the 5 elements, wood begets fire. Surely, my Yin Jin Peak is equally suited for this lad. Ha ha ha. As he listened to the envious and resentful remarks of his peers, Li Wanshou laughed heartily. With a flourish of his sleeve, a gust of wind enveloped Sushi's form, propelling him towards the distant Emerald Mountains. "Come, my obedient disciple. Let not these frustrated old ghosts lay a finger on you." Ha ha ha, how delightful. The verdant mountains rose majestically, their serene greenery undisturbed. The interplay of mountains and waters exhibited distinct layers, while the winds and clouds surged with a resounding vigor. By the time Sushi regained his senses, he found himself weaving through the mountains, swiftly departing from the grand hall of the Heavenly Sword sect, heading towards the direction of Sinjian Peak. "Senior." Sushi quickly inquired, "Teacher, is it truly acceptable for us to leave like this?" Li Wanshou chuckled and retorted, "Do not concern yourself. Those old geezers have often mocked me, claiming that Sinjian Peak is devoid of disciples. This time, it is only fitting that they taste their own medicine." The elder conducted himself with remarkable ease. With profound nascent soul power, he swiftly maneuvered through the winds, bringing Sushi to Sinjian Peak in no time. The architectural style here mirrored that of the sect's main hall, yet numerous areas were adorned with sword bamboo, resembling thousands of green swords standing tall upon the mountainside, their edges gleaming. "My dear disciple, henceforth, the management of Sinjian Peak shall rest upon your shoulders. You are my sole true successor. Thus you hold the highest rank among the disciples on the mountain. You are free to arrange all matters as you see fit. Should you find yourself uncertain or plagued by doubts regarding your cultivation, seek me at the Sinjian Hall atop the mountain. Devote yourself to your training. Our Tianjin sect has yet to produce a transformation god cultivator, and perhaps you are destined to be the first. If I could mentor a disciple to such heights, my life would indeed hold great value." After setting Sushi down, the elder laughed heartily to himself, casually tossed a storage bag and a secret manual of techniques aside, and then ambled into the hall at the mountain's summit, adopting an air of indifference as if he had no desire to manage affairs. Sushi received the storage bag and the martial arts teachings, his expression complex, as if he had unwittingly entered a dark factory for labor. "You have successfully joined the Yuanying sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, becoming the foremost disciple of the Sinjian Peak lineage. Within the storage bag left by your master, Li Wanshou, you discovered a travel token, a flying vessel accessible to mortals, and a plethora of spirit stones, talismans, and array tools. A sudden realization struck you. You felt destined to belong to Sinjian Peak. You activated the flying vessel, bringing your sister, Su Moli, to your side, and sought refuge in an uninhabited cave on the mountain. Your innate talent was astonishing. In just one day, you sensed the flow of qi in 3 days. You refined essence into qi, and within 100 days, you achieved a complete breakthrough in qi refining. Li Wanshou, your master, uncharacteristically praised you, remarking that you bore a semblance to his youthful vigor. Before long, you received unexpected news. Your master, the Yuanying stage grandmaster and the leader of Xinjian Peak, Li Wanshou, had sustained injuries. Through various inquiries, you learned that Li Wanshou had gone to other peaks, boasting of your rapid cultivation, only to be beset by multiple Yuanying cultivators. You shook your head, concluding that Li Wanshou indeed deserved a reprimand. Simultaneously, due to your extraordinary speed in cultivation, the entirety of Xinjian Peak bowed in reverence. Unlike the mindless characters in web fiction, no one dared to mock or provoke you, the one with the heavenly spiritual root, rendering your journey through this world rather mundane. Your status as the chief disciple of Xinjian Peak was unassailable, and everyone believed you were destined to become a Yuanying grandmaster, perhaps even glimpsing the realm of transformation. Boom! Thunder rumbled, dark clouds obscured the sky, and silvery threads cascaded from the clouds, gradually intertwining, only to be torn apart by fierce winds, transforming into a tempestuous thunderstorm. The rainy days at Xinjian Peak differed from those in Haishi City. The former was serene and tranquil, while the latter was lively and boisterous, filled with human voices. Yet, one aspect remained constant. Someone was always waiting for Su Shi. Brother, a small figure struggled to hold a large oiled paper umbrella, excitedly waving at Su Shi at the cave entrance. Didn't Ti say you don't have to wait for me every time? Su Shi took the umbrella, tilting it slightly to better shield the petite figure. But the book said that doing so would make you happy. Which book? The one sister from the Dan Hall lent me. 108 Strategies to Capture a Man's Heart. Su Shi fell into a brief silence, then gently ruffled Su Moli's hair, advising her not to read such books anymore, as they were unsuitable for children. Oh, the girl, already resembling a budding beauty, seemed to grasp only part of the meaning. She didn't need to understand everything. She thought it sufficient to heed her brother's words. The two of them walked through the rain, the large oiled paper umbrella shielding them from the onslaught of wind and rain, allowing only a faint, moist essence to enter their nostrils. Upon returning to the cave, the array within activated autonomously, completely isolating them from the sound of the rain. When one speaks of a cave dwelling, most envision a tranquil stone cavern. However, this is a misconception. In the realm of cultivation, the significance of a cave lies in its concentration of spiritual energy, which directly affects the speed of cultivation. As for the specific living arrangements, there are no strict conventions. The Cave of Su is rather simple, resembling the wooden houses of Blackstone City, albeit slightly more spacious. It also carries a sense of emptiness and solitude. Su was indifferent to this, yet the girl was dedicated to transformation, often contemplating the addition of small flowers and grasses to infuse the cave with vitality. When she grew tired of her antics, she would jog over to Su, eagerly peppering him with questions. Brother, what does it feel like to cultivate immortality? Can you also soar through the skies? Of course, he replied. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage after the new year, I will be able to fly with my sword. I will take you with me then. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Emily will wait patiently. Rest assured, it won't be long. Su gently patted Emily's small head. The girl beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling and crescent-shaped. Then, Su opened his right hand, revealing 2 hard candies. I bought these during my outing today. You may have them. The girl's happiness intensified, as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. You are the best, brother. Your journey in the realm of cultivation has been remarkably smooth. After achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement, you refrained from hastily advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Instead, you adhered to Li Wanshou's counsel, diligently honing your foundational skills to attain a flawless establishment. During this period, you began to study the 4 arts of cultivation, the traditional practices of alchemy, weapon forging, formation crafting, and talisman making. Your innate talent is extraordinary. Not only did you master the 4 arts in an impressively short time, but you also, driven by inspiration, devised an entirely new recipe for elixirs. You took charge of the Xinjian Peak, where a female disciple from the Dan Hall was punished for stepping into the hall with her left foot, forced to serve as a firewood attendant for 3 months. The other disciples trembled in fear, thereafter entering with their right foot. As you immersed yourself in cultivation, the first new year after joining the Tianjin sect arrived. You chose to remain in your cave dwelling, celebrating it with your sister, Su Moli, for whom you prepared an extraordinarily lavish meal. The girl was overjoyed, devouring one mouthful after another. The winter world was filled with desolation. Leaves had fallen, flowers withered, and the once verdant mountains were stripped bare. their branches swaying uncertainly in the cold wind, accumulating layers of snow until they became a pristine white. Sushi does not particularly favor winter, especially after entering the simulated world. During his 5-year residence in Blackstone City, the income he could earn was exceedingly meager, consuming all his energy merely to sustain himself and his sister. Naturally, the siblings could not afford coal for heating. In those times, Sushi could only venture outside the city each day to gather coal ash scattered along the roads or to collect stray twigs, bringing them home to ignite a modest flame. Sushi still vividly recalls those days when snowflakes danced in the air, and the tiny ice crystals infiltrated his lungs with every breath. Each day, a small figure would huddle, shivering in the biting wind, resolutely squatting at the entrance of the wooden cabin, waiting for Sushi's return. Upon his arrival, the little one would fervently rub her tiny hands together, warming them before gently cupping Sushi's frostbitten cheeks with a smile, welcoming him home. The cold wind remained as fierce as ever, unchanged in its relentless nature. Yet, during those times, Sushi experienced fleeting moments of warmth that allowed him to persevere. Now, having joined the Heavenly Sword sect as one blessed with a divine root, he resides in a self-sustaining cave abode, no longer burdened by the worries of the frigid winds. However, as he gazes at the snow falling outside, he occasionally finds himself lost in reverie, recalling the hardships of his past. "Brother," the lively voice of a girl interrupts Sushi's reminiscing. "I'm here. What is it?" He replies, "If you don't eat soon, the food will get cold." The 6-year-old Su Imoli feigns seriousness, shaking her little finger as she admonishes him. "You must eat while it's hot." Sushi Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, "All right." The chopsticks intertwined, harmoniously picking up dishes for each other. The arrival of spring is indeed a relief after the harshness of winter, yet the warmth shared between them always promised the dawn of brighter days. You and your sister celebrated a cozy new year together. As the old year gave way to the new, you inhaled deeply, consolidating your essence to achieve the perfect foundation, setting a record for the fastest foundational establishment within the Heavenly Sword sect. You became a foundational cultivator and were rewarded by your master, Li Wanshou, with a supreme flying sword and an accompanying defensive artifact. You did not forget your previous promise. Upon receiving the sword, you took your sister on a flight. And when you inquired about her feelings afterward, she joyfully replied that flying with you was a delightful experience. As winter turned to spring and life began to flourish anew, you, now a foundational cultivator, assumed greater responsibilities within the sect. To alleviate your sister's boredom and to consider her future, you enrolled her in a school. On her first day of school, she looked at you with tear-filled eyes, mistakenly believing you were abandoning her, but thankfully, the misunderstanding was soon resolved. After some time, she learned a great deal at school, her innate intelligence and quick thinking bringing you comfort, that you remained concerned that she seemed somewhat reclusive, lacking companions her own age. You worried for her future. "Brother, is life long?" "Very long indeed." "Brother, is life short?" "Very short indeed." "How can it be both long and short? It feels so strange." "Such is life." The girl, perplexed, furrowed her brows in contemplation before offering her own conclusion. "Life is truly troublesome. Imoli only wishes to be with her brother, without the need for friends." The girl had her own standards, and you could only acquiesce. Time flew swiftly. You and the girl spent year after year within the Heavenly Sword sect, and your bond grew ever closer. In the 7th year after your crossing, you were 13. And your cultivation advanced once more. The girl, now 7, completed all her school courses in a mere year. In the 8th year, at 14, you broke through to the mid-foundational stage, wielding the withered vine sword to triumph over a false Dan cultivator. And some began to refer to you as a golden Dan true master, though your heart remained unperturbed. The girl, now 8, commenced assisting you with the affairs of the Forest Sword Peak, gaining the affection of many disciples due to her charming appearance. In the 9th year, at 15, you truly matured, shedding your youthful visage. Wherever you went, you garnered praise from both elders and juniors, surpassing contemporary demonic talents and emerging as a rising star of the righteous path. The girl, now 9, lacking the aptitude for cultivation, resolved to aid you in managing the Forest Sword Peak, and she excelled in her endeavors. In the 10th year, at 16, and with the girl at 10, time continued to flow. Life gradually improved. Su is quite content with such a life. Not only can he continually grow stronger and enhance the rewards of his simulated existence, but he can also take good care of Su Moli, ensuring that the child thrives. Even though he is aware that this is a fabricated simulation, the experiences shared between individuals and the emotions that arise from them are undeniably genuine. Therefore, Sushi aspires to ensure that the girl enjoys a better life. Time flies so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it has reached the 10th year, marking Mo Lee's 10th birthday. It feels as though the incident of finding her during the escape from calamity occurred merely yesterday. Thus, we enter the 10th year in this simulated world. Sue, at the tender age of 16, gazed contemplatively at the sun hanging in the sky. With a sense of nostalgia, he soared through the air, guiding his sword toward the direction of his dwelling, intent on bestowing a birthday gift upon his beloved sister. Everything seemed perfect, everything unfolded seamlessly. It was meant to be this way, wasn't it? But as an elder brother, Mo Lee felt a deep ache within. As Sushi entered the cave, he did not encounter the familiar and delightful figure that awaited him as usual. After taking a few more steps, he discovered the girl lying on the ground. Her complexion alarmingly pale. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, staining her lips a haunting shade of red. The sight was dire, fraught with danger, and utterly impossible to ignore. Mo Lee. He rushed to her side with utmost urgency, extracting every healing item he possessed in a desperate attempt to save her. Thankfully, his efforts bore fruit. After lying unconscious for half an hour, the 10-year-old Sue Mo Lee gradually awakened. Weakly, she gazed at Sushi. Mustering a smile as she spoke in a faint voice, Mo Lee knew that my brother would come to rescue me. So, Mo Lee has been waiting. How wonderful. I have finally waited. However, the girl's condition was far more severe than one could imagine. It was not a mere mortal ailment nor an external injury, but rather a shriveling collapse from within. Her body was gradually deteriorating, approaching its end. You could not comprehend the nature of her affliction, nor grasp the reasons behind it. All you could do was exert your utmost efforts to seek a remedy. Yet, regrettably, even the most potent elixirs of cultivators could only stave off her decline, not eradicate her illness. You toiled tirelessly, akin to a bird flapping its wings desperately within a thicket of thorns, searching for a glimmer of hope. But regardless of your relentless endeavors, even if battered and bruised, imploring everyone, including your master, you could not uncover the true cause of her suffering. You could only watch as her pain intensified, her vitality waning. Powerless, you found yourself unable to effect any change. Reality does not bend to human will. You could not, like the protagonists of impassioned tales, alter the tragic narrative through mere fervent cries. In the face of true tragedy, human effort appears insignificantly minuscule, rendering one hopeless. Each morning's greeting and every evening's farewell served as signals increasingly heralding death, and under such pressure, you labored for 4 years, ultimately achieving nothing. For years had passed. You were 20, and the girl was 14. The once adorable child who trailed behind you, incessantly calling you brother, had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Yet, she remained confined to her sickbed, fragile as porcelain, at risk of shattering with the slightest misstep. To some, this pallid frailty might evoke an exquisite beauty, but to you, it embodied despair, helplessness, and loathing. Your season seemed to have dwindled to an unyielding winter, devoid of joy or warmth. The girl observed it all, her eyes often reflecting self-reproach and guilt. She seemed more concerned about your increasingly weary state than her own suffering, frequently apologizing to you. I'm sorry, brother. In the cave of Sun Jianfeng, years had passed. The interior remained largely unchanged, still furnished with the same tables and chairs. Alongside the flowers and plants she had once lovingly tended, a faint fragrance mingled with an unspoken stillness. The girl lay quietly on the bed, her long, dark hair cascading around her, her beautiful eyes devoid of spirit, her lips pale, exuding an aura of fragility that felt as though it could shatter at any moment. It's all right. There is no need for apologies between us, Sushi said, shaking his head as he placed a medicinal pill in her mouth. This is today's Jiu Dan. Just take it and have a good rest. The girl nodded obediently, swallowing the pill. After taking it, the ailing girl smiled at Sushi, reminiscent of the dawn's first light, a beautiful dream, a flawless sky, playfully requesting a reward as she had in her childhood. Brother, Emily has obediently taken the medicine. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, and in that moment, she seemed untouched by the passage of time, playfully coaxing Sushi. It was at this very instant, at this precise moment, the frail body of Su Emily contrasts strikingly with her vibrant voice, evoking a profound sense of suffocation in onlookers. It compels one to silence, stirring an undeniable sorrow within. Indeed, Emily is a well-behaved child. Sushi managed to force a smile, suppressing the sting in his nose, as he retrieved the candy he had prepared in advance. The girl savored it as if it were an exceedingly precious treasure, relishing every moment. Is the candy truly that delectable? Sushi recalled that every time he presented candies to Emily, her face would light up with unparalleled joy. However, after savoring the sweets. The young girl did not succumb to slumber as she usually did. Instead, she expressed a desire to venture outside. Sushi acquiesced to her request. Naturally, soaring through the skies on a sword was not an option, for such haste would ravage her already fragile constitution. Thus, Su gently supported the young girl as they exited the cave, traversing the autumnal Jianfeng peak with measured steps, taking only a few leisurely circles. Their pace was languid, far slower than the relentless passage of time, and their movements were meticulous, more delicate than the minutiae of everyday life. As they wandered along the ground carpeted with fallen leaves, a newfound radiance graced the girl's countenance. Yet, despite the unhurried gait and the brevity of their journey, the 14-year-old Su Moli felt an overwhelming burden. Abruptly halting her steps, she clutched the fabric of her clothing tightly against her chest, her complexion turning an alarming shade of pallor. If she could not continue, there was no need to force herself, just as she had done in her childhood. Su carried the young girl upon his back, allowing her to rest in a comfortable position. The girl softly replied, "I understand, brother." Nestled against the familiar warmth of his sturdy back, she felt a profound sense of security, and her eyelids began to flutter as drowsiness enveloped her. Just before succumbing to slumber, she inquired, "Brother, will Emoli perish?" "No, I will bring you back," he assured her. Emoli believes in you, brother. You would never deceive me." Su Moli's voice grew increasingly faint, with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth as she lay upon Sushi's body, burying her head in his shoulder, straining with all her might to remain conscious. Yet, the blood continued to flow from her mouth, gradually sapping the strength from the young girl. By the time Sushi sensed something amiss, the girl had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "You have successfully entered the Tianjin sect, becoming the envy of all as a true disciple blessed with a heavenly spiritual root. Your future gleams with promise, and your life is filled with brilliance. You are undoubtedly a prodigy of the immortal cultivation realm. However, in stark contrast, your sister has fallen gravely ill, her condition worsening in the autumn of her 14th year. You are powerless to save her, forced to continually fulfill sect missions and to self-study alchemy and pharmacology, utilizing the exceedingly precious elixirs coveted by cultivators to delay the inevitable demise of your sister. 15 years into your journey, you are now 21. While Su Moli is but 15, you have successfully advanced to the later stages of foundation establishment. Your strength has grown considerably, allowing you to face ordinary golden core cultivators without fear. Your speed in gathering elixirs for your sister has increased. Yet, at the same time, Su Moli's condition has deteriorated further. She has lost the ability to walk and can only lie in bed day after day. In the 16th year of your journey, you are 22, and Su Moli is 16. The pressure upon you has reached its zenith, and you seem to be on the brink of madness, desperately seeking any means to save your sister. At last, just before your sister's life teeters on the edge, you discover a description related to her affliction within an ancient tome from overseas, Heaven's Misfortune. The tome states that only those with spiritual roots can cultivate, a well-known truth in the world of immortal cultivation. Yet, amidst the countless mortals, there are always a select few who, lacking spiritual roots, can still absorb spiritual energy. However, spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation. Without them, a mortal's body becomes harmed after absorbing excessive spiritual energy. Thus, this phenomenon is termed Heaven's Misfortune, denoting a calamity bestowed by the heavens. Your sister, Su Moli, is precisely in such a predicament. Heaven's misfortune, spiritual root, spiritual energy. So it has been. Within the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect, there lies a marketplace for cultivation. Sushi perused the ancient texts in his hands, meticulously absorbing each word. With his eyes gently closed, a trace of bitterness gradually emerged on his face after a prolonged silence. He had never anticipated that his act of bringing the maiden to the Heavenly Sword sect could jeopardize her life, despite the ancient texts asserting that spiritual energy is omnipresent. Even in the realms of minimal concentration, the calamity of the heavens would not permit one to survive past the age of 40. From the very beginning, Sushi had been entirely oblivious to the imminent danger, driven solely by the desire to protect the maiden when he brought her into the Heavenly Sword sect. Although, given Emoli's character, she would undoubtedly not blame her elder brother Sushi. A mistake remains a mistake. Sushi sighed deeply. The face, worn and haggard from years of relentless toil, now appeared even more desolate. A sense of unease, guilt, and regret enveloped him. If one merely shifted blame after committing a wrongdoing, to whom could Sushi transfer his own culpability? To his sister, who had always placed her unwavering trust in him since childhood. or to the ethereal energies of the world, which operated without self-awareness? Was it not rather absurd? He indeed felt unworthy as an elder brother. With a troubled heart, Sushi soared through the skies on his sword, his destination set on the heavenly sword sect. The mistake had been made, and his sister's celestial calamity had arrived. Fortunately, ancient texts contain methods of salvation. The so-called celestial calamity essentially referred to those innately attuned to spiritual energy, but lacking spiritual roots, transforming their gifts into nightmares. Thus, the solution was straightforward: to grant the afflicted individual spiritual roots and initiate their cultivation. The notion of bestowing spiritual roots upon a mortal was unprecedented. He hoped his master would possess a remedy. As he flew through the skies, winds swirling around him, Sushi furrowed his brow while standing on his flying sword. Although the realm of immortality had methods for soul transference, at its core, it merely involved exchanging the body for another that also possessed spiritual roots. If it were truly possible to create something from nothing, allowing mortals to develop spiritual roots or transplant them, the number of cultivators would not be so scarce. Upon learning the cause of his sister's affliction, he hastened back to the forest sword peak with utmost urgency. Yet, instead of returning to his own dwelling, he ascended directly to the forest sword hall at the peak of the mountain, his masterly Wansho's secluded retreat. This marked the second occasion he sought out the forest sword hall for personal matters. The first time, he had inquired about his sister's illness. This time, he sought knowledge on how to cultivate spiritual roots to aid her in her recovery. Upon entering the forest sword hall, he encountered Li Wansho and candidly expressed his intentions, seeking guidance on the formation of spiritual roots. His master regarded him as his heir and was always willing to assist. However, this time, even the great cultivator at the nascent soul stage could not provide the answer he sought. Having lived for over a millennium, I have never heard of a method to cultivate spiritual roots postnatally. Spiritual roots are inherently bestowed by heaven, and human effort cannot alter that. Perhaps only the legendary immortals possess the ability to achieve such a feat atop the forest sword peak. Within the celestial hall, the elder stroked his beard and sighed, "Disciple, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Even if a god transformation cultivator were to intervene, there remains no solution to this matter." The young man remained silent, merely continuing to bow. The elder remarked, "Your temperament. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a method to cultivate external spiritual roots. By utilizing the exquisite treasures of heaven and earth to substitute for innate spiritual roots, one could assist the body in its cultivation. However, such an endeavor is nearly impossible. And why is it deemed impossible? Simply because it is exceedingly difficult. The rare materials of this world are incredibly scarce. Even the most formidable practitioners can scarcely meet their own needs, let alone possess any surplus to offer mortals for the creation of spiritual roots. Even the esteemed heavenly sword sect of the Yuanying lineage lacks such treasures. Sushi understood the difficulties within. It was arduous, yet ultimately a path forward. "Thank you, teacher." Sushi expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he departed, leaving the elder gazing at his retreating figure, emitting a long sigh, as if mourning something, or perhaps reminiscing over bygone memories. Upon learning of the existence of external spiritual roots, your heart brimmed with excitement. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you arranged a locking spirit formation for your sister, significantly alleviating her suffering and extending her life. She continued to look at you with warm, trusting eyes, believing in you and relying on you. You embarked on a quest for celestial materials and earthly treasures. The journey was fraught with challenges. Lower-tier celestial materials and treasures proved ineffective in manifesting the external spiritual root, while those of a higher tier were beyond the reach of your nascent golden core cultivation. You began to seek self-rescue, engaging in relentless research and exploration, aspiring to discover alternative means for external spiritual roots, such as formations or artifacts. You exhausted your energy, igniting bursts of inspiration, leading to advancements in your 4 arts of cultivation. You depleted your vitality, triggering spontaneous surges, enhancing your skills further. You drained your spirit, awakening fervent impulses, refining your cultivation arts yet again. You reached the point of exhaustion, each failure prompting a fresh start. Countless arduous trials tempted Sushi to abandon his quest. Yet, each time he recalled that trusting gaze, he found renewed motivation to persevere. The harshness of reality, however, was relentless. The method of external spiritual roots resembled a lifeline to a drowning person. It offered a glimmer of hope for survival, only to be swiftly engulfed by tumultuous waves, mercilessly dragging one into the depths. With Sushi's current nascent golden core cultivation, he lacked the strength to grasp or possess such high-tier celestial materials and treasures, let alone mold them into external spiritual roots. If one must speak of it, what treasures of heaven and earth surround Su? The answer lies within himself. His wood element possesses a celestial root, standing in stark contrast to the tribulations of the heavens. This celestial root is indeed a mark of divine favor. Despite having neglected his cultivation over the years, Su is on the verge of entering the golden core stage, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. As for the 4 arts of immortality, Su has evidently overestimated the potential of the blue attribute. Even with persistent bursts of inspiration, his abilities could never reach the level of creating external spiritual roots. Perhaps I should shift my perspective and focus on enhancing my own strength after numerous failures. A thought emerged in Sushi's mind. He no longer fixated on creating external spirit roots, but instead directed his focus toward his personal cultivation, wholeheartedly engaging in seclusion and fervently consuming elixirs. Remarkably, having only just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage less than 2 years prior, he swiftly ascended to the golden core stage. At under 30 years of age, he achieved the distinction of being the youngest golden core master since the establishment of the sect, awakening his innate divine ability. Mu Gingxing, a technique of formidable life-preserving power, could consume golden core mana to unleash an overwhelming vitality, effortlessly restoring severed limbs. When this vitality reached a certain intensity, it could even exhibit extraordinary effects, nourishing both golden core and nascent soul cultivators, healing the spirit and mending hidden wounds. Frankly, this was a technique capable of dominating the cultivation realm. Coupled with the rapid cultivation pace afforded by his heavenly spirit root, anyone could foresee that he would inevitably become a paramount figure in the world of immortality. However, Sushi perceived even greater possibilities within this. What qualifies as a treasure of heaven and earth? Surely, the true fire of the sun and the lunar essence from mythical tales would be included. Yet, such divine artifacts are exceedingly transcendent and elusive. Now, as Sushi ascended to the golden core stage, he beheld the abundant vitality emanating from his divine ability, and a thought spontaneously arose in his mind. Can the product of the heavenly spirit root's divine ability be considered a treasure of heaven and earth? The answer is affirmative. An object capable of healing golden core and nascent soul cultivators undeniably qualifies as such. Moreover, this technique possesses no limits. Theoretically, the purer the mana Sushi invests, the more he can invoke the essence of the golden core, thereby augmenting the vitality released by Mu Gongxing, creating even more precious divine artifacts. What an extraordinary realization! How should one phrase it? Surely, it is the boon granted by the golden attribute. In the past, I would have rejoiced to the extent of believing myself to be the destined child of fate. Beneath the gradually dissipating thunder tribulation, Sushi, having attained the golden core, received blessings from all corners of the heavenly sword sect. Congratulations! Congratulations! Su Shiji is indeed a young prodigy. Congratulations to the senior brother for condensing the golden core and achieving the status of a master. An increasing chorus of blessings poured in from venerable elders in the nascent soul stage, fellow practitioners in the golden core stage, to juniors in the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages. There were applause, cheers, and spiritual beasts releasing flames like fireworks in celebration. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, causing a sensation throughout the sect. It was as if some monumental achievement had been accomplished, and upon Sushi's breakthrough to the golden core, the world around him inexplicably erupted in jubilation. Despite the overwhelming festivity, it felt as though a thick barrier separated him from it all. "You are all too kind," Su responded out of politeness. Amidst the bustling crowd, he felt little joy, even a sense of solitude and monotony. If one were to inquire why, it might be attributed to a lack of the melodious laughter of a maiden, akin to the morning sun, enchanting dreams, or an immaculate sky. Moreover, there were the incessant calls of brother. As the 17th year unfolded, you were 23, and Su Moli was 17. Despite the aid of the spirit-locking array, your sister's vitality was sustained. Yet, the calamities of heaven had inflicted severe harm upon her, causing her to frequently lapse into a deep slumber, at times awakening only after 10 long days. Your cultivation experienced a breakthrough. You became a golden core cultivator and awakened the divine ability of wood rebirth. Determined to forge an external spiritual root for the benefit of mortals based on your divine ability, you found yourself with no retreat. Akin to a desperate gambler clinging to the last thread of hope, you succeeded. Your research into the divine ability progressed remarkably. In a moment of inspiration, you astutely perceived the commonalities within the 4 arts of immortal cultivation, merging this foundation with your divine ability to explore the method of shaping external spiritual roots. However, This elation was fleeting. Success came with a price. You suddenly realized that the vitality required to shape the external spiritual root was astronomical. Even if you expended all your magical power and golden core essence, it would not be sufficient to truly mold it. Unless you were willing to genuinely burn your cultivation and your heavenly spiritual root. Spiritual roots are bestowed by heaven. The presence or absence of a spiritual root is a matter of destiny. In other words, granting a mortal devoid of a spiritual root the ability to cultivate is an unequivocal act against the heavens. The cost, naturally, would be significant. If one possessed a divine object, the burden of this defiance could be borne by that object. But Su had no such artifact and thus had to shoulder the burden alone. Though aware of the substantial cost, he never anticipated it would reach such extremes, requiring the sacrifice of all his cultivation and heavenly spiritual root. Should he proceed with such an act, he would likely revert to being a mere mortal. His lifespan severely curtailed. In such a scenario, this simulation would effectively be declared over. At the Sword of Heaven sect, on the forest sword peak, within the wooden abode, Su, having just completed his research on the divine ability, half squatted before a bed, gazing at the frail visage of the young maiden. This sight stirred memories of the winter in Blackstone City, when a mere 3- or 4-year-old Molly shivered alongside him. Life during those times was indeed arduous, yet even then, little Molly would rub her hands together, warming them to soothe Su's chilled cheeks. Reflecting on this, Su could not disregard the safety of the girl's life. Yes, this was merely a simulation. Su could certainly cast aside the young girl, dismissing this sister with no blood ties, and opt for the most self-serving approach, continuing his adventures in this realm of cultivation to acquire greater rewards from the simulation evaluations. However, but Su has grown weary of the timid reality of a self that feels powerless to accomplish anything. If one cannot find freedom even within a simulator, and if those close to one cannot offer salvation, then what meaning does such a life hold? In truth, life does not require excessive contemplation. One need only pursue what they believe to be right. Indeed, it is as simple as that. Buzz. Su extended his palm, gently caressing the girl's face as a faint green light flickered and intertwined, flowing into her body in a specific sequence. It embodied the entirety of a golden core cultivator's power. It represented the essence of a golden core cultivator's core. It was the manifestation of a life-binding divine ability. It was the spontaneous combustion of a heavenly spiritual root. Everything that could be harnessed was transformed by Su into pure vitality, intricately woven into the form of a seed within the array of symbols, perfectly integrating into the girl's heart. Brother, the girl murmured, her eyes fluttering open briefly in a state between dream and wakefulness, only to swiftly succumb to slumber once more. Continue to rest, Emily. Su softly murmured, when you awaken, everything will improve. My brother always keeps his promises. Pain. An indescribable agony instantly enveloped my entire being. Su could distinctly sense that as his cultivation and spiritual roots burned, his body was gradually approaching its demise, and the blood surging in his throat was increasingly difficult to contain. Yet, the expression on his face grew ever more radiant. With blood, with tears, and with a smile, he gazed upon the young woman on the bed, feeling the revival of her life as rhythm. This method truly proved to be effective. Sushi trembled as he extended his finger, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he wiped the corners of the young girl's eyes, which had inexplicably become damp despite her unconscious state. You have succeeded. You have successfully shaped the external spiritual root, sacrificing everything to save your sister, Su Emily. You, who have lost your spiritual root and your cultivation, now find yourself in a pitifully weakened state. Even an ordinary mortal could easily overpower you, and your lifespan is now limited to a mere 3 years. You harbor no regrets, willingly accepting this fate, yet you are aware that there remains more to be done. Otherwise, when the girl awakens, she will undoubtedly struggle to accept this reality. Furthermore, you require someone to explain your circumstances to the sect. Departing from the cave abode, you retrieved the long-unused flying vessel, manageable by mortals, and soared directly to the temple atop Senjian Peak, where you encountered your master, Yuaning Shizuenli Wanqiu. This was your first glimpse of your teacher's fury, a sight of wrath that was both startling and profound. Traitor, without a spiritual root, how will you cultivate in the future? In the Senjian Hall, adorned with cloud-patterned tigers and ethereal mist, ancient trees casting shadows above, Li Wanqiu's expression darkened as he raised his voice against Sushi for the first time. The once amiable elder's furious reprimand revealed the depth of his genuine anger. It is quite simple, master. I shall cease my cultivation altogether. Sushi smiled faintly in response. Perhaps it was because this simulation was nearing its conclusion. He felt no trepidation in the face of the furious Li Wanqiu. After a brief pause, his voice took on a calm tone. After all, once this is over, I have but a few years left to live. It matters not whether I cultivate or not. Upon hearing these words, Li Wansho's expression stiffened, and the anger on his face gradually faded, transforming into a complex array of emotions as he gazed upon his beloved disciple, who had lost all his cultivation. Speak, and clarify everything from beginning to end. What exactly have you done? Yes, master. There was no concealment, nor was there any need for it. Sushi articulated his research on external spiritual roots and the process of creating them with meticulous detail, leaving Li Wansho thoroughly captivated. Ah, Li Wansho exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, even inadvertently pulling out a strand of white beard. How could this be? I merely mentioned it in passing. Yet you actually succeeded in crafting external spiritual roots. What an extraordinary talent, truly extraordinary. Initially elated, Li Wansho's expression shifted to one of regret as he shook his head. Alas, my child, you have severed your own spiritual roots. Otherwise, ascending to immortality would not be out of reach for you. The elder fell into a contemplative silence, shaking his head and sighing as he paced back and forth within the hall. Finally, in a fit of frustration, he stamped his foot and glared at Sushi. Rebellious disciple, why the haste? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Why did you not consult me beforehand? Facing the elder's reproach, Sushi gently shook his head. If I had informed you in advance, you would have undoubtedly tried to dissuade me. I understand your intentions, master. You wish for me to proceed cautiously, to heal Immortal without endangering myself. But I cannot stand idly by as my kin approaches death. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, his lips twitching as if to scold, yet ultimately refraining from uttering any harsh words. His gaze softened, reflecting a sense of understanding and, perhaps, a hint of pride, as if witnessing a naive child mature into an adult. I comprehend your resolve. Since this is your decision, as your teacher, I have little room to argue. All anger subsides, and Li Wansho spoke. I will address matters with the sect on your behalf. I have some influence there. However, concerning Immortal, Li Wansho hesitated, torn between words unspoken. He understood that the bond between the siblings was profound. And if Immortal were to discover that her brother had sacrificed himself to save her, her emotional state might very well shatter. A gentle breeze wafted through, rustling the ancient trees outside the hall, creating a ripple of shadowy waves among the leaves. In the distance, the resonant toll of an ancient bell could be heard, echoing through the air. Sushi's pupils were shrouded in a deep haze. I do not intend to reveal the truth to her. In due time, I shall depart from the Heavenly Sword sect. At that juncture, Immortal will be entrusted to my master for guidance. The harsh reality of sacrificing a brother's life merely to survive is far too cruel. Even those weathered by life's trials would be engulfed by guilt and self-reproach. How much more so for that girl, who has regarded Sushi as her steadfast pillar since childhood, always by her side. Once all matters have been discussed with my master, Sushi, bearing an ancient wooden sword gifted by the elder, slowly exited the forest sword hall. The sword had been thrust into his hands with fervor by the elder, who scolded him vehemently. Begone, ungrateful disciple. Take this sword, lest you be slain by mortals and bring shame upon me. With that, the elder, in a flurry of ire, expelled Sushi from the ancient hall, slamming the door behind him as if he could no longer bear to lay eyes upon Sushi. Sushi stood outside the palace, the path paved with azure stones winding downwards. He extended his hand behind him, firmly grasping the hilt of the wooden sword, feeling the surging waves of magical energy coursing within. With the permission of its former master, even an ordinary mortal could wield it at will. Disciple obeys. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Sushi vigilantly guarded by the bedside for 2 days, until the external spiritual roots fully merged with the young girl's body, causing the original calamity of heaven to dissipate invisibly. Correspondingly, there arose an inexplicable aura of breakthrough surrounding the girl. Though she had yet to embark on her true cultivation journey, she had already taken an extraordinary first step, propelled by her innate talent. Elder brother. Su Moli's voice was husky, imbued with the frailty of one recovering from a grave illness. Yet, she soon realized that her body was no longer in torment. Rather, it was enveloped in an ineffable sense of ease. How wonderful, she remarked, as if sensing something profound. On her sickbed, she bestowed a sweet smile upon Su Shilu, acknowledging that her brother had fulfilled the promise made to her. Indeed, Su gently grasped the delicate, warm hand of the young girl, as though capturing the fleeting petals of a flower or the gentle caress of a summer breeze. His weary voice resonated with tenderness. Brother, as promised you, He will surely bring Immortal back, without fail. The girl smiled more brightly, yet as her laughter filled the air, her eyes inexplicably began to glisten with unshed tears, prompting her to repeatedly wipe them away with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, brother. I don't quite understand why, but I suddenly feel the urge to cry. It was as if some profound sorrow had befallen her, an enigma that puzzled her. For she should indeed be rejoicing in this moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt adrift in melancholy. Immortal clutched the collar of her garment, her fingers turning pale from the intensity of her grip, as if something of utmost significance was slipping away, an irreplaceable essence that must not, under any circumstances, be lost. It held greater value than her very life and surpassed all her tenacity. It resembled the roots of a tree, the wings of a bird, the fangs of a beast. Without such a thing, one would be ensnared in a suffocating existence, utterly unable to endure. It will be all right. The soothing voice of Sushi resonated beside her, his gentle hand caressing the girl's hair. In this moment, the void created by the loss of something precious to her found a fleeting solace. I surmised that perhaps Shalmoli had slept for too long, resulting in her body struggling to adjust. In due time, she would feel better. There was no need for concern. Was it truly so? The 17-year-old girl sensed that something was amiss, yet upon reflection, she recognized that Sushi had no reason to deceive her. Perhaps it was indeed the lingering effects of her prolonged illness that caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. With this thought, her emotions gradually settled. It was all right now. There was nothing left to fear. Regardless of the challenges and adversities faced, her brother would always be by her side. As long as he was present, there was nothing to dread. Indeed, as long as her brother remained. Immortal grasped Sushi's hand with fervent intensity, holding on tightly and refusing to release her grip. Would her elder brother abandon her? No, he would not. Came the deceitful assurance. You had meticulously conspired with your master, Li Wansho, fully cognizant of the dire state of your own health, which bore no hope for salvation. You began to orchestrate your final affairs, striving to ensure a brighter future for your sister. You commenced instructing her in various disciplines, encompassing but not limited to cultivation, social conduct, and the 4 arts of immortality. Your sister relied heavily upon you, yet your demeanor grew increasingly aloof. An endeavor to diminish her dependence and to obscure the bond you shared. You perceived yourself as a mere mortal on the brink of death, believing you ought not to be a hindrance to the young woman's future, given the nature of your current relationship. It was inevitable that after your departure from the Tianjin sect, Immortal would risk everything to seek you out. Therefore, you actively endeavored to dismantle this relationship, wishing to diminish her affection for you, even to the point of inciting resentment. Only in this way could you ensure she would not pursue your elusive presence, uncovering the truth, and only thus could you depart in peace. Your actions proved effective. Under your deliberate neglect, Immortal's reliance on you began to wane. Yet she continued to regard you with profound respect, viewing you as her elder brother. Under your tutelage, Immortal officially became a chi refining stage practitioner, her joy palpable. Amidst her eager gaze, you uttered 2 words, mediocre. Immortal, feeling aggrieved by your neglect, longed for your comfort, yet instead, you assigned her an increasing number of training sessions. Anxiety consumed you, for theoretically, your lifespan dwindled to a mere 3 years. However, the signs of your physical decline had already begun to manifest. One day, you discovered that your hearing had started to falter. You masked your ailment skillfully, and the young girl remained oblivious to your deteriorating condition. Silently, you hastened the teaching process, striving to cultivate her into an independent individual before your own body succumbed completely. Your excessively stringent training regimen only deepened Immortal's dissatisfaction and sense of injustice. She began to doubt her significance in your heart. How did it come to this? The elder brother who once showered her with affection had transformed into a figure of cold indifference. The mounting grievances and perplexities became unbearable for Immortal. Half a year later, within the confines of the cave, the ethereal beauty of the young girl glistened with tears at the corners of her eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together, as if a myriad of grievances swirled within her heart. Her lips quivered slightly. Brother, what have I done wrong? Silence. An enduring silence. In response to his sister's inquiry, Su shook his head. You have done nothing wrong. What, then, was the matter? Molly. Su interrupted the girl's probing questions, his eyes gently closing as if lost in a reverie. Do you remember how long we have lived together? He inquired. The girl, perplexed by the suddenness of the question, instinctively replied, 17 years. 17 years. This was not only the total duration of Su's simulations, but also the girl's own age. Indeed, it had been 17 years. Su spoke softly, her voice imbued with profound weariness and an unmistakable rasp. When I first encountered you, you were but a newborn, and in order to ensure your survival, I was compelled to barter my last rations for human milk. At that time, I was truly famished, yet I remained perpetually anxious, fearing your discontent, worrying whether you were adequately clothed and well-fed. When you turned 10, a grave illness struck you, and it was not until you reached the age of 17 that you were finally healed. Throughout those 7 years, I tirelessly toiled without respite for your recovery. Sue's voice was calm, devoid of complaints or accusations, merely revealing a tinge of bittersweet fatigue. Immortal, if it were not for you, my life could have been far more splendid. I am human too. I harbor my own dreams. I cannot cater to your every need. I am not that noble. Do you understand? You are already 17, no longer a child. It's time you learn to take care of yourself and embrace a life of independence. I am weary. Within the cave, an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere prevailed. The light dimmed and blurred. The young girl turned pale at these words, her eyes devoid of life, as if she yearned to retort, yet ultimately could only utter, "So, does brother consider Immortal to be a burden?" Indeed, a heavy mood enveloped the air, as if one had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, where all emotions had been devoured, leaving only the desperate urge to flee. Sue Molly choked on her sobs, unable to utter a sound. She darted away swiftly, escaping from the cave. Meanwhile, She, utterly drained of energy, slumped silently onto a wooden chair, lost in a daze for an extended period. Indeed, humans are remarkably contradictory beings. Shin contemplated deeply. He had long prepared various justifications to undermine his relationship with his sister, striving to erase the impression of a good elder brother from her heart. Yet, when it came to the actual execution of his intentions, he found himself gripped by an unbearable discomfort. The pain he felt was far greater than that which he experienced when his spiritual roots were ignited. Sushi clutched her heart, murmuring to herself, "Yet, in this way, that child will be able to completely break free from my influence and thrive in the realm of cultivation." Your words were piercing, akin to sharp swords that penetrated and shattered the girl's heart. She fled alone for a long time, weeping profusely, drowning in her sorrow, wiping away her tears in solitude, comforting herself in the most pitiable, wronged, and lonely manner. When Sue Immortal returned, her demeanor had considerably cooled. The gaze she cast upon you no longer bore the reverence it once held, and her grievances regarding your training had dissipated. Your heart ached, yet simultaneously swelled with joy. Following this incident, the girl's resolve had solidified significantly. As you pondered this, you feigned nonchalance, covering your mouth to conceal the blood you coughed up, ensuring the girl did not witness your suffering. You devoted yourself entirely to assisting the girl in her cultivation. The intense mental focus accelerated the deterioration of your own body. On a morning marking the 18th year of your journey, you found yourself increasingly weakened. You understood it was time for you to depart. Despite your reluctance and the desire to witness the girl's continued growth, remaining at the Tianjin sect would inevitably reveal the truth to her. You chose to leave without a word, piloting a flying vessel away from the Tianjin sect, cutting through the winds and clouds towards a place far removed from the world of cultivation. Where to go next? You felt lost. Throughout your 18 years, your sole aims had been cultivation and caring for your sister. Now, both aspirations had become unattainable. After much contemplation, you resolved to return to the old Blackstone city, to spend the remainder of your days in solitude. The cultivation realm was vast, with countless mortal dynasties and pleasures as abundant as the stars. Yet none felt as familiar and comfortable as Blackstone City, where 5 years of memories with the girl were encapsulated. The flying vessel descended quietly, unnoticed. In silence, the youth, devoid of any cultivation or spiritual roots, settled into the old wooden house he once inhabited, armed only with a wooden sword. Living alone, he awaited death in tranquility. During this time, neighbors who still remembered him greeted him, and he responded to each. But when asked about the girl, he merely smiled and changed the subject. Has the elder brother already departed? At the Tianjin sect, on the Silent Sword Peak, the once lonely cave dwelling felt even more desolate after he left. The girl sat in silence on a rattan chair, beside her a flickering candle casting wavering shadows that obscured her features in the dim light. Without the sun, plants cannot thrive. Without wings, birds cannot soar. Without feet, humans cannot run. For the girl, the loss was profound. Sushi is indeed an indispensable individual, a one-of-a-kind presence that will never be replicated. Yet, alas, this uniqueness has drifted far from her. What, one might wonder, has brought about such a transformation? Both her own ailments have been entirely healed, and her elder brother has ascended to the golden core stage, two exceedingly joyous developments. So why has it culminated in today's desolation? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Her gaze is vacant, as though she has lost the ability to perceive the world. Tears linger in her eyes for an eternity before cascading down unchecked. At this moment, even breathing is a source of pain, her throat constricting with searing intensity. Amidst the overwhelming despair, tears traverse the sides of the young girl's cheeks, ultimately converging at her chin, trembling as they plummet to the ground, resonating with a crisp echo. The shattering of her tears mirrors the collapse of her heart's reliance. Now irretrievably lost. I must not cry. I cannot cry. She yearns to scream, to weep profoundly, to unleash this despair. Yet, the only one capable of embracing her, the sole person who ever accepted Su Moli, has departed entirely. Moli is acutely aware of this. Long ago, following a quarrel with Sushi, she felt an elusive premonition that one day, Sushi would cast her aside as a burden and vanish from her life. Unwilling to accept this fate, Su Moli exerted every effort to learn, striving to impress her brother, hoping to prove she was not a liability. But why, oh why, does this anguish persist? Why must she depart? Has she not exerted herself enough? Is her demeanor insufficiently agreeable? Does her presence bring her brother discontent? Su Moli shuts her eyes, allowing tears to flow freely. During her brother's initial absence, she clung to a glimmer of hope, believing it to be a mere temporary departure. However, after waiting for a fortnight, even the dullest of minds would recognize that the man would not return. She has been cast aside, liberated from the shackles of perceived uselessness. Indeed, is this not a natural course? After all, each individual is entitled to their freedom. What right does she, a burden, have to demand Sushi's perpetual companionship? Such absurdly naive fantasies should have long since been shattered, should they not? Deceiver! Great deceiver! She had promised not to leave her. The weeping girl cries even louder, clutching a storage ring tightly in her hand, a parting gift from Sushi. It contains a myriad of items, a wealth of spiritual stones, exquisite magical artifacts, an abundance of talismans towering like hills, and numerous medicinal pills for cultivation and healing. Yet, to Su Moli, these possessions are utterly devoid of significance. Filled with rage and sorrow, she hurls the storage ring against the wall. After a series of rebounds, it rolls away, along with its contents. As Su Moli forsakes them all. Meaningless. They are all so utterly meaningless. I only want you. I only want you. The girl buries her face in her hands, weeping bitterly, her knuckles turning white from the force of her grip. Regardless of her cries or the sincerity of her wishes, that hero from her childhood, who braved the blazing sun and hunger to rescue her when all others chose abandonment, her steadfast reliance, her irreplaceable brother, will never return. Indeed, he will not return. No matter how much she refuses to acknowledge it, no matter how much she dreads confronting reality, this truth remains unchanged. Suffocation. It feels as though she is plunged into the depths of the ocean, submerged beneath an endless tide of despair. Su Moli feels her strength waning, her mind spinning in a haze, ultimately surrendering to the abyss. Perhaps it is because the sun within her heart has vanished. In this state of turmoil, she spirals out of control, weeping in utter desolation. Time elapses, and the intensity of her sobs gradually diminishes. Upon exiting the cave, her eyes have lost their former luster, becoming colder than ever before. She seems to have resolved something within herself. Alone, she strides toward the forest sword hall atop the mountain. Soon after, a message reverberates throughout the Sky Sword sect. The illustrious true disciple Su, she has vanished without a trace, while his sister Su Moli has ascended as the second true disciple of the Forest Sword Peak. Some are puzzled, others bewildered, and some astonished. Amidst the discussions swirling throughout the sect, Su Moli's performance shines brightly. Like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, she unleashes an unparalleled talent, even surpassing her brother, advancing at a remarkable pace to become a foundation establishment cultivator. She persists relentlessly, forging ahead as if to prove something. Su Moli's strides became increasingly audacious. Gradually, she stirred up a growing commotion within the realm of cultivation, whether delving into the depths of ancient legacies or vanquishing formidable foes beyond her level. The righteous sects regarded her as a seed of immortality, while the demonic factions viewed her as a thorn in their side. The uproar she created was so significant that even in the distant mortal cities, whispers of a remarkable young woman began to circulate. Sword Immortal. Heaven's favor shines upon her. Reincarnation of an immortal. These were all accolades bestowed upon her. In the city of Haishi, when Su's clan first heard these commendations, they were momentarily taken aback. Particularly, The praise of heaven's favor shines upon her elicited a bemused smile from them. After that, Su Shisong let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety stemming from being away from the young girl for an extended period was alleviated. How wonderful it is to see that even in my absence, Immortal can thrive in the world of cultivation. With this realization, I find little reason for concern. As I feel my body becoming increasingly sluggish and feeble, Sushi smiled faintly. To be candid, his current condition is quite poor, and one might even describe it as tormenting, far worse than the state of being confined to a wheelchair in reality. Shio has contemplated more than once the notion of prematurely concluding this simulation through self-destruction. Yet, each time this thought arose, the image of Mo Li would materialize in his mind. He could not help but desire to linger a little longer, to pay a bit more attention. After all, once the simulation concludes, the two individuals, confined to different realms of time and space, would never have the chance to meet again. This body has but a year left to live. Let the simulation come to its natural end. Sushi spoke as he laboriously moved his stiff legs towards the direction of home. Knowing that his sister was doing well filled his heart with a sense of ease. Yet he could not let go of her, deciding instead to continue silently observing her growth within the confines of his limited time. His body was in dire straits. In the pursuit of crafting an external spiritual root, he had exhausted himself completely. His life had begun its countdown. For many, life is exceedingly finite and scarce, and as one approaches its end, an involuntary fear often takes hold. However, he was different. He understood that death was merely a return to his origins. More distressing than his waning lifespan was the agony inflicted by his deteriorating body and the myriad inconveniences of daily existence. In the first month of the final year, he awoke one morning, astonished to find that his left leg had completely lost sensation. No matter what stimuli he applied, it would not regain its function. Seeking solace in his predicament, he mused that at least he still had one leg, which was, in his mind, far superior to the harshness of reality. He retrieved the wooden sword gifted by his master, Li Wanshou, using it as a cane. From that moment, he became a peculiar figure in the eyes of others. A limping oddity, finding movement increasingly burdensome. He dismissed their judgments, recalling the legendary Tai Guai Li, one of the 8 immortals, and chuckled at the thought of being the modern-day cane sword immortal, Su Shi. However, in the 3rd month of the last year, he realized he had laughed too soon. A torrential downpour unleashed its fury, and as he was making his way home, he suddenly found half of his body devoid of sensation, causing him to collapse into a muddy puddle. The puddle was small, easily traversed by a normal adult, let alone a child. Yet for someone with half their body paralyzed, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Struggling, he attempted to push himself up with one hand, only to slip again. He repeated this arduous process, drenched and exhausted, until he finally managed to stand once more, resolving never to laugh again, for the pain rendered him incapable of mirth. By the 5th month of his final year, he ventured out less frequently, his cough becoming increasingly persistent, often accompanied by copious amounts of dark blood, eliciting pitying shakes of the head from those in the vicinity. As the 8th month approached, his condition worsened. He could no longer discern the flavors of food, and his vision became increasingly blurred. Aside from his consciousness, he was in a state worse than that of an elderly person. One fateful night, seeing his frailty, a band of rogues attempted to invade his home to plunder his meager possessions. Armed with his wooden sword, he fought valiantly, despite his blindness, deafness, impaired legs, and unsteady hands, easily dispatching them and hanging their bodies at his doorstep as a deterrent to others with malicious intent. Time continued to flow, and as the final month arrived, his life flickered like a candle in the wind. It was the transition between autumn and winter, and he painfully spent 3 hours, enduring heart and lung-wrenching agony, to inch towards the threshold and bask in the sun. An unexpected figure appeared before him, his master, the Yuanying stage cultivator, Li Wanshou. The elderly man gazed at his long-lost disciple in silence, his eyes filled with regret and a fleeting sorrow. Finally, Li Wanshou asked, "Do you regret it?" Su shook his head, just as he had in the past, and replied, "No regrets." Li Wanshou then inquired, "How do you feel?" Su Shi answered honestly, "It hurts." The elder, who was a nascent soul cultivator, chuckled, amused by Su Shi's response. With a wave of his hand, he cast several spells, knowing full well their futility, to heal Su Shi's body. Subsequently, the master and disciple sat on the threshold, engaged in conversation. Both were acutely aware that this would be their final exchange, and the atmosphere was thick with unspoken sorrow. The elder spoke of Su Mo Lee's progress, while Sushi recounted his experiences in Blackstone City. Li Wanshou remarked, "That child, Mo Lee, is already preparing to break through to the Golden Core stage." Sushi, so soon? I recall that her breakthrough into the Foundation establishment stage occurred less than a year ago, did it not? Li Wanshou nodded. Her talent is even more astonishing than we had anticipated. Given time, she may indeed ascend to the celestial realm. Sushi smiled, though the pain in her body rendered her smile somewhat unsightly. That is splendid. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the elder departed on his sword, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Sushi struggled to shift his body, leaning against the right side of the doorframe, as he gazed at the resplendent sunset. In this moment, his life resembled that setting sun, visibly approaching its end with each passing moment. Yet, there was little to mourn. The knowledge of his sister's well-being, revealed to him by Li Wanshou in his final moments, brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. Thus, he could peacefully conclude this simulation and return to the realm of reality. On the third day of his countdown to death, he had nearly lost all mobility. Confined to his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, incapable of preparing a meal. Fortunately, his mental connection to the storage pouch allowed him to retrieve elixirs to stave off hunger. He could not bear the thought of dying from starvation. On the second day, he was seized by violent coughing fits, expelling not only blood but also unfamiliar bodily tissues, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. His demise was imminent. On the final day of his life, he lay quietly in bed, reminiscing about the past year since his arrival in this world. Reflecting on all the experiences shared with his sister and the adventures they had undertaken in the realm of cultivation. He felt a deep sense of regret for the wonders of the cultivation world that he would never explore, never witnessing the splendor of the celestial realm. Yet, he bore no remorse, sacrificing his life to ensure the survival of his sister. Su Moli felt like a worthwhile exchange. He closed his eyes, sensing the frailty of his spirit and soul, awaiting the arrival of death. However, unexpectedly, on this final day, an extraordinarily fierce battle erupted above Blackstone City. The chaos causing the city to crumble, resulting in the deaths of countless mortals. The roof of his wooden house was similarly destroyed, and through the gaping hole, he beheld numerous cultivators clashing in the skies. Boom, boom. Various spells clashed in the heavens. Occasionally, a flying sword would shatter, or a spiritual beast would be cleaved in two. Righteous and demonic forces, sect cultivators, and a multitude of independent practitioners created an incomprehensible and unbelievable scene before Sushi. Was this truly the onset of war between the forces of righteousness and evil? Sushi, filled with uncertainty, was astonished to witness such a magnificent spectacle in his last moments. Just previously at the Sword of Heaven sect, he had sensed the growing friction between the two factions. He had never anticipated that it would escalate into an outright conflict. Suddenly, Sushi thought of Emoli, who was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. If a battle between the righteous and the demonic truly ensued, then as a prodigy of the righteous path, possessing the grace of an immortal, Emoli would undoubtedly become the prime target for demonic cultivators. What relevance does this hold for you? Have you not already done enough for her? Currently, even walking poses a challenge for you. How could you possibly save anyone? It would be wise to relinquish this endeavor and conclude the simulation. There is no necessity for you to exert yourself to such an extent for a fictional character that does not exist in reality. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts surged through Sushi's mind, each carrying its own rationality, allowing him to comfortably disregard the grand conflict between righteousness and demonic forces. His body throbbed with pain, and his spirit was utterly exhausted. The repercussions of burning his spiritual root, cultivation, and lifespan had subjected Sushi to 3 relentless years of torment. On this final day of his life, his body had deteriorated to a state so unrecognizable that even he could scarcely identify himself. His pallid complexion, emaciated arms, and the complete lack of sensation in his lower body. An agonizing itch permeated his very bones, as if countless insects were writhing within. Occasionally, he experienced the sensation of muscle tearing, akin to being sliced repeatedly by a razor-sharp knife. Indeed, his physical condition was deplorable. Sushi endured the agony, summoning every ounce of strength from his weary body, striving to extract the last vestiges of energy. Yet, even with such effort, he could not accomplish the simplest act of rising. The pain was excruciating, and the temptation to surrender was overwhelming. A persistent buzzing filled his ears, akin to urgent warnings, signaling that Sushi's body had reached its limits. Gradually, the world before him was suffused with crimson. His body, On the brink of collapse, could no longer bear the strain. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, blurring his vision and staining his teeth. As his lips parted slightly, more blood gushed forth uncontrollably, soaking the bed beneath him in a chilling, otherworldly bloom of crimson. Ugh! Bubbles formed in his throat. Sushi truly could not endure any longer. The agony had transcended the limits of human tolerance. He was engulfed in excruciating pain. Wishing to succumb to it without delay, yearning to let the torment drown his reason and bring this simulation to a definitive end. Yet, in the haze of his fading vision, a familiar figure gradually emerged, transforming from an infant into a young girl, from vibrant health to frail weakness. Immortal wished to earn an abundance of wealth for her elder brother. Immortal cherished her brother above all. Brother, will Immortal die? Memories from the past surged forth, clearing Sushi's vision from its murkiness. Immortal was still waiting for him to rescue her. He could not, must not perish in this place. With great effort, Sushi struggled to rise from the bed, his pale visage contorted in suffering. Fine beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Sushi wished to rise from his bed, yet his body faltered, causing him to tumble unceremoniously to the floor. His vision swayed violently. He had fallen, knocking over numerous items by the bedside, which now lay scattered across the ground. In such a feeble state, struggling even to stand. Could he truly engage in the arcane battles of cultivators? Did Immortal genuinely require his assistance? Sushi remained oblivious to the circumstances. He was solely aware that, as an elder brother, he had once vowed, with his own lips, to go to any lengths to rescue his sister. This promise was not contingent upon whether it was achievable or whether the simulated world was an illusion. What mattered was the solemn oath he had made. Ha 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 ha. Laughter replaced the agonizing cries of pain. Sushi chuckled as blood trickled from his lips, collapsing to the ground, his hands frantically groping until they finally grasped the hilt of a wooden sword. The moment it touched his palm, he felt the tumultuous surge of primordial infant energy within. This energy responded to Sushi's will, forcibly flooding into his broken body, penetrating every shattered vein, granting him a fleeting surge of strength. He rose to his feet and staggered out of the house. His body began to undergo abnormal disintegration due to the forceful infusion of energy, erupting in crimson clouds of blood. If this continued, it was likely that he would leave behind nothing but a shattered corpse. But what did that matter? Brother, I have come to save you. The astonishing wave of energy surged skyward, startling the cultivators of both righteous and demonic paths present. By the time they regained their senses, a beam of sword light had already soared far into the distance, rushing toward the direction of the heavenly sword sect. You are on the brink of death. The prolonged agony has drained every ounce of your strength, and your body has already approached the end of life. Yet, you have achieved a miracle that should have been impossible. Your will transcended human limits, compelling your body to move. Even as the pain you endured surpassed anything you had ever faced, you held no regrets. You once again commanded the sword light, hastening toward the direction of the heavenly sword sect etched in your memory. Upon your return to the sect, you discovered that it had already fallen to the forces of darkness. The protective formation was utterly ineffective. Blood, severed limbs, and shattered artifacts littered the ground. The war raged on, and the scene of rivers of blood had already taken shape, transforming the heavenly sword sect into a hell on earth. In your shock, concern for your sister and master gnawed at you. You forcibly wielded the wooden sword to slay your foes, and some recognized you, reacting with either joy or terror. You fought like a madman. As a sect of the primordial infant stage, the heavenly sword sect was no weakling. Though it did not rank among the very top of the cultivation world, it was certainly esteemed a major righteous sect with a rich legacy, and disciples throughout history took pride in their affiliation with it. However, in the tumultuous clash between the righteous and demonic paths, even the formidable heavenly sword sect had to concede defeat in the face of overwhelming numbers of demonic cultivators. The sword peak crumbled, the main hall was severed, and numerous disciples were ruthlessly slaughtered. Each peak was besieged, and even several great cultivators of the primordial infant stage fell, plunging all into despair and inciting a murderous rage. Prior to launching their formal attack, the demonic faction had devised meticulous plans, identifying certain individuals as essential targets for elimination. For instance, Immortal. This second true disciple of the Forest Sword Peak was astonishingly talented, completing the foundation establishment in a year and intending to condense the golden core within another year, prompting countless demonic ancestors to exclaim in terror at such prowess. It could be said that a significant portion of the demonic assault on the heavenly sword sect was due to Su Mo Li's extraordinary capabilities, compelling the titans of the demonic faction to consider recruiting or controlling her. Should that fail, they resolved to slay her on the spot to eliminate any future threats. Surrender. Fairy Emoli. If you are willing to join my heavenly demon sect, the position of Saintess is within your grasp. You are akin to a bird trapped in a cage, with no hope of escape. 2 late-stage golden core cultivators, 5 mid-stage golden core cultivators, and 9 early-stage golden core cultivators. These were the numbers of demonic cultivators surrounding Su Mo Li. They shouted for her to yield while casting wary glances at the figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, standing resolutely before them. Su Mo Li truly lives up to her reputation as a celestial beauty, a prodigy of remarkable prowess. With formidable strength, she has, albeit as a foundation establishment practitioner, vanquished several golden core cultivators in succession. However, being merely at the foundation establishment level, her limited spiritual energy renders her unable to elude the encirclement of a dozen golden core foes. Ultimately, she finds herself at a dead end. A tranquil voice resonates through the heavens and earth, in stark contrast to her innocent childhood and frail adolescence. The 20-year-old Su Mo Li possesses eyes as deep as a secluded pond, her beauty ethereally cold and unparalleled. Her garments flutter as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her hair cascades like a waterfall, elegantly secured with a jade hairpin. Her slender fingers grasp a sword to fend off adversaries, exuding an air of sharpness, dominance, and intensity. No one is privy to the depths of Su Mo Li's experiences. Each movement she makes carries an overwhelming power that instills fear even in the hearts of demonic cultivators. Yet, human strength has its limits. As the demonic practitioners set their grand formation into motion, Su Mo Li, with her mere foundation establishment cultivation, quickly finds herself ensnared in a dire situation, surrounded and besieged. Is death imminent? With her dwindling spiritual energy and a nearly shattered flying sword, she surveys her surroundings, trapped within the impenetrable demonic array. Su Mo Li chuckled lightly, her smile laced with a hint of lethal intent. Come forth, you scoundrels of the demonic path. Ignoring the so-called pleas for surrender, she unleashed a final, breathtaking strike amidst the furious and astonished gazes of the demonic cultivators, effortlessly dispatching 2 early-stage golden core practitioners. However, she was soon bombarded by a multitude of magical artifacts. Plummeting from the sky, the young maiden understood that, given the current state of the battle, no one would come to her aid. Yet, she remained undaunted and unrepentant. Long ago, she had prepared herself for the possibility of death at any moment. After all, she had already brushed against the gates of the underworld. However, the thought of bidding farewell to the world stirred a sense of reluctance within her heart, a reluctance for the Heavenly Sword sect, for her masterly Wancho, for the Blackstone City, and for the man who had warmed her life for the majority of the past 3 years, now long gone. Su Mo Li has traversed through numerous experiences and visited many places. Yet, no matter how vibrant the scenery may be, it cannot fill the void left by the departure of that man. What feelings does she truly harbor for him? Each quiet night, she poses this question to herself. Is it hatred? Perhaps, for he left without a word. Is it love? It resembles love, yet it diverges from the conventional understanding of love or familial ties. It embodies an indescribable emotion, a longing to be eternally united. However, at this juncture, such contemplations have become moot. After all, her life is drawing to a close. Strangely, as she stands on the brink of death, watching the malevolent figures of demonic cultivators gather in the sky, a thought strikes her with a sense of relief. Fortunately, that man has long departed from the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise, he too would face peril today, a sight the young girl cannot bear to witness. A sudden sound reminiscent of fabric tearing reverberates through the sky, momentarily startling the girl who awaits her demise. She gazes upward, only to see the despairing sky cleaved by a brilliant sword light. Upon closer inspection, a familiar bloodied figure stumbles towards her. It is her most trusted brother. Her singular hero, the one who brings her joy and sorrow alike. But why? Why is he here? No, do not stop. Please, do not come any closer. Panic and confusion swiftly wash over her once serene visage. A foreboding intuition grips her, a terrifying future that she cannot accept. Yet, Sushi continues to advance, just as he always has, rushing to her side in her moment of utmost need. Pain, excruciating pain engulfs you, overwhelming your senses and clouding your thoughts. Yet, The purpose of your journey remains clear: to protect your sister. You wield your wooden sword and return to the long-forgotten Heavenly Sword sect. You witness the destruction of your sect, the slaughter of your comrades, and see your sister, now grown, ensnared within the clutches of darkness. Without hesitation, you swing your wooden sword, unleashing your former techniques against those vile foes who threaten your cherished sister. You are discovered, and a fierce battle ensues against the demonic cultivators. Your muscles scream in agony. Your bones crack under the strain. Blood spills forth. On the battlefield of the Heavenly Sword sect, Sushi is drenched in crimson, appearing as though he should have perished long ago. Yet, he presses on, numbly swinging his wooden sword. His nascent soul's power, not rightfully his, manifests as a radiant arc, cleaving through a late-stage golden core cultivator. However, the retaliatory strike from the demonic cultivators severed one of his feet, sending it flying into the unknown. He is Sushi, the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Quickly, let us slay him. A demonic cultivator shouts in fear, having recognized Sushi's identity. The astounding feat of annihilating a late-stage golden core cultivator instills terror among the demons, compelling them to unite against Sushi. Brother. Su Molan called out a long-forgotten title, her expression more frantic than ever before. She yearned to shatter the Great Formation and join Su's faction in battle. Yet, she found herself tragically weak. Her attacks could not break free from the constraints of the array. Helplessly, she watched in despair as the bloodied figure fell time and again, only to rise anew. Please, no. With a stroke of sword light, for golden core demon cultivators perished, and Su's faction paid the price of shattered legs. He could no longer stand, resorting to crawling on the ground in an excruciatingly slow and comical manner. Blood flowed incessantly from the gaping wounds where his legs had once been. The earth beneath him was drenched in blood, forming long, dragging streaks. The demon cultivators, gripped by fear, struggled to discern who truly embodied the demonic path. Yet, they persevered, suppressing their terror to continue their assault on Su. This time, Su paid the price of his charred body and the complete loss of his left arm, yet he managed to slay the remaining golden core demon cultivators. No, please. Don't do this. Why? I am merely a burden. The girl sat on the ground, her eyes empty, weeping inconsolably. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling drop by drop onto her body and thighs, reflecting a visage of utter despair and complete ruin. Please, no, don't come any closer, I beg you. Sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembled with fear as she gazed at the figure before her, charred and barely recognizable, struggling to move with only his upper body and one arm. The despair within her threatened to bury her very soul. She was unable to breathe, unable to think. Each minute movement was laden with immense sorrow. All she could do was tremble in anticipation of the impending tragedy. Finally, that scorched monster, with only his remaining right arm bracing against a wooden sword, crawled laboriously to the great formation that ensnared Su Molan. With his last ounce of strength, with the remnants of his magical energy, he pierced the entire array with a single stroke of his sword. Su's cracked lips parted slightly, as if he wished to articulate something. Yet, his vocal cords had long been destroyed, rendering him mute. Nevertheless, Su Mo comprehended the true sentiment Su intended to convey. Brother has come to rescue you, Mo. Brother did not deceive you. At the moment the formation shattered, Su gently closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming tide of exhaustion wash over him, leaving him incapable of further action, yearning only for eternal slumber. In the gaze of the despairing and shattered girl, Su's charred body dissipated into the wind, granting her no chance of salvation. His mouth agape, she longed to weep, yet no tears would flow. All she could emit were desperate howls, repeatedly cursing her own helplessness. You have perished. In the final moments of your simulated life, through your own efforts, you successfully rescued your sister. Your heart swells with satisfaction. You die without regret. Though endowed with a heavenly spirit root, your future should not end here. Yet, you harbor no grievances, believing you have made the right choice. As the simulation concluded, moments of brilliance were tallied, evaluations calculated, and rewards generated. The host's consciousness returned, and the simulation countdown commenced. The familiar ceiling loomed above, as if he had been tumbled in a washing machine for countless revolutions. In Su's mind, a persistent buzzing echoed, and upon regaining consciousness, he realized he had returned to the realm of reality. He sat in his wheelchair in a semi-reclining position, gazing up at the pristine white ceiling. Sushi slightly lowered her head, and discovered that she still held the book she had been reading before the simulation began, its cover pristine and dust-free. After spending so many years in the simulated world, has the real world remained utterly unchanged? This must be what they refer to as the suspension of time. Sue let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a scenario where the time in both worlds was synchronized. Otherwise, after a single simulation, he would undoubtedly find himself on the list of missing persons. The incessant beeping of the simulator echoed, seemingly calculating the rewards from the first simulation. Sushi paid no heed to his surroundings and instead maneuvered his wheelchair to the bedside, laboriously using his hands to lift himself, inching onto the bed to rest. He closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber, for he was utterly exhausted, though he had departed from the simulated realm and escaped the confines of his crumbling body. His mental state had not been rejuvenated. Thus, he resolved to rest first. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, the sound of rain faintly reached him from outside. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, as if the celestial river had been overturned, submerging the entire Tianjin sect in a deluge of vapor, even diluting the oppressive scent of blood. The intensity of the rain stirred countless droplets, yet the girl remained unmoved. She knelt in place, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ground, her hands gently cupped as if attempting to gather something. However, the rain washed away the mud and sand she tried to hold, slipping through her fingers like fleeting memories. The only thing she managed to grasp was a tattered piece of cloth, the sole remnant left behind by that person after their demise. Once pristine white, it was now stained black with blood, impervious to the cleansing torrents of the storm. The girl clutched the fabric tightly, her expression hollow and despairing. Despite her unwillingness to accept it, despite her refusal to believe, the searing pain, the heart-wrenching regret, and the overwhelming fury all unequivocally conveyed to Sue Molly that her brother had perished, dying in the most tragic manner before her eyes. Her brother, who would kindle a fire to warm her during the frigid winter, had died. The brother who toiled tirelessly, spending his hard-earned money to buy her sweets, had died. The brother who remained steadfast by her side, caring for her during her unconsciousness, had died. He was truly gone. Ah, that hero, uniquely hers. The sun that once shone brilliantly and warmly in her heart would never return. This was not a temporary separation. It was a final farewell. Sue Molly's heartbeat grew increasingly faint amidst the cacophony of the rainy day, as if it might cease at any moment. Her eyes were devoid of tears, filled only with the parched remnants of sorrow and despair. She longed for an end to her suffering, to simply cease to exist. Yet, even such thoughts felt like a luxury, for this life had been salvaged by her elder brother. To perish so recklessly would render his sacrifice utterly meaningless. Thus, Sue Molly resolved to surrender herself to the depths of despair. The external conflict raged fiercely. It appeared that reinforcements from other righteous sects had arrived, uniting at a critical juncture with the disciples of the Tianjin sect to repel the demonic practitioners, who fled in terror. These events were of no concern to Sue Molly anymore. Whether righteous or demonic, she found herself devoid of any inclination to engage. Amidst the tumultuous clash of spells, her originally vacant gaze flickered for a fleeting moment as she caught wind of her brother's name being uttered. Damn it, how could these sanctimonious hypocrites arrive so swiftly? The plan had already unraveled. It was time to retreat. At least they had achieved something. In addition to eliminating 3 Yuanying, they had also dispatched the foremost disciple of the Tianjin sect, known as Su something, if memory serves. A true anomaly, single-handedly slaying over a dozen Jindan practitioners, yet ultimately meeting his demise. A genius? Merely a fortunate wretch. Unforgivable. 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 She could not pardon those who brazenly slandered her brother. Nor could she forgive her own impotence. She must take action. With a resounding boom, thunder split the heavens. In the dimness of the world, a flash of lightning illuminated a 100-mile radius. Sue Molly rose against the howling tempest, her eyes glistening with tears, a visage caught between sorrow and mirth. Devoid of her own volition, propelled solely by an unwavering conviction. Silently, she grasped the blood-soaked cloth, a remnant of her beloved, binding it to her cascading locks. Her raven tresses danced wildly, imbued with a fierce intent, as she wielded her brother's wooden sword, charging fiercely at the fleeing practitioners of the demonic path. With a single stroke, the heavens trembled. With another, the spirits wept. With yet another, the golden core materialized. I shall ensure you accompany my brother in death, the young maiden proclaimed, her voice a chilling blend of laughter and tears as she embraced the path of slaughter, disregarding the foundational barriers of her cultivation. The golden core manifested instantaneously. Wherever the wooden blade traversed, all things met their end. Be they golden core or nascent soul, all fell before her strike. A voice cried out in alarm, urging the crowd not to panic. If they could vanquish the Sioux clan, surely they could eliminate Sioux Mole's sister. Yet, as the words left his lips, his vision blurred, and he found himself rolling helplessly, the last sight in his fleeting life being a blurred figure. Her pure attire stained crimson, wielding her wooden sword with increasing ferocity. Kill, again and again. Annihilate all who defame my brother. A maniacal laughter erupted from Sioux Mole, her exquisite features marred by blood, as she tilted her head to regard the remaining demonic practitioners striding through the void. Though her movements appeared languid, each step traversed unfathomable distances, instilling dread among the onlookers. They yearned to flee, yet escape was futile, no matter how far they ran. The blinding radiance of her sword would pursue, ensnaring them in a rending embrace, where life ebbed away. Then, righteous cultivators arrived, initially intending to assist in the hunt. However, upon witnessing the vast expanse of demonic corpses, they quaked with fear, daring not to approach Sioux Mole. The scene was too horrific. Dismembered limbs and shattered bodies rained from the skies, mingling with the blood to create a stunning deluge of crimson. At the heart of this bloodstorm, the maiden stood resolute. Atop a mountain of corpses she herself had wrought, having eradicated the invading demonic cultivators of the Tianjin sect. The boundless despair within Sioux Mole finally experienced a fleeting reprieve. She surveyed her surroundings with a calm demeanor, gazing upon the late-arriving reinforcements. Yet none dared to meet her gaze. Even those familiar faces from the Heavenly Sword sect recoiled in astonishment, retreating several paces. What kind of expression was that? Anger? Sorrow? No, it was something far more extreme, a profound emptiness born from total despair. It instilled fear, while simultaneously provoking a troubling question. Was this girl before them truly still human? To describe her as a living corpse might well be an even more fitting characterization. Sioux Mole, with a stoic expression, paid no heed to the righteous cultivators around her. She soared into the sky on her sword, making her way back towards the Heavenly Sword sect. Brother, what truly transpired 3 years ago? The young girl pondered silently within her heart. She was not naive. After avenging her brother, she astutely realized a significant truth. If the Sioux family truly considered her a burden, they would not have fortuitously arrived to her rescue. This indicated that, from the very beginning, the Sioux family had been quietly watching over her. Yet, if they cared so deeply, why had they once exhibited such callousness? Even severing ties with her and leaving the Heavenly Sword sect? Filled with confusion and disbelief, Sioux Mole flew directly towards the forest sword peak of the Heavenly Sword sect. If anyone could provide clarity, it would undoubtedly be her and her brother's mentor, Li Wanshou. Before long, Sioux Mole encountered the elder who was recuperating after the great battle. She recounted everything that had transpired to him. Li Wanshou remained silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a deep sigh, remarking, "Enough, enough. What purpose does it serve to conceal it now? Since he has appeared before you, it is evident that he is prepared for you to know everything." Observing the blood-stained wooden sword in Sioux Mole's hand, Li Wanshou stroked his beard and shook his head, revealing the full account of how Sioux's family, in a bid to save Mole, sacrificed everything to forge an external spiritual root, and how, to prevent her from discovering the truth, they chose to depart without a word. Such a revelation, such a reality, clearly exceeded Sioux Mole's expectations. She could scarcely fathom that the ailment which had plagued her for 7 long years had been cured at the cost of her brother's very essence. He had burned his life, his cultivation, and his spiritual root, enduring unimaginable suffering, all the while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Even on the last day of his life, he was determined to drag his frail body to save his sister's life. Sioux Mole's pupils trembled violently. The harrowing scene of her brother's demise replayed incessantly in her mind, deepening her despair and intensifying the anguish within her heart. The pain was excruciating, radiating throughout her entire being, particularly in her stomach, which convulsed in torment. Her eyes stung, as if on the verge of tears, yet the well of sorrow had long since run dry. Thus, the ache became all the more profound, blurring her vision of her own hands. Gazing down at her hands and feet, she felt as though they were stained with the blood of sin. It was all her fault. It was all her fault. Had it not been for her, her brother would still be alive, basking in adoration under the watchful eyes of the world, enjoying the reverence that came with his esteemed status. Instead, he was now reduced to nothingness. Yes, it was entirely her fault. She was a burden. A sinner tainted with her brother's blood. Brother. The girl, now aware of the grim truth, left the peak of Sunjian in a daze, returning to the cave where the siblings had shared 12 years of life together. In a frenzied state, she searched every nook and cranny. After an exhaustive search, she finally unearthed a small storage ring, containing a wealth of cultivation resources left behind by the Sioux clan. The girl cared not for the quantity of those resources. What mattered to her was that this was one of the few remnants of her brother's existence, a gift imbued with profound significance. In the days that followed, she confined herself within the cave, neglecting her cultivation and ignoring the summons from her sect. She sat quietly in the innermost chamber of the cave, opening the storage ring and emptying its contents, allowing the items infused with the essence of the Sioux clan to envelop her completely. It was as if, by doing so, she could recreate the atmosphere of her brother's presence. However, as she continued to pour out the myriad of items, Su Moli unexpectedly came across something unique among them. It was neither a resource for cultivation nor an exceedingly rare treasure, but rather a jar filled to the brim with candy. What is this? Su Moli's once vacant eyes regained a flicker of brilliance as she stiffly reached for the jar of candy, extracting a piece of hard candy and placing it in her mouth. The flavor was strikingly familiar, yet oddly off. It seemed that the prolonged storage had rendered it inedible. No, that was not the issue. Rather, it was her belated realization that marred the experience. Silent tears cascaded down the young girl's cheeks once more. Had she discovered this jar of candy during the first year of the Sioux family's departure, she would surely have savored it at its peak. Yet, she had not. She felt utterly useless, burdened by a self-loathing that gnawed at her soul. I must atone. I must, at any cost, bring my brother back to life. This resolute declaration trembled through her voice, tinged with an undercurrent of anguish. The following day, the figure of Su Moli vanished from the Heavenly Sword sect without any announcement or parting words, disappearing without a trace. It is said that someone once caught a glimpse of Su Moli in a mundane city named Blackstone City, where she, with formidable magical prowess, moved a wooden house, weeping blood and seemingly in great sorrow. Subsequently, she was seen again in a heritage cave, where her cultivation had ascended to the nascent soul stage. With an assertive demeanor, she defied and struck down a god transformation cultivator, earning the name of Slayer of Immortals, which resonated throughout the realm of cultivation. Her relentless killing spree led to the obliteration of the entire demonic path, as if she harbored an irreconcilable enmity with its practitioners. With her singular strength, she nearly eradicated the demonic path, provoking the intervention of formidable demonic figures in the tribulation stage, yet she managed to evade capture. Moreover, upon her next emergence, she astonishingly broke through to the tribulation stage herself. With a single sword strike, she annihilated that tribulation demonic cultivator along with the elite demonic sect backing him, employing her extraordinary powers to erase them from existence. Beyond this point, the tales of the cultivators remain shrouded in mystery. Su Moli's extraordinary talent is nothing short of otherworldly, rendering the lower realms incapable of accommodating her. Disdainful of remaining within the realm of cultivation, she perceives nothing here that piques her interest. Thus, with a flourish of her sword, she opens the celestial gate, embarking on the ascension path before her cultivation reaches the requisite level for transcendence, boldly penetrating the celestial realm alone. How audacious! A mere mortal dares to intrude upon the celestial domain, to encounter a celestial being yet not pay homage. Your name shall be inscribed upon the monument of oblivion. You, an ordinary being, observe me as a frog gazes at the moon, while you ascend the celestial path. Behold my grandeur as a mayfly gazes at the vast sky. With each step, she slaughters her way through, relentlessly advancing her cultivation. Countless formidable foes confront her, yet armed solely with a wooden sword, Su Moli forges ahead, leaving none in the celestial realm bold enough to label her as reckless. The infamous title of Slayer of Celestials, once feared in the lower realms, resonates throughout the celestial realm. Ultimately, even the exalted celestial emperor cannot evade the wrath of her sword. Brother, at last, I can rectify my past transgressions. The heavens tremble, the seas of realms surge. After countless eons, a chilling figure, exuding a murderous aura that transcends time, emerges from the celestial domain, wielding a blood-stained wooden sword. As she steps forward, she traverses the river of time. Under her formidable presence, the waters symbolizing the past, present, and future boil violently, erupting into towering waves, each droplet heavy with the weight of a miniature world. Buzz. Suemoli gently raised her delicate hand, as time itself seemed to reverse in her grasp. And the years were rewritten by her presence. How much time has truly elapsed since the death of her elder brother? Suemoli found herself struggling to recall the details. All she knew was that from that fateful day, she had lost all hope and reliance, leaving only the obsession to resurrect her brother, which compelled her to tirelessly cultivate her abilities. At long last, she transcended to a realm beyond the immortal emperor, achieving an unparalleled pinnacle of power, with the ability to defy causality and reverse the flow of time. She was certain that this extraordinary strength would enable her to reclaim her brother from the past. As this thought crossed her mind, her ageless and enchanting visage, which had never known the touch of time, revealed a hint of a smile. Thunderous roars echoed as the river of time was abruptly interrupted. Her hands, as pure as jade, flowed against the current, deftly grasping a small world imbued with familiar essence from the boundless droplets of existence. Indeed, it was the very world she had inhabited before her ascension. The memories of the past were drawn forth, transforming into vivid scenes before her eyes. Time felt distant, yet achingly close. Suemoli once again beheld that familiar visage, gazing into the corridors of time where her elder brother, with tender and considerate demeanor, nurtured her from childhood to maturity. She recalled the year she turned 17, when her brother, at the cost of his own life, forcefully intervened to save the young girl of that time. "Brother," she whispered, her voice imbued with countless emotions. Time trembled, as the highest power pressed upon her fingertips, yearning to grasp the fleeting moments of the past and draw them near. Yet, with the crisp sound of a bursting bubble, the icy fingers of the woman passed directly through Su Shi, leaving no trace of impact. No matter how fervently she exerted herself, she could not touch even the slightest fragment. No, this cannot be. Suemoli felt a surge of panic. She endeavored to retrieve other remnants from the past, and everything unfolded seamlessly before her immense power that transcended all realms. The constraints of time were utterly powerless against her. Yet, she found herself unable to reach her beloved brother. Time and again, despite countless attempts, she could only glimpse the Su family of yesteryears, unable to truly touch him. It was akin to the moon reflected in water or the flowers mirrored in glass, visible, yet infinitely distant, devoid of the possibility of contact. Why had it come to this? It should not have been this way. Why was she not granted the chance to rectify her mistakes? Ultimately, Suemoli relinquished her relentless efforts, realizing with profound clarity that she could never rescue her cherished brother. As she gazed upon the shared memories suspended in the river of time, tears flowed from her eyes. A long overdue release. It was a silent weeping, quiet and sorrowful, with no sound but the continuous fall of tears merging into the currents of time. Yet, the sorrow crystallized in those tears remained untouched by the passage of time. "Brother, I am sorry." In the end, the girl who transcended countless beings, reaching the shores of the impossible, curled herself into a small ball, allowing her consciousness to descend into the infinite darkness, seeking refuge from the unalterable despair. When she finally opened her eyes, the darkness was pierced by warm sunlight. Unlike her previous awakenings in the realm of cultivation, this time, Su was roused in a room within the real world. It felt as though she had emerged from an interminably lengthy dream. The sun was at its zenith, illuminating everything within the room. This was not due to Su's lack of rest. Rather, he had slumbered for over 10 hours, awakening to the dawn of a new day. After all, the endeavors he had undertaken before the simulation's conclusion had far exceeded the limits of human endurance, placing an immense burden upon his spirit. He pondered about how Molly, that child, had fared after his demise. With her talents, she should be thriving without his concern. Yet the thought of never seeing her again stirred within him a profound melancholy. Sushi sat up in bed, cradling the sunlight in his palms, feeling its warmth and comfort, and he sighed contemplatively. In truth, he was somewhat of a recluse, particularly after his legs had become impaired, which led him to seldom engage with others. During this simulated experience, he relished a normal life for an astonishing 17 years. To be honest, Sushi felt a profound sense of contentment within. Yet, the mere thought of the girl's tear-streaked, despairing visage at the conclusion of the simulation lingered in his mind. Su could not help but sigh, feeling a lingering sense of unease within. Is this truly a simulation of life? Indeed, it resembles the experiences described by the simulator, akin to a second chance at existence. However, it is entirely disconnected from the idyllic life initially promised. Su let out a soft sigh, then proceeded to review the system notifications that had gone unchecked due to her overwhelming fatigue following the simulation's conclusion. Ding dong. The first simulation statistics have been completed. Congratulations, host, on activating the following achievements. The hero of 1, the revolutionary of the four arts, the early departed, the man behind him. The hero of one. You are not only the hero of her solitary existence, but also the light that illuminates her heart. The revolutionary of the four arts. Your mastery in the four arts of cultivation has reached a level comparable to founding a new sect, having accomplished a transformation unbeknownst to others. The early departed. Your future could have been resplendent, yet your demise came too swiftly. The man behind him. Your presence may seem insignificant to the world, yet you have indirectly facilitated his emergence, earning you the title of the unspeakable taboo's enigmatic figure. Sushi pondered. The first three achievements appear quite ordinary, yet the final one presents a stark contrast. From the description, it seems that the he referred to is indeed Immortal. Sushi contemplated, realizing that after my demise, that child Immortal has seemingly become an extraordinary individual. His concerns for the young girl have lessened somewhat. Sushi continued to examine the simulator panel. Simulation summary. You have utterly squandered your extraordinary talent. Despite possessing a superior spiritual root, your cultivation ultimately stagnated at the golden core stage. Undeniably, this represents a profound waste. However, correspondingly, you have, at the cost of your own life, indirectly accomplished another monumental feat. Henceforth, you are referred to as that man across all realms, and your existence will be etched in the memories of mortals. Evaluation of simulation number 01. S. Reward generation in progress. Please select 3 rewards from the following 5 options. Selection will result in immediate issuance. 1. Pinnacle cultivation within simulated life. 2. Mastery of all Taoist arts in simulated life. 3. Would attribute spiritual root. 4. Storage ring filled with cultivation resources. The simulator thoughtfully provided detailed introductions for each reward, allowing Sushi to more intuitively assess the merits and drawbacks of each choice, such as the pinnacle cultivation in option 1. Upon selecting the desired system, one shall acquire the essence of cultivation within the simulated realm of life. Consequently, the individual in the real world will possess an innate ability for self-preservation, rather than enduring the arduous journey of cultivation from the nascent chi stage. A rank of S allows for the selection of 3 rewards. Thus, it can be inferred that ranks A and B would yield 2 and 1 reward respectively, or perhaps a substantial reduction in the quality of rewards. Therefore, it appears imperative to strive for high evaluations in future simulations. Su contemplated deeply, his gaze oscillating between the 5 rewards. He swiftly settled on the first and third options, the pinnacle of cultivation and the heavenly spiritual root. Opting for the cultivation would save him valuable time, allowing him to ascend directly to the golden core stage, while the heavenly spiritual root would serve as a guarantee for his future enhancement and strength, both of which were paramount for Su at this juncture. As for the third reward, his eyes were drawn to the final option, a seemingly mundane candy jar that appeared remarkably ordinary when juxtaposed with the other rewards. The jar itself was merely a common vessel, and the candies contained within were nothing more than ordinary sweets. Su is well aware of this. After all, this jar of candy is something he purchased at the mortal market. Sushi had not anticipated that the jar of sweets he had kept within his storage ring as a gesture of apology to cheer up his sister would manifest in the simulation rewards. It was notably marked as never to expire. Did that imply it had once expired? Sushi's expression turned somewhat complicated. It seemed his actions had indeed displeased Immortal, to the extent that she had not indulged in even a single piece of candy. With a touch of self-mockery, the young man opted for the jar of sweets as his final reward. He possessed all the memories of his cultivation. The techniques could be relearned from scratch, and resources could be gathered anew in reality. Yet, this unremarkable, almost mundane confectionery was irreplaceable, an artifact from another world imbued with special significance. Even if it served no practical purpose, Sushi wished to keep it as a memento, a remembrance of the girl he could no longer hope to meet. Ding! The reward selection was complete, and the distribution commenced alongside the refreshing of the simulator's holographic display. In an instant, Sushi felt a sudden lightness in his body. The formidable sensation that he had only ever experienced within the confines of the simulated world now coursing through him, swiftly transcending the stages of chi cultivation and foundation establishment to culminate in a flawlessly rounded and immaculate golden core. The wood attribute spiritual root took root within the inner orifices of his body. As for the final candy jar, it materialized out of thin air in Sushi's hands. The jar, a cylindrical ceramic vessel, bore a pale blue surface that glimmered softly. Upon gently lifting the lid, an array of confections revealed itself within. There were gummy candies, crispy sweets, hard candies, and candied fruits. During their time in Blackstone City, life for the two siblings was exceedingly frugal. Thus, Sushi could only afford to buy some inferior candies to satisfy his sister's cravings at that time. Consequently, for this final gift of sweets, Sushi chose with great care, filling the jar with every type of candy he could procure. Regrettably, the candies would not be savored by the one for whom they were intended. Sushi spoke with a tone tinged with regret. Grasping the jar of candy, she placed it upon the bedside table, adjusting it slightly backward to shield it from the direct rays of the sun. After completing this task, Sushi inhaled deeply, skillfully circulating the golden elixir within her body for the first time in her earthly practice. The gentle spiritual energy surged through her meridians in a rhythmic flow. With her mastery of the golden elixir established and possessing the wood's spiritual root, it was only natural that her innate divine ability, wood regeneration, emerged. This ability could restore severed limbs, and indeed, it could also mend Sushi's lameness in the material world. Splendid, just as she had envisioned, in this already revitalized realm. The distinctions in cultivation between the real world and the simulated realm of immortality were scarcely noticeable. Thus, she could now wield her innate divine ability. Her excitement was palpable, difficult to contain. Sushi swiftly absorbed the ethereal energy from the air, transforming it into a reservoir of magical power. He then activated the golden core's innate divine ability. Would rebirth, directing it towards his legs, which had been crippled for many years. A soft sound of bubbling emerged as a continuous flow of vitality infused his legs, healing, merging, and reshaping them into their former glory. When Sushi finally attempted to move his legs after such a long time, they met the ground without hindrance. Walking, jumping, squatting, everything flowed seamlessly, as if he were no different from an ordinary person. At last, the long-awaited day had arrived. In the solitude of his room, Sushi couldn't suppress his laughter, chuckling heartily for a while before regaining his composure. One could hardly blame him for such an outburst. The days of being crippled had been stifling. In the past, even a small step could pose a significant challenge, often forcing him to take longer routes or seek assistance from passers-by. Now, a brand new life opened its doors to him, all thanks to the simulator. If he could undergo more simulations, it was certain that Sushi's life would be irrevocably transformed, leading him to an unimaginably bright future. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that simulations could not be initiated at will. After so long of walking on his own, Sushi carefully stored away the wheelchair he had once relied upon, gripping a slightly yellowed apple. With a flick of his wood-based magic, the apple regained its freshest state. A crisp, sweet bite filled his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the simulator panel. On the faintly blue virtual screen, visible only to him, a message appeared. Simulation cooldown refresh time, 9,999 days 6 hours. Subtracting the time he had previously spent asleep, it became evident that the simulator's natural cooldown rate allowed for a new simulation only once every 10,000 days. This figure was somewhat alarming, fortunately. The simulator offered a second avenue, preventing Sushi from having to truly wait an entire decade. Recharge Anchor Point Medium to acquire new simulation attempts. Please recharge frequently to lead a wonderful life. Sushi paid no heed to the simulator's promotional rhetoric. Su's gaze focused intently on the words Anchor Point Media. The terms anchor and media seemed to embody something akin to positioning. After pondering this for a moment, Su inquired further with the simulator, confirming that these were indeed items to be found in the real world, and he silently committed this information to memory. He was not in a hurry. Having just completed his first simulation, Su remained in a state of digestion, not rushing to embark on a second. A meal is best savored bite by bite, and a journey is best undertaken step by step. This principle holds true at all times. For now, Su intended to cultivate his skills at home, restoring the combat prowess expected of a Golden Core practitioner. Afterward, he would venture out to appreciate the rapidly evolving reality of the world he had missed during his period of disability. Although he had been able to glean some understanding through his phone, it was ultimately limited. Now, as a Golden Core cultivator with restored mobility, Su felt he had finally earned the right to grasp the true essence of this new era. The resurgence of spiritual energy, the return of myth, the awakening of the extraordinary, and the evolution of humanity. This new epic bore different names in the mouths of various individuals. Yet, a consensus emerged. The dawn of this new era was rooted in the cataclysm that occurred 5 years prior. This calamity shattered humanity's dreams of supremacy, thrusting forth numerous fantastical entities that had, until then, been impossible, wreaking havoc across the world. Even today, such abnormalities continue to manifest sporadically. Nevertheless, it was precisely through this chaos that humanity began to harness extraordinary powers. Some fortunate individuals or those with exceptional insight could even ascend to become true paragons of strength. 5 years later, the emergence of extraordinary individuals had become a norm, accompanied by formally established laws regarding their benefits and responsibilities. Some gazed upon them with envy, regarding them as beings above mere mortals, while others lamented the high mortality rate among these extraordinary beings. Undoubtedly, this was an era of genuine brilliance, a grand epic brimming with infinite possibilities. Half a month later, having swiftly mastered his skills through the simulator's memories, Su, after a 5-year hiatus from walking, set forth from his home, slowly observing the city streets. He encountered establishments such as the Tai Chi Bun Shop, the Telekinetic Hair Salon, and the Chi Combat Horse Training Academy. As he gazed at the diverse shops that blended local and extraordinary elements along the streets, Su found himself momentarily lost in thought. Humanity's technological trajectory on Earth appeared to have taken a radical turn, with the shadows of extraordinary powers evident everywhere. However, in just 5 years, while the number of extraordinary individuals had significantly increased, humanity had not yet reached a state of universal transcendence. Many of the businesses along the streets had merely rebranded themselves to ride the wave of popularity. The true extraordinary beings had primarily aligned themselves with the extraordinary administration, enjoying the high-end resource pathways provided by the government. In return, the authorities issued tasks and collaborative projects for the extraordinary individuals to undertake, naturally offering compensation. This mutual benefit created a win-win situation. Perhaps I, too, should consider joining the extraordinary administration. If my memory serves me correctly, there is a branch nearby. Shio walked along the road and casually purchased a breakfast. The large meat bun boasted a thin skin and generous filling, with ample juices within. Overall, it was quite delicious. Additionally, the vendor gifted a bowl of sweet tofu pudding. Cultivation is not solely about combat. It also encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. With my golden core stage prowess, joining the General Bureau should garner some attention, allowing me to leverage their resources to seek the so-called anchor points. Even if those are elusive, I can still utilize the Bureau's assets to enhance my strength. Taking a bite of the meat bun, I reveled in the warmth of the meat juices bursting upon my tongue. Sushi contemplated for a moment. He had no intention of emulating those protagonists who, upon acquiring a golden opportunity, would disdain the existence of nations, believing they would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of power. Experience has proven that such behavior is both foolish and misguided. In the early days of the resurgence of spiritual energy, numerous fortunate individuals who obtained extraordinary abilities, harboring this mentality, secretly concealed themselves among ordinary people, mistakenly considering themselves the children of destiny. However, when the government eventually disseminated the information, these so-called protagonists were taken aback to realize how far they had fallen behind. The intellect of an individual pales in comparison to the relentless machinery of a nation. The matter of cultivation can often be explained by unexpected inheritances, a phenomenon that has occurred countless times since the awakening of spiritual energy. There is no need for me to conceal anything. Without further delay, I shall join the Bureau of Governance today, after satisfying my hunger. Sushi opened his mobile phone and searched for the location of the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau's branch. After pinpointing the site, he set forth. The advent of the extraordinary era has bestowed humanity with a plethora of energy sources, ushering in a renaissance of transportation, with speeds that far surpass those of yore. However, it had been an eternity since Sushi had traversed on foot. Coupled with his magic circulating effortlessly within him, he felt no hint of fatigue. He ambled leisurely for over 2 hours, occasionally pausing to admire the newly erected edifices and observing the ethereal taxis, which whizzed by, blending magical essence with technology. As noon approached, he finally arrived at his destination, the branch of the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau in Yinshan City. Before him stood a remarkably majestic edifice, towering like a lofty mountain, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that pulsated around it. Indeed, as one of the sanctuaries for the extraordinary, the Coordination Bureau possessed its own formidable defenses. Su looked around with curiosity for a moment before stepping through the grand entrance of the General Bureau. In contrast to its majestic exterior, the interior of the Bureau was even more vast, with a sprawling space bustling with crowds and intricate corridors intertwining. It was Su's first visit, and naturally, he was unfamiliar with the way. Thus, he approached a male staff member passing by and inquired, "Excuse me. This is my first time here. Could you please direct me to the registration for extraordinary individuals?" "Oh, you wish to go to the registration room? I happen to be headed that way as well. Allow me to accompany you," the male staff member replied warmly. He led the way, holding a thick folder of documents. While he couldn't help but ask, "By the way, my friend, What extraordinary power do you possess? Did you awaken it yourself? Sushi smiled slightly, remarking, I suppose one could call me a cultivator. I was fortunate enough to receive a legacy while simply resting at home. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression unmistakably shifted to one of envy. I truly envy you, he said, unable to conceal the bitterness in his tone. Not only has he awakened extraordinary powers, but he is also one of the most renowned cultivators. My friend, this is truly outrageous. Merely sleeping has led to your cultivation. In this era, many forms of extraordinary power can be awakened, encompassing realms such as fantasy, cultivation, martial arts, magic, and combat energy, among others. Yet, without a doubt, the extraordinary power that the Chinese populace yearns for the most is that of the cultivator. One must wonder how many of us, during our childhood, have not fantasized about the carefree scene of soaring through the skies on a sword? It is evident that the male staff member guiding Sushi is an ardent fan of the cultivation system. As he leads Sushi, he gazes at him with unabashed envy, his eyes reflecting a yearning that is almost unbearable for Sushi to endure. Clearing his throat, Sushi replied, Fortune indeed favors me, but I have merely embarked on the path of cultivation. My strength is still feeble, and I have a long way to go before achieving immortality. That is true, the staff member conceded, his expression softening somewhat upon hearing Sushi's explanation. Just as the two were nearing the registration room, a sudden commotion erupted from the corridor to their right, filled with cries and pleas for help, accompanied by the furious roars of a wild beast. Look out, everyone! Move aside! A voice shouted. A foundational beast has broken free from its restraints and is charging towards you. Chaos ensued as the crowd scattered in panic. The physical strength of the foundational beast was formidable. It was a crimson-eyed furious tiger, effortlessly demolishing the corridor walls with its powerful strides. Even extraordinary beings of the same level would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught of the foundational tiger demon. In this critical moment, Sushi stepped forward, fingers loosely curled. A faint sound of air being torn apart echoed, as a surging current manifested into an invisible cage, firmly suppressing the rampaging tiger demon, which lay prostrate on the ground. Staff member, is this what you call weak strength? Under normal circumstances, the registration process for a transcendent being is quite cumbersome. It requires a series of official examinations to ascertain whether one truly possesses extraordinary powers, to which system they belong, and ultimately to determine their rank and specific entitlements. However, exceptions exist. Before the astonished crowd, Sushi single-handedly subdued a foundational beast, his display of dominance rendering the onlookers speechless, nearly gasping in awe. Consequently, a few minutes later, Sushi was respectfully ushered into the bureau chief's office, where a dedicated attendant served him hot tea, mentioning that the bureau chief would arrive shortly. This unexpectedly saved a considerable amount of time. In the office, Sushi settled into a comfortable leather chair, sipping the warm tea with a sense of wonder. While he did not mind adhering to the regulations and proceeding with the registration step by step, the ability to bypass such procedures was undoubtedly preferable. For no one wishes to squander time. Su's eyes were gently closed as he reminisced about the earlier events, the escape of the foundational beast, and the inability of the Bureau's personnel to subdue it in a timely manner. Their attitude towards him was one of profound respect. From this, it was not difficult to deduce that he was dealing with an extraordinary individual of the Golden Core stage, a rarity in the realm of reality, particularly in the city of Yinshan. After a brief calculation, Su had gained a rudimentary understanding of the situation at hand. All that remained was the arrival of the branch director of the Yinshan Bureau. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, a middle-aged man with a square face hurriedly pushed the door open, revealing an air of excitement. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Yaohua, the director of the Yinshan Extraordinary Bureau. Upon encountering Zhang's outstretched hand, Su rose to greet him, politely clasping it. It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Zhang. Noticing Su's courteous demeanor, the middle-aged man's expression visibly softened. As the branch director of the Extraordinary Bureau, Zhang had encountered numerous individuals over the years who were arrogant and self-assured. Thus, upon learning that a Golden Core cultivator had arrived at the Bureau, he felt a mix of exhilaration and concern regarding Su's character. However, it appeared that there was ample opportunity for collaboration between them. Mr. Su, please take a seat, Zhang invited, as they both settled into chairs across the ebony desk. Zhang endeavored to calm his excitement, adopting a demeanor of serious professionalism. He addressed Su, saying, I have been fully briefed on the matter at hand. On behalf of the Yinshan Bureau, I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance. Additionally, I understand that you are considering joining the Bureau. We wholeheartedly welcome your participation, but according to protocol, I must ask you a few fundamental questions. Su nodded, expressing his genuine desire to join the Unified Bureau, inviting any inquiries without reservation. Zhang Yaoguo was elated. Over the past 5 years since the resurgence of spiritual energy, while numerous formidable individuals had emerged domestically, the distribution among various sub-bureaus had left the central bureau in the capital with only a meager share. Consequently, the number of powerful beings had dwindled significantly. This scarcity explained why a mere foundational-level tiger demon managed to escape, and the Yinshan Unified Bureau failed to apprehend it promptly. They simply lacked capable personnel. Should Su join the Unified Bureau, the presence of a gold core cultivator would immensely bolster the strength and standing of the Yinshan Bureau. Subsequently, Zhang Yaoguo began his line of questioning. May I inquire, Mr. Su, how did you awaken your abilities? Su Shi, while peacefully slumbering at home. I unexpectedly received the legacy of an immortal cultivator, achieving a breakthrough overnight and forming the golden elixir. Zhang Yaoguo, Mr. Su's fortune is truly extraordinary. Does Mr. Su know the identity of that immortal cultivator? Su said, I only know that it comes from a cultivation sect called the Heavenly Sword Sect. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Zhang Yaoguo inquired. As a final question, could I ask Mr. Su to demonstrate his golden core cultivation level? Su replied, of course. Su extended his palm, channeling his magical energy to connect with the golden elixir within, reflecting and resonating in harmony, manifesting his innate divine abilities through the golden elixir. Wisps of golden elixir energy emanated from his body, radiating a brilliant golden light. There was no room for doubt, nor could there be any. The unique innate divine abilities of a true golden elixir practitioner, coupled with the shimmering golden elixir energy within, were sufficient to affirm that Su was indeed a genuine and formidable golden elixir master. Indeed, his prowess in the golden elixir realm was evident. Director Zhang's expression of delight intensified. Having witnessed it firsthand, the last vestige of his concerns dissipated. He promptly engaged Su in discussions regarding remuneration and benefits, as well as the various matters he would face upon joining the Bureau of Supervision. A guaranteed monthly salary of 300,000 Chinese yuan awaited him, with additional rewards contingent upon task completion or other official collaborations. Moreover, the Bureau boasted an exclusive shopping network for the extraordinary, aptly named the Extraordinary Home, which allowed transactions solely through points circulating within the Bureau. As a golden elixir practitioner, Su enjoyed a monthly benefit of 1,000 points, enabling him to trade freely within the Extraordinary Home for the cultivation resources he desired. Similarly, he could utilize his points to acquire intelligence within the Extraordinary Home. In summary, the applications were extensive. Su Shi appeared contemplative. Upon reflection, the value proposition of the Extraordinary House's 1,000 points was remarkably high, far surpassing the previously mentioned monthly salary of 300,000 Chinese coins. There was no doubt about it. Su Shi was quite satisfied with this arrangement. I shall provide the strength, and you shall offer the remuneration. Both parties shall acquire what they desire, a resounding victory for all involved. After symbolically signing the contract and entering his identity information, Su Shi officially became a member of the extraordinary administration of Yinshan City. And Zhang Yaoguo's countenance visibly brightened with joy. Ha ha ha. We shall be colleagues from now on, Mr. Su. Zhang Yaoguo laughed heartily, his demeanor noticeably more amiable than before. His gaze towards Su Shi now imbued with a sense of camaraderie. With your addition, our days at the Yinshan administration will be significantly improved. We shall no longer need to frequently seek assistance from the headquarters. The first month's payment of 300,000 Chinese coins and 1,000 points will soon be deposited into your account. Furthermore, this is a personal token of my appreciation, an acknowledgement of your joining the Yinshan administration and your prompt action in subduing that foundation-building tiger demon. Director Zhang smiled as he presented Su Shi with a storage ring. Indeed, this storage ring may be modest in size, yet the contents within are uncertain. After a brief examination of the ring's contents, Su Shi raised an eyebrow. It was excessively lavish, clearly underestimating his resolve, and he intended to take it home for a proper critique. Thus, Su Shi decisively accepted the storage ring, exchanging smiles with Zhang Yaoguo. Brother Zhang, I can see at a glance that you are a good man. Haha, Brother Su, you truly have a discerning eye. To awaken so swiftly and become a golden core cultivator, you are indeed a dragon among men. The two laughed heartily once more, the air around them filled with joyous sounds. Having concluded their discussion regarding Su Shi's induction into the extraordinary administration, Su did not depart immediately. Instead, He remained in the director's office, engaging in further dialogue with Zhang Yaobo to gain insight into certain extraordinary individuals and the resurgence of spiritual energy. In this regard, as the director of the branch office, Zhang Yaobo undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding than Su. The resurgence of spiritual energy, you say? Sunlight streamed into the office, casting a melancholic glow upon the middle-aged man's face. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Yaobo inquired, Su, how much do you truly know about the cataclysm that occurred 5 years ago? Su shook his head, admitting, my understanding is rather limited. I only know that countless extraordinary beings emerged overnight, wreaking havoc across the globe. I consider myself one of the fortunate survivors of that era. Had I not been lucky enough to escape with my life, I might not be sitting here today. Director Zhang displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, I had no idea you possessed such experiences, my dear Su. Truly, those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes. It is no wonder you have inherited the legacy of the cultivators. He paused momentarily before continuing, the majority of people share a similar impression of the cataclysm. Only aware of the sudden appearance of numerous extraordinary beings, followed by the gradual awakening of individuals into extraordinary beings themselves. The existence that was once confined to the realms of fantasy has abruptly manifested in reality. Such occurrences are indeed astonishing. This is why most refer to the new era as the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, the term resurgence is somewhat misleading, Zhang Yaobo remarked with a bitter smile. Those entities and their abilities were never native to Earth. Rather than a revival or awakening, it is more akin to an invasion. Cultivation, magic, martial arts, and even more unfathomable phenomena have all converged upon our planet. Invasion? Su furrowed his brow as he absorbed Zhang Yaobo's explanation. He had contemplated many truths, but the words spilling from Zhang's lips still startled him. Director Zhang, are you suggesting that these extraordinary beings are actively invading us? Not necessarily. The middle-aged man responded thoughtfully to Su's inquiry. In my previous missions, I encountered some extraordinary beings capable of communication, even humans from other worlds. They too seemed perplexed as to why they found themselves on Earth. Moreover, it is not solely extraordinary beings that have appeared, vast landscapes, entirely new species, and abundant extraordinary resources have also manifested. The growth of the extraordinary administration to its current scale owes much to these products from other worlds. The man before Su displayed a remarkably intricate expression. On one hand, he harbored dissatisfaction towards the invasion from other realms, which had altered the Earth he once knew so intimately. On the other hand, he felt a genuine joy, as the assistance of these extraordinary forces guided his homeland towards a more prosperous future. Ultimately, Zhang Yaobo concluded, whether it be invasion or revival, it scarcely affects us. We cannot alter the course of events. What we can do is strive to enhance our own strength, safeguarding ourselves and others from the unforeseen calamities brought forth by the emergence of these supernormal phenomena. Sushi deeply agrees with Director Zhang's perspective. I am grateful for the explanation. Today I have gained much. I have acquired the information I sought. Sushi rose to bid farewell. Having uncovered the truth behind the resurgence of spiritual energy and successfully joined the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, he now harbored numerous aspirations. Director Zhang warmly escorted Sushi to the door, assigning a staff member to serve as his guide, aiding him in familiarizing himself with the internal structure of the Bureau. For instance, there was a designated storage room for items purchased from the Extraordinary House. Given that most items from the Extraordinary House could be detrimental to ordinary individuals, all purchases were sent directly to the local Coordination Bureau, where the buyers would retrieve them personally. Additionally, to assist newcomers embarking on their extraordinary journey and mastering their powers, the Bureau offered a variety of extraordinary courses, although this was of no use to Sushi. After a brief tour of the Bureau, gaining a general understanding of the locations of various departments, Sushi stepped out of the Bureau's gates. As he walked in the direction of home, he glanced at his phone. Although the Extraordinary House functioned as an internal trading network of the Coordination Bureau, it could be accessed from anywhere. Transactions, information searches, and task acceptance could all be accomplished from the comfort of home, proving to be far more convenient than he had anticipated. He gazed at his phone, activated and bound through the Coordination Bureau. Su was exceedingly satisfied. This way, he would no longer have to shuttle back and forth between his home and the headquarters. However, he never anticipated that the so-called awakening of spiritual energy was, in truth, an invasion from other realms, occurring simultaneously across multiple worlds. If this continues, perhaps the Earth will merge with these other worlds? Su contemplated somewhat absently, but soon let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Even if his thoughts were indeed correct, what could it change? He was merely an accidental fortunate bearer of a simulator, pitifully weak and helpless, unable to accomplish anything. Surely, this so-called revival of spiritual energy could not possibly be linked to him, could it? Such a notion was undoubtedly far-fetched. In any case, it was best to return home for now. The storage ring gifted by Zhang Yao would contain several items of utility that could enhance his combat capabilities. Once his strength was firmly established, he could leverage the intelligence channels of the General Bureau to gradually gather anchor point mediums and initiate a new simulation. With this thought in mind, he proceeded. Sushi quickened his pace slightly. Tick-tock, yet fortune seemed to elude him. Scarcely had he stepped out of the general administration when the sky darkened with astonishing swiftness, accompanied by the onset of raindrops. The fine rain fell like silk, and the humidity enveloped the air like a mist. The pavement, previously scorched by the sun's relentless heat, cooled rapidly, sending up a flurry of splashes. As he inhaled, Sushi could sense the dampness filling his nostrils. Initially, he had intended to conjure a barrier with his magical abilities to shield himself from the rain on his journey home. However, after a moment's contemplation, he turned and entered a nearby department store, purchasing a new umbrella. As he opened the umbrella and continued his walk home, the raindrops tapped against its surface, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. Sushi is quite fond of this sound. It is dreamlike, ethereal, reminiscent of a lullaby. Reflecting on it, the last time he held an umbrella while navigating the real world was 5 years ago. Time truly flies. It has been 5 years since he last sat in a wheelchair. Su sighed, suddenly aware of a slight dampness on his left shoulder. He adjusted the umbrella held in his right hand, angling it slightly to the left. However, it was not long before the torrential rain pelted down once more upon his left shoulder. At that moment, Su realized that while holding the umbrella, he unconsciously leaned to the right, instinctively seeking to shield an invisible figure from the elements. After a brief silence, Su ceased to correct his posture. Thus, he continued forward, maintaining a somewhat peculiar stance in the eyes of others, allowing his left shoulder to be drenched by the rain. Sushi was aware that he could not change this habit in a short period, nor did he intend to. If one were to inquire why, it might be due to the anticipation of an improbable miracle. Upon returning home, just as Sushi put away his umbrella, a remarkably crisp notification chimed beside him. It did not emanate from the simulator, but rather from his mobile phone. Your debit card account 9527 has received an income of 300,000 Chinese yuan today. Available balance, 333,333,00 yuan. So soon? He took out his phone to take a look. Su raised an eyebrow, surprised by the rapid response of the General Bureau. However, upon reflection, the sum of 300,000 Chinese coins pales in comparison to a gold core cultivator, making the Bureau's diligence in this matter entirely reasonable. Su had not given much thought to the Chinese currency. After changing into a clean outfit, he reclined on the sofa and opened the Extraordinary Home app on his phone. After a series of rigorous verifications, he accessed the trading network exclusively available to the Extraordinary. The offerings included talismans, combat techniques, vital essence martial arts, ghostly cultivation secrets, and the grand art of harmonious union. There were meteorite bows, alchemical furnaces, holy light enchanted Gatling guns, and thunder-enhanced armor-piercing rounds, an overwhelming array indeed. As the trading platform established by the Chinese authorities, the variety of goods on Extraordinary Home far exceeded Su's expectations. He had not anticipated that the people there would even delve into the realm of enchanted firearms. Perhaps this is what they mean by keeping pace with the times. After this reflection, Su began his quest for the items he desired. As a cultivator, nothing is more paramount than the techniques and Dao arts. Fortunately, he lacked neither. Having once experienced the life of a cultivator, his mind was replete with the sacred texts of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Extraordinary Home possesses a recycling function, which awards varying amounts of points based on the rarity of the recycled items. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to sell the sacred text of the Heavenly Sword sect. In doing so, I would amass sufficient points to procure other items as well as the information I seek. Sushisi pondered deeply, her fingers gliding across the screen of her mobile device. She meticulously focused on the 4 arts of cultivation, namely alchemy, weaponry, formations, and talismans. Elixirs could assist in one's cultivation, while artifacts enhanced a practitioner's offensive and defensive capabilities. The functions of formations were manifold, and talismans offered instantaneous and succinct effects. As a former luminary among the practitioners of these 4 arts, Su intends to fully harness this extraordinary talent, ensuring it does not go to waste. Thus, Su plans to procure materials from the Extraordinary House, aiming to refine a complete system of alchemical tools and array symbols independently, integrating cultivation, protection, and offensive capabilities into one. The rationale behind not purchasing ready-made products is rather straightforward. They are prohibitively expensive. In the extraordinary house, the price disparity between finished products and raw materials often spans several multiples, and one may not even find the desired finished products available. 5 years is ultimately a fleeting period. Within such a brief time frame, it is likely that the Extraordinary Governance Bureau has very few certified alchemists, weaponsmiths, array masters, or talisman creators. Su Shixin's mind swiftly traversed, quickly deducing the cause of this awkward situation. Once I refine the items I require, should time permit, I could easily procure the materials myself, subsequently crafting the finished products to be sold at the Extraordinary House. This back and forth would establish a stable channel for accumulating points. Sushi murmured to herself, her gaze swiftly scanning the screen of her phone as she added the materials she desired to her shopping cart. What splendid items, red fox eyes, dragon bones, thundering gold essence. Buy all of it. It was only when her points fell short that Sushi reluctantly ceased her fervent shopping. 1,000 points seemed rather meager, hardly sufficient for her expenditures. As she observed the other treasures within the extraordinary haven, a sense of regret washed over her. In addition to the remarkable items related to cultivation, the collection also boasted a myriad of other extraordinary artifacts. Su was genuinely interested in acquiring several items for research purposes. Unfortunately, due to limited resources, he must prioritize the purchase of essential materials for his magic tools and formations. For now, this will suffice. There is ample time ahead, and there is no need to rush. He closes the page of the extraordinary house. Sushi closed his eyes to meditate. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Sushi gradually acclimated to his renewed life with fully restored legs. Most of the time, he would remain at home to cultivate, occasionally stepping outside for a leisurely stroll. With the arrival of materials for alchemical tools and formation symbols, Su has crafted an entire set of spirit-gathering arrays, as well as a considerable quantity of Huanglong pills to enhance his cultivation speed. Furthermore, he employed his innate divine ability, Wood Rebirth, to nurture a Qiu-Long vine worth 500 points. He refined the vine into a sword, forging his inherent magical treasure, the Withered Vine Sword, belonging to the lineage of Sun Jian Peak. Ultimately, Su inscribed numerous talismans, although their potency may not rival his direct intervention. He believes in the wisdom of preparedness. Joining the Extraordinary Governance Bureau has not rendered Su particularly busy during this month. Su merely struck twice. The first time was to slay a suddenly emerged mutated raptor, which appeared to originate from some fantastical realm, spreading its wings to obscure the sky and casting shadows over a significant portion of the city. Su wielded the Withered Vine Sword, unleashing a streak of azure light that cleaved the foe in twain. In the aftermath, beyond the flesh and blood of the ferocious birds, he garnered a reward from the Bureau, amounting to 1 million Chinese yuan and 500 points. His second engagement occurred in mid-month, when the eerie phenomenon of the night parade of 100 demons manifested. This grand spectacle was replete with a multitude of spirits, overwhelming the extraordinary agents of the Bureau. Yet they ultimately succumbed to Su's radiant sword light. His wood elemental magic thrived with vitality, proving particularly effective against these malevolent entities. Following this encounter, the reward totaled 1,500,000 Chinese yuan and 900 points. Thus concluded these two battles. Su sighed sincerely, realizing that money is indeed merely a string of numbers, and he no longer placed any importance on it. In the vast expanse of Yanshan City, the occurrences of extraordinary disasters within a month were not limited to just two. However, some of these calamities posed a low threat, manageable by other extraordinary beings. In the words of Director Zhang Yaohua, good steel should be used on the cutting edge. As one of the few golden core combatants in the Yanshan Bureau, Su's task was to conserve his strength and prepare for those truly high-threat anomalies. Ordinary extraordinary disasters could be entrusted to less powerful beings, allowing them to hone their skills. Su readily agreed to this arrangement. The current pace was just right, neither hindering his own cultivation nor obstructing the tasks required to earn points. However, points, as one might say, are never too abundant. Recently, he had set his sights on several desirable items, yet his points were insufficient. Since he could not earn more through tasks, he had no choice but to delve into the 4 arts of cultivation. Among the realms of alchemy, weaponry, formations, and talismans, the applicability of elixirs was the most extensive. Not only could cultivators utilize them, but other extraordinary beings could also benefit without hindrance. Especially for those extraordinary individuals in the realms of fantasy and martial arts, The demand for elixirs was exceedingly vast. I could easily refine elixirs to earn my first pot of gold, and then continue to accumulate wealth like a snowball effect. At home, Sue was browsing the merchandise page of the extraordinary house. Having just acquired a substantial quantity of spiritual materials intended for alchemical purposes, he was suddenly interrupted by an urgent message from Zhang Yaogua. After joining the extraordinary administration, the Su family is already aware that what has descended upon Earth is not merely an array of extraordinary beings, but also fragments from the extraordinary realm, featuring alien landscapes and structures. These otherworldly fragments have been officially designated as realm ruins. The concealed value of these realm ruins is immense. Through the study of them, one can unravel more information regarding extraordinary systems and even acquire unique extraordinary products from within. The vast variety of goods available in the extraordinary house is largely sourced from these realm ruins. However, the emergence of these ruins does not necessarily herald good fortune, as some realm ruins pose significant dangers, not only proving difficult to profit from but also posing threats to the surrounding areas. What Sushi must confront now is this peculiar situation. It is, astonishingly, a boundary ruin associated with the cultivation of immortality, in the outskirts of Yinshan City. After receiving a message from Zhang Yaogua, Sushi hastened to this place with unparalleled swiftness. From a distance, the azure sky was shrouded by a crimson deluge, and the mountains of corpses and seas of blood flickered ominously in the rain, imbued with an indescribable dread and overwhelming horror. It is difficult to fathom the number of lives lost within this realm to give rise to such a malevolent domain. Faintly, Sushi discerned that some of the garments worn by the corpses bore a striking resemblance to the attire of the cultivators he was well acquainted with. Could it be that the origin of this realm is the very cultivation world I had envisioned? No, it is not necessarily so. There exists more than one realm of cultivation. Su gazed into the distance, observing for a considerable duration. He then turned to his companion, Zhang Yaogua, and inquired, "What is the current situation?" "It is dire," Zhang Yaogua replied, his expression grave and his countenance remarkably pallid. The rift had manifested merely an hour prior, expanding at an alarming rate. If this continued, it would inevitably encroach upon the urban expanse of Yinshan City. I have already requested assistance from the headquarters, but until help arrives, we must rely solely on ourselves. His voice grew increasingly somber, laden with vigilance, anxiety, and oppression. As the head of the Yinshan City Extraordinary Administration, this middle-aged man had devoted the better part of his life to the service of his country. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, fixating on the indescribable spectacle of the rift. The scene before him was overwhelmingly terrifying, raining blood, echoing howls of the damned. Merely a glance at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood within would rob even the most resolute of souls of their courage to confront it. What was more alarming for Su was the palpable presence of sinister energies emanating from within, suggesting the potential emergence of malevolent entities. It was also conceivable that the souls of fallen cultivators had transformed into vengeful spirits. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Su's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he excelled at defeating enemies beyond his level and wielded the withered vine sword, which was effective against spectral entities, there were still limits to his capabilities. The blood-soaked realm before him was indeed vast beyond measure. He could only wonder which reaper had conjured such an extravagant mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Fortunately, while the malevolent aura was indeed formidable, it remained within a manageable threshold. Even if he could not eradicate the realm, Su had the means to ensure a safe withdrawal. With this thought in mind, he addressed Zhang Yaogua, "Let those below the Foundation establishment stage depart. This incident poses too great a danger. Only those of Foundation establishment or higher possess the ability to safeguard themselves within the realm." "Understood," Zhang Yaogua responded decisively. "You are a golden core cultivator and more familiar with the nuances of the realm. Your judgment shall prevail." Soon, over half of the extraordinary individuals gathered at the scene dispersed. Those who remained were all Foundation establishment cultivators or their equivalent, such as innate martial artists from the martial path and formal mages from the magical arts. Those who had reached this realm had shed their novice status, adeptly wielding their extraordinary powers, thus forming a reliable fighting force. Moreover, due to the overwhelming threat posed by this realm, Zhang Yaogua, as the director, summoned another top-tier combatant from the Extraordinary General Bureau of Yinshan City. A formidable warrior on par with Golden Core cultivators, Wang Dali, a muscular man of considerable stature, was summoned. "Haha, my super intellect is telling me that it's time to unleash my super strength to save the world." His imposing figure strode forward, his powerful arms and steady gait reminiscent of a heavy truck making its way forward. Wang Dali laughed heartily, his voice resonating like the beating of a drum. as he approached Su and flashed a broad grin. "Long time no see, Brother Su." Su nodded and said, "It has been a long time since we last met." Su Shi and Wang Dali were not strangers to one another. Over the past month, they had crossed paths several times at the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau. To be candid, Su Shi held a rather favorable impression of this robust man. He was honest and upright, embodying the spirit of a martial artist with remarkable vigor. He exemplified the essence of the martial arts with great finesse. After a brief moment of recuperation and confirming their readiness for battle, all the extraordinary beings from the Yin Mountain Extraordinary Coordination Bureau followed Su Shi's lead, drawing closer to the boundary abyss. As they approached, the horror of the sea of corpses became increasingly apparent. The sky and earth were stained a deep crimson, exuding a nauseating stench. Red blood cascaded from the heavens, rapidly forming small puddles, within which lay the softened remnants of dismembered bodies. Tendons intertwined, hair tangled, and fragments of bones were deeply embedded in the decaying flesh. Ugh! Among the ranks of extraordinary beings, those with a weaker constitution widened their eyes in shock, clutching their chests as they violently retched. The scene before them was a profound challenge to their moral compass. Corpses, battered and torn, piled high in grotesque heaps, emanating an unimaginable stench of death. Hatred, shock, fury, and fear, an array of complex emotions played across the blurred faces of the dead, evoking a sense of dread about what had transpired. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Corpses, infused with overwhelming malice, lurched into motion, howling as they lunged toward the crowd. Specters of relentless cultivators, grinning maliciously, sought to seize the bodies of the extraordinary beings. Under Su Shi's vigilance, these malevolent spirits were swiftly dispatched. However, the perplexity etched on Su Shi's face deepened further. Su crouched low to the ground, retrieving a robe from the crimson water, his brow furrowed in concern. This garment was all too familiar. It belonged to the adversarial sorcerers of the demonic sect he had encountered at the conclusion of his initial simulation. If memory served him right, it was from a faction known as the Celestial Demon Sect. "Is something amiss, Brother Su?" Wang Dali inquired, ever vigilant by his side. "No, nothing of concern. Let us proceed," Su replied. Su shook his head and continued to lead the team forward. As they delved deeper into the confines of the boundary ruins, they harnessed their extraordinary powers to eliminate the blood and corpses, striving to avert a vicious cycle that would taint the outskirts of Yanshan City. However, before long, Su Shi has made an unexpected new discovery. In a pool of blood, he found the corpse of a cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect. Both the attire and the token at his waist were entirely consistent with Su Shi's memories. A bold conjecture sprang to mind. Is this the battleground between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Devil sect? Could the origin of this realm be the very cultivation world I simulated? The Great Hand Seal of the Heavens. Martial technique, Gale Leg, magic, fireball technique. As he delved deeper into the realm, the adversaries encountered by Su Shi's party have grown increasingly formidable and troublesome. The scent of blood permeates the air and beneath their feet. The ground is littered with desiccated bones. Blood has coalesced into rivers, flowing freely across the scorched earth, submerging corpses until they swell, their features rendered unrecognizable. Along the journey, an ever-increasing number of fallen disciples from the demonic sect appear, occasionally interspersed with the bodies of Heavenly Sword sect practitioners, causing Su Shi to furrow his brow in concern. Most individuals have experienced dreams at some point in their lives. Yet, whether they be sweet reveries or nightmarish visions, no matter how vivid the memories may be, they ultimately remain mere illusions. Should the realm of dreams intrude upon reality, one would perceive it as grotesque and absurd. At present, Su Shi finds himself in a state of sheer astonishment. He could never have anticipated that what he believed to be a mere fabricated simulation would manifest so vividly in reality, presenting itself before him in the form of a boundary wasteland. Absurd, utterly absurd. Yet, it is premature to draw any definitive conclusions. I must gather further evidence to ascertain whether this boundary wasteland originates from the realm of cultivation I simulated. Su contemplated, increasingly beset by confusion. He turned to Wang Dali and said, "Dali, I entrust this place to you. I must delve deeper into the investigation and explore the dangers within the realm." Wang Dali scratched his head, expressing concern. "Brother Su, are you certain you can manage alone?" Su replied, "It's all right. Even if I cannot prevail, I shall find a way to return." Wang Dali suddenly understood, and then struck a pose to showcase his muscles, laughing heartily. "Very well. Off you go. The bond one share with my muscles is indeed invincible. With me here, you can rest easy." Having said that, Wang Dali led the other extraordinary beings in a fervent charge against the zombie ghost cultivator. Their fists roared, Their vitality surged, as they shattered all malevolent forces with sheer brute strength. It was a scene of relentless slaughter. It seems there is no need for my concern here. At least for the time being. Su nodded slightly. Within his body, the golden elixir circulated, harnessing profound magical power to soar through the skies on his sword. The withered vine blade piercing into the depths of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He continually scanned his surroundings in search of the evidence he desired. In his solitary endeavor, Su's pace of exploration was remarkably swift. Soon, he unearthed a diverse array of evidence, such as the corpses of other demonic cultivators who had besieged the Heavenly Sword sect, the sect's standard flying swords, and the customary storage pouches. Indeed, he mused. As the blood-soaked sky enveloped him, the withered vine sword conjured a magical barrier, entirely shielding him from the torrential blood rain. Su contemplated the evidence before him, realizing that this realm of ruin was indeed derived from my simulated cultivation world. It was truly inconceivable that it originated from my simulated traversal, a world that should have been mere illusion. Sushi fell into silence. Initially, upon witnessing the realm of the void, he surmised it to be a product of other cultivation worlds. Later, he came to believe it originated from a similar universe. However, after a thorough examination of various pieces of evidence, it became unequivocally clear that this realm of the void was indeed the very cultivation world that Sushi had traversed in his simulations. How could this be? Was it not merely a fabricated illusion? How could it have transformed into a tangible reality, manifesting on Earth in the form of a void? In that moment, Sushi suddenly recalled that the simulator had never explicitly claimed that the simulated life was false. Rather, he had subconsciously assumed that since it was a simulation, it must be a non-existent fantasy. Upon deeper reflection, it dawned on him that if the simulator could bestow the spiritual roots from the simulated life in a genuine form, then by extension, the experiences within that simulation could indeed be real, something Sushi had previously been oblivious to. Yes, that must be it. Sushi was filled with profound emotion, unable to fathom that the extraordinary ability he had unexpectedly acquired could manifest such a remarkable and supernatural enhancement. It allowed simulated experiences to transform into reality, directly influencing the world around him. In this light, that child, Immortal, was indeed a living, breathing entity. She truly existed. The version of her that he had rescued in the simulation should be thriving now, or perhaps she had already met her end. With a deep sigh, Sushi resumed his flight, wielding his sword as he once again scoured the sea of corpses and blood. The origin of the boundary had been ascertained. Yet the challenge of eradicating or preventing the expansion of this tainted realm remained a formidable conundrum. Perhaps within this battlefield, where the Heavenly Demon sect clashed with the Heavenly Sword sect, some intelligence could be uncovered, such as who, in the past, had wrought such a malevolent scene. He recalled that Immortal had been quite frail at the conclusion of the simulation, and he hoped she had not been harmed by the ravages of war. Given her then limited strength, an instinctive concern for the girl lingered in his thoughts. Su wielded his flying sword, soaring towards the pinnacle of the corpse mountain. Along the way, he encountered numerous attacks from ghostly cultivators, all of whom were souls of demonic practitioners who had perished in years gone by, including several of nascent soul caliber. The Su clan unleashed their arcane techniques. The withered vine sword diversified into myriad forms, swiftly coalescing into a dense sword formation that ensnared the furious ghostly cultivators and malevolent spirits within. Following this, a multitude of talismans were hurled forth, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. A path was effortlessly carved ahead, ascending, soaring, and transcending. Under the Su clan's rapid sword flight, he soon reached the pinnacle of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, where he beheld a solitary, ethereal figure with her back turned towards him. Severed limbs cascaded from her side, accumulating into a mountain of bones. Blood and the stench of death dripped from the tip of her sword, manifesting as a torrential downpour of crimson rain. One person, one sword, standing atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, vanquishing countless demonic cultivators. Who could it be? The chilling aura of murderous intent evoked an indescribable dread within Su as he glimpsed her silhouette, momentarily freezing his body. Yet, the killing intent surged and dissipated just as swiftly, vanishing without a trace. What emerged next was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Su Shishin felt a surge of caution, instinctively yearning to distance himself from this perilous place. However, just as he turned his neck, the withered vine sword had yet to soar far. When the figure atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood seemed to sense something, turning to gaze at Su Shishin, a familiar visage emerged, the ruby lips parting softly. Brother. The exquisite countenance was marred with bloodstains, yet the girl bestowed upon Su Shishin a radiant smile. When plants reclaim their roots, they continue to flourish. When birds regain their wings, they can soar once more. When beasts retrieve their fangs, they can advance with ferocity. Similarly, as the girl reconnects with her beloved, her eyes once again shimmer with light, a light imbued with affection, joy, and an unwavering heaviness that refuses to let go. Emoli? Sushi's pupils constricted. He yearned to act, yet found himself paralyzed, helplessly witnessing the young girl approach him. Traversing a mountain of corpses and stepping over a sea of blood, she extended her blood-stained, fair hands and gently embraced him, gradually tightening her hold. "Brother, this time I shall never let you go," her voice echoed in Sushi's ears, her grip intensifying. The overwhelming force pressed against his ribcage, causing him discomfort. Sushi was filled with uncertainty, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, Suemoli before him suddenly disintegrated into a myriad of shimmering particles, accompanied by a soft rustling sound, vanishing into the void. All that remained was a droplet-shaped, crystalline object resting in the palm of his hand. Ding dong. The eternal tear. Item description. Herein lies his sorrow, his tears, his lament, his wounds, his hatred, and his regret. All converged into this singularity. Item effects. Amplifies spiritual cultivation efficacy by tenfold. Accelerates the mastery of the 4 arts of immortality by tenfold. Enhances the power of Taoist techniques by tenfold. Augments comprehension of the universe by tenfold. Improves swordsmanship efficacy by tenfold. Amplifies divine abilities by tenfold. And increases damage to malevolent entities by tenfold. Resets protective spiritual aura daily, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an Emperor of Immortals. Refreshes the life-rejuvenating essence daily, automatically healing all bodily injuries and slightly extending lifespan. Usage requirement. Only you, and you alone. A pale red, teardrop-shaped crystal slipped into Sushi's palm. Its texture delicate and surface luminous. It felt akin to a little girl's affectionate nuzzle, yet also reminiscent of a young girl's sorrowful lament. It was cool to the touch, warming as he caressed it. A teardrop, is it? Whose tears? The answer was self-evident. Su lowered his head, gazing at the blood and tears, feeling that everything had transpired too abruptly, his mind swirling with a myriad of confusions. Why, within this desolate boundary, did the silhouette of a maiden exist? And why, all of a sudden, did it transform into eternal droplets of sorrow? After the demise of his simulated self, what calamity had befallen Su-Moli that manifested such a horrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? The perplexities were overwhelming, tangled, and inextricable. As Sushi gazed at the eternal teardrops, a frown creased her brow in contemplation. Suddenly, the teardrops shimmered with a light, as if responding to Sushi's thoughts, revealing the profound sorrow and despair within. This was the tale of Sushi's demise. It unfolded on a gloomy day, when torrential rain poured down. The young girl, who witnessed her brother's death, found herself ensnared in an inescapable web of regret and despair. She knelt for an eternity upon the very ground where her brother had vanished, hoping for a miraculous resurrection. Yet, the miracle she yearned for never arrived. Instead, she was met with the scorn of others directed at her brother. Her expression crumbled, her heart convulsed, and her breath grew shallow. In that moment of overwhelming hatred, her face oscillated between tears and laughter, utterly losing control. She loathed her own helplessness, detested the ridicule cast upon her brother, and resented this world devoid of his presence. Unable to forgive, her tears mingled with the rain. Binding her long hair with a blood-stained cloth, armed with a wooden sword, she plunged into battle against the demon cultivators alone. The dull edge of the wooden sword effortlessly glided across the throats of her foes. Driven by the force of her hatred, her weary body was impervious to fatigue. To kill relentlessly. Eradicate all those enemies who had brought about her brother's demise. Suemoli has descended into madness, wielding death as her weapon. Whether faced with golden core demon cultivators or nascent soul demon cultivators, all have fallen beneath her blade. The corpses accumulate, forming a mountain of bodies and a sea of blood. This is the stark truth. The emergence of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood is not the result of a heinous calamity or a massacre, but rather a manifestation of a young girl's desperate quest for vengeance, and nothing more. The scene unfolds further, seemingly portraying the future of the girl, yet it remains shrouded in ambiguity, ultimately fading into nothingness. Only the last moment lingers, depicting the girl weeping alone. Her tears drift within the boundary sea, meandering through chaos. Weathered by the relentless passage of time, ultimately merging with this desolate realm, appearing together in the outskirts of Yin Mountain City. This encapsulates the entirety of the events and the underlying truth. Sushi silently clenched the eternal tears, So many events transpired after my demise. How has that child, Immortal, endured all these years? It must have been quite exhausting for her. Su sighed deeply. He understood that he held a significant position in the girl's heart, and witnessing his demise would undoubtedly cause her immense distress. Yet, even if time could be reversed, Su would still make the same choice. For if he were to survive, it would be Immortal who would perish. Unlike Su, who could return to the realm of reality after his death, Su Moli has passed away. Thus, it is indeed a death, with no notion of rebirth. Therefore, Sushi has never regretted her decisions. The Immortal she encountered earlier was merely a manifestation of eternal tears, not her true self, which is why she suddenly vanished. One can only wonder if there will be a chance to meet again on some distant day. She clenches the blood tears in her hands. With a gentle curvature of his fingers, Su meticulously crafted a delicate bracelet by weaving a strand of magical energy through the very center of the teardrop, adorning his wrist with this exquisite piece. This act transcended mere aesthetics. It was imbued with the profound significance of the eternal teardrop, further enhanced by its myriad of extraordinary effects. Frankly speaking, Su found it difficult to fathom the extent of his sister's power, which allowed a single tear to possess the ability to withstand the assaults of an immortal emperor. For Su, who was at the golden core stage, even the weakest celestial being was an unattainable figure. Could it be that my narrative is not one of traditional growth and ascension, but rather a tale of relying on my sister's benevolence? Su felt a deep sense of emotion as he adorned himself with the eternal tear. In an instant, he became acutely aware of an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, a profound sense of strength that seemed capable of using a true dragon as a jump rope. Su did not take this seriously. He understood that this was merely an illusion following a surge in power. However, with my current cultivation at the golden core stage, augmented by the eternal tear, I should possess the combat strength of a late nascent soul cultivator. On this foundation, employing sword techniques against the wicked and the malevolent would undoubtedly inflict damage akin to that of a god transformation cultivator. Sushi let out a soft click of the tongue. It is worth noting that the eternal tears can enhance the speed of cultivation. This implies that, before long, Sushi's realm will ascend at an astonishing pace. By that time, the increase in combat power will become even more remarkable. How delightful it is to rely on others. Sushifa issued a heartfelt evaluation. He then gazed down at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood beneath him, before lifting his eyes to the crimson sky above. Perhaps due to the absence of the eternal tears that once kept them at bay, the malevolent spirits and wicked beings grew increasingly restless. In just a few fleeting minutes, the foul energy within the realm surged severalfold. Furthermore, numerous sinister entities awoke, emitting piercing and harrowing wails. Sushi, wielding the withered vine sword, possessed a gaze that sparkled with determination. His initial intention upon approaching the boundary wasteland was to delay its expansion as much as possible, seeking support from the Bureau of Extraordinary Governance. However, empowered by the eternal tear, he found himself emboldened to engage in battle. With a resolute shout of heavenly sword style, Sushi summoned forth a 1,000-foot blade of light from the withered vine sword, its eerie green brilliance slicing through the boundless sea of blood and the scarlet sky, cleaving them into distinct halves. Numerous malevolent entities, merely grazed by the sword's radiance, perished instantly, their essence dissipating into the void. Another fierce stroke was unleashed. The rain of blood ceased. The mountain of corpses collapsed. The entire boundary wasteland trembled violently, and the pervasive blood mist evaporated, drastically widening the field of vision and revealing the lurking malevolence concealed in the shadows. Sushi also saw Wang Dali and the others, who had been separated earlier. At this moment, everyone was rendered speechless, awestruck by this earth-shattering power. The allure of soft rice was truly irresistible. With a subtle smile gracing Su's lips, a single sword swept through the heavens and the earth. 2 swords dispelled the malevolent spirits. Empowered by the eternal tears, Su effortlessly obliterated the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet, the battle was far from over. Amidst the ruins of this gruesome landscape, numerous wicked demons still lingered. Only by completely eradicating them could this conflict draw to a true conclusion. A resounding explosion echoed through the sky. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and clouds surged, as a brilliantly striking sword aura cleaved the realm in twain, severing the very foundation of existence in this desolate domain. Thus, the suffocating presence of ghostly energy, demonic essence, bloodlust, and resentment filled the air. Cloaks billowed, and the long sword pierced the sun. Sushi was hastening towards Wang Dali and his companions, his blade nearly ceaseless in its motion, each strike annihilating swathes of malevolent spirits. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, how dare you? Watch as I, your ancestor, seize your corporeal form and embark upon a grand demonic endeavor. Ha ha ha. Such audacity from mere juniors. The once slain demonic practitioners, whose souls had been nourished by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now manifested as ghostly figures, employing various tactics to assault Su Shi. A 10-meter-long blood dragon soared through the skies, its vertical pupils pitch black and brimming with murderous intent, lunging towards Su Shi. As its tail whipped through the air, it caused the mountains to tremble. Yet, Su Shi remained unfazed. Noisy. With a simple and unadorned punch, the blood dragon was obliterated in an instant, erupting into a spray of crimson that rained down and mingled with the earth beneath his feet. He then shaped his fingers into his sword-like form and slashed through the air towards a ghostly figure of the nascent soul. His blade shimmered with a verdant hue, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. It was imbued with life to its utmost extent, yet possessed the power to annihilate all, cleaving the nascent soul specter into fragments, leaving no remnants of its essence. Golden elixir? Nascent soul? Merely trifles. Su Shi, in his current state, was brimming with confidence, unless a divine demonic entity appeared. He felt no pressure at all. Curse be it, from whence does this junior emerge, so terrifyingly powerful? The others shouted in unison, let us all attack. Today, it shall be either his demise or our obliteration. The onslaught from the malevolent spirits intensified, their faces reflecting fear as they regarded Su Shi with trepidation, unleashing a cacophony of sinister artifacts towards him. Among them were the infamous 10,000 Souls banner, the bone viewing platform, and the human skin scroll. Su Xie shook his head. Such a weapon, forged through the shedding of human lives, was inherently countered by him. Moreover, he now possessed multiple enhancement buffs from the eternal tier. Throughout my life, I have treaded on thin ice, relying solely on my diligent cultivation. Eternal tier, grant me your aid. Divine art, wood rebirth. Sword technique, heavenly sword style. A resplendent, blinding emerald sword light, emanating from Su Xie himself, cleaved through the heavens and earth, obliterating the myriad of malevolent entities beneath its brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xie hastened to the side of Wang Dali and his companions. They appeared quite disheveled, with many sustaining injuries. This was to be expected, as apart from Su Xie and Wang Dali, the others possessed only foundational level abilities. A mere encounter with a golden core malevolence would leave them in an insurmountable predicament. Brother Su, you just... Upon seeing Su Xie return, Wang Dali looked as though he had seen a ghost. The once boisterous and robust figure, after witnessing the earlier spectacle of slaughtering nascent souls as if they were mere dogs, was now left stuttering, evidently shaken. Oh, it's nothing. Just a slight breakthrough. Su smiled and said, you may leave. I shall take care of this. I will eradicate all malevolent entities. A minor breakthrough? Is that what you call a minor breakthrough? The extraordinary individuals present appeared to be torn between uttering something and holding their tongues. However, they ultimately complied with Su's request, assisting their injured comrades and, under Wang Dali's protection, retreated in the direction away from the boundary ruins. They understood that remaining here would only hinder Su, providing no assistance whatsoever. Thank you, Senior Su. We are immensely grateful. We entrust this to you, Brother Su. Soon, all combat personnel from the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau of Yanshan, except for Su himself, had evacuated the boundary ruins. Now, Su could act without restraint. Su Shi spoke, casting his gaze upon the remaining malevolent spirits and ghastly apparitions. Some were prostrating in pleas for mercy, others had succumbed to the corrosive aura of malevolence, losing their sanity, while a few attempted to flee. And some contemplated mutual destruction with Su Shi. Echoed a tranquil voice through the realms. The withered vine sword sliced through the air, initially manifesting as a mere glimmer, akin to the dawn's first light, bright yet diminutive. However, after a few breaths, that sword light burgeoned into a resplendent orb, illuminating the entirety of the desolate realm, granting new life to the living and ushering the dead into their eternal rest, obliterating all wicked entities amidst the serene silence. Time seemed to stagnate, enveloped in profound stillness. A gentle breeze swept through, and all malevolent beings disintegrated into dust, dissipating peacefully in the wind. Within the desolate realm, the terrifying visage that once lingered had vanished, leaving behind only harmless fragments of magical artifacts and remnants of certain cultivators. Su Shi surveyed the scene briefly. Most of the debris was beyond salvage, extinguishing any desire for treasure-seeking. Just as he was about to depart, a flicker of unusual sight caught the corner of his eye. It did not appear to be a product of the cultivation realm. Was that a wand from the realm of magic? Su Shi picked it up and examined it closely. suddenly realizing that this must have been left behind by the magical transcendent beings of the Yin Mountain General Bureau's team. The disparity between the realms of cultivation and magic is vast. Although both are forms of extraordinary power, they represent two entirely divergent paths. Sushi had little interest in research and was about to discard his wand when a notification from the simulator halted his actions. Ding! Magic side anchor point medium detected. Would you like to recharge? Note: the anchor point medium will be completely destroyed after recharging. On the windswept, brown earth. Sushi first glanced at the suddenly appearing simulator panel, then looked down at the wand in his hand, and suddenly realized. The so-called anchor point medium referred to extraordinary items. However, if that were the case, why had he not triggered the simulator's notification when he previously studied the alchemical array symbols? Su murmured to himself and soon arrived at an answer. The Dachi formation talismans belong to the realm of cultivation, a transcendent category of items. Furthermore, the world he first simulated also pertains to the cultivation aspect. Thus, it becomes clear that such similar types of simulated worlds can only be traversed once. No wonder the simulator emphasizes that it is an anchor medium of the magical realm. If the anchor medium were universal, there would be no need for such specific emphasis. Sushi contemplated deeply. Before him, he selected to confirm the recharge on the simulator panel. Immediately, to his astonishment, the wand vanished from his grasp at an astonishing speed, completely disappearing as if it had been devoured by some unseen force. The notification chimed. Magical side anchor point medium load. 1. Confirming that no malevolent spirits remain. Sushi has departed from the realm ruins. This news, once confirmed, immediately sparked a tremendous uproar. No one anticipated that what originally required the intervention of the Supernatural Bureau would be resolved single-handedly by Sushi. It seemed implausible. The weakest entities within were at the Foundation establishment level, with many at the Golden Core and nascent soul stages. With his Golden Core cultivation, Sushi should not have been able to vanquish the adversaries alone. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as expressions of disbelief adorned their faces, all directed towards Sushi. I understood then. Senior Su is a concealed transformation stage cultivator, and his Golden Core prowess is merely a fade, akin to a tale where the humble disguises their true strength. From the moment I laid eyes on Senior Su, I recognized him as a formidable ally. Father, do you still seek a powerful companion? Ahem, by the way, I have a sister. In the face of the crowd's fervor, Sushi helplessly clarified, I truly am just a Golden Core cultivator. However, this earnest declaration fell on deaf ears. Even the most straightforward among them, Wang Dali, wore an expression that suggested disbelief. Ultimately, Sushi had to acquiesce to their misconceptions. After all, with the eternal tear in hand, his combat prowess indeed surpassed that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. Thus, the matter concluded splendidly. The reinforcements from the Bureau, initially en route to assist, turned back midway, leaving behind only a small contingent of extraordinary individuals and researchers to collect data from the realm ruins. In the aftermath, Zhang Yaobo inquired about Sushi's desired reward. Given the immense threat posed by the realm ruins and Sushi's timely resolution, his contributions were significant, leaving them at a loss regarding the appropriate recompense. If possible, I wish to exchange everything for extraordinary items, Sushi stated. Yes, all of it, and I do not require supernatural items related to cultivation. There were no requests for Chinese currency, nor for points. In the midst of Zhang Yaobo's astonished expression, Sushi put forth such a peculiar request. Very well, I comprehend. Although it remains unclear what purpose Sushi, as a cultivator, has for extraordinary items from other systems, Zhang Yaobo readily acquiesced. Before long, Sushi received over 1,000 extraordinary items, varying in quality, some damaged while others remained intact. Su systematically invested all resources into the simulator, significantly enhancing the loading progress. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming variety of extraordinary items, the advancement of the anchor media varied greatly, resulting in none reaching a complete loading status of 100. This signifies that Su must persist in his endeavors, pouring additional extraordinary items into the simulator. Presently, the highest loading progress is attributed to the magical anchor media, which stands at a commendable 83. In light of this, it is prudent to commence with the magical side. Upon returning home, Su began his alchemical endeavors without pause. He procured raw materials from the Extraordinary House to refine into finished elixirs, which he then displayed for sale at the Extraordinary House, using the accrued points to continually purchase more materials. This cyclical process relentlessly encroached upon his leisure time, yet Su ultimately arrived at the moment of fruition. With a resounding bang, After 20 days, during the nocturnal hours, the copper lid of the alchemical furnace soared into the air. Dozens of luminous yellow elixirs hovered in midair. As Sue deftly tossed a porcelain vial, allowing the elixirs to gracefully enter the bottle, all meticulously sealed away. With a long exhale, he released a breath of pent-up air. The fatigue etched upon Sue's face was unmistakable. This was the final batch of Hualong pills. Tomorrow, once sold, I would be able to acquire another selection of magical items, filling the remaining magical progress. At last, the moment had arrived. For days on end, I had been refining pills night after night, feeling as though I might be consumed by the very process. I shook the porcelain vial in my hand, listening to the sound of the pills clinking against one another. Sushi sighed deeply once more, subsequently storing all the elixirs into his storage ring. He cast a glance at the night outside the window, observing the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and allowed himself to succumb to the weariness he had been repressing, making his way to the bed where he lay down peacefully. For cultivators in the golden core stage, meditative practice had long replaced ordinary sleep, enabling them to remain wakeful and tireless. Yet, Sushi found himself utterly exhausted. The relentless endeavor of alchemical refinement over the span of 20 days had left his spirit thoroughly drained, yearning only for a deep slumber, indifferent to all else. Before long, within the tranquil confines of the room, the faint sound of breathing emerged, signifying that the master had entered a state of sleep. The moonlight flowed like water, enveloping the serene night. It was an exceptionally quiet and peaceful evening, with the pure, cool moonlight softly shimmering alongside the brilliance of the stars. Unlike the resplendent sunlight, the moonlight lacked both its dazzling brilliance and searing warmth. Nonetheless, during the dim hours of the human realm, it pierced through the window, penetrating the thick curtains, instantly illuminating the entire chamber with an exceedingly gentle presence. It cast a silvery sheen upon the objects within the room, including the cool silhouette that had quietly appeared at the bedside, where the dark ends of her hair were also tinged with a silvery hue. "Brother," she called out, her voice quivering with profound affection. Her fingertips rested against Sushi's chest, and reminiscent of her childhood, she bent down and tilted her head, allowing herself to lean against her brother's embrace. She savored the familiar heartbeat, the warmth, and the scent that brought her solace, calming her restless and guilt-ridden heart. Her brother had returned. Her brother was truly back. Witnessing his presence with her own eyes, touching him with her own hands, and hearing his voice with her own ears, Suemoli finally received the answer she had long desired. The hero that belonged solely to her, the son that was uniquely hers, had undeniably returned. "Brother, we shall meet again soon," the young girl whispered softly, envisioning herself nestled against her brother. The reunion with the brother she had yearned for was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Yet she could not fathom why he would manifest in this fragile and inconsequential realm. The true essence of Suemoli is utterly incapable of entering this realm. Should she attempt to force her arrival, it would result in catastrophic repercussions, shattering all existence. She harbors no desire to undertake actions that would evoke her brother's disdain. Thus, in the infinitely distant expanse of time and space, Suemoli, who has ascended beyond the status of an immortal emperor, is swiftly annihilating various cultivation worlds, merging their fragments with the fabric of Earth's time and space. This endeavor aims to enhance the very capacity of Earth itself, until it is sufficiently robust to allow her true form to descend. At that moment, the young maiden shall fulfill her longing and once more share a life with her brother. Yet, the inability of her true essence to descend does not preclude contact. Utilizing the eternal tear worn by the Su clan, Suemoli can sense the presence of her kin at any moment, a thread of power manifesting beside them. Just as it does now, a mere wisp of power, a singular thought, is capable of forging a corporeal form for traversal. The reason for her prolonged hesitation to acknowledge and connect with her clan lies largely in her trepidation. She fears that her brother may not accept the profound changes she has undergone. She fears his reproach. She fears her brother may not welcome her return. Despite knowing full well that he is not such a person, indeed, he is the one who loves her most dearly and cares for her above all. Yet, the fear persists. Suemoli felt a sense of unease, haunted by such thoughts. Thus, she could only stealthily emerge in the stillness of the night, waiting for Sushi to succumb to slumber before daring to reach out and touch. "Good night, brother." Resting her head upon Sushi's chest, the young girl basked in the moonlight, gradually closing her eyes. She was not asleep. She merely wished to savor the tranquility as much as possible, relishing the rare and precious moments spent with her brother. She remained in this position, nestled and pressed against him, until the sun rose the following day. reluctantly fading into the ether. Before departing, the girl, now blossomed into an extraordinary beauty, cast her gaze towards the corner of the room where the magical artifacts lay. She furrowed her brow lightly, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her. Nothing lethal or dangerous, just a bothersome feeling reminiscent of childhood when Piers sought to snatch her candy. Half an hour later, the morning sun pierced through the curtains. Its glaring intensity, far too bright compared to the moonlight, roused She from her slumber. How strange, she thought. Why does my body feel so weary? She opened her eyes. She sensed something amiss with his body. A peculiar heaviness enveloped his entire upper body, particularly around the chest, as if it had been weighed down by a heavy burden throughout the night. Could it be that this golden elixir practitioner was experiencing the phenomenon of being pressed down by a ghost? Sue felt perplexed but dismissed it, attributing it merely to the exhaustion from alchemy, which had resulted in some minor after-effects on his body. The pressing matter at hand was to sell the elixirs. He rose from his slumber, attended to his morning rituals, and had a modest breakfast. Sue swiftly opened the extraordinary abode, expertly displaying the elixirs. Before long, a familiar patron purchased the potions. She navigated the page and opened the purchasing portal for extraordinary items. She had already selected the items she desired to buy and added them one by one to her shopping cart. What remained was a visit to the Extraordinary Administration Bureau. She remarked, stepping out of her home. The withered vine sword rose with the wind, carrying She towards the Extraordinary Administration Bureau of Yenshan City. The extraordinary home offered great convenience. Any transaction could be conducted via smartphone or computer. However, the actual distribution and receipt of items necessitated a visit to the bureau. Within the bureau, there existed a dedicated transportation department responsible for the trade of goods from the extraordinary home. This explained why, during her first visit, She had encountered such a multitude of people. Form a team. I am a Grand Master of the fantasy realm, seeking healers and tanks. New extraordinary individuals seeking teams. Please, esteemed masters, guide me. Haha, my son possesses the aura of an immortal. He is a triple spirit root. The hall of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau in Yenshan City resonated with a cacophony of sounds, extraordinary beings calling out for teams, alongside the jubilant cries of ordinary individuals validating their extraordinary potential. Occasionally, one could even glimpse more peculiar entities. The fusion of the extraordinary with technology. The intertwining of the ancient and modern. This was the revival of spiritual energy, heralding a brand new era. Though not her first encounter, each sighting brought a fresh sense of awe. She mused as she briskly entered the bureau, greeted by the respectful salutations of Sue Sr. from those around her. Transactions unfolded, buying, selling, confirming, and then repeating. This cycle continued from dawn until noon. Sue finally transformed all the elixirs in his possession into the coveted magical extraordinary items, securely storing them within his storage ring. He did not wish to waste a single moment and swiftly took to the skies on his sword, racing back home. Upon arrival, he eagerly deposited all the magical extraordinary items into the simulator. Ding! Magical anchor medium loading progress. 1, 1, 1, 1. The progress bar steadily ascended, with each item disappearing. A subtle increase in the loading progress of the anchor medium was observed, slowly yet resolutely inching towards completion. At long last, the final gap of the progress bar was entirely filled. Magical anchor medium loading complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired simulation attempts. Would you like to initiate a simulation and embark on a splendid simulated life? Current available simulation attempts. 1. Success has finally been achieved. A smile illuminated Sue's face. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since the conclusion of the first simulation, and Sue had long since absorbed the rewards from that initial experience. Now, the advent of the second simulation arrived at an opportune moment. The disparity between the realms of magic and cultivation was vast, bordering on unrelated. One could only wonder what benefits this simulation might yield. I fervently hope that the final outcome does not lead to disappointment. I summoned the simulator panel, now fully loaded. With a light laugh, Sue decisively pressed the button to initiate the simulation. The simulation is now starting. The world lines are being deduced, locking onto traversable worlds. The analysis identifies it as a world of magic. Generating attributes, the process is complete. Please select 3 attributes as the character talents for this simulated life. The attribute levels are as follows: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Melee mage, blue. As a competent mage, your close combat skills are nothing short of astonishing. Even when confronted by a knight in close quarters, you can hold your own. Elemental perception, Purple, you possess an exceptional ability to perceive elements. With a chance to form a pact with elemental spirits, perhaps you will emerge as an elemental mage who leads the era. Dream Whisper. Gold, you frequently dream of incredible whispers, from which you can derive immense benefits, yet your sanity will rapidly diminish. Swift Runner. White, you run at remarkable speed, outpacing even the neighbor's large yellow dog. Wisdom of Mortals. Red, your research capabilities are outstanding. If you so desire, you can learn anything. Yet all your knowledge remains within the realm of mortals. Observer. Purple, your attention is keener than that of ordinary individuals, allowing you to see through appearances to grasp the essence. Sushi skimmed through the entries and discovered that this particular selection was exceptionally powerful, featuring the highest tier of crimson entries. The wisdom of mortals is boundless. Could they not be considered as alternative progeny of destiny? Contemplating this, Sushi swiftly selected 3 entries: Elemental Perception, purple; Wisdom of Mortals, red; and Observer, purple. Although Dreamlike Murmurs was a golden entry, the adverse effect of mental collapse made it rather unpalatable for Sushi. The simulation of life is invariably authentic, and he had no desire to embody a mindless lunatic. With his choices made, he pondered whether to commence the simulation. Confirm. A familiar sensation of detachment enveloped him, and in a daze, as a gold core cultivator, Sushi perceived a radiant glow surrounding him, propelling him uncontrollably through the fabric of time and space. The 02 Indie simulation officially commenced. The weather today was particularly gloomy, and a torrential downpour began outside. Confined within the confines of his home, you harbored no inclination to venture outdoors. The thunderous roar of a heavy truck echoed from outside. Yet you paid it no heed, believing yourself to be safe within the shelter of your abode, impervious to any potential collision. However, you had underestimated the situation and failed to take cover. The roads, slick with rain, caused the tires of a large truck to skid unexpectedly, hurtling directly toward your residence. With you positioned squarely in its path, you experienced an effortless transference, and upon opening your eyes, you found yourself in a world where steam and magic entwined. Your form now resembling that of a 15-year-old, frail and ordinary. Lacking any form of identification or wealth, you commenced your journey devoid of even a simple bowl. As a traveler in this new realm, you felt little panic, methodically assessing your surroundings, ready to forge your path from nothing. Though your youthful body had yet to fully mature, it possessed the capacity for self-sufficiency, which became your greatest asset and source of confidence. Encouraging yourself inwardly, you struggled to rise from the mire. The reverberating sound of steam, the interlocking of gears, and the efficiency of magic resonated around you. By night, the amalgamation of steel and steam, magic and mystery, coalesced into the grand nexus of a burgeoning city. A piercingly sharp, elongated whistle roused Sushi from his reverie. Toot! As he opened his eyes, he found himself flanked by towering crimson walls, which left a narrow passage that revealed the dim sky and the flickering glow of yellowed street lamps. Suddenly, a searing plume of white steam erupted from an unknown source, soaring high into the heavens. It collided with the cool evening breeze, resulting in a cascade of droplets densely filling his line of sight, only to dissipate into a mist that gradually and uniformly enveloped the city's corners. This fog obscured vision, and sporadic curses echoed from various parts of the city. Thus, the tale unfolds. Sue observed a figure clad in a robe, wielding a wand, floating effortlessly in the air. With a casual flourish, a colossal tempest of flames erupted, consuming the mist entirely. Once again, tranquility enveloped the city. The populace offered their prayers, extolling the omnipotent magic and the esteemed fire god. This era is remarkably enchanting, with the faith of the gods permeating the land, exalted by the grandeur of magic, while also embracing the convenience of steam. Yet, in the shadows of this magnificent age, certain aspects remain overlooked. One might ponder, could not the journey through this simulation have commenced with a more auspicious beginning? Sue struggled, laboriously rising from the alley. This alley was saturated with filthy, blackened water that emitted a foul stench, accompanied by an inexplicable corrosiveness. Compared to the last simulation featuring starving civilians, the level of desolation was equally harrowing. Sue was filled with doubt, questioning whether this simulator was intentionally complicating matters for him. In any case, he decided to first address the fundamental necessities of life: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, before delving into the study of magic. Rising to his feet, he prepared to take action. Sushi staggered out of the alley. In this entirely new simulated world, he possessed not a shred of extraordinary power, nor did he have the eternal tears to rely upon. unable to indulge in the comforts provided by his sister. Fortunately, he had 3 innate talents that ensured he could fend for himself. He took the arduous first step and, through inquiries, discovered that he was situated in the city of Ellenson, located in the northern part of the world. This was a large metropolis powered by efficient steam machinery, primarily devoted to the worship of the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest. As a newcomer, he opted to earn his first fortune through manual labor. He succeeded, albeit exhausted beyond measure. But his sweat had earned him his first meal and a meager sum of 3 copper coins. He counted them for 10 minutes, filled with immense satisfaction that everything was unfolding according to his plans. He chose to temporarily settle in the slums, where the food was both affordable and of good quality, and shelter required no rent. With just a few sheets of iron, he fashioned a new abode in the muddy ground. A year passed, and during this time, he had successfully grasped the fundamental information of the world, knowing precisely what to do next. This was an era dominated by deities, where countless individuals relied on their faith to gain the ability to wield magic. The deeper one's faith, the more potent their magical prowess. Some were even chosen as avatars of the gods, referred to as demigods. However, there also existed those who, eschewing divine faith, chose to cultivate their own magical abilities, known as elemental mages. By attuning themselves to the essence of all things and establishing a connection with the elements, they could unleash their magic. This path was exceedingly arduous. Those who devoted themselves to divine faith could, with sufficient devotion and the offering of their spiritual allegiance, achieve strength in a relatively short time. Yet, few opted for the arduous journey of the elemental mage. He smiled, for he possessed a remarkable talent for elemental perception, and simultaneously, he held no interest in divine worship. He spent all his hard-earned savings accumulated over the year to venture to a shop in the city center, where he purchased a bottle of the most inferior slime essence, widely regarded as the lowest grade of magical material, and the only item within his budget. A year later, in the slums, Sushi sat expressionlessly in his home, disregarding the foul stench that permeated the surroundings. If the makeshift dwelling, assembled from a few iron sheets atop the muddy ground, could be considered a home, a year had passed. Although his senses in this simulated world were not as acute as in reality, he had indeed grown weary of the life in the slums. Sue felt a sense of wonder as he swayed the transparent, colorless slime in his hand. Encased in a well-sealed bottle, the viscous substance moved languidly with his motions, turning over and over. The notion of cultivating with slime was deemed impossible. Yet, Sue was different. Long ago, he had chosen the realm of magic as his new simulated world and had prepared diligently for it, equipping himself with meditation techniques for magical training and studying various cultivation methods. In this simulation, he possessed the unique attribute of elemental perception. Thus, a miracle, thought to be unattainable, was born in the slums. You became an apprentice mage. Through meditation, you successfully sensed the life elements within the slime, and your mind achieved an extraordinary calm, reaching the limits of mortal comprehension, engraving the elemental fluctuations into your mental ocean. Consequently, you learned the level 0 spell, Life Slime Generation. You departed from the slums and journeyed to the Mage Association in the heart of Ellenson City, where you registered as a mage apprentice, enjoying a monthly stipend of 10 silver coins. Your life began to improve, transforming in a meaningful way. You transcended social classes, evolving from a mere denizen of the slums to a distinguished apprentice mage. Everyone was astonished, regarding you as a devout follower of the goddess of life. In this world, elemental mages were exceedingly rare. Even those who wished to learn often struggled to grasp the elements, making them the stuff of legends. You smiled, neither confirming nor denying the claims. Although you had left the slums, your legend continued to resonate within those impoverished streets, earning you the title of the mythical man. After your departure, the nefarious elements of the slums sought to curry favor with you, brutally punishing those who had crossed paths with you in conflict. You became a figure of fear and reverence, known as the invisible patriarch of the slums. You moved into an area closer to the city center, where the environment was pleasant, devoid of repugnant odors or unsightly sewage. Your spirits soared, and your pace of magical research quickened. You triggered elemental perception, gaining greater mastery over various attributes by the 3rd year. At the age of 17, you became a composite elemental mage, mastering earth, wind, water, fire, lightning, light, darkness, life, and death. Except for the most challenging realms of time and space, you possessed no shortcomings. Those domains belonged to the divine. More accurately, they were the realms of the supreme deity, far beyond the grasp of mortal intellect. You felt no regret, believing that mastering so many elements was a remarkable achievement in itself. You focused your mind entirely on the arcane realms. The ranks of mages were categorized as apprentice mage, formal mage, elite mage, grand mage, archmage, sanctified archmage, and demigod. Your prodigious talent and rapid advancement were astonishing. In the 4th year of simulation at 18, you successfully ascended to the rank of formal mage. In the 5th year, at 19, you mastered all attributes of basic spells from levels 1 to 3 and established contracts with multiple elemental spirits, enabling you to draw magical energy from the elemental planes to replenish your own. Your magical capacity was tenfold that of an ordinary person, seemingly a divine blessing. In the 6th year, at 20, you achieved another breakthrough, becoming an elite mage. From this point forward, you could wield spells of levels 4 and 5, capable of annihilating towns at will. Given sufficient time, the destruction of entire cities would also be within your reach. Out of discretion, you did not announce your elite status, instead claiming to have just advanced to formal mage. A new wave of sensation ensued. Despite your humility, your background from the slums propelled your name across all of Ellenson. From the nobility to the beggars, everyone became aware of your existence, a brilliant star breaking through the mire. Your tale spread far and wide, sung by wandering minstrels, and many struggling souls regarded you as a beacon of hope. Nobles began inviting you to their banquets, and your prestige soared. The simulation progressed smoothly. Although the first simulation was intended as a novice benefit, this second iteration granted Sue an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. The synergy of the 3 attributes produced effects far beyond mere addition. At merely 20 years of age, you had already attained the status of an elite mage. Sue possesses the confidence that before the conclusion of this simulation, he will officially step into the realm of the sacred domain mage. Perhaps even catch a glimpse of the divine. Should this simulation conclude similarly to the last, successfully transposing the attained levels into reality, he would indeed become invincible. If memory serves, the demigod level within the magical system is akin to the loose immortal in the realm of cultivation. If I were to ascend to the status of a sacred domain mage, would that equate to the great ascension stage? A solitary figure traverses the streets. Sue walked slowly, lost in thought about the events following the conclusion of the simulation, absently chewing on a piece of bread. He yearned to hasten his return home to embark on a new round of magical research. Sue turned into a narrow path. His boots sank into muddy depressions, splattering deep brown droplets, a stark contrast to his immaculate attire amidst the fetid surroundings. Occasionally, the impact of his steps would cause the rough concealments to tremble. Beneath the shattered tiles, desiccated bloodstains lay exposed. This city has never been a beacon of beauty. The lofty aristocrats engage in power struggles while the lower classes resort to primal violence, rendering bloodshed a commonplace occurrence. Yet, this has little bearing on Sue. After all, the denizens of this city are well acquainted with him. None would be foolish enough to provoke a legitimate mage. Stop. Hand over the bread. A quavering voice echoed from ahead, trembling and stuttering, as if the speaker was paralyzed by sheer terror. Sue paused, gazing at the small figure ahead. It was now late October, and the air had turned crisp. Yet, the disheveled figure wore a tattered short shirt on its upper half and oversized, unappealing dark green trousers below. Judging by its state of disrepair, it seemed as though it had been salvaged from refuse. The hair was matted with grime, soaked in murky water, and a scar faintly marked the forehead. The eyes, a pale golden hue, lacked any trace of joy or sorrow, leaving only an abyss of emptiness and a palpable fear of the unknown, creating an illusion of dark pupils. From any angle, one could only perceive hollowness and a lack of light. Sue's gaze descended and fell upon the small knife tightly gripped in her hand. Though her body trembled with fear and her hands shook uncontrollably, she still clutched this solitary weapon with resolve. Did she dare to entertain the thought of robbing a formal mage with merely a small knife? Sue furrowed his brow, activating the observer's entry, revealing more peculiarities about the diminutive figure before him, traits that deviated starkly from the norm. For instance, the jagged remnants concealed within the hair, and the scales lurking beneath the surface of the skin, features that no ordinary human could possess. So, it appears to be a hybrid born of the union between human and demonic bloodlines. Judging by its appearance, it must have been abandoned and has only recently fled to a Linson city. No wonder it dared to attempt robbery. It was entirely oblivious to my identity. Sue stepped forward a few paces. The scars on the girl's face, the bruises on her arms, her trembling legs filled with fear, all became vividly apparent. How pitiful. Sue Shimei lowered her gaze, a soft sigh escaping her lips. in a world where divine beings reign over all living creatures. It is only natural that there exist demonic races that oppose such deities. While the majority of demons are robust and grotesque in appearance, there exist a rare few whose features bear a striking resemblance to humans, intriguing certain individuals with peculiar fascinations. Consequently, the offspring born of this impure lineage, neither fully human nor entirely demonic, are often the subject of disdain. Upon their birth, a staggering 99% are cast aside without a second thought. Only a select few, endowed with formidable powers, are retained for training, molded into unconventional soldiers. It was evident from the trembling fear of the young girl that she was among the most unfortunate of these hybrid beings. Lacking the strength of demons and the normalcy of human appearance, she was unable to assimilate into ordinary life, rendering her existence profoundly tragic. "No, don't come any closer." The demon girl's fear intensified at Sue's approach. Clutching a small knife tightly in her hands, her sole source of security, her oversized, deep green trousers dragged on the ground, rustling as her legs shook incessantly. Though she bore the identity of a would-be robber, her unease and terror mirrored that of a victim tormented by suffering, devoid of any intimidating presence. "Stop! Give me the bread." The girl recognized her own inadequacy. Striving to adopt a fierce demeanor as she aimed the sharp tip of her knife at Sue, resembling a young beast bearing its nascent fangs. Desperately, she shouted, pleading for Sue to halt her advance. Her gaze, filled with longing, was fixated on the half-eaten white bread in Sue's hand, marred with bite marks. Involuntarily, her parched throat, devoid of moisture, constricted painfully as she swallowed. Indeed, the atmosphere was remarkably peculiar, bordering on the absurd and comical. In the early morning hours, the grand steam engines of Islandson City roared to life, their immense clouds of steam cloaking the sky, while mages occasionally soared through the vaporous expanse. In a secluded alleyway unnoticed by anyone, a half-demonic girl, armed with a ludicrously small knife, endeavored to rob Sushime, who outwardly claimed to be a formal mage yet was, in truth, an elite sorcerer. Such an occurrence defied all logic. More surreal than the epic ballads sung by wandering bards. Even disregarding Sue's status as a mage, the physical prowess of an adult male would easily subdue the frail demon girl. However, Sue chose a different course of action. "Are you hungry?" Instead of casting a spell to punish the disrespectful demon girl or reprimanding her harshly, Sue simply regarded her calmly and inquired. The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. "Here." Sushi tore off the bitten portion of the uppermost layer and extended the remaining bread towards the girl. She did not immediately accept it. Instead, she regarded Sushi from a distance with a wary gaze, her eyes reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. It seemed she had never contemplated the possibility of acquiring food so effortlessly. Step by step, the girl cautiously inched closer, one hand gripping a knife while the other reached for the bread, adopting an exceedingly careful demeanor as she approached Sushi. Once she grasped the bread, she swiftly retreated into the depths of the alley, settling onto a decaying wooden crate nestled against the wall, her feet submerged in a murky puddle of yellowish water. Under Sushi's watchful gaze, she initially sampled the bread in small bites, and upon confirming its safety, she quickly began to devour it voraciously. It is said that true pureblood demons possess exceptionally resilient organs, capable of enduring hunger for an entire year, surviving solely on their magical energy during that time. By this logic, half-demon hybrids should inherit a portion of this ability to withstand hunger. Observing the girl as she devoured her meal with abandon, Sushi shook his head. He could scarcely fathom how long the girl had been in exile or what harrowing experiences she had endured to arrive at such a wretched state, marred by filth and littered with scars. After a while, the demon girl finished the white bread in her hands. She turned her gaze back to Sushi, or rather, her hollow, lifeless eyes fixated on the morsels of bread that he had just torn, tainted by his own bite marks. At that moment, upon seeing food, a flicker of longing briefly illuminated her eyes. "Could you possibly give it to me?" Perhaps Sushi's act of offering food had fostered a modicum of goodwill. For this time, the girl refrained from threatening him with a knife and instead stammered her inquiry. Unconsciously, she infused her tone with a hint of supplication and yearning. Her emaciated form rose from the rotting wooden crate, bare feet squelching in the mud and filth, as she staggered towards Sushi, desperate to grasp the remnants of bread in his hand. However, Sushi paid her no heed, tossing the bread morsel into his mouth before turning on his heel and departing the alley, leaving the girl with nothing but the silhouette of his retreating figure. Why? The girl was momentarily stunned. The glimmer in her eyes faded once more into a void of despondency. Losing her balance, she collapsed onto the ground, landing in the slick, foul-smelling alleyway, pain surging through her as crimson blood trickled from her forehead. She did not scream. She had long since grown accustomed to suffering. She remained on the ground, her spirit shattered, lost in the mire. Mother, have I erred again? Mother, why is this happening? I am so hungry, so very hungry. The gnawing sensation of hunger surged again, a lethal cramp twisting her abdomen far more intensely than the pain from her bleeding forehead, compelling the girl to cry out in anguish. She curled into herself, clutching her abdomen with both hands, rolling back and forth in the mud, as if she could mitigate her torment through such motions. She longed to weep, yet that emotion had long been discarded, utterly obliterated through repeated despair. Ultimately, she lay in the muck, her eyes vacant and dazed, gazing at the sky, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. If I die, I will no longer be hungry. This simple thought flickered through her mind. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby, growing ever closer until they stood before the demon girl. A warm, powerful hand lifted her up, and she beheld the young man from earlier. He had returned, bringing with him fresh bread. Here, eat. The previous bread was tainted by my bite, not very clean. Have these new ones instead. Sushi spoke calmly, disregarding the foul odor emanating from the girl and the mud dripping from her body. He extended his palm, channeling a level 5 life magic, harnessing a vast reservoir of life energy to mend her wounds. He then assisted her in rising from the ground and guided her to a cleaner spot to partake in some bread. The girl remained in a daze throughout the ordeal, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. It was only when Sushi offered her the bread that she began to react, mechanically biting into it with a sense of urgency. In no time, an entire bag of bread was devoured. She used water magic to conjure a large sphere of water, intended to replenish the girl as hydration and cleanse her of the grime that clung to her. In the end, Sushi crouched down to meet the girl at eye level, striving to exude a gentle demeanor. In the fetid alley, replete with filth and chaos, so repugnant that even rats would shun it, he extended his palm to the girl, a tangible being of flesh and blood, offering a simple invitation. Come with me. The girl, who had remained eerily silent like a marionette, gazed at Sushi with vacant eyes, her countenance devoid of any semblance of self. She had yet to comprehend the unfolding events, yet an impulse stirred within her, compelling her to respond. Thus, she complied, her hand slowly enveloping the man's outstretched palm. All right, she uttered, her voice trembling. The autumn breeze carried whispers of fallen leaves, heralding the imminent approach of the frigid winter from the north. While on your way home, you unexpectedly encounter a girl of mixed blood, a member of the demon race, her body marred by wounds, frilier than the beggars you have seen in the slums. You tend to her injuries, provide her with sustenance, and lead her to your abode. You do not consider yourself particularly noble or grand. Rather, you merely extend a small act of kindness within your means. Yet, for her, it is a salvation as radiant as the sun. The robust soles of your boots crunch against the dry, fallen leaves on the path, producing a crisp, delicate sound. Sushi led the girl through the dark, sunless alley, guiding her away from the foul stench of decay. They crossed a small channel and ascended several steps. Before them appeared a courtyard of warm brown hues, pristine and tranquil. This was Sushi's residence in Ellenson City. Step inside, he urged. Faced with the immaculate courtyard, the demon girl seemed a tad apprehensive. Sushi exerted a gentle yet firm pressure, half pulling, half leading her into the interior. The sound of their footsteps echoed on the pebble path, amplifying the solitude of the courtyard. Exposed to the sunlight, the girl appeared uneasy, squinting and trying to lower her head to evade the discomfort of the blinding light. Yet, with her small hand firmly grasped by Sushi, she could not retreat as she once did. Gradually, she attempted to open her eyes. Before her lay a tapestry of soft sunlight filtering through the brick and wooden lattice, adorned by the dappled shadows of plants and flowers. The luminous patterns danced intermittently on the ground. In the serene atmosphere, the chirping of insects filled the air. If one listened closely, the distant sound of steam engines from the city center could also be heard. How beautiful it was. The girl's eyes mirrored Sushi's figure, and for the first time, she discovered the world of light to be so enchanting, realizing she, too, could stand beneath the sun. As long as she held onto this man's hand, she could summon the courage within herself. Upon bringing the demon girl to his home, Sushi's first action was to guide her into the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. The girl had wandered for far too long, having spent years amidst refuse. The water magic he previously summoned proved insufficient for a complete purification. He called forth the water elemental sprite, and together they unleashed the magic of water purification. Success. The filth clinging to the girl was entirely eradicated. The sound of rushing water echoed through the bathroom, a continuous cascade of cleansing. Sue pressed the valve, and with the distinctive hissing sound of machinery in operation, scalding hot water flowed through the pipes, cascading over the girl's head under Sue's command. Was it, after all, her once gray hair? With a soft sigh, Sue gently rubbed the top of the girl's head, removing the clumps of mud that had solidified. Once her hair was cleansed, it revealed a cascade of silvery gray locks. The hair possessed a dull sheen and felt coarse to the touch, reminiscent of parched straw, an evident sign of severe nutritional deficiency. This was, of course, unsurprising. One need not be astonished. After all, the girl's emaciated frame exposed prominent bones through her skin, a stark manifestation of frailty, evoking a profound sense of impending mortality. Given such a fragile state, merely surviving was nothing short of a miracle, and naturally, there was little nourishment to spare for her hair. How pitiable. Su Shixin sighed softly once more, gently cleansing the girl's hair and hands. Then, in the midst of the girl's bewildered gaze, he placed the hot water hose into her hands. Now, you shall wash yourself. Are you capable of doing so? Sushi opened his mouth. He could assist with washing her hair and hands, but for the more private parts of her body, he decided it would be best for the girl to handle those herself. After all, she had grown up and was no longer a helpless infant. Some matters needed to be understood from this moment forward. All right, the girl nodded slightly. After handing her the hot water hose, Sushi left the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity while she showered alone, he ventured out to purchase some clothes. Having lived alone, he had nothing suitable for a young girl. The attire she had previously worn could hardly be deemed clothing. It was more accurately described as rags, which Sushi had promptly incinerated. Upon returning with the clothes, he found the girl had just finished washing. She stood still in the bathroom, clutching the hot water hose, resembling a solidified statue. As steam continued to flow from the hose, disappearing down the drain, her gaze was vacant. When Sushi appeared, she turned to him, like a robot awaiting the next command. Come out and dry yourself off. Turn off the hot water here. In response to her bewildered expression, Sushi pressed the valve on the bathroom wall. Moments later, the flow of hot water from the hose ceased. Subsequently, he wrapped her in a large towel and gently dried her damp body, ensuring her hair remained untouched. Su wielded fire magic in his left hand and wind magic in his right, conjuring a unique warm breeze that dried the girl's hair completely, leaving no trace of moisture. Next came the new attire. The garments he had procured for her were not particularly extravagant in style. Yet, upon changing into them, the girl emanated a refreshing aura that was strikingly new. If one were to articulate this sensation, it could be described as the profound feeling of finally embodying a human, not discarded refuse, nor forgotten withered leaves, but a tangible presence standing here as a person. Observing the girl, now revitalized, a smile graced Sue's face. Indeed, she appeared much more spirited now. He took her hand once more. Sushi prepared to escort her to the room where she would reside. The corridor extended straight ahead, not particularly long, culminating in the chamber designated for the girl. As her hand rested on the doorknob, a sudden thought seemed to dawn upon Sushi, prompting her to glance down at the girl. Do you have a name? Krisha. The usually silent demon girl finally responded, lifting her gaze to meet Sushi's. Krisha Christina. Her eyes remained hollow, devoid of any reflection of the world around her. Yet, in that emptiness, Sushi sensed a flicker of anticipation. Krisha, what a lovely name, she murmured, gently stroking the girl's hair before pushing open the wooden door, leading her inside. You have learned the true name of the demon girl, Krisha Christina. It is a beautiful name. You think to yourself, and you express this sentiment aloud. After adopting the young witch, your life underwent a subtle transformation. Previously, your days were consumed by the study of magic and various magical research endeavors. However, with Krisha in your care, a portion of your time was now dedicated to her education. You found no fault in this arrangement. Your mastery of magic had reached an exalted level, and the enhancement of your abilities was merely a matter of time. Guiding the girl offered a welcome distraction from the monotony of your existence. The girl's capacity for understanding far surpassed your expectations. Despite the fact that you imparted only the basic knowledge of human life and social interactions, she grasped it all within a mere week. Though her tragic past rendered her somewhat peculiar, she was now able to engage in normal conversation with you. You felt a sense of pride and commended Krisha. Yet amidst this pride lingered a concern for the witch's future. In your daily interactions, you discerned that Krisha lacked something vital. It was not merely the impurity of her demonic lineage or the damage to her horns and the scars on her skin, more crucially. It was the emotion she had lost. She did not comprehend joy, nor did she know sorrow or anger, only fear remained. In her tumultuous past, she had endured countless abuses, excruciating pain, and suffocating despair, leading her to numb herself and forget unnecessary feelings. She could neither smile nor shed tears, only instinctively recoil in fear when faced with aggression. On one occasion, while you and Krisha were in the same room, you reached out to take the cup of tea, but she screamed in terror, mistakenly believing you intended to strike her, cowering in the corner. From that moment on, you consciously softened your movements, and gradually, the young witch grew accustomed to your presence. Time flew by, and before long, you had cared for the witch for half a month. During these 15 days, through your attentive guidance, she had become increasingly obedient and even began to assist you in daily tasks. You contemplated her future for quite some time, pondering various paths for the girl, ultimately deciding to let her choose her own destiny. 1. To remain in your home as a maid, tending to your daily needs. 2. To accept you as her mentor, learning magic and transforming into a true witch, thus altering her life. 3. To depart and embark on a new life, with a generous sum of money for her journey. As autumn arrived, on a chilly afternoon filled with howling winds, you summoned Krisha and presented her with 3 distinct choices, allowing her to determine her own fate. In the city of Ellenson, the autumn wind howled fiercely, effortlessly swirling up heaps of fallen leaves. In a courtyard situated away from the slums and closer to the city center, an 11 or 12-year-old girl remained vacant of expression, akin to a machine devoid of will. Before her lay 3 objects. The first was a maid's attire, the second, the garb of a magic apprentice, and the third, a bulging bag of coins. These 3 items represented 3 divergent paths in life. Without a moment's hesitation, Krisha bypassed the bag of coins, despite the promise of a worry-free future it held. She felt no temptation. Maid, she murmured, her gaze fixated on the maid's outfit. She harbored no interest in extraordinary power and had never aspired to become a formidable individual. The prospect of remaining by Sushi's side as a maid, possessing personal belongings, seemed to her the ultimate happiness. With this thought, Krisha reached for the maid's attire. Yet, suddenly, she noticed a hint of disappointment in Sushi's eyes, concerned more for Sushi's feelings than her own desires. She hesitantly extended her hand toward the apprentice's garments. This time she saw something. A sense of relief shone in Su's eyes. Thus, the sorceress no longer hesitated and grasped the attire of the magical apprentice. Master, I have made my choice, Krisha stated in a tone that was flat and devoid of fluctuation. The black robe of the magical apprentice adorned her figure, harmonizing beautifully with her silvery gray hair, exuding an air of mystery. Krisha, starting tomorrow, come to the meditation chamber, and I shall begin teaching you the fundamental techniques of meditation. Su's face bore an expression of remorse as he gently stroked the girl's long hair, which was beginning to regain its luster. He could discern that Krisha did not pursue the path of magic out of her own desire, but rather because of his own aspirations that guided her choice. Su felt a pang of guilt, yet simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. In this realm of magic, one cannot wield destiny without power. In contrast to humans, the lifespan of the demon race is remarkably extended, truly embodying the essence of immortality. Even a half-human, half-demon hybrid which could easily anticipate living for several centuries or even millennia. Su was uncertain about how many years he could survive in this simulation, but it was likely that his lifespan would not surpass that of a girl. To prevent her from enduring inhumane torment or even meeting a tragic end at the hands of others after his departure, he felt compelled to take action. Su believes it is essential to impart to the girl the true power of self-protection, which is magic, given Krisha's demonic lineage. Relying on the faith in the gods to wield magic is an utterly impossible endeavor. Fortunately, as an elemental mage myself, I can guide her in comprehending the essence of the elements. Sushi contemplated silently, raising her gaze to the grand tree in the courtyard. As the weather turned cooler, the once vibrant green leaves had all fallen, leaving only the bare branches swaying in the cold wind. Every bloom must eventually fade. Even the mightiest trees face their demise. If one waits until regret sets in, it is indeed far too late. Come inside, Krisha. The wind is strong outside, and you might catch a chill. Yes, Master Mentor. The girl followed closely behind Sushi, inseparable. The following day, in the innermost sanctum of the courtyard house, The room designated by Su Shi as a meditation chamber was dimly lit, with flickering candlelight casting shadows. Su Shi and Klisha settled down together. The meditation room was inscribed with a unique magical circle, designed to enhance focus and elevate one's sensitivity to the elements, particularly suitable for a novice like Klisha. Klisha, empty your mind. Think of nothing. Embrace the elements in their most natural state. Inside the meditation chamber, Su Shi held a brown wand, gently waving it, causing the dark, frigid air to become stiflingly warm, permeated by a faint scent of singed matter. Qing Shenxiao, a herb originating from the bountiful lands beyond the city, is said to be one of the miracles bestowed by the goddess of harvest. For novice mage apprentices, it possesses a remarkably enchanting effect, facilitating a deeper understanding and appreciation of the essence of magic. In Su Shi's vision, with a month of continuous exposure to Qing Shenxiao, coupled with the enhancing effects of the magical array, the girl should be able to successfully become a mage apprentice without the need for divine faith. Patience is key. There is no need for haste. Su Shi remained calm, ready for a prolonged endeavor. After all, in this world, elementalist mages who do not worship gods are exceedingly rare, and the notion of a demon becoming a mage is virtually unheard of. In a sense, Su Shi was attempting to conjure a miracle. Master, I am ready. If confusion could be materialized, Su Shi would surely be adorned with a multitude of question marks. In preparation for Klisha's successful meditation, Su Shi had devised several strategies long before today, equipping himself for a sustained effort. He never anticipated that the girl would achieve success in her very first meditation. Klisha, do share your feelings about the meditation? Su Shi inquired, ensuring clarity. Yes, I saw, Klisha replied obediently, her speech occasionally faltering. However, compared to their initial meeting, she had improved significantly. Elements, magic power, mental strength. Through Klisha's descriptions, Su Shi confirmed that she had indeed succeeded in her meditation. Yet, the question lingered, why was this the case? Within the dim meditation chamber, the scent of burning Qing Shenxiao continued to linger, sharp and pungent, while the demon girl clad in a dark apprentice robe waited silently for Su Shi's next command. Su looked at the girl, engulfed in confusion and contemplation. The reason I was able to successfully meditate and transform from an ordinary person into a magic apprentice was due to my possession of the most advanced red attribute, complemented by the support of 2 purple attributes. With these 3 attributes at my disposal, it was only natural that I succeeded in my first attempt at meditation. Yet, this child unexpectedly. Su Shi contemplated, reflecting on the elements that would determine the success of this meditation. Beyond the fundamental attributes of talent and enlightenment, there must exist some overlooked qualities, unique advantages that other demon clans and even humans lack. Is it truly so? Gazing at the diminutive figure before him, Su Shi suddenly fell silent. He understood. The sorceress before him was not a prodigy. She possessed neither the formidable physique of a pure-blooded demon nor the superior intellect found in humanity. Her frail body had endured relentless torment and violence. Her spirit resembled stagnant waters, sealed off in a long-standing despair, devoid of emotion, unfamiliar with joy or sorrow. Yet, this was precisely the truth behind Klisha's successful first meditation. Meditation, in essence, requires the practitioner's mental fortitude to connect with and perceive the elements of all things. It demands an extraordinary state of mind. Ordinary individuals may falter due to emotional fluctuations or become hesitant from overthinking. However, Klisha was different. Lacking emotions, she remained unperturbed. Devoid of contemplation, she did not waver. Only in moments of suffering and torment did this half-demon girl briefly reveal her fear and trepidation, triggered by excruciating pain. This truth is indeed cruel. Su clenched the wand tightly in silence. Klisha possessed a remarkable talent for magic, which was indeed a wonderful gift. However, the price of such a talent was so harrowing that it rendered one speechless at the mere thought of it. Su sighed softly, contemplating the validity of his hypothesis. To ascertain its accuracy, he instructed the girl to undergo several additional tests. Everything proceeded seamlessly, exhibiting a fluidity reminiscent of their previous meditation attempts. In the subsequent processes of perceiving elements, establishing connections, and absorbing magical energy, Klisha demonstrated an extraordinary, almost prodigious aptitude. Well done, Klisha, Su remarked as he crouched down to praise the usually reticent girl of the demon race. Do you feel any discomfort? No, Mentor, Klisha Christina replied, shaking her head. Her petite face bore no expression, devoid of the innocent vivacity typically found in children. Instead, her eyes reflected a somber depth, as if they were being consumed by a shadowy gloom. It was an ineffable void that rendered one speechless. In a certain sense, the girl could be deemed a complete failure. Beyond her physical shortcomings, she exhibited a profound emotional deficiency, unable to provide the responses that others sought. Yet, paradoxically, it was this very absence that endowed her with the potential of an elemental mage. Sushi suspended the girl's training. Mentor? Clissa tilted her head in confusion as she looked at him. Please take a seat, Clissa, Sushi said. Seating himself on the ground and gesturing for the girl to sit beside him, Sushi discovered that, rather than merely empowering the girl, there exists an even more crucial task at hand, comprehending her past and experiences. Only through understanding can one truly assist her in forging a brighter future. Ignorance, masked as goodwill, could inadvertently inflict further harm upon her. Crisa obediently seated herself. The robe of a magical apprentice was somewhat oversized for her slender frame, enveloping her legs as she sat. Her excessively long gray-silver hair, brushing the ground, cascaded gently across the tiled floor of the meditation chamber. A breeze brushed against Crisa's cheek, a warmth emanating from Sushi's exhaled breath, provoking a peculiar sensation within her, a comforting reassurance. Could you share with me your past, Crisa? Sushi inquired. What do you mean? She responded. Anything at all. I wish to know you. Understood, Minor. Although the girl was unaware of what aspects of her life merited such interest, she recognized the importance of adhering to Sushi's wishes. Being a personal possession, it was her fundamental duty to obey her master. Thus, under Sushi's attentive gaze, the young demon girl, merely 11 or 12 years of age, began to recount a tale from long ago. A narrative that unfolded prior to Sushi's arrival in this realm. In her first year of life, she beheld her biological mother, a creature known as a succubus, adorned with grand, twisted horns, possessing a figure reminiscent of humanity's most alluring forms, and bound by a colossal iron ring around her neck. With gentle, almost liquid eyes, her mother gazed lovingly upon the infant Crisa. Crisa had never encountered her father. From the moment of her birth, her mother concealed her from the world. After hiding for 3 to 4 years, Crisa finally laid eyes upon her father, a moment that would prove to be both her first and last. He seized her with a fierce grip, hurling her from the room and casting her into the wilderness, into desolate and remote lands. Her mother attempted to resist, but was met with her father's contemptuous gaze, uttering the words, "What right does this wretched spawn have to live?" At that moment, Crisa could not fully comprehend her father's vicious words, only that her mother's severed head accompanied her in abandonment. To this day, Crisa vividly remembers the tragic state of her mother's head, charred and rough to the touch, with the once magnificent horns mercilessly severed. Flee, her mother had implored. The resilience of demonkind is remarkable. Even in death, her mother's had managed to convey a message in her final moments. Thus, obediently, Crisa escaped, distancing herself from that so-called home. Tears streamed down her face as she ran, fleeing far, far away, so far that even the knights dispatched by her father could not trace her footsteps. From that day on, the young Crisa embarked on a life of wandering, teetering incessantly between life and death. Her demonic heritage rendered her easily identifiable. Those who might have taken her in would recoil in horror upon seeing her horns, fleeing in terror. Why? Why must it be this way? The young Crisa could not fathom the reasons until she grew older, eventually understanding the root of humanity's fear. This was a grand epic ruled by deities, who, in their benevolence, shielded humankind with their divine power, while demons were regarded as malevolent creatures, perpetually at odds with both humanity and the gods. Thus, a deep-seated aversion toward demons permeated society. Begone, depart from here. Great sun god, descend with your fierce flames and incinerate this demoness. People either expressed their disdain by driving her away or pursued her with swords drawn. Crisa found no sanctuary. Compelled to heed her mother's dying wish to continue escaping, seeking refuge in a place where even she could survive. With this resolve, Crisa wandered for an extended period. She had laughed upon discovering naturally fallen fruits along the roadside, savoring their sweetness. She had cried when attempting to join the games of human children, only to be met with exclusion and stones that left her bruised. Eventually, both laughter and tears faded away, leaving only fear in their wake. As Crisa matured, her demonic features became increasingly pronounced. Her horns and scales were unmistakable symbols of her lineage. Consequently, violence ensued. They hurled stones and rotten food at her, inflicting wounds and stench upon her form. They delighted in her cries and pleas, subjecting her to brutal treatment, even binding her to a cart, dragging her along the ground. Mother, why must this be? Amidst the relentless torment, the light in her eyes extinguished completely, leaving her emotions irrevocably flawed. She no longer understood joy or sorrow. In truth, this was perhaps a blessing, Kreese mused, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, devoid of ripples, only an eternal emptiness. Without sorrow, there would be no tears to shed. Conserving her strength. Following the loss of her emotions, her speed in fleeing surpassed what it had once been. If she could run fast enough, she would not be harmed. Kreese recounted her experiences of escape to Sushi, her expression unchanged, her tone monotonous. She felt neither cold nor warmth, nor the pulse of a beating heart. She was as a machine, recounting her past. She shared that muddy water was unpalatable, laden with sand and stones, causing discomfort in her belly. In contrast, the city's drainage ditches might offer more sustenance, as the rats therein could stave off hunger. That is enough, Kreese. Sushi suddenly interjected, interrupting the girl's words. He took a deep breath, his voice heavier than ever before. I am truly sorry. Deeply sorry for bringing back such painful memories. I sincerely apologize. The tone of self-reproach pierced the tranquility of the air, especially after locking eyes with Kreese's vacant gaze. That sense of guilt and remorse grew more profound. Sorry, the demon girl appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why Sushi felt the need to apologize to her. Had she spoken out of turn? Surely, a master could do no wrong. The son that redeemed her was blameless. Kreese genuinely believed this. If Sushi was not at fault, then the blame must lie with her, mustn't it? With this thought, Kreese gazed at Sushi and earnestly suggested, if I have caused you so much distress, I must be of no use to you. Please, cast me aside. To her, worthless items ought to be discarded. Reflecting her inner convictions. After all, she had been cast out by her father in such a manner. The witch perceived herself as lacking in virtue, save for her obedience. Despite her affection for Sushi, despite her desire to remain by his side for eternity, despite her aversion to wandering, if Sushi chose to abandon her, she would certainly leave without hesitation, just as she obeyed her mother's command to flee long ago. Yes, obedience was all that mattered. Kreese sat upright, her fingers intertwined and resting on her thighs, awaiting Sushi's pronouncement that she should vacate this beautiful and dreamlike home. A tinge of reluctance lingered. But there was no alternative. After all, she felt so ugly, inept, and lowly. Being cast away seemed only natural. She should be grateful for the days spent in gentle treatment. How could she dare to wish for more? Kreese remained seated, her expression still vacant and devoid of emotion. Yet her intertwined fingers began to rub together unconsciously. What felt like mere seconds stretched into an eternity, leaving the emotionally detached girl inexplicably anxious. At last, she awaited the final judgment. A warm, familiar hand gently rested upon Kreese's head, moving side to side, conveying a faint warmth and comfort. I will not abandon you, Kreese. Sushi spoke in a gentle tone, yet his demeanor was resolute, imbued with compassion and tenderness. The outcome clearly took the girl by surprise, eliciting a soft gasp that was unexpectedly charming as she lifted her gaze to Sushi. Is it true, Mentor? She inquired. Indeed, it is, he affirmed. Su replied. The misfortune that has shrouded my existence since birth has suddenly vanished, revealing the beauty that once only graced my dreams, now illuminating my reality. Like a radiant beam of light, it brings hope to the girl. Kreese stared blankly for an extended period. She mused that, had this occurred in the past, she would have joyfully laughed, or perhaps wept with emotion. However, ever since her emotional deficiencies manifested, she has not experienced either of these feelings. Thank you. In the tranquil meditation room, the girl suddenly felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from her meditation practice, she thought. The witch's gifts astonish you. Yet what captivates you even more are the witch's past and experiences, ravaged, bullied, hunted, abused, tormented. She has endured nearly every conceivable atrocity, her life steeped in suffering. Were it not for her tender age, irreversible consequences might have ensued. One cannot help but ponder whether human malice surpasses the demons lurking in the abyss. You become acutely aware that merely nurturing Kreese's powers is woefully insufficient. Thus, the day culminates in meditation, followed by a humble dinner. Sushi escorted Kreese back to her room. Subsequently, he traversed the silent corridor alone, entering the study located on the outer side of the courtyard. He turned the knob, and several glass lamps embedded with luminous crystals emanated a soft glow, illuminating the previously dark chamber. The matter concerning the child is rather challenging. The emotional void wrought by such extreme experiences leaves little hope for restoration. All one can do is strive to the best of their ability. The sound reverberated within the spacious study. Sushi approached the table, drew out a chair, and seated himself, extracting a dense stack of papers. These pages meticulously documented Sushi's research into new magics, encompassing a wide array of attributes. They were a testament to his boundless creativity and inclusive vision. This unique foundation was crafted by Sushi based on the red descriptor of mortal wisdom. Even after the simulation and settlement, there were no reward options pertaining to these novel magics. The Su system can also replicate in the real world through memory. However, tonight, Sushi did not intend to delve into new magic. After a cursory glance at the materials on the subject, he tucked the papers away in a cabinet and instead retrieved a blank sheet of parchment, pausing occasionally to ponder, and at other times, inscribing his thoughts with ink. Nurturing Chris's sound character should not be rushed. The child is still in a delicate phase, and hastily exposing her to too many matters will only instill fear, causing her to retreat further into the shadows of her sorrowful past. Yes, it is best to maintain the current pace and gradually teach her magic. Possessing extraordinary power is the first step towards cultivating her self-confidence, followed by subsequent steps to gradually fill the void within her soul until she is capable of standing on her own. The fervent steam surged through the room's pipes, providing ample warmth for Sushi. As he turned his wrist, the tip of his pen grazed the paper, reminiscent of gentle raindrops sliding down a window. The continuous rustling sound resonated distinctly in the night, evoking a unique sense of tranquility. It was only deep into the night that Sushi finally set down his pen, the paper now filled with his plans for Chris's future. Outside the doo-doo house, the sharp, elongated sound of a steam whistle captured Sushi's attention. He instinctively glanced out the window, where he beheld a dark canopy of clouds obscuring the bright moon, enveloping the entire city of Ellenson in a shroud of darkness. The magically constructed edifices still towered impressively, and the steam billowed relentlessly into the sky. Yet beneath the cover of night, the entire city seemed to transform in an instant into a twisted, menacing dark forest, the steam engine's vapor morphing into a nightmarish fog. Occasionally, a few windows in nearby homes emitted faint glimmers of light, only serving to accentuate the silence and eeriness. Steam, magic, deities, elements. In demonkind, this world certainly harbors an abundance of elements. He gazed into the darkness outside. Sushi let out a soft sigh, feeling that this simulated world of magic was akin to the city of Ellenson before him, shrouded in darkness and concealing many mysteries yet to be unveiled. The previous simulated world of cultivation was rather similar, though Sushi's demise had come too soon, his cultivation stagnating at the golden core stage, never once gracing the legendary realm of immortals. He hoped that this second simulation would yield breakthroughs. At the very least, he wished to delay his demise. Indeed, he needed to ensure that Krisha had the ability to protect herself before he could leave with ease. Your cultivation of Krisha has officially commenced. Within the realm of magic, meditation serves merely as a preliminary step to connect with the world. The true essence lies in how to communicate with the elements and manipulate the corresponding magic. The girl aspires to become a nearly all-encompassing master of magic, yet it is evident that she lacks your innate talent. With a gentle smile, you guide her to begin her training with the fundamental elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. The first lesson you impart is in earth magic. Krisha, clear your mind and attune yourself to the ground beneath your feet. Perceive, communicate, and release. Proceed slowly, step by step. In the courtyard, where autumn winds howled, the little girl clad in the robes of a magic apprentice struggled to channel the magical energy within her. After a minute, she managed to form a small mound of earth. The mound was diminutive and scattered, a manifestation of a novice's attempt at a level 0 spell, Earth Gathering. To be candid, Krisha's performance was commendable. She successfully released magic on her first attempt. Though it was not without imperfections, Sushi did not hesitate to offer his praise. Well done, Krisha. Remember, the key to unleashing earth magic lies in steadiness, slow, deliberate, and substantial. Sushi spoke gently as he crouched down to brush the dirt off the girl's clothing. The mud had accumulated, forming a small mound, and the girl herself was covered in clumps of soil, appearing somewhat disheveled. I understand, master, she replied obediently. You will learn the second skill, the wind magic. Once you have mastered the earth magic and can gather the soil without affecting yourself, Sushi will teach you the level 0 wind magic, Windblade. This is the simplest and most widely known form of wind magic. Its lethality is limited, and its range is not particularly far. However, many renowned wind spells have evolved from this fundamental technique, making it an essential skill for any wind mage. The process involves compression, stabilization, and finally, release. Sushi slowed down his movements, showcasing the entire process of unleashing the wind blade before Krisha's eyes. The girl appeared bewildered, grasping only fragments of understanding. After toiling with the wind element for quite some time, she finally managed to compress a reasonably shaped wind blade, attempting to launch it towards the grand tree, only for the blade to dissipate midway. Well, do not be discouraged, Sushi gently encouraged her. Your third lesson will focus on water magic. Among the 4 fundamental elements of nature, it seems that Krisha possesses the greatest affinity for the water element. Professor Su teaches the rudimentary magic of water generation. Within a mere 10 minutes, Krisha adeptly mastered the application of water generation and, through her own intuition, acquired another elementary water spell, Water Arrow. Su could not help but exclaim, "My disciple Krasar possesses the grace of a water elemental sage." No sooner had the words left his lips than the girl, exhausted from her magical exertions, lost control of the water she had conjured, resulting in a splashing sound that drenched her completely. Thus, on that day, Su gently tapped the girl's head, admonishing her for her carelessness. What he ultimately imparted was the knowledge of the fiery and perilous fire element, which ranks among the most hazardous of all magical elements. Due to its inherent instability, a moment's inattention could lead to the caster being scorched by the flames. Therefore, Su first ensured that Krasar became adept in the other 3 elements, achieving a level of mastery before he began to teach her the fundamentals of fire magic. The basic fire spell, Fireball, serves as the precursor to the first-level spell Fireball technique. It boasts advantages such as rapid release, significant power, and an ability to penetrate. However, its drawbacks are equally evident. Only magical apprentices can cast this 0-level spell, and such apprentices often struggle to manage their magical energies, resulting in self-inflicted injuries. Fortunately, thanks to Su's careful guidance, Krasar eventually mastered the Fireball spell. Thus, the path of the sorceress in her elemental studies had taken a definitive first step. From that point onward, her task was to build upon this foundation, nurturing her fragile sapling into a towering tree. Until that day arrives, Su would keep a watchful eye on the girl. Your guidance to the sorceress has proven successful. She has adeptly mastered the 4 primary elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. Emotional deficiencies set her apart from others, yet they also enable her swift progress in magical studies, granting her unique insights into the arcane arts. You find solace in this, for it signifies that Krasar's innate talent is not lacking. You believe that such growth might, to some extent, mend her delicate and sensitive heart. You began to impart more profound magical knowledge to her, and Krasar approached her studies with utmost seriousness, committing your teachings to memory and demonstrating great respect for your wisdom. Beyond her magical pursuits, she also willingly engaged in household chores, a practice you did not discourage. For you understood that restoring a broken heart requires not only instilling confidence, but also fostering a sense of belonging. Unreservedly offering kindness and affection would not restore her to normalcy. It would only leave her feeling lost and aimless. Thus, you bestowed upon her a sense of value through the responsibilities of daily life, allowing her to feel needed and worthy, rather than discarded like refuse. This approach significantly bolstered her sense of security. Time flew by, and 2 months had elapsed since you took in the sorceress. Now, it was late December. The fervor surrounding you in Ellenson City had slightly waned, yet among the common folk, you remained a widely discussed figure. They often marveled at your unwavering faith, believing it could invoke the blessings of the goddess of life. You smiled at such notions, for you were not a follower of the goddess. Ellenson City, situated in the northern reaches of the world, experienced winter earlier and more harshly than other locales. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and pedestrians on the streets trembled against the biting cold. A heavy snowfall enveloped the city, making even breathing an excruciating ordeal, as the frigid air ruthlessly cut through the nose and mouth, invading the body with its relentless assault. Yet, this was of little concern to you. Your dwelling was equipped with a complete set of steam heating apparatus, and you could also employ fire magic for warmth. From the Mage Association in the city center, you unexpectedly learned of troubling news. Orcs were launching an assault in a border city further north of Ellenson. The merciless winter tormented not only humans, but also these physically formidable beings. This situation did not stir much unrest in Ellenson, as multiple mage legions and various divine churches were stationed along the borders, rendering any breach of defenses highly improbable. As the new year approached, both nobles and commoners began preparing for the first day of the year, a day celebrated as Creation Day. It was a momentous occasion commemorating the collaborative efforts of the gods in the creation of the world, celebrated with fervor amidst the cold of winter, marked by a cacophony of noise, excitement, and jubilation. Sushi sat comfortably in his cozy study, quietly listening to the sounds of merriment wafting in from outside. Since the arrival of the colder weather, he had not encountered such lively noises for quite some time, children at play and adults laughing, adding a touch of color to the otherwise silent and desolate winter. In past years, Sushi had spent this season in solitude. However, this year was different. He was accompanied by a sorceress. "Please, Minter," a calm voice echoed beside him. Devoid of any dramatic fluctuations or emotional undertones, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream or a soft breeze caressing the treetops. This voice belonged exclusively to Krisha, a melody unique to her. "Thank you, Krisha," Sushi replied, glancing to his right. After 2 months of nutritional replenishment, the once frail and woeful little girl had regained her ruddy complexion and basic form. Her silvery gray hair flowed gracefully like a waterfall, and she stood quietly in her black and white apprentice robe, cradling a cup of hot beverage in her hands. Shaka, a miraculous drink passed down through human society. Sushi interpreted it as the coffee of the magical realm. He took it from the girl's hands and savored a sip. A warm current flowed down his throat, soothing his body while simultaneously awakening his spirit, deepening his perception of magic. This was the effect of Shaka. A single cup cost 1 gold coin. What a ripoff. Sushi mused, clicking his tongue, finding the so-called Shaka rather mediocre, far inferior to his 3 attributes. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable that the local mages of the simulated world, lacking any attribute enhancements, would inflate the price of Shaka for its meager benefits. He shook his head. Su no longer paid any attention. He placed the cup back on the tray and then stood up. "Chris, I need to step out for a while. I leave the house in your care." "Yes, please rest assured." Sushi, adorned in the formal robes of a mage, enveloped herself in the protective barrier of wind and the warmth of fire. With a swift incantation of the wind manipulation spell, she harnessed the currents and soared gracefully beyond the courtyard. The girl stood at the threshold, quietly observing the receding figure until it vanished from sight. Only then did she return home to resume her household chores. Today marks the final day of the old year. Su was preparing to head to the Wizarding Association in the city center to settle some commissions, acquire new spell books, and perhaps make a brief appearance. Sushi is not particularly fond of social interactions. However, the notoriety associated with his identity as the mage of the slums is undeniably overwhelming. Many mages, driven by curiosity, eagerly seek to forge connections with him. Through these networks, Sushi acquires a wealth of invaluable extraordinary materials and becomes privy to a multitude of information. The news of the orc invasion at the borders was precisely obtained through these channels. Thus, gradually, Su had developed a habit of occasionally visiting the Mage Association. "Ah, Su, long time no see. Is that not the illustrious beacon of the slums? Come, let us drink to our heart's content." "Damn it, Dedeo, you old rascal. Cheating by using wind magic to manipulate my dice. Your tricks are utterly useless." Can the affairs of mages be deemed as cheating? Upon entering the Mage Association in Ellenson City, familiar faces greeted Su while others indulged in merriment. Compared to usual, the association hall appeared quite desolate. It seemed that most had returned home to celebrate the new year. Su pondered for a moment, nodding in acknowledgement to those he recognized, before skillfully proceeding deeper into the association to settle some previous commissions. With the payment in hand, his wallet felt considerably fuller. Su has acquired extraordinary materials and previously unseen magical tomes. Through the red phrase "the wisdom of mortals," Su can swiftly integrate these exceptional materials and profound knowledge, transforming them into a personal reservoir of wisdom, allowing him to traverse the path of the mage with increasing prowess. There exists a famous adage in this world: the mightiest are the most erudite. This implies that a powerful mage possesses vast knowledge. Conversely, it can also be interpreted that the more extensive a mage's knowledge, the greater their strength. In the ascent of the magical hierarchy, mental acuity and the breadth of knowledge are particularly crucial. The former serves as the key that connects the mage to the world, while the latter manifests the mage's comprehension of that world. When these two elements converge, catalyzed by magical energy, the result is the sorcery that is widely recognized. As for me now, I have a long journey ahead on this extraordinary path of magic. Ellenson City, Mage Association. Having exchanged for the necessary items, Su gently caressed the cover of the spellbook, savoring its matte texture, which evoked a sense of wonder. The path of the extraordinary is fraught with challenges, where both fortune and talent are indispensable. Fortunately, he is aided by a simulator. As long as he can live to the end of his days, he might not achieve divinity, but it seems plausible that he could become a sanctified archmage. Thus, he mused. Su gathered extraordinary materials and magical tomes into his spatial ring. Turning back, he beheld the exquisitely adorned walls, illuminated by flickering candlelight, which wafted the fragrance of a rare incense from the distant south. The aroma was delightful, reminiscent of the refreshing spirit herb, invigorating the mind. Simultaneously, a melodious female voice floated down from the second floor of the association, enchanting all who listened. The sound was exquisite, likely emanating from a banquet hosted by noble wizards. Sushi paused in his departure, not drawn by the voice itself, but rather reminded of a girl awaiting his return home. That child, Krisha, must be tidying up at this hour. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. Before he returned, he resolved to purchase a New Year's gift for her, for she had diligently trained in magic all this time. He turned back, making his way once more to the trading window of the Mage Association. After careful selection, he chose a necklace adorned with a white and blue design. The silver outer ring shimmered with a brilliant light, interspersed with fragments of sparkling stones that caught the eye. The inner recesses cradled deep blue aquamarine orbs, a remarkable material sourced from the waters of Little Britain, radiating splendor. When light struck its surface, it glistened like real waves, creating a mesmerizing halo that drew one into its depths. I hope Krisha will like it, Sushi mused, gazing at the necklace in his hands. From his perspective, he felt the necklace would complement the enchantress beautifully and would look splendid when worn. Additionally, the water attribute of the aquamarine would offer some enhancement to water magic, rendering it exceedingly useful. Yet, in matters of gifts, one's appreciation ultimately rested with the recipient. Having completed the transaction for the necklace with a handful of gold coins, Sushi exited the Mage Association. He politely declined an invitation to a banquet taking place on the second floor and proceeded towards the market, intending to procure additional ingredients and other daily necessities. The steam hissed, and the cold wind howled. In this harsher winter than those of years past, the steam apparatuses of Ellenson City operated with increased fervor. It resembled a cacophony of countless birds in distress, as steam collided with the frigid air, coalescing into vast clouds. However, it would not be long before these clouds were scattered by enormous steam airships or torn asunder by swiftly flying mages. The harmonious interplay of steam and magic was indeed wondrous. One could only ponder how humanity in this world had embarked upon such a peculiar path of coexistence. Sushi sighed, once again enveloping himself in multiple layers of protection. He soared towards the bustling market in the city center with the grace of the wind manipulation technique. His speed was remarkable, and he swiftly procured the necessary items. With a change of direction, he headed back towards his home. Upon landing, a small figure awaited him, having stood vigil for quite some time. "Welcome back, master," said the girl with silver-gray hair, her toes lightly lifted as she helped Sushi remove his voluminous robe, gently brushing off the snowflakes that had settled upon it. Her expression was earnest, as if engaged in a significant task. "Yes, I have returned," Sushi replied with a smile. "This world is vast, vast enough to accommodate the gods, yet it is also remarkably small, small enough that in Clissa's eyes, there exists only you." After tidying up their home, the young witch stood at the entrance of the courtyard, eagerly awaiting your return. She was delighted to see you, assisting in the removal of your robe, preparing soft shoes, and taking from your hands the ingredients required for tonight's New Year's feast, determined to cook alone. You pondered for a moment and decided to stop the girl. After all, she had only recently begun to experiment with cooking and often made various mistakes. Under normal circumstances, you would not have paid these missteps any mind. However, this evening was New Year's Eve, and you felt it necessary to ensure the safety of your stomach. Your timing in entering the kitchen was impeccable, successfully averting what could have been a disastrous culinary explosion. You took it upon yourself to cook. The wisdom of mortals activated, and the observer's insight commenced. You comprehended the entirety of the recipe and observed the nuances of the ingredients. From this moment forth, pots and pans bowed to your command, and your culinary skills ascended to that of a master. You inquired about the girl's preferences, to which she replied, "I like everything you make." A shiver ran through you, as if an unseen gaze were fixed upon you. You chose to ignore it and continued your culinary endeavors. Soon, you had prepared a fragrant array of 4 dishes and a soup, the moment you lifted the lid revealing a glimmer of golden light. Your culinary prowess was once again enhanced. As night fell, the winter city of Ironson found its streets nearly deserted. A chilling mist enveloped everything, shrouding the world in obscurity. Yet, the laughter of people and the joy of celebration intertwined, connecting them in spirit. Praise be to the god of fire. Praise be to the god of the forge. Praise be to the goddess of abundance. Their glory, their great deeds, their radiance all converged here in gratitude. Under the guidance of the 3 divine churches within the city, hymns of praise resonated throughout Ironson. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within Sushi's home was one of solitude, empty and echoing, with winter's chill pervading every corner. Only the dining table, laden with an abundance of culinary delights, exuded a semblance of life. Sushi sat at the head of the table, with Krisha seated to his right. Several glass lamps cast a gentle glow, illuminating the surface of the dishes with a sheen of oil and revealing the intricate textures of the expansive dining table. Another year had passed, and the next would mark the 7th year within this simulated realm. Suddenly, Sushi felt a sense of disorientation. The simulation of life was astonishingly vivid. Despite retaining memories of the real world and the initial simulation in his mind, and having the ability to summon the simulator panel at will. Prolonged exposure to life in Allenson often led Sushi to subconsciously forget that this was merely a simulation. Yet, it was not entirely a negative outcome. In his youth, he had always fantasized about traversing worlds. Now, in a sense, he had achieved a rather unconventional dream. Sue exhaled softly, wearing a serene expression. The sumptuous dinner commenced. The meat, tender and succulent, paired beautifully with the crisp and delectable vegetables. The hot soup was equally exquisite. In this magical realm, it is customary for people to wield knives and forks. However, Sue was more accustomed to using chopsticks, so he fashioned a pair for himself. Krista, who initially employed the knife and fork, found herself inexplicably drawn to the art of chopstick usage after observing Sue. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded at Sue's abode. While others joyfully celebrated the New Year's Eve with their utensils, the little sorceress grappled with her chopsticks, repeatedly attempting to retrieve the fallen morsels with an air of awkwardness. She blinked in bewilderment. So difficult, Krista pondered, unable to comprehend why, after more than half a month of practice, she still could not master these 2 slender sticks. They were merely ordinary wooden implements, yet they proved far more challenging to wield than magic itself. Krista, take your time. Sushi comforted her, demonstrating the process in slow motion for Krisha. After another 10 minutes, the girl finally managed to grasp the first piece of meat with her chopsticks. It was as if she had achieved a monumental goal, releasing a sigh of relief. Chopsticks, her lifelong adversary, to prevent her dinner from cooling. The girl ultimately surrendered to the struggle with the chopsticks, opting instead for the familiar knife and fork, and began to savor the culinary delights prepared by Sushi. Is it delicious? Sushi inquired. Instructor, it's delicious, Krisha responded, her eyes widening slightly. The clinking of cutlery against the plate, the sound of teeth masticating food, and the movement of her tongue all occurred simultaneously. Undoubtedly, from her expression, it was clear that the girl genuinely relished the meal Sushi had crafted. However, after finishing her first bite, she immediately froze, turning her vacant gaze towards Sushi, as if awaiting something. All right, I shall eat as well. Sushi chuckled softly and commenced her meal. The contrast of their shadows, one large and one small, stretched beneath the radiance of the overhead light. The stark white glow juxtaposed against the inky blackness, creating a striking yet harmonious tableau. The intimate New Year's dinner for 2 was serene, far removed from the raucousness of ordinary households in the city. Yet, Sushi felt this was more than sufficient. With delectable dishes to savor and a cherished companion by her side, could one truly desire more? A brisk wind battered against the window, while outside lay a world blanketed in snow. The once blooming garden, now adorned solely with an ever-thickening layer of snow, including the desolate tree whose branches sagged under the weight of the heavy snowflakes. Sushi sat indoors, a warm bowl of soup in his belly, feeling an inexplicable warmth. It was not solely due to the gentle currents of steam wafting through the room, but also because of the girl seated beside him, observing the snowflakes drifting outside. Sushi found himself contemplating this cozy atmosphere of home. He had invested considerable effort into preparing this New Year's Eve dinner, aiming to present Krisha with an unforgettable celebration. However, for the 2 of them, the 4 dishes and a soup proved to be rather excessive, even though the girl possessed the lineage of a demon. Granting her a slightly larger appetite than the average person, after half an hour of culinary combat, there remained a substantial amount of food on the table. Krisha rose and began to clear the plates, eager to wash them, but Sushi gently stopped her. Wait, Krisha. In response to the girl's puzzled expression, Sushi's fingers brushed over his spatial ring, retrieving the aquamarine necklace he had prepared in advance, along with a gold coin. He placed the aquamarine necklace in the girl's left hand and the gold coin in her right. Her expression turned even more bewildered. Sue explained that in my hometown, during the transition from the old year to the new, there exists a cherished tradition of bestowing gifts and blessings upon children. Thus, I have selected this necklace for you. I believe that if it were worn by Krisha, it would surely enhance her beauty, and the aquamarine gemstone embedded within the necklace would serve to amplify your water magic. As for this gold coin, it is a token of your New Year's monetary gift, symbolizing my wish for your safety and well-being. Sushi spoke softly, awaiting Chris's acceptance of the gift. However, the young sorceress neither accepted nor declined. She merely stood there, lost in thought, her vacant, lifeless eyes fixated upon Sushi's figure. The room was enveloped in silence, yet Chris's gaze was even more tranquil, resembling a fragile mirror, gleaming yet delicate. This mirror had shattered countless times before, to the extent that Chris herself had forgotten the exact number of occurrences. And today, this fragile mirror, these soulless eyes, reflected only the silhouette of Sushi, consuming her entire world. For some reason, Chris suddenly felt a dryness in her throat. Her lips parted and closed several times before she managed to utter a complete thought with great effort. "Why do you wish to give this to me? Is a reason necessary?" Sue extended his palm and gently tousled the girl's hair. After 2 months of rest and care, her once parched strands had transformed into silky smoothness. Yet, the girl's eyes brimmed with confusion. "A mere wretch like myself does not deserve such gifts. I am, after all, something to be discarded, a useless, loathsome remnant. Yet, I am graced by the warmth of the sun, living under its radiant glow. This alone is enough to bring joy, enough to cultivate happiness. As long as I can sustain this existence, the witch feels a genuine sense of fulfillment. Indeed, how could a flawed failure like her dare to desire more? There is no yet, Krisa." Sushi's words interrupted the girl's bewilderment and helplessness. Those utterances, imbued with warmth, resembled the flickering glow of a candle, drawing the struggling souls in the darkness, compelling them to draw closer unconsciously. He expressed, "In life, one need not ponder excessively, nor are there countless reasons for everything. If you like something, pursue it. If not, refrain from it." Clisser, who was typically obedient and agreeable, garnered Sushi's affection, prompting him to bestow gifts upon her. Likewise, if Clisser cherished the gifts he offered, she should graciously accept them, unless she did not wish to hear this. Upon hearing this, the girl swiftly shook her head, her hands tightly gripping the necklace and coin, demonstrating her fondness for these two tokens. Her appreciation for her mentor's gifts was evident. "Is that so? How wonderful." A smile graced Sushi's face upon hearing the witch's response. The delicate and slender Clisser appeared exceedingly tranquil and docile. Yet, her expressionless visage and vacant gaze elicited an instinctive concern for her well-being. Nevertheless, compared to 2 months prior, isn't it considerably improved? Sue's eyes were slightly closed, and memories of 2 months ago flooded his mind, the tragic sight of the girl he encountered for the first time. In the filthy alley where sewage flowed freely, her battered body bore the marks of suffering, her youthful face was smeared with blood, and her trembling legs reflected her sheer terror. At that moment, Krisha had brandished a small knife, attempting to rob Sue. Yet what Sue perceived, what resonated in his ears, was a clear cry for help. "Save me," a desire hidden so deeply within the eyes of the witch herself that she remained oblivious to it. It was a plea concealed in every wound, a cry for salvation embedded in each pang of pain. She yearned for someone to see her, to rescue her from despair, silently beseeching every passerby for assistance. Sue observed and listened intently. Thus he rescued Clissa at that moment. He could not abandon the sorceress, who cried out in such despair. A resounding explosion echoed from outside, the sound of fireworks ascending into the sky, culminating in a brilliant burst of advanced fire magic. The dazzling flames illuminated the darkness of the night. Within the city of Ellenson, the three divine churches, the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest, were unleashing a myriad of formidable spells through their magicians, showcasing the might of the deities. This time of year, the divine churches secretly competed against one another. The victor would garner more followers in the coming year. The fierce sounds of magical bombardments in the distant sky interrupted Sue's reverie. He turned to his side, where the young sorceress wore a bewildered expression. Clutching a necklace and coins tightly in her hands, her demeanor still vacant and serene. The magic outside was overwhelmingly brilliant, casting its radiance into the room and illuminating half of Clissa's fair visage, her silvery, flowing hair, her delicately shaped nose, and her hands that incessantly caressed the necklace. Clissa appeared to wish to wear the necklace, yet she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Her tragic past had been filled solely with suffering and torment, leaving her knowledge of the necklace limited to mere observation. Her slender fingers brushed against the necklace's circlet, awkward and tentative, touching it lightly before retracting, fearful of inadvertently damaging it. Her clumsy movements and uncertain fingers evoked a sense of tenderness. "Clissa, allow me to assist you." "All right." Sue extended a helping hand, gently taking the aquamarine necklace from the girl's grasp. He moved behind her, delicately grasping the ends of the silver chain, and with the utmost care, he threaded it around her neck during the process of adornment. Sushi's fingers brushed against the girl's neck, evoking a curious sensation that made Krisha feel slightly ticklish, warm, and somewhat enchanted. Instinctively, she leaned into the touch, causing the chains on either side of her neck to jingle melodiously. However, she soon realized that such a gesture might cause unnecessary discomfort for Sushi. Therefore, she straightened herself once more. As she felt the warmth of his hands parting her long hair, He deftly guided the two silver chains at the back of her neck to intertwine, ultimately securing them with a silver clasp, which clicked softly into place, fastening the aquamarine necklace. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air while the world bustled with life. Under the gentle guidance of the man, the necklace, adorned with a pearl of sea blue, settled delicately against the warmth of the girl's neck. Why was it warm? The witch wondered, perplexed. This was an experience she had never encountered before. Very good, very good. Sushi stepped back a few paces, appraising Krisha adorned with the necklace. A look of satisfaction gracing his features. Just as I had envisioned, this necklace indeed suits you perfectly, Krisha. Sushi smiled, genuinely expressing her admiration. Winter is a season of starkness and chill. Even on the lively night of New Year's Eve, this reality remains unchanged. Yet, at this moment, right here, Sushi felt as though he had witnessed a beauty sufficient to melt the chill of winter. The silvery gray hair gently draped over her alabaster neck, and the scars of the past had vanished, replaced by delicacy and softness. The emotionless sorceress lowered her gaze, cradling the aquamarine necklace that hung from her neck. Reflections, glimmers, and echoes of light danced in the air. As Krisha gazed at the necklace, the ethereal blue glow swayed and mirrored in her vacant eyes. At first glance, those eyes seemed to regain their vibrancy, if only for a fleeting moment, before dissipating with the instability of the light. Yet Sushi found this moment extraordinarily radiant, filling his heart with pride and sentiment. My sorceress is truly enchanting. He then inquired of the expressionless girl, Krisha, how do you feel? Do you like it? The girl nodded gently, replying, I like it, followed by a polite, thank you. As night deepened and the New Year's Eve approached the moment of parting, Sushi left the kitchen after distributing New Year gifts and red envelopes. He walked toward the study, preparing to meditate and break through his mental limits before retiring for the night. After his departure, Krisha remained lost in thought for a long time, far longer than all her past memories combined. It was a chaotic reverie, more convoluted than her inner turmoil. When she finally regained her senses, she realized, almost unconsciously, that she had tidied the dishes and returned to her room. Alone. She curled up in the corner of her bed, motionless and lost in contemplation for an extended period. I, too, have my own gift. A faint voice echoed in the air, unremarkable and without fluctuation. At this juncture, Krisha still believed that, as a being capable of being discarded at will, she was unworthy of receiving a gift or the affection of her master. An object ought to possess self-awareness. It should not covet that which does not belong to it. However, it was imperative to heed her master's words. If he insisted she accept it, she could not refuse. Clutching the deep blue necklace against her chest, her gaze was clouded yet stirred with emotion. She cherished the gift immensely. The weight of his intent accumulated in her heart, growing heavier and more chaotic. Yet she could not grasp its essence. For the emotionless sorceress, comprehending such feelings proved exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Krisha had her own solutions. She needed neither understanding nor release. Simply remaining by Sushi's side, obeying his words and commands, sufficed. The sunlight streaming through the window captured Krisha's attention. It was then she realized she had been lost in her thoughts throughout the entire night, oblivious to the rising sun. On the first day of the new year, the sun's brilliance was unprecedented, forcefully penetrating the curtains and illuminating the pensive sorceress, reminiscent of the salvation wrought by that man 2 months prior. Praise the great sun god. May the sun god forever bless you and me. Outside, the citizens of Ellenson City gradually emerged from their homes, facing the sun in prayer, hoping for its protection. Krisha lowered her head, burying her cheeks between her knees, murmuring in a volume only she could hear, thank you, Sunday. Not in gratitude to a deity, but to the sun that had intruded into her world, pulling her from the mire of despair and bringing her light and hope, her very own sun. In her repeated cries for help, only he had heard the sorceress's voice and had willingly extended a warm hand. That warmth, that tenderness, had etched itself deeply into her heart, impossible to forget. Thus, the sorceress's future would solely revolve around the sun. Should she lose that gentle light, that gaze upon her, she would completely lose the meaning of her existence, plunging into an abyss that even she feared. Simulating the 7th year, you are 21 years old. Progressing further along the path of an elite mage, both your mental and magical powers have surged, revealing hidden strengths that astonish all. As the first day of the new year dawns, you notice that the sorceress exhibits a touch more humanity than usual. You feel a mix of solace and regret, comforted by the possibility of mending her fragmented heart, yet disheartened by the hellish difficulty of such restoration. Despite your efforts over the past 2 months, you have only managed to induce minor fluctuations in her state. Fortunately, the sorceress's once fragile body has been successfully revived through your care and 2 months of nutritional support. no longer resembling the gaunt figure it once was. Spring has arrived, with the earth awakening anew. Your life revolves around a cycle of meditation, researching new magic, and teaching Krisha. You seldom venture to the city center's mage association, merely to procure extraordinary materials and gather information. There, you hear the expected news that the border's foreign creatures have been repelled by the divine clergy. You return home to continue your magical studies, exploring how to further cultivate the sorceress so that she may thrive independently in this world, even in your absence. As winter's snow melts away, the essence of spring bursts forth. The once dominant snow that engulfed Ellenson City has entirely disappeared. Radiant spring light pours forth fervently as brilliant sunlight cascades from the sky, enveloping all that seeks warmth, including the withered trees in the garden, which silently sprout new buds. Sushi sat at the entrance of the courtyard, where the archway above her provided a natural shelter. It shielded her from the sun, casting a refreshing shade. The initial step in nurturing Krisha was to equip her with the ability for self-preservation. This objective was nearing fruition. In 6 months, Krisha would ascend to the rank of a formal mage. A formal mage is capable of mastering spells of levels 1 to 3. Unless confronted by a mage of a higher caliber, Krisha, with her innate talent, was virtually invincible among her peers. As for ordinary individuals, they were no match for her. Even in her current state, Krisha could easily handle them. Thus, it was time to prepare for the next step, within the shadows under the archway. Su held a substantial tome of magic, his eyes gently closed in contemplation. His desire was for Krisha to possess an independent and autonomous character, enabling her to thrive resolutely on her own after his simulation concluded, free from the animosity and persecution of others. To achieve this, meticulous preparation was imperative. Certain issues required early resolution, such as Krisha's demonic lineage. Objectively speaking, Krisha was gentle and obedient, never harboring thoughts of causing harm. Even the proximity of strangers made her uneasy, let alone inflicting injury upon them. However, the world lacked reason. The deities reigned over the land, and the church served as their eyes and ears. In a realm where the populace fervently worshipped the divine and regarded demons as foes, any association with the demonic would inevitably brand one as an enemy. Krisha's aspiration to integrate into human society was nearly an unattainable endeavor, unless her power reached such heights that it could subdue all dissent, or unless she could convince others that she bore no connection to her demonic heritage. Su muttered to himself. The former was exceedingly difficult to achieve. Even if this lifetime were to unfold smoothly, Su had no confidence in attaining divinity, let alone surpassing all deities. As for the latter, it indeed presented a certain feasibility. The world's method of identifying the demon race was surprisingly primitive and rudimentary. Initially, I believed there would be searches and identifications targeting the soul, the bloodline, or even the very concept itself. However, from the materials I have reviewed during this period, it appears that both the Mage Association and the Divine Church rely solely on physical appearance to discern the demon race. In other words, as long as I can conceal Klissa's demonic traits, she could appear openly and without fear. Furthermore, there has never been an instance of a demon mastering magic. Even if suspicion were to arise, Klissa could use her magic to prove her innocence. Su contemplated deeply, finding the notion quite feasible. Of course, he was not naive enough to believe that such a disguise could deceive the heavens. Even if it could fool humanity, it would undoubtedly fail to elude the omniscient deities. Nonetheless, Su's demands were modest. He merely wished for Krisha to venture into the world, to engage with people and experiences, ensuring that her fragile and sensitive heart would not lose its way in his absence. Thus, by merely restricting Krisha's range of activities, the likelihood of her being discovered could be diminished. What if he sought the child's opinion? Simulation of the 7th year, spring, the sorceress's power grew increasingly formidable. To mitigate the risk of her discovery, thoughts began to swirl regarding how to conceal the essence of her lineage. He consulted Krisha, promising to respect her wishes if she chose not to hide. Yet, her response took him by surprise. She yearned to be like her mentor. It was not a desire to become human for its own sake, but rather an acknowledgement that, as a human, she aspired to become one as well. Simulation of the 7th year, Summer Krisha achieved a breakthrough in her realm, elevating her mental fortitude through relentless meditation, reaching the threshold of an official mage. The sorceress was now recognized as a formal practitioner of magic. Simulation of the 7th year, Autumn, through tireless study of ancient tomes and the self-learning of life-affiliated magic, he devised a method to effectively obscure the traits of her demonic heritage. He summoned the sorceress to the meditation chamber, a sanctuary known only to the two of them, where he commenced the clandestine procedure to mask her demonic characteristics. Fortunately, Krisha bore few of these traits, she possessed neither grand wings nor an elongated tail. In this regard, the situation was rather advantageous. Su's fortune is quite favorable, for it implies that he need only attend to the horns atop Krisha's head and the superficial scales of her skin. Upon completion, Krisha shall regain a semblance of normal human form. May everything proceed smoothly. The meditation chamber, somewhat dim, is cool and tranquil, deep and silent, reminiscent of certain cultic ritualistic venues. Click. Su closed the underpowered steam lamp and instead wielded magic to gather light, illuminating the space around him. Not far from him lay the tranquil Krisa, resting upon the stone slab. Krisa, there may be a bit of discomfort ahead. I trust the mentor. Her pale golden eyes revealed no fluctuations of emotion. Yet, through that veil of emptiness, one could sense the presence of trust. The procedure commenced. You employed wind magic, coalescing it into a razor-sharp blade of air, meticulously erasing the remnants of the girl's horn atop her head, leaving only the base connected to her nerves. Hidden among her hair. You utilized level 3 magic, earth shaping. You employed level 4 magic, water isolation. You invoked level 4 magic, fire isolation. You executed level 5 magic, life mimicry. From the mage association, you exchanged for high-quality shapeshifter slime, molding it to match the hue of human skin, and slowly applying it to the witch's scales, artfully concealing them. Furthermore, you endowed the shapeshifter slime with water and fire resistance and life properties, ensuring it would not easily shed and would appear more akin to human skin. Your disguise experiment met with great success. Do you feel any discomfort, Krisa? Within the meditation chamber, a faint ticking reverberated. It emanated from the mechanical clock mounted on the wall. The hands glided over the scale, producing a steady and elegant tick, each click and every rotation ushering time into a more precise moment. Su extended his hands, gently encircling Krisha's arms and waist, assisting the bewildered girl to sit up. The girl's reaction was somewhat sluggish, and it took her a moment to dazedly shake her head. No. Well, that reassures me. The furrowed brows relaxed. Su carefully assisted the girl, retrieving a roll of homemade binding bandages. He meticulously wrapped it around her, layer upon layer. The concealed signs of her demonic lineage were in a highly sensitive state. If left unaddressed, they could potentially resurface. More critically, this could even impair the girl's control over her own body. Thus, Su meticulously wrapped the binding bandage around in concentric circles, employing this enchanted material to fashion a device that meticulously sealed and suppressed Krisu's fragmented horns and scales, rendering them utterly dormant, layer upon layer. The white bandage enveloped the majority of Krisu's form. Particularly, the remnants of the horns atop its head were tightly encased, leaving not a single gap exposed. Su extended his hand to touch, then took a few steps back to examine, ensuring there were no oversights before allowing the girl to rise. Krisha, you must keep the bandages on for the next few days. If you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform me. Sushi gently instructed. Yes, I shall remember. Krisha softly replied. Her small, expressionless face appeared pitiable and vacant. The delicate fragility was accentuated by the bandages that wrapped around her, resembling a toy that had been torn apart and hastily stitched back together. Her hollow eyes, pale lips, and frail body bore the silent scars of past torment. Though the wounds had long healed, the pain remained etched in unseen depths, rendering the bandage which all the more pitiable. Krisha's gaze was solely fixated on Sushi's figure as she began to tidy up the tools and materials post-surgery. Originally, that task was meant for Krisha, but Sushi insisted otherwise, urging her to continue resting after the operation. Ah, I have truly become human. Krisha lowered her head slightly, reaching up to touch her hornless crown, unable to believe that the cursed horn, which had brought her misfortune, had vanished so easily. In the past, the sight of her twisted, incomplete horn would incite rage and violence from others. During countless agonizing nights, she had fantasized about the disappearance of that ill-fated horn. Yet now, as her dream materialized, her heart remained unperturbed. It was not due to an emotional deficit. Rather, it was a sense of inevitability. A belief that such a transformation was hardly worthy of joy. Whether human or demon, such matters no longer held significance for her. The reason she desired to become human, to undergo this transformation, was solely because she believed that this form would be more fitting to stand beside that man. If she became human, perhaps she could draw closer to him. Krisha's thoughts were that simple. Just a little bit more, just to be a tad closer, so she could more vividly feel that warmth, that beam of light. Instinctively, Krisha reached her trembling, bandaged hand towards Sushi. Tentatively and hesitantly, she extended her small hand, which had long been devoid of self-will, as if it were a puppet. For the first time, she harbored such a desire, yet her hand faltered midway and retracted silently. It was forbidden, As an object, how could she presume to approach her master? Krisha contemplated this, slowly drawing back her hand. Despite her deep affection for Sushi and her yearning to be closer, she understood the necessity of recognizing her own identity and position. Krisha? A sudden voice interrupted. Sushi discovered Krista's actions. Observing the girl's hand frozen in midair, akin to a shy plant, neither advancing nor retreating, he seemed to have misunderstood something. He took the initiative to grasp the girl's hand, his tone imbued with a sense of apology. I am sorry for the delay today. You must be utterly exhausted, Krista. Allow me to escort you back to your room. Sue led Krisha gently along the ground, step by step, towards the bedroom that belonged solely to her. Several times along the way, Krisha felt the urge to speak, to express that she was not tired, that she could walk on her own. Yet somehow, the warmth radiating from Sue's hand stifled her words, leaving her throat constricted and silent. All she desired was to immerse herself in the moment, to savor the experience. Even wishing for time to freeze in this instant. I'm sorry, Mother, Krisha thought, feeling like a deceitful child. At the same moment, she instinctively tightened her grip on that warm hand. In this moment, she had no intention of letting go. You had successfully transformed the external appearance of the witch. After 4 days of binding, when you finally removed the wrappings from Krisha, the girl before you was strikingly beautiful. There were no grotesque horns nor unsightly scales. From head to toe, she bore no trace of her demonic heritage. To anyone who beheld her, she would simply appear as a human girl. You felt a surge of joy, for this meant that Krisha's life would be irrevocably altered from this day forward. You had been nurturing her for nearly a year, and although she had never expressed a desire to venture outside or engage with anyone beyond you, you always believed that her life should be richer, not confined to this small courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, you decided to bestow upon Krisha a wand. As a witch who had ascended to the status of a formal sorceress, she required a wand that would allow her to harness her true potential. The wand was a deep brown, elegantly crafted from ashwood, slender and graceful, embedded with several magical gemstones that could store significant amounts of magical energy, an essential strategic reserve for a sorceress. Named Grey Rebirth, this wand was not inexpensive, but you deemed it worth the price. Thus, you purchased Grey Rebirth and gifted it to Krisha. Additionally, you acquired a space ring, an indispensable item for any magician. Thank you. I really like it, Krisha said, her expression still devoid of emotion upon receiving the gift. Yet, the slightest tremor of her eyelashes suggested to you that she indeed appreciated it. Let us see how it feels. With a gentle smile, Sue began to instruct Krisha on how to wield her wand more adeptly, sharing various insights essential for a sorcerer. Krisha cherished the wand you gifted her, finding it exceptionally useful, which led her to become increasingly reliant on you. Empowered by the wand, her capabilities soared, and her mastery over magic saw significant enhancement. This brought you great satisfaction, prompting you to impart further magical knowledge. Previously, as merely a novice in magic, Krisha was limited to the most fundamental level 0 spells. However, now you could teach her spells of the first, second, and third levels. After 2 months of diligent instruction, Krisha acquired a wealth of new spells from you, mastering the intricate combination of fire and wind magic. The young sorceress learned your ingenious technique of the wind-blowing spell. Henceforth, Krisha could conjure fire magic in her left hand and wind magic in her right, simultaneously releasing a soothing warm breeze. Before this, you had utilized this technique to assist her in drying her hair after a bath, and now, she could accomplish this task independently. While you felt a sense of pride in her progress, you could not help but notice a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. You were perplexed by her sudden emotional shift. In the spring of the 8th year, you were 22, and Krisha had turned 14, having matured another year. Time had flown since your first encounter with her, and you felt a profound joy for her growth. Beyond her advancements in magic, the most significant transformation was in her spirit. Thanks to your guidance, she had successfully shed all demonic traits, allowing her to move about in a human form. With your encouragement, Krisha finally mustered the courage to step out of the courtyard. No longer did she fear the presence of others, yet she remained content in your company. She would only venture outside on rare occasions when items needed to be procured. According to her, such mundane tasks should not fall upon you. Thus she took full responsibility for replenishing the household supplies, ingredients, and clothing, akin to your devoted maid. At the threshold of the sunlit courtyard, Krisha hesitated, appearing timid about stepping into the outside world. However, just as you had once drawn her into the courtyard, you now held her hand, encouraging her to venture beyond its confines. Krisha, look, there is nothing to fear, you reassured her as she took her first steps outside. Sushi comforted her in a gentle voice. The witch, in a moment of disorientation, gazed at her legs that had already stepped beyond the courtyard, then turned back to glance at the gate. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. As long as Sushi remained by her side, she would harbor no fear, regardless of her surroundings. The dread within her had dissipated, replaced by a steadfast sun in her heart that bestowed upon her the courage to face the world. I fear nothing now, thank you. Through your meticulous guidance, coupled with her innate talents, Clissa's prowess had become remarkably astounding. In the entirety of Alinson City, the number of mages of her caliber who could rival the girl could be counted on one hand. It was not that their talents surpassed those of the witch, but rather that their years of cultivation far exceeded the brief span of a year and a half that Clissa had dedicated. To safeguard against the discovery of the witch's true identity, you refrained from allowing Clissa to join the Mage Association in Alinson City. Clissa held no objections. Her sole desire was to be with you, showing no interest in anything else. Your existence together was profoundly serene, devoid of heart-pounding adventures or legendary tales. Yet, you deemed this tranquil and peaceful life to be the most precious of all. Your singular ambition was to cultivate yourself diligently, striving for breakthroughs to higher realms, all while ensuring the girl's safe growth. Beyond that, you sought nothing else. Time flowed once more, simulating the 9th year. You were 23, Clissa was 15. And you had developed your unique insights into the arcane arts, observing the world's truths through the lens of mortal wisdom. Gradually, you grasped the intricate workings of the universe. Your mental strength surged, and your mastery of magic advanced significantly. You sensed a breakthrough was imminent. In the simulated 10th year, spring arrived. You were 24, and Clissa was 16. 3.5 years had passed since you adopted the witch. The ensuing life had been calm and delightful, an experience that felt both immensely lengthy and fleetingly brief. You had grown accustomed to life with Clissa. She had never disappointed or angered you, the only regret being that despite the passage of time, her emotional shortcomings remained unaddressed. You had yet to witness her joy, nor had you seen her weep. Through your relentless training, your mental strength finally reached its limit, and you prepared to embark on a breakthrough. In the heart of Alinson City, within the most secluded meditation chamber of a courtyard near the city center, the light was dim, and the lamps flickered. Sushi sat cross-legged, gazing intently at his left palm, where luminescent patterns danced. At times, they transformed into surging flames, at others, into tumultuous waves, and at moments, into howling winds. He had reached his limit. Su murmured, through the wisdom of mortals and the perception of elements. I have mastered the magical arts attainable at the elite mage level to perfection. It is now time to ascend to the rank of Grand Sorcerer. The cultivation system of immortality differs from that of magic, although I have experience to break through beyond the golden core stage. Sushi remains cautious and prudent regarding this elevation and realm, approaching it with utmost seriousness, drawing from the experiential manuscripts found within the Mage Association. He channels all his mental faculties to commune with and comprehend the elements of the world, to perceive, to engage. To forge connections, this endeavor diverges significantly from the mere manipulation of elemental forces practiced previously. This time, Sushi aims to amalgamate his mental energy with the elements, merging them as one. According to the records in the association, this particular step has thwarted many prodigious mages, preventing them from advancing beyond the elite mage tier. Thus, it is evident why the number of elemental mages continues to dwindle, compared to the divine teachings, where fervent faith in deities can yield breakthroughs. The path of the elemental mage is fraught with tribulations. However, possessing the attribute of elemental perception renders this challenge manageable for me. Su contemplated deeply, channeling his mental energy to merge with the surrounding elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. No, it was even more effortless than he had anticipated. Sushi felt no obstacles whatsoever, as if the act of drinking water or eating was effortlessly smooth. His mental energy seamlessly merged with the elements, forging a harmonious relationship devoid of distinction between self and other. The Archmage experienced an instantaneous breakthrough. A surge of mental force, akin to a roaring tide, enveloped a multitude of worldly elements, wildly swirling back into Sushi's being. In that moment, his body transformed into a bridge, establishing connections with the elements of all things. It was an extraordinary sensation, ineffable in its nature, a thrilling exhilaration that illuminated his eyes. Previously, casting spells required painstaking mental exertion to manipulate the elements, arranging them into desired forms, yet now, it seemed that merely a thought could command the elements to align themselves, rendering the process far more efficient and convenient. Within the meditation chamber, the newly ascended Sushi found himself surrounded by a myriad of elements. A revelation dawned upon him. No wonder the titles within the magical hierarchy are so straightforward and blunt. Archmage, an upgraded version of a mage. This is indeed logical. The elevation to Archmage has made it significantly easier for me to control the elements. If this trend continues, those of even higher ranks will undoubtedly wield the elements with even greater ease, perhaps even mastering the elements of the entire world. Su's movements hesitated for a moment as he recalled the deities that reign above the world. Perhaps those celestial beings were not as enigmatic and formidable as they seemed. They, too, were sorcerers, merely the most powerful mages standing atop the pinnacle of the magical realm. Indeed, this world conceals numerous secrets. I hope to have the opportunity for deeper exploration in the future. For now, it is time to take Krisha and depart from Alanson. Sushi is simulating the autumn's end of the 6th year when she first encountered Krisha. Now, it is the 10th year of this simulation. In other words, it has been nearly 4 years since Sushi rescued Krisha from the filthy, stinking alley and bestowed upon her the gift of a human existence. For years, a span of shared moments, carries an immense weight. Even Sushi, the one who lived through it, cannot provide a definitive answer. The door to the meditation room creaked open, and the successfully promoted Sushi strode down the corridor, the slightly thick soles of her boots producing a heavy, muffled sound that reverberated through the air. The hum persisted, echoing continuously. Suddenly, Sushi halted his steps, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the azure sky and the brilliant sun beyond the corridor. Today's sunlight is truly dazzling. The overly piercing rays have evaporated the mist that lingered above Ellenson City throughout the day, leaving a clear expanse. The sun shines so brightly that Sushi instinctively squints his eyes. The halo evokes a cascade of memories. Amidst the haze of his vision, Sushi recalls many moments from his experiences in the simulated world. Over a decade of simulated existence, he spent 6 years living in solitude, while the latter 4 were shared with the witch. It is quite remarkable. Despite the former period being significantly longer, he hardly remembers the specifics. What lingers in his memory are the everyday moments spent with the witch. For instance, 2 years ago, Kreese diligently practiced her culinary skills and finally managed to prepare a decent meal. Although the dish bore some charred edges and had a slightly bitter taste, Sushi consumed every last morsel. Another memory from a year ago involves Kreese practicing her level 3 water magic. Her overwhelming affinity for the water element caused a deluge that swept through the courtyard, stripping away all the flowers and plants. She herself was drenched, water dripping from her entire form. Kreese promptly apologized to Sushi. Su smiled, not casting blame or reproach upon the young girl. Instead, he gently helped her change into a fresh set of clothes and, after a long absence, employed the wind and fire combination magic to dry her damp hair. These were mere everyday occurrences, insignificant trifles of life. Yet they shimmered like faint miracles, glistening amidst the mundane passage of time, evoking a sense of warmth and beauty. Alas, it was regrettable that this way of life must be temporarily bid farewell. Su's gaze remained fixed upon the sky, an expanse of azure that was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a splendid canvas, evenly spread without any bothersome humidity. However, it was precisely this tranquility that instilled in Su a profound sense of unease. Such a situation was decidedly abnormal. To sustain the operation of the entire city, the underground steam generators in the heart of Ellenson were remarkably immense. The magnitude of their power and the volume of steam produced were far more formidable than what was currently observed. Yet, in the past month, the activity of the central steam engines had diminished significantly. Moreover, steam airships had frequently departed, evacuating certain individuals from Ellenson. There was an issue, undoubtedly, there was an issue. Sushi once ventured to the Mage Association to gather intelligence, yet he was perplexed to find that the higher echelons of the association had vanished. Much like the noble class, only the most rudimentary personnel remained to oversee the association's ordinary operations. Consequently, Sushi concluded that a calamity was looming over Ellenson City. The lack of information rendered him unable to ascertain the nature of the impending crisis. However, distancing himself from the situation seemed prudent. Having ascended to the rank of Archmage, he faced no financial concerns, even if he were to relocate to a different city. Thus, he resolved to evacuate without delay. In his contemplations, Sushi found himself shielded by a magical barrier that warded off the overly blinding sunlight. This enchantment was not of his own making. "Thank you, Krisha. Your magical shield works splendidly," Sushi remarked, glancing to his right, where, unbeknownst to him, the 16-year-old sorceress had approached his side. For years had elapsed, and the witch was no longer the frail, pitiable figure she once was. She had grown considerably taller, her features refined. Her silvery gray hair cascaded over her shoulders like intertwined strands of liquid light. When the breeze swept through, it resembled the gentle ripples upon a water's surface, creating a delicate dance of motion. Krisha lacked the vivacity typical of girls her age. Her demeanor was serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet, this did not diminish her beauty or allure. She was clad in a flowing white gown, complemented by a light blue outer garment that added a touch of gradient elegance. Her attire was simple, devoid of ostentation, and with the aquamarine necklace gifted by Su Shi, she effortlessly surpassed her peers, the so-called daughters of nobility. Her innate beauty, further enhanced by the trials of malevolence she had endured, radiated a more exquisite and unique charm. "You flatter me. It is but my duty," Krisha replied. Standing quietly beside Su Shi, her hands crossed demurely at her abdomen. Her voice, much like her visage, conveyed no emotion. Observing the docile sorceress, Su Shi felt a pang of regret. Despite his numerous efforts over these 4 years, he had yet to restore her emotional essence. "Krisha, have there been any news from the outside while I was away?" he inquired as they walked toward the parlor. "In accordance with your instructions, I have monitored the usage of the steam airships. The last 3 airships departed this morning." "This morning? Today?" "Indeed," Krisha answered calmly. Su's footsteps came to a halt, and the sense of impending crisis within him was more intense than ever. Something was amiss. Not a single ship had been left behind. Did this signify a complete abandonment of Ellenson City? "It seems we too must depart, Krisha. We shall leave today." Su Shi took a deep breath, his eyes momentarily closing before reopening. He turned to the young girl. "Krisha, please make a trip to the market and procure as much food and daily necessities as you can carry back in your spatial ring. There is no need to conceal your magic any longer. Go ahead and use the wind manipulation spell to fly there directly." "Yes, I shall comply with your wishes," she replied without questioning. Krisha nodded gently, then drew her wand, Gray Rebirth, and with a flourish of her arm, the wind element enveloped her form, propelling her into the sky. Meanwhile, Su Shi strode purposefully into the study outside the courtyard, extracting 2 tomes of magic from the shelves. The sense of crisis within him grew ever more intense. His intuition warned him that mere level 4 and level 5 spells would be utterly inadequate against the unknown peril that loomed ahead. Thus, he resolved to seize the brief moment while Krisha was away to master the level 6 and level 7 spells, accessible only to great mages, thereby augmenting their chances of a successful escape. The atmosphere in the city of Ellenson had turned peculiar. You keenly observed the unfolding events. The observer's entry was activated, revealing a concealed threat lurking behind the scenes. All the steam airships had departed, signaling that danger might soon be imminent, perhaps even today. You dispatched the sorceress for urgent procurement of supplies and began your studies in magic to enhance the feasibility of their escape. The wisdom of mortals was continuously engaged. As you discerned the workings of the world, and your understanding of magic advanced efficiently, you mastered your first level 7 spell, followed by your second. The bustling and clamor of Ellenson City remained as vibrant as ever. At the grand gateway forged of steel and gears, merchants arrived and departed in steam-powered carts, their faces adorned with smiles and mirth, while residents chatted amiably with family and friends. Yet, amidst the throngs entering and exiting the city today, not a single noble could be found. To ordinary folk, nobles were an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Thus, even their absence went largely unnoticed. At this very moment, this steam city standing resolutely to the north of the world was filled only with commoners and those unqualified to grasp the truth of the situation. The true elite had long since departed. I must procure the necessary items swiftly. In the skies above Ellenson City, Krisha no longer concealed her intentions, unleashing her full magical potential as she employed the wind manipulation spell to soar faster toward the vibrant market at the city center. Upon her descent, she drew astonished gazes from the crowd. The merchants recognized her as being associated with a formal mage, speculating that she might be a relative or perhaps a personal attendant of the mage. It was this enigmatic connection that had shielded her from any harassment. However, today, witnessing Krisha wield magic left the ordinary merchants in sheer disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment as they stammered. "A mage? That child is actually a mage. If I had known, I ought to have been more courteous. Oh, Harvest Goddess, this is simply unbelievable." The crowd buzzed with excitement, some envious, others jealous, while a few were utterly mesmerized. Yet, soon, as if on cue, they began to shower her with extravagant praise, extolling her beauty, kindness, and compassion. Some even boldly offered her free goods, delicate mechanical pocket watches, crisp vegetables and fruits, and exquisitely luxurious garments. The merchants, fervent and eager, vied to present their finest wares to Krisha. How tedious, Krisha observed, her gaze calm as she regarded the spectacle before her. Was it the absence of the steam engine's vast vapor that rendered the faces of the same merchants in the same market so starkly grotesque? They crowded together, fawning over her in their desperate attempts to win her favor. Yet, was this not the very scene she had once yearned for? No one struck her. No one spat upon her. All were eager to befriend her, to draw close to her. Was this not the life she had once dreamed of? Why then? Did it now feel so repugnant? It became clear. Gazing down at her fair hands and then at her exquisite wand, Krisha suddenly understood. The throng surrounding her did not cherish Krisha herself, but rather the beautiful mage named Krisha, a sorceress with a promising future, distinct from the mundane. They did not love the witch, nor did they truly appreciate Krisha. Throughout it all, the only one who would extend a hand to the witch, embracing her like the sun, offering warmth and hope, was that singular individual. Only he, and he alone, would not care about the dirt upon her hands, would take her, reeking of filth, gently home. I must quickly fulfill my mentor's instructions, Krisha thought, brandishing her wand to forcefully disperse the encroaching merchants. In their fearful gazes, she swiftly identified various items: food, daily necessities, clothing. Utilizing her wind magic, she swept them into organized sections, consolidating everything into her spatial ring. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Such was the convenience of magic. With the ring now brimming with goods, Krisha nodded approvingly and tossed coins to the merchants. Ensuring an equitable exchange, this was the first lesson her mentor had imparted to her, one she held dear. Wind manipulation gather, without granting the merchants a moment's reprieve. Krisha waved her wand, the roaring wind element enveloping her once more as she soared back toward the courtyard. She completed her task with remarkable speed, the round trip taking less than 10 minutes. Perhaps she would earn commendation from her mentor? As the thought crossed her mind, Krisha intensified her magical output, propelling herself faster, eager to return to Sushi's side. Yet, why did her chest feel so heavy? The sky roared with fierce winds as Krisha navigated the tempest, drawing ever closer to the courtyard. She was nearly there, yet an unsettling anxiety gnawed at her, clutching her chest with a dazed expression. She felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, instinctively quickening her flight. This long-forgotten pain threw the witch into a state of disarray. I must return to my mentor. As long as he was present, everything could be resolved. Confused about what was happening, the witch instinctively chose to rely on the one she trusted most, Sushi, her mentor, her son. As long as she returned to Sushi's side, all unease and pain would vanish, Krisha sincerely believed. Soon, as she soared through the sky, Krisha beheld the familiar courtyard. The mere thought of the man within it alleviated some of the weight in her heart. Consequently, she quickened her pace, propelled by an urgency she herself could not comprehend, rushing headlong towards the courtyard, even forgetting the caution Sushi had often instilled in her. Faster, just a bit faster. Please, even faster. The witch frantically summoned the wind, and at last, she arrived near the courtyard. But then, the sky darkened. Bang! A barrage of unimaginable fireballs plummeted from the heavens, akin to countless falling meteors, abruptly appearing over Ellenson City. The roar thundered, rampaging through the air. The violent impact obliterated everything in its path. Amongst the chaos, one of the blazing fireballs descended precisely where Krisha yearned to reach, the courtyard. No, wait, don't. It can't be. Sensing something dreadful, Krisha's pupils dilated, her voice quivering with unprecedented panic. The agony in her chest surged to its zenith. Disaster had struck. Without any warning. Without any sign. In a heartbeat, the previously azure sky was consumed by a terrifying magical blaze. It was a hellish scene. Deep crimson meteors appearing from thin air, vast in number, transforming the sky into a desolate, blood-red expanse. The sound of hissing flames filled the air. Before her eyes, the horrifying sight of meteors crashing down unfolded. Buildings crumbled into ruins. Countless cries for help echoed in the face of death. There was no time to think. The witch acted instinctively, darting towards the impending fireball like a moth drawn to a flame. She waved her wand and cast her spell. Water-esque guardian. Yet it was all in vain. How could a feeble moth challenge the ferocity of flames? Her desperate water magic, wielded with all her strength, even depleting her wand's reserve of power, was effortlessly shattered by the meteor's impact. Krisha had failed, utterly and completely. She could only watch helplessly as the meteor descended, powerless to intervene. Bang! The deafening sound resonated, a cacophony of destruction. The flames cascading from the sky heralded annihilation, an instantaneous explosion unleashing waves of force, obliterating the courtyard filled with countless cherished memories in an instant. Even Krisha was hurled far away by the shockwave. She collided with the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop against a brick wall. Pain surged through her. The witch lay on the ground, engulfed in an overwhelming anguish. Every bone cried out in agony, every muscle tore and bled. The struggle, the torment, rendered the 16-year-old witch nearly breathless. Yet, compared to the heartache within her chest, the pain of her body paled in significance. It was a profound despair. Just the thought of it threatened to shatter her very being. Midder, amidst the ruins, where flames raged and smoke filled the air, the young witch staggered to her feet. Her eyes remained hollow, her face expressionless. Yet, strangely, a hint of urgency and panic flickered within. She grasped her damaged wand, now lacking a corner, and attempted to cast her magic once more. Wind art. Her voice, trembling yet steady, echoed as the wind element embraced Krisha once again, struggling to lift her injured form towards the direction of the courtyard's explosion. The previous shockwave had flung Krisha far away, necessitating her to make the journey anew. The distance was not great, yet for the injured Krisha, it felt like an endless chasm. The blazing houses, the collapsed ruins, and the countless ordinary lives lost, that was all the witch could perceive. It was horrific, it was tragic. She hastened towards the courtyard. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her body, disrupting her spell. She fell heavily from the air, tumbling violently upon the ground. Her clothes were tattered, and her delicate skin bore numerous abrasions. Her face, hands, and legs were marred with wounds, appearing utterly pitiful. Amidst the blurred flesh and blood, dust and gravel clung to her. Yet, the witch paid it no mind. Minter, Minter, Minter. She chanted these words, her gaze unwavering, as she endeavored to draw closer to the burning ruins. If magic was futile, she would walk. If she could not walk, then she would crawl. She must see him again. Clinging to this belief, Krisha struggled to rise once more, disregarding her lost wand, and staggered towards the courtyard. Her mind solely concerned with Sushi's safety. He must not be harmed, he must not die. There could be no missteps, not even the slightest wound. The girl would not allow such a fate to befall him. Even someone as discarded and worthless as she could survive in this world. How could someone as warm as the sun perish so easily? Just imagining such a fate caused her heart to tighten painfully, sending tremors coursing through her. Faster. Even faster, she urged herself. Krisha quickened her pace. This sudden acceleration caused her injured body to lose balance, and she tumbled to the ground. But it mattered not. Such trivialities were inconsequential now. Ignoring the searing pain in her shins from her fall, the scrapes on her face from small stones, and the tremors that began to seize her body, the witch pressed on. She fell and rose again, fell and rose once more. At long last, after maneuvering around a massive section of collapsed debris, she beheld the courtyard she longed to reach. It was devoid of the tranquility and beauty of yore. No lush flora adorned the surroundings, and the one person who occupied her heart was absent. Before her lay the remnants of a ravaged ruin, engulfed in roaring flames. Stripped of any familiar memories, even the most fortified meditation chamber lay shattered. The flames surged and roared, smoke billowing skyward, as a scorching wind swept towards her, parching her face. Silence reigned. Everything was gone. Yes, everything had vanished. Thud. As if all her strength had been suddenly siphoned away, Krisha abruptly halted, her legs giving way as she sank to her knees. She stared blankly at the distant ruins, the flames leaping high, casting a hot and harsh glow upon her visage. Her gaze remained expressionless, for she was a witch devoid of understanding joy or sorrow, stripped of emotion. Yet, within that beautiful, delicate shell, within that lonely, trembling soul, was there truly no feeling at all? Krisha was engulfed in a profound uncertainty, for the sole entity capable of providing answers, the only source of courage for the witch. The radiant sun had vanished from sight. Ah, why is this so? The youthful witch knelt on the ground, her eyes devoid of light, fixated upon the inferno engulfing the courtyard, desperately seeking answers within the tumultuous sea of flames. Why had her master perished while she, as a mere personal belonging, continued to exist? Why had she not been swifter, not exerted greater effort to shield against that fireball? Why could not she have taken the place of the one who had died? What could possibly explain this? Without her master, an object loses its purpose. Devoid of the sun, a witch has no future. Stripped of that warm gaze, Krisha found herself unable to take a single step forward. Her being, her soul, thrived solely due to the existence of that individual. If that person were to cease to exist, even if the witch clung to life, her existence would be rendered utterly meaningless. The witch trembled, extending her hand to her chest, feeling the palpable pain that threatened to overwhelm her. It dawned upon her that she, too, was capable of feeling sorrow. An immense grief filled the depths of her heart, more sorrowful than autumn leaves falling and more painful than the twilight's fading light. Despite being surrounded by the searing flames, The hollow space within her soul left her feeling only coldness and suffocating despair. Having lost her purpose, she was adrift in a sea named despair, allowing her thoughts and sanity to spiral downwards. "It's all my fault," she lamented, her voice a broken whisper, as she gazed vacantly at the still-burning courtyard in the distance. The strings of her heart shattered, leaving only remorse. The pain had escalated to a point where she could scarcely breathe, let alone think. The collapse from within overshadowed her physical injuries. In that moment, Krisha longed to shed tears, yet her eyes remained hollow, devoid of any moisture. The overwhelming sorrow was trapped in her chest, relentlessly tormenting her heart, spreading a sense of helplessness and numbness throughout her limbs, ultimately plunging her into an endless cycle of self-blame. Why could she not even cry for her mentor? What right did someone so utterly powerless have to continue living? At the tender age of 16, Krisha's eyes were lifeless as she knelt upon the ground. Her pupils trembled, reflecting her pain. She clutched her head and repeatedly struck it against the hard ground, hating her emotionally flawed body more than ever before. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. The witch continued to strike, seemingly impervious to the pain, or perhaps intentionally substituting this self-inflicted torment for the tears of sorrow that would not come, attempting to dilute the guilt and despair within her. Yet, ultimately, such actions were futile. No matter what she did, the one person who mattered most would not return. Upon realizing this, Krisha ceased her self-inflicted blows, blood trickling down her forehead, coursing over her eye, cheek, and the bridge of her nose, finally pooling at her chin. It resembled tears of crimson, slowly dripping to the ground. At last, the weight of despair overwhelmed the persona known as Krisha, dimming her once golden eyes. This transformation was not merely a reflection of her mental state but a stark physical reality. The pale golden hue of her eyes darkened, akin to a black hole consuming everything, devouring the original gold, along with the thoughts and sanity of the young girl. Let it all disappear, let it all fall silent. She thought vacantly, remaining motionless in her kneeling posture. Even as the fierce flames crept closer, she remained unmoved, almost welcoming the fire's embrace. Yet, at that moment, a hand emerged, parting the encroaching heat. A broad and warm hand, appearing miraculously before the girl, disregarding the dirt and chaos, lifted the despairing Krisha. Accompanying this gesture was a voice that was all too familiar. "What troubles you, Krisha? Are you injured? Stand up, let me tend to your wounds." The familiar voice roused her from her self-imposed isolation. A miracle had occurred. The witch gazed up, her eyes meeting Sushi's, whose half-golden, half-dark pupils flickered with emotion, gradually restoring a sense of calm as if she had found redemption. How wonderful, how truly wonderful. Her mentor was unharmed. The severed strings of her heart reconnected. Her spirit liberated from despair, and even the immense sorrow trapped within her chest dissipated with each breath. There was no need for explanations. It was simply because the sun had reappeared before her. "I am fine, Minner. As long as you are here, I shall encounter no troubles." Fearing it was merely a dream, fearing it was an illusion, her trembling hands clutched tightly around the man's palm, unwilling to part. Sushi remained silent for a moment, observing Krisha's wretched state and the peculiar change in her eyes, struggling to reconcile this with the notion that she was fine. In a study, Sushi was diligently practicing magic. Suddenly, the observer entry activated on its own, alerting him to an impending attack from above. Swiftly, he cast a defensive spell, successfully shielding himself. Considering that Krisha was still outside, he immediately flew to the market in search of her. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, he decided to return to the ruins of the courtyard, where he finally spotted Krisha, kneeling alone on the ground. Her body was marred with wounds, stained with dirt and blood, and her expression bore a sense of relief as if she had just been freed from a burden. Everything about her indicated the trials she had endured. A faint green light emanated from his palm as Sushi employed healing magic to mend Krisha's injuries. Subsequently, he began to inquire about what had transpired. Krisha did not conceal the truth. She recounted everything, including her mistaken belief that Sushi had died, her solitude amidst the ruins filled with self-reproach, and her initial action to intercept the fireball. Perhaps it was the mere presence of Sushi that restored her calm demeanor, returning her to her usual, expressionless self, which only deepened Sushi's silence. The crackling flames continued to blaze fiercely around them, serpentine tongues of fire hissing as they entwined the structures, charring the outer walls. Occasionally, large mechanical equipment exploded from overheating, producing terrifying blasts. In the midst of this intense inferno and swirling black smoke, the witch appeared diminutive, her garments scorched by flames, her limbs dotted with small wounds, and her face still reflecting traces of despair and helplessness, evoking sympathy. "I'm sorry, Krisha. I should have arrived sooner. It was wrong of me, as your mentor, to leave you to worry alone for so long." Gently, he caressed her hair and tenderly wiped the blood from her face, his voice filled with remorse. He could have done better to avert this crisis for both himself and Krisha. However, he had underestimated the intentions of the higher-ups in Alinson. He could never have imagined that their departure was aimed at annihilating the city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. It was incomprehensible, utterly illogical. Misjudgments led to erroneous outcomes. It was precisely because Sushi failed to anticipate the city's destruction that he and Krisha found themselves ensnared in such turmoil. "It's all right, Mentor," Krisha replied softly, shaking her head. She cared not for anything else. As long as Sushi returned to her and gazed upon her once more, she felt content. This was the consciousness of being an item. Should she develop further thoughts or unnecessary stubbornness, she would become an intangible burden to her master. A role she did not wish to fulfill. Faced with Krisha's steadfastness, Sushi found no alternative but to care for her in his own way. He conjured a stream of water to gently cleanse her soot-streaked face, restoring its former clarity. Throughout this process, Krisha remained remarkably quiet, like a delicate porcelain doll, allowing Sushi to tend to her. As the blackened soot was wiped away, a refined visage emerged, its pallor restored. Then, Sushi gazed skyward. Initially, he believed that the critical challenge in departing from Alinson lay in securing supplies for the journey to other cities. However, it had become apparent that the true difficulty resided in how to safely escape the city itself. The relentless meteor shower was merely the beginning. The real threat came from the alien beings that surged into Alinson, howling and wreaking havoc. Orcs, goblins, pure-blooded demons. Magical beasts. What were the higher-ups in Alinson truly plotting that allowed these foreign entities to assault their city? As the observer entry activated, he acutely sensed the danger, promptly unleashing defensive magic to survive the perilous onslaught. He began to search for the witch, scouring Alinson for what felt like an eternity, ultimately discovering her amidst the ruins of the courtyard. The upheaval in Alinson surpassed his wildest imaginings. Goblins, centaurs, kobolds, magical beast species, dragging in. Pure-blooded demons, those who had once been driven to the fringes of the world, were now inexplicably present within the city. He even witnessed the horde of orcs that should have been thwarted at the borders by the divine church. Without hesitation, he resolved to leave Alinson. The limits of individual power became evident. Despite Sushi's remarkable talents, with tenfold magical energy surpassing that of his peers and numerous elemental spirits bound to him, he remained merely a great sorcerer, not a grand mage, nor a sanctified sorcerer, and certainly not a demigod wielding divine power. He lacked the capability to confront a large-scale army. Thus, in the face of the invading tide of foreign beings, Sushi acted decisively, swiftly taking Krisha and fleeing. Level 7 spell, Chain Lightning. Level 7 spell, Tempest Gale. Level 7 spell, Radiant Blade. Amidst the collapsing, burning ruins of the courtyard, Sushi raised his gaze to the blood-red, ominous sky and the grotesque invaders that surged forth. With a firm grip on his wand, the elements roared to life. In a breath, the devastating high-level magic surged forward, intertwining lightning and storms to create a dance of light that effortlessly annihilated countless foes, clearing a path for their escape, including obliterating the obstacles in the sky. The might of a level 7 spell was indeed significantly greater than that of a level 5. Sushi nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with the newfound powers granted by his elevation to a grand sorcerer. He cast a glance at the slain remains of the otherworldly creatures, lingering only briefly before conjuring a powerful wind spell, summoning the elemental forces of air to envelop himself and carry Shah. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged skyward. During this ascent, numerous airborne monstrosities screeched and lunged at him, yet they were effortlessly torn asunder by the tempestuous might of his magic. More formidable beasts became aware of the commotion, but the ferocious gale was far too swift. Before they could encircle him, he had already eluded the confines of Alinson City. The speed was astonishing. You employed a level 3 spell, Wind Control. You employed a level 5 spell, Gale Swiftness. You employed a level 5 spell, Earth's Guardian. You employed a level 5 spell, Torrent of Water. You employed a level 5 spell, Fire's Charge. You employed a level 7 spell, Blessing of the Holy Light. With a flourish of his wand, he unleashed the surging magical energy within him, amplifying his wind control to unprecedented levels. His mastery of the wind was remarkable, allowing him to swiftly escort Karisha away from Alinson before a genuine encirclement could materialize. Together, he and the sorceress successfully retreated. The wind that greeted them was no longer a harbinger of destruction, but rather a refreshing and pleasant breeze, emblematic of the normal world. As Sushi deftly manipulated the wind element to soar through the skies, he cast a glance back at the city of Alinson. What met his gaze was the somewhat blurred glow of flames, rendered indistinct by distance. A deep crimson hue enveloped the steam city, slowly eroding its essence, gradually consuming it, reducing the once vibrant life to nothingness. The colossal steam tower in the city center succumbed to the blaze, collapsing with a thunderous roar, its structure ignited and glowing red-hot, sending forth a flurry of ashes into the air. The city, where he had resided for a decade, had fallen in a manner both absurd and inexplicable. What on earth had transpired? Sushi murmured, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. To be honest, he harbored no thoughts regarding the fall of Alinson. From the intelligence he had gathered previously, the noble factions of Alinson had always been invested in the city's development, indicating their genuine commitment to managing this urban expanse. From a perspective of personal gain, it seemed unlikely they would willingly relinquish Alinson. Even upon realizing the incursion of foreign entities, resistance would be expected, unless... Sushidoan paused for a moment, deep in contemplation. What could compel them to abandon the city of Alinson and resort to solitary flight? What could possibly be the cause? Sushi felt a profound curiosity. With the assistance of the observer's entry, he subtly perceived the essence that lay hidden beneath the surface. Thus, Sushi resolved to refrain from proceeding to the next city for the time being. He intended to remain in the vicinity, continuing to observe the transformations within Alinson City, eager to witness the anomalies that would emerge following the demise of the alien race. Earlier, he had instructed Krisa to procure supplies. The spatial ring contained an ample provision of food and necessities, alleviating any concerns about camping in the wilderness. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. Su led Krisha as they soared through the skies at high speed, eventually coming to a halt upon encountering a small hill. This location was a considerable distance from Alinson City, yet it still afforded a glimpse of certain sights. The choice of this place was dictated by a need for risk management. Should any unforeseen events transpire in Alinson City, Su would be able to swiftly evacuate Krisha, leveraging the advantage of their distance. Krisha, we shall remain here for a while, he stated. I understand, Mentor, the young girl replied obediently. Thanks to Su's prior treatment, her injuries had fully healed, and she regained control over her body. She stepped confidently to the summit of the hill, her feet pressing down upon the verdant grass, her vacant eyes scanning the surroundings until they settled upon a flat expanse. With a push of her hands, she released her magical energy, summoning the howling winds to clear the lawn. The exposed dry ground now served as an ideal resting place. Meanwhile, Su busied himself setting up an array of protective magical barriers nearby before ascending to the skies to ensure their safety. The girl silently observed the figure in the air, watching him as he distanced himself and then approached once more. It was only when Su descended back to the ground that the silver-haired girl diverted her gaze, as if relieved, and refocused on her immediate tasks. You sensed that the downfall of the city concealed unspeakable secrets. You resolved to postpone your plans to relocate to a new city. You sought a nearby place to remain with the sorceress, preparing to witness the unfolding fate of Alinson City firsthand. Was it a conspiracy born from human strife? A conflict among divine factions? Or perhaps an aggressive rise of foreign entities forcing humanity to retreat? A myriad of confusion swirled within you. Abruptly departing from a city you had called home for a decade left you feeling somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, the familiar presence of the sorceress provided solace. The evening mountain breeze felt rather desolate and slightly cold. It rustled through the forest, bowing the grass low. It has been a considerable time since Sushi experienced such a sensation, reminiscent of his days residing in Alinson City. Apart from the first year spent in a forest slum, he subsequently dwelled in a comforting courtyard. Even in the harshest of winters, the steam apparatus would provide ample warmth. Fortunately, although the courtyard lay in ruins and Alinson was obliterated, Sushi still wielded fire magic. With the activation of the third-level spell, Warmth of Fire, a faint crimson barrier enveloped the camp. The chill was banished, fierce winds were thwarted, and warmth returned to this realm. Mentor, please. The calm voice flowed like a river at a steady pace. Its rhythm was tranquil, gentle, and stable, devoid of any fluctuations yet possessing a unique allure. The sole possessor of such a voice was someone Sushi knew well. Thank you for your efforts, Krisa. Sushi took the steaming hot soup from the girl's hands. The broth, bubbling and adorned with a shimmering layer of oil, was generously filled with various ingredients. The substantial amount of meat alone packed the modest bowl to the brim. The aroma was somewhat pungent, likely enhanced with additional warming ingredients to counter the evening's chill. Without the lanterns from the courtyard, the light was inevitably dim. Sushi rotated the bowl, adjusting its angle several times until he could discern the contents by the flickering glow of the bonfire. Noticing a sprinkle of fireleaf herbs scattered atop, this piquant plant was a favored delicacy among the denizens of the magical realm. Taking a gentle sip, the warm liquid first caressed his tongue, then gradually slid down his throat, smoothly making its way to his stomach. Sushi could distinctly feel a wave of warmth enveloping his body. The fire-leaf herb exhibited remarkable effects. "You've done exceedingly well, Krisha. Your culinary skills have improved immensely," he expressed with a smile, praising the witch who awaited his assessment. Although Krisha's innate talent for cooking was not particularly exceptional, having once caused an embarrassing kitchen mishap, she persevered with diligence. After 4 years of relentless effort, she finally attained a commendable level of culinary proficiency. Naturally, Sushi's stomach had also developed a commendable resistance to toxins, which was an unexpected benefit. "Yes, thank you for your kind words," Krisha replied softly. Standing in the dimly lit night, where her silvery gray hair appeared even more enigmatic, shimmering like liquid silver in the glow of the campfire. The garments that had once been singed by flames had long been replaced with her previous black and white apprentice robes. The oversized robes still fit the grown witch perfectly. After receiving praise, Krisha, as if she had accomplished a significant task, served herself a bowl of meat soup and sat quietly beside Sushi to enjoy her meal. She used a spoon and fork. To this day, chopsticks remained a lifelong adversary for the witch, as she struggled to wield them effectively. The sight was somewhat amusing, and it often elicited laughter. "I can't shake the feeling that you are contemplating something rather unpleasant," he remarked. The witch's intuition was surprisingly keen. Perhaps it was merely Krisha's own misperception. Sue responded calmly. "Is that so?" The girl tilted her head in confusion. Perhaps, she mused, for her master had no reason to deceive her. With this thought, she buried her head back into the bowl, savoring the tender meat in small bites. Her teeth tore through the morsels while her tongue swirled in the warm broth. The solitary dinner for the two had commenced. Tonight felt more desolate than ever. Entirely exposed to the open air, there was neither the comforting warmth of steam nor the sufficient glow of glass lamps. Yet, Sue does not find this atmosphere unpleasant. With a gentle exhale against the rim of the bowl, he cools the freshly prepared hot soup, savoring it in small sips. A warm sensation erupts within, spreading to every limb and fiber of his being, bestowing a semblance of warmth upon this desolate night. Such an experience is indeed rare. Sushishin pondered that it might be a rare sight throughout the entire magical realm. A sorcerer barely in his 20s, seated alongside a 16-year-old witch, squatting on a remote mountaintop, unabashedly savoring a bowl of meat soup. No matter how one contemplated it, the scene appeared somewhat absurd. The crackling of sparks and the burning of dry branches filled the air. By the campfire, the shadows of the young sorcerer and the girl elongated, seamlessly merging into the darkness of the night, entwining with the silhouettes of the surrounding flora, indistinguishable from one another. Their dinner was consumed swiftly. Neither was particularly hungry, but they had prepared the meal out of necessity to maintain their energy and warmth. Krisha rose and, with a flourish of water and wind magic, effortlessly cleansed the soiled cauldron and utensils. This method was not only efficient but also remarkably convenient. She had performed this task numerous times before, displaying considerable skill. The howling wind propelled the water, effortlessly whisking away the grease from the surfaces of the utensils. And the only cost to the young witch was a modicum of magical energy. This was precisely why Krisha took on many household chores without opposition from Sushishin, not because he intentionally burdened her, but because the presence of magic rendered every task significantly simpler. "Krisha, come here for a moment," he called, as the night wind intensified, howling relentlessly in their ears. Sue glanced towards the direction of Arinston City, where fierce flames continued to blaze, their unquenchable glow particularly striking against the night sky, accompanied by the rampant shadows of malevolent forces. However, on the whole, everything appeared to be normal, with no unusual occurrences. Thus, Sushi summoned the girl to his side, intent on examining the peculiar condition of Chris's eyes. The half-golden, half-dim pupils starkly contrasted with her usual light golden hue, indicating a significant issue. In truth, he had sensed something amiss even during their earlier meeting, but the pressing circumstances had left him no time to investigate. Now, at last, he found the opportunity to delve into the matter. "Chris, sit across from me. Allow me to inspect your eyes." "I understand, Mentor." The girl complied obediently, settling calmly opposite Sushi. Illuminated by the flickering campfire, he could discern her delicate features and the subtle movement of her nostrils as she breathed. The witch seemed eager to assist Sushi, making a concerted effort to widen her eyes. However, combined with her expressionless countenance, it appeared somewhat vacant. "I can manage just fine, Chris." Upon hearing Sushi's words, the young girl ceased her unnecessary exertions and quietly remained in place. Then, he continued. Sushi's left hand wielded the light magic, casting a level 0 illumination spell, radiating a brightness gentle enough to spare the eyes. He gradually leaned closer to Clissa. With his right hand, he extended his thumb and forefinger, carefully parting the delicate eyelids of the girl, revealing the frail orb within. In times past, the witch's eyes shimmered with a pale golden hue, embodying a resplendent beauty. Yet now, what Sushi beheld was not merely gold, but also a profound, shadowy black that intrusively occupied the center of her pupils. The stark contrast between the golden and the black was akin to the jarring fusion of entirely disparate elements. However, one aspect remained unchanged. Both hues vividly reflected Sushi's silhouette, just as it had before, unaltered by time. For 4 years, Sushi has coexisted with the witch. Throughout this time, he has watched her grow. He believes that no one is more familiar with everything concerning the witch, everything about Krisha, than he is. Yet, despite this profound familiarity, he has rarely taken the time to truly observe Krisha's eyes. What vocabulary could adequately convey their essence? The campfire flickers in the darkness, intertwining warmth and dim light, while the air turns chilly, breath-forming wisps of mist. Her bright yet fragile eyes flutter gently. Those eyes do not possess the exquisite beauty often depicted in novels and biographies regarding protagonists. There is no mystery or brilliance in their hues. There is no steadfastness or fearless determination. There is no innocence or goodness to behold. Such qualities, such descriptions, bear no connection to the emotionally detached witch. What is visible is only the hollow and lifeless gaze, devoid of any vitality, untainted by emotion, resembling an inanimate object lacking any sense of existence. Only in the fleeting moments of blinking can one perceive that the owner of those eyes is indeed alive. The eyelashes quiver gently, and the sheen that envelopes the surface of the eyeball, illuminated by the flickering campfire, amplifies that tranquility and indifference even further. Sushi was filled with curiosity. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. What, then, might be revealed about Krisha's inner self? He gazed intently, scrutinizing with utmost care. Yet, no matter how he observed, all Sushi could discern within those eyes was his own reflection, and nothing more. This was entirely natural. For Sushi was locked in a gaze with Krisha, and naturally, within her field of vision, only Sushi existed. It seems that adage holds no truth. Sushi felt a tinge of regret. He could not penetrate the depths of the witch's heart through her gaze, not wishing to squander any more time. Sushi began to observe intently the intertwining hues of gold and black in Clissa's eyes. These two colors wove together in a languid embrace, reminiscent of stars illuminating the night sky, merging into an inseparable whole in a manner that Sushi found utterly incomprehensible. It was not a sight to behold, and could even be deemed unsettling. The distorted colors evoked a sense of psychological discomfort. Clissa, can you describe when your eyes began to change? Sushi inquired. It was before your return, the girl replied in a calm tone. Regarding the transformation of her eyes, the witch herself was uncertain. However, through her explanations and a series of probing questions, Sushi swiftly discerned the fundamental cause of the eye's metamorphosis. Despair and sorrow? No, to be more precise, it was an overwhelming and intense emotional state. Clissa's eyes bore a pale golden hue due to the presence of demonic blood coursing through her veins. Thus, from another perspective, could the transformation of her eyes correspond to the fluctuations of her lineage? He gazed at the motionless girl, as quiet as a doll. Sushi fell into a deep contemplation. He had envisioned numerous possibilities, yet among those countless scenarios, the suspicion surrounding the demonic lineage was the most compelling. Thus, Sushi extended his hand, gently resting it upon Krisha's head, caressing the area where the horns had once been removed. The texture was somewhat coarse, with slight protrusions hinting at signs of regrowth. Indeed, Sushi's conjecture was validated. A whispering wind surged past his ears, and as night deepened, the evening breeze grew increasingly fierce, though it was thwarted by a magical barrier. Only the sound of its reluctant echoes remained. Sushi's understanding of demons was rather limited. He had gleaned fragments of information from the tomes of the Mage Association, noting that demons were inherently devoid of magical abilities. However, they possessed formidable physical strength and were regarded as the pests of the world, loathed by the gods. These accounts were overly subjective and lacked comprehensive details. Hence, Sushi found it difficult to discern whether Chris's transformation was for better or worse. Chris, do you feel any different? He inquired, withdrawing the illumination spell from the eyes of its owner. She shook her head, her silvery gray strands of hair swaying gently. No, I do not feel that way, Chris answered candidly. She experienced neither discomfort in her body nor any sense of improvement. Aside from the change in the color of her eyes, everything remained consistent with the past. Is that so? The campfire blazed brightly, and Sushi relinquished his quest for understanding her eyes. His knowledge of the demon race was scant, nearly non-existent. In such a dearth of information, the wisdom of both observers and mortals could offer little assistance. To uncover the underlying truth, he would need to venture to other cities to peruse more literature on demons and observe the girl's daily transformations. Fortunately, this change had not inflicted any pain upon Chris. The sole concern was that her gaze appeared unsettling. Sue is indifferent to this, and Krisha cares little about it. Therefore, there is nothing to be concerned about regarding this issue. As for the time that follows, Sue and Krisha sat around the crackling campfire, enveloped in the warmth it provided, a protective barrier against the fierce winds that could not extinguish the flickering flames of their makeshift hearth. This sensation was exquisitely subtle. Within this serene cocoon, they sipped hot water, gazing at the tumultuous forces of nature in the distance, as if isolated from the world, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Looking up, the vast expanse of twinkling stars adorned the night sky. Looking down, the endless fields stretched before them. A glance to the side revealed the flames of Ellenson dancing in the night. In such an atmosphere, Krisha, as was her wont, felt compelled to attend to Sue. Whether by boiling water or tidying up the contents of her spatial ring, she found it difficult to remain idle, constantly yearning to assist Sue in some manner. It was only when Sue gently urged her to sit and rest that she finally settled down in quietude. "Krisha, this is not Ellenson. You may relax a little," he said. "Yes." Observing the restless girl, Sue decided to share some tales to divert her attention. He spoke at length, covering a tapestry of topics from mythological stories of Earth to the intricacies and techniques of practicing magic, or simply the mundane routines of ordinary life. Krisha listened intently. Was it the allure of the stories themselves, or the charm of their storyteller, Sue? Perhaps it was a blend of both. As Sue was speaking, he suddenly realized that, at some point, the young girl had fallen into a deep slumber. Her breathing was steady and serene, accompanied by soft murmurs, and her delicate features, illuminated by the moonlight, possessed a unique and ethereal beauty. After all, she was merely a child. Sushi smiled helplessly as he rose to his feet and approached the slumbering girl, delicately draping a thick, warm blanket over her. It seemed that she sensed his actions even in her dreams, letting out a soft, indistinct murmur that was utterly endearing. To be honest, when he first encountered Krisha, he never imagined that the frail girl, covered in mud, would blossom into the remarkable individual she is today. Is this a beautiful life simulator, or a nurturing simulator for young girls? Beneath the starry sky, Sushi summoned the simulation panel, lost in contemplation. On the second day after departing from Ellenson City, you awakened to Chris's heartfelt morning greeting, laden with apologies. She expressed regret for having fallen asleep while you were speaking the previous night, and she hoped you would impose a punishment upon her. You reassured her that it was unnecessary, yet the young girl insisted. Thus, you gently bent your index finger and lightly tapped her forehead, declaring it to be your form of reprimand. You then commenced your morning routine, washing and indulging in a meal. From the mountain peak, you gazed out upon Ellenson City, still ravaged by monstrous entities. The twisted, wailing flames showed no signs of abating. You resolved to continue your vigil, communicating with the elements atop the mountain, striving to cultivate broader and more profound magic. Your perception of the elements remained active, as did the wisdom of mortals. Your understanding of magic deepened further. On the third day after leaving Ellenson City, the weather turned gloomy, and a torrential downpour ensued. The heavy rains extinguished the raging inferno within Ellenson City. However, the lurking monsters within the city did not disperse, as if awaiting something. You two remained patient. Meanwhile, you noticed a change in Chris's eyes. The previously chaotic mix of black and gold seemed to be transforming into a more ordered state. You sensed that the girl's eyes had grown more beautiful. In your leisure, you chose to peruse magical tomes to pass the time and endeavored to devise magical artifacts independently. By the fourth day after departing Ellenson City, the weather cleared up. You began to doubt whether your judgment had faltered. Under your observation, Ellenson City appeared unchanged, still a desolate ruin plagued by monsters. You decided to remain there, as the provisions within your spatial ring were plentiful, sufficient for both you and the girl to endure for an extended period. Though life in the wild lacked a sense of stability, Chris stayed by your side, proactively training in magic, feeling her own power was too feeble to assist you. The witch's training accelerated. On the fifth day after leaving Ellenson City, your patience bore fruit. You witnessed new developments. The earth trembled, the mountains quaked, and a dark wave emerged on the horizon. Relentless wheels ground the terrain beneath them, as thousands of steam-powered armored vehicles appeared, their hissing vapor forming towering white columns that soared into the sky. Amidst the rising shrieks were the synchronized steps of ironclad boots, an oppressive atmosphere thickening around you. Steel gears turned at that moment, and searing steam whistled sharply. Legions emblazoned with the emblems of various divine churches marched forth with a thunderous roar, while mages hovered above, prepared to honor the glory of the gods. The prayers, the roaring, the thundering footsteps, thousands of voices intertwined, culminating in a unified battle cry. O deities above, obliterate these heretics. The ominous steam cannons began to charge, and the wands gathering elemental energy prepared for spells. War had commenced. The legions from the human kingdoms and divine churches launched a swift and brutal assault on the monsters within Ellenson City, a cacophony of explosions erupting wildly. With the first wave of bombardment alone, thousands of formidable monsters fell. The initial results appeared promising. However, Sushi furrowed his brow deeply. The scene before him appeared normal, with the human legion and the mages devoted to their deities uniting to confront the otherworldly foes. Yet, in reality, it concealed numerous doubts and peculiarities. For instance, the orcs that had emerged within the city of Ellenson should have been thwarted by the divine church. Why had they breached the defenses? Furthermore, why was the arrival of the legion so lamentably delayed? Days had passed, and there were scarcely any survivors left in Ellenson. Lastly, and most crucially, Sue's voice was soft and melancholic, relying solely on such steam weaponry and a mage legion of this caliber. It is utterly impossible to achieve victory. During the retreat from Ellenson City, Sue has had brief encounters with those magical creatures. In most instances, he has managed to secure victory with overwhelming strength. However, among the multitude of foes, there exist certain exceptional individuals that evoke a sense of peril within Sue. These adversaries are at least of the caliber of a grand sorcerer, and may even rival the level of a saintly archmage. According to Sue's observations, the greatest impact that these legions, intent on vanquishing the magical entities, can inflict is comparable to that of a grand sorcerer, merely serving to clear out weaker minions without the capacity to truly reclaim the city of Ellenson. The higher echelons, those who wield genuine power, cannot possibly be unaware of this. What, then, is their true intention? Sue gazed into the distant battlefield, his expression solemn, sensing that the truth was drawing ever closer. Before him unfolded a scene of astonishing magnitude. Countless legions emerged from afar, adorned with the emblems of diverse human factions and various divine orders. Their might formidable and their assault astonishing. Yet, a frown creased his brow. He sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. With patient observation, he discerned that the human forces found their combat increasingly stalemated. Horrified to realize that the weapons they once took pride in could not penetrate the defenses of the monstrous foes. Towering and fearsome, the draconic abominations surged into the ranks of armored vehicles, reducing them to rubble with a single strike, a sweep, or a stomp. Meanwhile, mages soaring through the skies with wind magic were besieged by venomous wyverns and blood beasts. Though they retaliated fiercely, vanquishing numerous creatures, they soon found themselves encircled. The tide of battle shifted, and cries of despair filled the air. Sue became increasingly bewildered. Had the High Command truly dispatched these legions merely to meet their demise? Confusion and disbelief enveloped him in silence. Suddenly, the battlefield resonated with fervent prayers. Under the overwhelming pressure of death, more soldiers succumbed to mental collapse, beseeching the deities for salvation. Thus, he beheld the so-called gods. Save me, great deities who created the world. I implore you, spare my life. Atuna, Atuna. No, please. Who can rescue him? Stay away, monster. Cries for help intermingled with shouts of fury and terror. In the carnage-strewn battlefield, whether ordinary soldiers or elemental mages, all exhibited fear in the face of death, their spirits fragile and helpless. They called out, yearning for the mercy of the divine to redeem their humble lives. Yet, could the lofty gods truly hear the pleas of mere mortals? Sue was unable to provide an accurate response. However, at this moment and in this place, he undeniably witnessed the descent of the divine. The heavens and the earth changed color, shrouded in darkness. Thunder rumbled through the ominous clouds, and lightning illuminated the land. A minuscule yet radiant light, drifting slowly from the celestial vault, weighed heavily upon the earth, causing it to crumble in silence. At this instant, all was still. One could hear the gospel of the divine. What is the divine? It is the supreme power that transcends the mundane, the presence that governs the world, in ineffable exaltation. The divine proclaimed, "Let there be light." Thus, in a world cloaked in darkness, only the brilliance remained, as all things floated within the radiance, both warm and searing. The thunder within the clouds, the sun above, the boundless earth, the rising vapor, and the howling tempest, all became lost in the pure light. 3 days later, Sue arrived in a new city named Wage, accompanied by Krisha, which Sue had chosen as their new residence. In their recently purchased home, Krisha was meticulously inspecting for any overlooked details, assessing what additional furniture was still needed. Sushiza sat in the soft armchair of the living room, reminiscing about the divine punishment that had transpired 3 days prior. It was truly astonishing. One could say it was indeed the work of a deity, effortlessly accomplishing such a feat, obliterating the monsters within the city of Alinson while simultaneously safeguarding the remaining soldiers. The landscape centered around Alinson had undergone a near-total transformation. What magnitude of power was exerted? 10? No, perhaps even less than 1. Sushi closed his eyes in contemplation, gripping a wand that was shattered beyond recognition. On that fateful day, the primary targets of the divine onslaught were the monstrous entities. However, the deity's assault was so grandiose that even from a distance, the violent shockwaves compelled Sushi to reveal all his trump cards. He unleashed a barrage of dozens of level 7 spells, barely managing to counteract the residual force of that light as it struck the ground, thus safeguarding both himself and the witch. Such an experience was undeniably perilous and dreadful. Yet it bore significance. By witnessing the divine's descent and the fervor of the rescued soldiers, Sushi finally unraveled the truth of the events. Extra! Extra! Echoed the voice of a newsboy outside, exclaiming with excitement. The northern city of Alinson had fallen victim to a monstrous invasion, with several legions facing defeat. Bringing the city to the brink of annihilation, the great god of light intervened, saving the surviving souls. Extra! Extra! The god of light has bestowed divine grace. The shouts spread further, drawing more pedestrians to the news, who hastily purchased newspapers, their curiosity piqued. Upon learning of Alinson's invasion, expressions of sorrow crossed their faces. Witnessing the defeat of human legions, fear gripped them. Yet, upon seeing the descent of the god of light, their faces illuminated with fervor. They extolled the greatness of the god of light, praising the Lord of infinite radiance, wishing for light to endure in this world, to shield the weak until death. "Thank you for saving us once again," exclaimed the followers of the god of light in spontaneous hymns of praise. People expressed their emotions, offering prayers, their countenances gradually transforming into one of devotion. The impassioned wept profusely. Even those who were not adherents found themselves, amidst this fervent atmosphere, inevitably influenced, muttering a few words of gratitude to the deities. Sushi absorbed it all. He discerned the divine's machinations, deliberately orchestrating the invasion of monsters, leading human legions to their demise, thereby accentuating the strength of the monstrous foes and the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, the exalted deity intervened, not only harvesting human faith but also instilling a sense of reverence within them. Sushi contemplated and expressed such sentiments. What a ruthless strategy. The gods' grasp over the psyche of humanity has evidently reached an exalted level. They are acutely aware that if humans dwell in excessive comfort, belief in the divine would dwindle. Thus, the deities actively conjure peril and orchestrate calamity. In the throes of human struggle and despair, they present themselves as saviors, offering assistance. In this manner, they harvest the faith of the people, ensuring the devotion and affection of their followers. It must be said, this tactic proves remarkably effective. Within Sushi's line of sight, numerous individuals have chosen to join the divine church, yearning to experience the grandeur of the gods more intimately and to become wizards devoted to their faith. Perhaps, this is also one of their objectives. Sushi spoke softly, his index finger gently tapping against the armrest of the chair, producing a subtle echo. The practitioners of faith magic and elemental magic, though both capable of wielding spells, traverse distinctly divergent paths. The power of a faith mage is derived from the deity they revere. The extent of divine grace received directly correlates to the mage's capabilities. Hence, the pinnacle of this path is but the demigod, beyond which one cannot ascend, for a vassal can never surpass their master. This is the immutable law governing the cosmos. Conversely, elemental mages perceive the world with keen insight, grasping profound truths, thereby igniting the divine fire and wielding the authority of the universe in a genuine sense. The deities seem reluctant to allow the emergence of new gods, employing various subtle means to extol the advantages of faith mages while constricting the existence of elemental mages. Thus, the gods may remain comfortably ensconced in their celestial abodes, surveying the muddled lives of mortals from above. If this is indeed the case, Sushi mused, one must exercise greater caution in future endeavors. He felt an instinctive awareness that, within this realm of magic, he might very well be the most formidable elemental mage. Should his power continue to escalate, it could attract the attention of the gods. Such an outcome was far from Sushi's desires. He certainly did not wish to awaken one day to find himself merely a grand sorcerer, besieged by dozens, if not hundreds, of true gods. The notion of battling deities, how utterly absurd and despairing. Sushi had no desire to confront such a ludicrous scenario. Indeed, Ignorance can be a form of bliss. Sushi slowly rose to his feet, stretching languidly as his gaze drifted through the window, beholding the street bustling with ecstatic devotees of the divine. The followers believed that the gods cherished humanity, yet in truth, the deities harbored affection solely for themselves. Such a deception, a meticulously woven ruse, cannot be deemed entirely malevolent. Faith is offered by the people, while the gods bestow power. It is a mutually beneficial exchange. The overwhelming majority, destined to traverse the path of elemental mages, are but a rarity. If fervor and faith could indeed procure greater accomplishments from the gods, it would be a blessing rather than a curse. However, there exists a price to be paid, a constant vigilance to avoid becoming a casualty of miracles. In the recent case of Ellenson City, the death toll among local citizens and supporting soldiers neared a staggering million, evoking a profound sense of loss. The hiss of steam resonated through the air, accompanied by a gentle mist that enveloped the newly established home. Cleesa approached, having activated the steam apparatus within the residence. Master, everything is in order. No discrepancies have been found. Thank you for your hard work, Cleesa. Sushi instinctively gazed into the silver-haired girl's eyes, only to see his own reflection staring back. Unchanged since their last encounter. Let us proceed. Today, I shall take charge of the cooking. Oh, the witch replied, somewhat taken aback, yet she obediently followed Sushi. As time flowed, the house no longer resembled the home of yesteryears, and the surroundings felt entirely unfamiliar. Yet, the presence of familiar figures dispelled any fear. En route to the kitchen, Cleesa also heard the frenzied shouts from the outside, offering blessings to the gods. She paid them no heed, remaining steadfast in her devotion to her deity. To celebrate the first day in their new abode, Sushi decided to prepare a meal. With the wisdom of mortals and the insight of an observer, he skillfully crafted a banquet of delectable dishes, his culinary prowess having notably improved, and his dexterity with kitchen tools had become second nature. Regrettably, the concept of a culinary deity did not exist in this world. Otherwise, he might have tested its limits. At the dining table, Cleesa appraised his cooking, declaring, "The meals prepared by the master are unparalleled." Her tone was simple yet sincere, and in her haste to eat, she inadvertently smeared soup upon her lips. Sushi tenderly wiped her face clean. The dinner was a joyous occasion, not solely due to the exquisite flavors but also because they had escaped the perils of the wilderness, returning to the comfort of a home. During their post-dinner conversation, Sushi shared intelligence regarding the divine, suggesting a potential enmity with the gods in the future. Cleesa, though somewhat dim-witted, grasped the essence of his words. Her heart knew but one answer: she would remain by his side, unwavering. Her response was characteristically calm yet imbued with resolute conviction. Even should he stand against the world, she would accompany him to its very edge. Cleesa, this matter is perilous, Sushi cautioned. I understand, master. Then, do you not need to contemplate? No, master. No need to ponder the dangers, nor to hesitate. Such notions were foreign to a witch who had long been ensnared in the murky depths of malice. Nearly consumed by torment, her purpose was clear: to stand beside the radiant sun. The witch possessed her own unwavering principles, resolute and decisive. Sushi felt a mix of pride and concern, worried that Cleesa might attract the attention of the gods. He resolved to safeguard her more prudently in the days to come. Their dialogue continued as he imparted knowledge about the deities, ensuring the girl understood her adversaries, preventing her from remaining oblivious. She marveled at the gods' might and recalled witnessing the divine punishment of the god of light near Ellenson. The witch posed an inquiry: did a force more potent than the gods exist in this realm? After much contemplation, Sushi replied in jest, "Perhaps the power of love can rival theirs. After all, emotions can wield boundless strength." He chuckled, reminiscing about the myriad of impassioned anime he had watched before crossing into this world, where protagonists vanquish their foes while extolling friendship, bonds, love, and justice. Alas, the harsh truth of reality dictated that strength was attained through gradual progression. One could not defeat the gods through mere sentiment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the dawn of a new year, the 11th cycle of simulation commenced. Sushi was now 25, while Cleesa had reached 17. Time raced by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he and Cleesa had resided in Vague City for a year, adopting fabricated identities rather than relying on their previous ones. A year was ample time to erode the unfamiliarity and unease, allowing them to return to their former routine, living peacefully in Vague City as they had in Ellenson. In spring, he would take Cleesa to revel in the fragrance of blooming flowers. In summer, they would sit in the courtyard, listening to the cicadas, as Cleesa poured him chilled juice. Autumn would bring a chill, with the steam apparatus running continuously, the rhythmic rumble accompanying their quiet observation of the falling leaves. In winter, the snow blanketed the ground, deep and pristine. Sushi cherished this season, savoring Clisa's hot beverages while perusing tomes of magic. All was splendid, all was harmonious. He yearned for this idyllic existence to endure indefinitely. With his innate talent, he believed he could ascend to greater heights given ample time. Furthermore, he was elated that in this new year, Clisa had advanced from a novice mage to an elite mage. In their new home in Vague City, they found solace in their shared journey. Sue observed the 17-year-old gray-haired sorceress, offering a slight nod. He could sense the transformation of Krisha's mental prowess, advancing towards a deeper threshold. This indicated that Krisha was on the verge of surpassing the elite mage status, becoming more formidable and equipped with greater self-defense capabilities. In this world, while there are indeed many strong individuals, they are not commonplace. The strength of an elite mage would be sufficient for Krisha to stand independently. Krisha, relax a little more, and allow your mental energy to perceive the elements as fully as possible. The voice of Sue resonated with guidance. While a vast canopy of trees loomed above, the leaves whispering in harmonious symphony as they brushed against one another, casting dappled patterns of light. The young girl stood directly beneath, her cold and exquisite countenance shifting between light and shadow. Yes, Mentor, she responded softly, her focus sharpening as she summoned her mental energy. Attuning herself to the surging elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surrounding her. The soil beneath her feet, the movement of the air, the moaning steam, and the scorching sunlight, all concealed within the myriad of existence, were the four fundamental elements. Gradually, these forces were synchronously captured by Krisa's mental prowess. However, at that very moment, unbeknownst to Krisa herself, her eyes underwent a rapid transformation, the mixed hues of black and gold swirling together like a vortex. With a sudden thud, her mental energy broke through successfully. The sorceress ascended to the rank of elite mage. Yet, for reasons unknown, she abruptly collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Krisa. Sue's expression subtly shifted as he hastened to inspect the situation. He felt immense joy at the progress of the sorceress, believing that given her current pace of cultivation, she would undoubtedly attain the status of a grand sorceress before his departure from this realm. With such formidable power, she would be able to safeguard herself even in his absence. Envisioning a promising future, he had already prepared spellbooks of levels 4 and 5, eager to impart new magic to the 17-year-old sorceress. However, he was utterly unprepared for the moment of her successful ascension. When the once placid gaze that had remained unchanged for a year suddenly transformed, plunging the sorceress into a profound unconsciousness. In a state of urgency, he unleashed life magic, only to discover that the sorceress bore no injuries and that his spells had no effect whatsoever. Astonishment and confusion enveloped him. As the observer's magic continued to unfold, he recalled the sorceress's eyes and surmised that the cause of her fainting spell might stem from a disruption within her demonic lineage. This revelation provided him with a new avenue for research. Swiftly, he transported the sorceress to the meditation chamber for rest, simultaneously rummaging through his collection of tomes on demonic lore. Feeling that his findings were insufficient, he proceeded to the Mage Association, where, after diligent inquiry, he procured 2 ancient manuscripts. The new meditation chamber, unlike the dim one in Ellenson City, was suffused with light. The shimmering glow of mithril, the brilliant radiance of gold, and the rising white steam from the machinery enveloped the room in an ethereal ambience. With a soft click, Sue turned the knob to illuminate the glass lamps embedded with luminous crystals. The light, slightly diffused by the steam, cast a gentle and hazy illumination upon himself and the gray-haired girl lying unconscious nearby. Occasionally, she would display signs of distress, momentarily awakening, only to succumb once more into unconsciousness, a relentless cycle of torment. Yet, curiously, despite the apparent peril, the girl's life remained intact, devoid of any signs of impending death. The examination conducted by Sue has revealed that both life-affiliated and death-affiliated magics indicate that Clisa's condition remains intact. However, one cannot help but ponder the reason behind such a phenomenon. What transpires within Clisa, with those eyes and the demonic lineage? While it is undoubtedly reassuring that Clisa's life is secure, her persistent state of agonizing unconsciousness is clearly untenable. Sushi turned her head slightly, glancing toward the corner of the meditation room. The young sorceress, who seemed oblivious to joy and incapable of sorrow, now lay pale and unconscious on a hastily laid magical stone slab. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her breathing was erratic and rapid, and her fingers trembled involuntarily. In a daze, she beheld the frail figure of the 17-year-old sorceress, Sushi recalled, after a prolonged absence, the image of a little girl, lost in despair, praying for salvation amidst the foul and filthy alleyways, her tattered clothing marred by scars, her feet submerged in muddy water, and her hollow eyes reflecting her anguish. At this moment, in Sushi's gaze, the grown witch and the young witch gradually merged into one silhouette, both exuding an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It is truly disconcerting. Krista. Sushi let out a soft sigh, the sound echoing in the empty meditation chamber, subsequently accompanied by the rhythmic clanking of mechanical chains. He activated the embedded desk and chairs in the wall. Upon seating himself, he placed several ancient tomes upon the table and began to browse for information regarding the demon race. Occasionally, he would rise to observe and document the girl's physical condition, engaging in brief conversations during her fleeting moments of consciousness. However, more often than not, he found himself alone at the table, perusing books and wielding a pen under the glass lamp's dim yet warm glow, transcribing notes pertaining to the demon race. To his astonishment, he discovered that demons had existed long before the gods graced the world. It appeared the creationist doctrine propagated by the divine church was not worthy of trust. The deities were merely products of the world's birth. Engaging in soliloquy, he swiftly recorded his findings. With the aid of mortal wisdom, Sushi's research and cognitive abilities significantly flourished, deepening his understanding of the demon race. Concerned for the comatose sorceress, he embarked on a quest to study demonology. Originally intending to awaken the witch from her slumber, he unexpectedly uncovered the hidden truths of the world from various ancient texts. The creation myth of the magical realm presented two narratives. One, widely recognized, depicted the celestial gods collaborating to forge the world, bringing forth all existence, thus establishing themselves as the masters of creation. The other, concealed within obscure tomes, was the primordial theory, asserting that the world emerged from chaos, with elements spontaneously giving rise to all things. The so-called deities were mere latecomers, appearing even after the demons. Astonished, he continued to delve into the intricate details of demonology. The text proved to be exceedingly obscure, the language particularly arcane, thus impeding his research progress. Yet, the wisdom of mortals was ever at work. He acquired knowledge of the Agrabah language, mastered the primordial tongue, and learned the Angler language. His studies of the demon race began to proceed smoothly. He became increasingly familiar with their mating habits, innate abilities, and racial characteristics. Engrossed in his reading and learning, he occasionally suppressed hunger, quenched his thirst with water magic, and practiced meditation to stave off fatigue, aside from a few necessary meals. Sushi has consistently maintained this state. His mental fortitude is remarkable. Such a burden is merely trivial to him, though he inevitably feels a hint of weariness. Am I causing you trouble, Mentor? During this interval, Krisha briefly awakened. She beheld Sushi, exhausted, with vacant eyes and a bewildered tone. Even a girl devoid of emotions can harbor concern for those she cherishes. She was reluctant and unwilling to see Sushi so worn and fatigued for her sake. It's nothing. Krisha is very well behaved and never causes me any trouble. The man's voice remained gentle, his broad palm reassuring as it tenderly caressed the witch's head, bestowing upon her a faint yet precious warmth. It was comforting, soothing, allowing the weary witch to drift back into slumber once more. Sushi conducted another thorough examination, confirming that Krisha's condition remained stable, and then returned to his research on the demon clan, nearing a significant breakthrough. Day after day, the sun rose and set, cycling through time. After 9 consecutive days, Sushi finally perused all the available materials on the demon clan, clarifying his fundamental thoughts. He had begun to formulate some hypotheses regarding Krisha's unconsciousness. However, his mind was in disarray. To prevent this clouded state from hindering his subsequent reflections and plans, Sushi resolved to take a brief respite, allowing his weary body a chance to slumber. He did not return to his bedroom but instead settled onto the soft bedding. His fatigued form yearned for immediate rest. Drowsiness swept over him like a tidal wave, engulfing his consciousness as he drifted into a deep sleep while seated, exuding an air of tranquility. The familiar sounds of pen scratching and pages turning faded into silence. Within the expansive meditation chamber, only the sound of steam swirling lingered, accompanied by the dim, yellowish light that cast a hazy glow. Occasionally, a faint hum from the outside world could be heard. It was the colossal steam apparatus in the city center, roaring like a beast, supplying energy to the entire city. An hour later, the stone slab inscribed with the life restoration spell in the meditation room trembled slightly. Krisha, who had been in a coma upon it, awakened. The young woman opened her eyes, her irises swirling with dark gold hues, entwined like an endless spiral, ever ascending. Instinctively, She gazed in Sushi's direction, her sole concern. In the past, whenever she regained consciousness, she could hear Sushi's voice or the sound of his diligent study. Yet this time, an unusual silence enveloped her. Unaware that Sushi had succumbed to slumber, the sorceress felt an instinctive surge of worry. Anxiety and fear gripped her heart. Was Sushi too fatigued, leading to an unexpected mishap? Such thoughts, once they emerged, rendered the sorceress unable to remain composed. She braced her frail arms against the stone slab, forcing her weakened body to rise. "Instructor," she murmured, her legs trembling, seemingly on the verge of collapse. She advanced unsteadily, her movements shaky and faltering. Her physical state was dire, her voice barely a whisper. Krisha's condition was deplorable, so weak that walking posed a challenge. She could only shuffle forward step by arduous step, drawing closer to Sushi amidst her labored breaths. The scene was silent yet imbued with a poignant strength. The sorceress demonstrated a singular truth. In the presence of true will, a feeble body is incapable of hindrance. The light illuminated the young girl, casting further brilliance upon her pallid, colorless visage. She trembled, extending her slender fingers to rest upon the chair where Sushi sat. This slight support alleviated some of her burden, allowing her to approach Sushi directly. Then, Krisha beheld the familiar face, now deeply slumbering, worn from excessive fatigue. "The instructor is fine," she tilted her head, blinking in disbelief. The reality diverged from her imaginings. Sushi had not encountered any calamity but had merely succumbed to sleep. Nothing more. How wonderful. Her calm voice echoed in the air. Within her chest, the accumulated sorrow and worry dissipated, reverting to a familiar emptiness. What should she do next? Krisha felt adrift. After confirming Sushi's safety, she suddenly found herself at a loss for action. Should she return to the stone slab and patiently await Sushi's awakening? Light and shadow are inseparable companions. When light emerges, shadow follows closely. For once it strays from the light's embrace, it cannot exist. So, when light descends into silence, where does shadow go? Krisha was uncertain how to answer this question. Her life, her very essence, had long been accustomed to dwelling by Sushi's side. Everything beyond that failed to pique her interest. Yet, given the state of her body, what could she accomplish even if she were awake? She struggled to care for herself, let alone tend to others. Thus, Krisha relinquished her unrealistic notions of assisting with household chores as she usually would. She stood quietly, her expression calm and indifferent. Hands crossed over her abdomen as she leaned against the edge of the table, vigilantly watching over the slumbering Sushi. The room was dim, the light hazy, casting a dreamy and ephemeral glow that seemed to evoke echoes of days gone by. Delicate and tender, it enveloped the figures of the man and the girl, one in peaceful sleep, the other standing watch. This was the only thing the sorceress could conceive of doing at this moment, and indeed, it was her sole desire. Since light was in slumber, shadow would remain by its side until brightness once again warmed the world, granting shadow its purpose. However, one could describe this feeling as subtle and peculiar. The sorceress mused upon Sushi's visage. She was not as tall as he, and though she often glimpsed his full face, she had never closely observed its details. Now, as Sushi sat sleeping, she was afforded the chance to behold him fully for the first time. The sorceress noted his eyes, swollen from prolonged reading and fatigue. She recognized the fingers that, even in slumber, maintained the position of holding a pen. She saw a face worn from labor, lips pale and weary, suffused with exhaustion. She perceived it all, every detail. She witnessed the passage of time at his temples, the quivering breath at his nostrils. And she understood that his profound slumber was a testament to all he had sacrificed. Ah, so this is how it is. A heavy emotion pierced Krisha's heart, causing her pupils to dilate slightly. Previously, she had believed that when light fell silent, it would lose the sanctuary of shadow. Yet now the reality revealed to her that even in silence, when the sun briefly extinguished, its warmth lingered deeply within the soul, paving the way for shadow to move forward. The sorceress found herself at a loss for words or actions worthy of such fervent warmth. Her heart swelled with mounting impulses, her thoughts a chaotic tempest. She felt clumsy, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Thus, guided by her understanding, the sorceress endeavored to do what she could conceive as best. She cautiously extended her fingers, tenderly cradling Sushi's cheek, bending forward to press her forehead against his, their noses gently touching. Silvery strands of hair cascaded down, some brushing across his face. "May you be well," Krisha whispered softly. In her calm, unwavering voice, a fleeting blend of emotions seemed to flicker. Yet the tranquil words left one questioning whether it was merely an illusion. In that moment of closeness, touching, and feeling the warmth of light, time appeared to stand still. Mere seconds felt like an eternity, as countless unfamiliar sensations erupted within the sorceress's heart. What was this? Krisha felt a twinge of guilt. She maintained the forehead contact, reluctant to relinquish the warmth and intimacy, even as she recognized that as a personal belonging, such encroachment was improper. Suddenly, it seemed that Krisha's actions had disturbed the man's slumber. She furrowed her brow slightly, emitting a soft grunt that, though faint, sent the 17-year-old witch fleeing in terror. With her feeble legs, the witch sprinted at a speed she had never before experienced. In her desperate flight, she scrambled back onto the stone slab. Seizing the bedding prepared for her by Xie, she leaped into it, cocooning herself tightly, like a silkworm retreating into its shell, leaving no gaps to allow even the slightest observation from the outside world. She trembled gently, wriggling slightly, a sight both endearing and pitiful. Her heart raced violently, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of anxiety. The witch could not fathom the source of her fear, albeit she had overstepped her bounds. It had merely been a fleeting touch of their foreheads, yet her heart was in disarray. Mentor? After a prolonged silence with no response, and lacking any reprimand from her master, Klisa cautiously peered out, her eyes emerging from the bedding. Upon confirming that she remained in peaceful slumber, her tense feelings gradually subsided, reverting to her usual vacant demeanor. However, an odd warmth lingered. Klisa was perplexed, her palm brushing against her pale cheeks, which felt extraordinarily hot. The witch began to suspect she might be feverish. Could this be the price for her transgression against her master? With this newfound knowledge, she concluded that as long as her master remained oblivious, such a price was bearable. In Weiji City, towering steam chimneys pierced the clouds, resembling a peculiar iron volcano exhaling a mist that enveloped the entire metropolis. The engines roared, gears whirled, and bullets sliced through the inky night sky. Brilliant magic illuminated the dim stars. At night, the booming of great bells resonated throughout the steel city, dispersing layers of mist and driving away the lurking shadows of the wretched. At this moment, it had been 15 hours since she had succumbed to slumber within the meditation chamber. An instinctive thirst arose from within him, gradually stirring him awake. To his surprise, after such an extended rest, he opened his eyes to the familiar surroundings of the meditation room, casting a glance at the mechanical clock on the wall. He couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, it was only natural. After all, he had labored for 9 consecutive days and nights. Gurgling sounds echoed as he summoned a large basin of fresh water, replenishing his fluids while stretching his slightly stiff body. Overall, she felt quite satisfied with the effects of this sleep. All physical fatigue had dissipated, and his previously listless spirit was revitalized. It was time to embark on the next step. After poring over numerous historical records, he finally had some inkling of direction. He turned a glance at the corner of the meditation room, where on a hastily laid magic stone slab, the silver-haired girl lay in tranquil slumber. Sushi approached and conducted a brief examination. Once he confirmed that Krisha's vital signs remained stable, he returned to his desk with a sense of reassurance. Directing his gaze towards the meticulously handwritten notes before him, the text was fine and densely packed, outlining the intricate classifications of various demon tribes. It could be said that Sushi had attained a profound understanding of the knowledge pertaining to these entities. Some obscure or fragmented information had been clarified and completed through the insights derived from the entries on observers and mortals. The term demon tribe is a designation crafted by humanity. Technically, it ought to be referred to as the ancient clan or the primordial tribe. The meditation chamber, in the stillness of the night, exuded an even deeper sense of solitude. Sushi reseated himself, extracting a pristine blank sheet from the multitude of drafts at the bottom of the pile, upon which he began to inscribe new points. The notion of divine creation is evidently flawed. If the deities possessed such immense power, they would not require the mere belief of humanity. Consequently, the accurate history should align with the account in the biography of the mage Leibu Gowa, which states that the world emerged from chaos, and the elements gave rise to all existence. The so-called demon race represents the primordial beings of this realm, endowed with astonishingly robust physiques and innate abilities bestowed by the world. From their inception, they wielded extraordinary strength that surpassed other races, with the mightiest among them capable of contending with deities. Their singular flaw lies in the extreme volatility of their emotions and desires, which ultimately precludes them from pursuing the path of magecraft. Only exceptional cases, such as Klisha, who possesses a diluted demon bloodline and has experienced emotional turmoil, are able to study magic without succumbing to its effects. Steam billowed forth, occasionally forcing open the copper lid with a resounding pop. Accompanying this were the swift scrapes of the pen against the paper, reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through a multitude of leaves, producing a delicate and soothing rustle. As Sushi contemplated the demon race's attributes he had recorded, he fell into deep reflection. Perhaps the shortcomings of the demon race are not mere accidents, but rather a reflection of the fundamental laws governing the evolution of things and the world itself. This development adheres to the most basic principle, the transition from nothingness to existence, from chaos to order, in the nascent stages of the magical realm. Even the world itself was incomplete. The so-called demon race is, in essence, a manifestation of the world's disorder. This elucidates why, in later times, they were supplanted by the deities, who symbolize order, regulation, and the embodiment of the world's operational harmony. Viewed from this perspective, the cause of Klish's unconsciousness becomes strikingly clear. Sushi set down his pen, gazing at the still damp ink on the paper. He slightly lifted his head and stared at the dim, lifeless ceiling, letting out a sigh. This was neither an ailment nor a curse. The cause of the witch's unconsciousness lay in the struggle between the demonic bloodline and the mage's mental prowess. Representing chaos and order, two opposing forces that could not coexist peacefully. In the past, the witch was feeble, pitiable, and helpless, her frail body and waning spirit rendering such concerns unnecessary. However, the upheaval in Alinson City, accompanied by a surge of sorrowful wails and despair, had invigorated the demonic bloodline. Upon ascending to the ranks of elite mages, her mental capacity experienced an unprecedented breakthrough. Thus, the conflict between body and spirit, chaos and order, demon and divine raged fiercely within Klisa, oscillating between varying intensities, causing her to fluctuate between states of unconsciousness and wakefulness. The absence of immediate life-threatening danger does not guarantee safety in the future. This is troublesome, he murmured, gently massaging his throbbing temples. Sue's expression was intricate. Although he had comprehended the cause of the unconsciousness, the methods to resolve it remained a formidable challenge. Frankly speaking, this domain involving deities and demons was somewhat beyond the grasp of even the most adept sorcerers. However, within Klissa resided not genuine divine or demonic entities. And Sue was no ordinary archmage. Through the formidable power of the entries, there still existed a glimmer of hope. You uncovered the truth behind the witch's unconsciousness, deepening your understanding of the magical realm and grasping the essence of the world's truths. Your remarkable performance and keen observation resulted in an enhancement of your observer entry, expanding your capacity for observation. You began to contemplate how to assist the witch effectively and appropriately, devising two potential methods. The first approach involved singularly amplifying the demonic lineage or mental fortitude, allowing it to entirely consume the other side. In this scenario, the opposing witch would awaken. The second approach aimed to balance chaos and order, facilitating the coexistence of both demonic and divine powers within the girl. After much contemplation, you ultimately opted for the second method. For the witch, for Klissa Christine, both body and spirit were indispensable. The absence of either would inflict profound harm upon her, a fate you could not bear to witness. The wisdom of mortals ignited, and the observer initiated its function. You commenced your exploration of the essence of balance. To your delight, you discovered that in her unconscious state, Klissa instinctively harmonized the two powers, intertwining them. This was the reason her eyes had transformed into a swirling mix of black and gold. You swiftly arranged a unique magical array within the meditation chamber to suppress Klissa's demonic lineage. Simultaneously, you ignited the cleansing herb to awaken the girl's nascent consciousness, empowering her to master her mental energy, guiding, controlling, and mediating the amalgamation of both forces. As you observed, Klissa successfully awakened, emerging from her sporadic state of chaos. Yet, the matter did not conclude there. The moment the magical array was dismantled and the effects of the cleansing herb faded, the conflict between order and chaos would inevitably plunge Klissa back into unconsciousness. Time was of the essence. The dilemma must be resolved swiftly. Klissa, heed your instincts. Relax your spirit and guide the energies. Should anything feel amiss, inform me immediately. Sushi advised from the side, guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Minner. The sorceress replied obediently, her complexion still pale, devoid of the vibrant health that once characterized her, now imbued with a fractured beauty. She channeled her mental energy, soothing the blood coursing through her veins, creating a harmonious intermediary between her will and the two forces at play. Thus, she enabled water and fire to coexist, allowing the divine and the demonic to merge, ultimately achieving a flawless coordination between spirit and body. With Sushi's assistance and the insights gleaned from mortal wisdom, Klissa navigated the intricate dance of these two powers within her, and at last, equilibrium was born. Sushi gazed intently at the witch's eyes, which shimmered with a duality of black and gold, gradually calming from their earlier turbulent hues. The black served as the core, while the gold formed an exquisite ring. The inky depths resembled a starry ocean, flickering with faint glimmers, concealing boundless mysteries in the unknown. The soft yet resplendent golden hue exuded an indescribable nobility, akin to the ring that binds the stars, firmly sealing the dark sea of night. The only discordant element was the almost imperceptible gap at the center of her tranquil gaze, preventing the complete fusion of the black and gold, as if something essential was still amiss. Yet, this did not hinder the witch's ascendance and transformation. Her eyes, marked by an emotional void, reflected a serene expression devoid of joy or sorrow. This scene, once intimately familiar, now evoked an entirely different sentiment in Su Shi. Reminiscent of the divine being he had once encountered. Divinity? He pondered. No, it transcended even that. Su Shi couldn't help but exclaim. A perfect embodiment of both body and spirit, a sorceress who harmoniously balances chaos and order. Her future achievements are destined to surpass the divine. Yet, before that moment arrives, a lengthy period of maturation is required. When the time comes, the miracle that transcends divinity will astonish the entire world. Mentor, am I all right now? The calm voice was tinged with confusion and hesitation. Cleesa sat upon the enchanted stone slab, gazing at her own hands, then shifting her gaze to Su Shi's face, filled with helplessness. Even after becoming a miracle that surpasses divinity, even after accomplishing unprecedented feats, the sorceress, upon encountering challenges, instinctively turns her gaze to her most trusted companion. Her eyes, akin to a pristine mirror, reflect Su Shi's figure. Yes, you are fine now, Cleesa. Su Shi gently comforted her, softly taking the witch's icy hand into his own, imparting a measure of warmth. You must have found it quite distressing to remain here, Krisha. Now, we can return home together. He spoke in a soothing tone, tenderly guiding the witch's hand as he led her out of the meditation chamber. In Su Shi's heart, the meditation chamber did not truly feel like home. It was merely a place for cultivation and emergencies. He yearned to bring Krisha back into the sunlight, allowing the tormented witch to relish warmth and sustenance. The girl seemed poised to articulate something, yet ultimately remained silent, merely tightening her grip on Su Shi's large hand and following closely behind, stepping into his shadow. Wherever you are, that is my home, was the unspoken sentiment that resided within the witch's heart. Upon leaving the meditation chamber, Su Shi personally prepared a sumptuous feast for the fully awakened Krisha. The girl had initially possessed little appetite. However, the allure of Su Shi's culinary creations proved irresistible. Consequently, she inadvertently consumed an astonishing 2/3 of the meal, a quantity far exceeding her usual intake. Krisha felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why her appetite had suddenly surged so dramatically. Su observed everything unfolding. It appeared that the demonic bloodline within Krisha was coming to fruition, her body undergoing an evolutionary transformation that necessitated greater sustenance. With this thought, Su smiled and reassured Krisha, urging her not to dwell on it. The amalgamation of demon and deity was an uncharted path, one never before traversed by any soul. The physical changes were merely the initial step. In the time to come, Krisha was bound to unveil more astonishing and even cognitively challenging peculiarities. You have successfully salvaged the sorceress and wrought miracles that transcend all, an equilibrium of order, a balance of chaos, and even a harmony of worlds. It is unfathomable to contemplate the tempest she will conjure upon maturation. Perhaps she shall become a being that surpasses all. Envisioning such a future, you joyfully prepared a grand feast for the sorceress, who devoured it with fervor, indulging herself until satiation. The following day, you conducted an examination of the now restored sorceress. To your astonishment, her already extraordinary magical aptitude had received a terrifying enhancement, rivaling that of mortal intellect, perhaps even surpassing it in its exaggeration. Moreover, her frail constitution was steadily fortifying. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her essence had transcended humanity. Henceforth, you need not worry about her succumbing to common ailments. You felt elated and comforted. For long, you had harbored concerns for Krisha's safety, doubting her ability to safeguard herself. Yet, the sorceress's remarkable transformation allowed you to relinquish those fears entirely. With a light and joyous heart, you cohabited in Wager City with Krisha, filled with hope for the future, believing that you both could dwell in this sanctuary until you acquired even greater strength. 2 years later, an event stemming from the sorceress stirred the tranquility of your life, creating ripples of change. The simulation of the 13th year was at hand. Su Shi, aged 27, and Krisha, aged 19. The passage of time inevitably leaves its marks upon the body. Even though Su Shi possesses the magic of life, brimming with vitality, his visage, his physique, and his limbs still bear the subtle traces of the years, exhibiting a certain weariness and maturity. This is only natural, an occurrence that is to be expected. However, Krisha is different. The 19-year-old which remains in the same youthful state she held 2 years prior at 17. Though her form is somewhat fuller due to nutritional supplementation and physical training, it is undeniable that Krisha's body has ceased to grow, forever anchored at the age of 17. Eternal life? Or perhaps immortality? In the courtyard of Wages City, Sushi, clad in a flowing mage's robe, gazes at the flowers nearby, which wither in the wind, reflecting on the passage of time with a sense of melancholy, yet devoid of shock. After all, it was well known that Krisha's lifespan far exceeded his own. Now, it merely extends the gap of several hundred or even thousands of years into an eternity without bounds. For mortals, such a concept remains equally elusive. The essence of life is indeed fleeting, withering away in an instant. In the autumn breeze, the sea of withered flowers sways and struggles. Petals continuously fall from their branches, swirling slowly in the wind, sometimes pausing, sometimes soaring far away, drifting towards destinations unknown even to themselves. Su gazed upon such a scene, feeling the unique melancholy and solitude of autumn. He extended his finger, delicately pinching a petal. The flowers of Waga City, it seemed, possessed a fragrance that surpassed that of Ellenson City. Was it perhaps due to the prevalent reverence for the goddess of nature and the goddess of life here? Nevertheless, at the moment of decay, there was a striking uniformity. The delicate blossoms would ultimately succumb to withering, and the tender green leaves would inevitably turn yellow and fall. The majority of life in this world is fleeting and hurried. Although humans may live a tad longer, in comparison to the eternal deities, they remain inconsequential. Much like a solitary droplet of water splashing in a vast river, insignificant, humble, and unworthy of notice. Sushi has minimal expectations regarding lifespan. In fact, he feels no sense of loss even if the simulation were to conclude at this moment. Since the inception of the simulation, he has acquired a multitude of skills and knowledge, encompassing, but not limited to, the utilization of magic, mastery over elements, application of mental prowess, crafting of magical devices, enigmatic observation, and the intricate manipulation of multiple elemental forces. The elemental attributes of the world that Sushi commands amount to over a dozen, encompassing both life and death. Only the realms of time and space remain beyond his reach. Such achievements, such bountiful gains, are they not sufficiently enriching? Moreover, at merely 27 years of age, Sushi still has a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the inevitable end of life. Prior to the genuine conclusion of his existence, his achievements will continue to proliferate. Thus, regarding the matter of lifespan, Sushi maintains a light-hearted perspective, never lamenting the finite nature of mortal lives. Instead, what truly weighs on his mind is the eternal existence of the witch. After his departure, will she be able to sustain herself? Will she succumb to despair? Countless nights, while gazing at the moon, these questions have crossed his mind more than once. Mentor, a sudden call interrupted Sushi's reverie. His fingers instinctively loosened, causing the half-dried petal to slip from his grasp, brushing against his cheek and gliding past his nostrils before finally settling in the soil that nurtured its growth. What is it, Klissa? Su turned around. Before her stood the sorceress, who still possessed the visage of a 17-year-old. Her silvery gray hair shimmered with an even greater luster, cascading like a radiant waterfall down her back. A few strands gently fell between her collarbones, subtly accentuating her fair complexion. The eternal youth bestowed upon the sorceress an everlasting beauty that would never fade. Sushi believes that this should be regarded as a fortunate occurrence. However, Krisha herself harbors profound unease, feeling apprehensive about the unknown changes ahead. Mentor, I do not wish to become this way. Her limited life experiences render Krisha incapable of grasping the essence of immortality. She only recognizes that she is diverged from her mentor. This divergence is utterly unacceptable. It is absolutely impermissible. A witch's existence is dedicated to drawing closer to the sun. How could one entertain the notion of distancing from it? Observing Krisha's palpable anxiety, Sushi reassured her, it is all right, Krisha, immortality is not necessarily a negative thing. Many individuals in this world yearn for it. The girl appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering, so, is it truly a good thing? Su remained silent, unlike before when he would promptly respond to the witch's inquiries. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, observing the birds as they spread their wings and swooped down towards the treetops, navigating the gaps with precision and grace, soaring magnificently in the sunlight. It could be said that it was neither good nor bad. Su provided an ambiguous response. The journey ahead in life is still long. The witch can experience it herself and later define the essence of immortality. Krisha feels a growing unease regarding her transformation, sensing a widening chasm between you two. Despite your repeated reassurances, this discomfort shows no signs of abating. The witch begins to exert herself with renewed vigor, enhancing her abilities and domestic skills. Krisha tirelessly strives for excellence in every aspect, hoping to cultivate a closer bond with you. Amused yet perplexed, one afternoon, you gently tapped Krisha's head, advising her not to overthink and to cherish each day as it comes. Heeding your counsel, Krisha's busy demeanor softened slightly. Simulating the 14th year, you are 28. And the witch is 20, yet she retains the form and visage of a 17-year-old. From this year onward, Krisha consciously reduces her outings. Her eternal life preserves her unchanging appearance, yet her mental growth continues unabated. The witch realizes that her 3 years of unaltered looks have sparked discussions among those around her. Consequently, she opts to minimize her public appearances to evade scrutiny regarding your relationship. In the realm of cultivation, there exist longevity elixirs, and the magical world offers similar wonders, such as the blessings of beauty deities or the life-giving waters that delay aging. However, even these extraordinary artifacts cannot truly halt the passage of youth. They merely slow it to a pace imperceptible to the naked eye, while within the body, various organs continue to grow and age. Krisha is different. She embodies true immortality, genuine transcendence, with time arrested at the age of 17. Mortal beings might struggle to discern this distinction, but for mages, their heightened sensitivity allows them to instantly perceive the difference between true immortality and mere preservation, thus recognizing Krisha's inhuman essence. After all, how many ordinary individuals can claim eternal life? In the collective understanding of the magical realm, only deities and a select few long-lived beings possess such a gift. To avoid complications, to maintain harmony, and to protect Sue's tranquil existence, Krisha chooses to remain within the confines of the courtyard, refraining from her previous excursions for supplies. This lifestyle persists for 2 months, as you observe the witch diligently attending to household chores, rigorously practicing her magic, and sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard each day. Sue made a decision. Krisha, let us prepare to embrace a new city life. The unexpected announcement evidently took the witch by surprise, as her usually calm and composed visage transformed into one of bewilderment. Why would you make such a decision? Krisha inquired, her confusion palpable. Sushi did not conceal her intentions, responding gently. In another city, no one knows you or me. In that case, Krisha, you would be free to venture outside. However, Krisha found it increasingly difficult to comprehend. She looked at Sushi and earnestly suggested, you need not go to such lengths. The witch had little interest in venturing out. All her motives and actions were solely aimed at better serving her master. Even if she were to remain confined within the courtyard for a lifetime, she would still find happiness. Thus, the witch sincerely believed that Sushi need not uproot herself from this newly established home, which had finally found stability, for her sake. What constitutes an object? In the worldview shaped by the girl's tragic childhood, an object is merely something that can be commanded by its master and possesses a certain utility. Only those with utility are worthy of sustenance, only those with purpose can remain. She had borne witness to the many objects abandoned by their respective masters for their inability to serve a purpose during their arduous journeys and escapes. Though Sushi had assured her of her commitment, and despite the warmth in Sushi's words instilling trust within the witch, a lingering sense of humility from within compelled her to prove her worth, to demonstrate that she would not be a burden to her master. For this reason, Krisha wished to dissuade Sushi from the thought of relocating, not wanting to become a source of encumbrance. Yet, suddenly, Sushi smiled as he posed a question to Krisha. Do you know why birds are able to soar? Although she felt perplexed and could not grasp the significance of Sushi's inquiry, Krisha candidly responded, because birds possess wings. This was the simplest and most fundamental answer. Without the presence of wings, even the most delicate of birds would find it utterly impossible to glide through the skies. Sue nodded, affirming the girl's response. You are absolutely correct. The reason birds can soar into the sky is that they possess wings, which bestow upon them boundless possibilities. The significance of flight and the destination it leads to are, in truth, inconsequential. What truly matters is the essence of those unrestrained wings. If a bird is confined within a cage, its wings hindered, unable to stretch its body freely, then its purpose is likewise stripped away. There was a brief pause in his words. A familiar and warm hand once again rested gently upon Clissa's head, tenderly stroking her gray hair, offering her hope and affirmation. Clissa, you are like that caged bird now, subjected to an undue confinement. This is not what I wish to witness. Therefore, come with me. I long to see once more the version of you that is unrestrained. Sushi's voice was soft and gentle, leaving Clisha in a prolonged daze. A gust of wind swept through, slightly lifting her excessively long silvery gray hair. In silence, the deep blue waves flickered at her chest, a reflection from her aquamarine necklace. Perhaps she had overstrained her eyes today, as Clisha felt a slight ache within them. She could not comprehend Sushi's words. For she was an object belonging solely to him, a shadow destined to dwell beneath the sun, rather than a bird free to soar. Yet, even in her lack of confidence, Clisha possessed a trait she deemed commendable: obedience. Indeed, as long as she was compliant, that sufficed. The indecisive witch chose to heed Sushi's words, packing her belongings and departing from Wager City. She had not ventured beyond the courtyard gate for quite some time. But now, under the sun and in the light, she walked alongside Sushi, his hand clasping hers as they stepped into a brand new future. It was reminiscent of that autumn's end when he had guided her out of the foul alley. As long as Sushi was by her side, the witch felt no fear, facing the falling petals and drifting leaves, treading the shadows of daylight toward a splendid new realm she had never envisioned. You witnessed the troubles that immortality brought to the witch, and you resolved to alter this circumstance. You abandoned the notion of long-term seclusion within the same city, yearning to accompany the witch in experiencing the myriad wonders of the world within your finite lifetime. You departed Wager City, embarking on a steam train bound for a more southerly coastal city. This was the witch's first encounter with the sea, despite the emotional shortcomings that veiled her expression. You could sense that her spirits were considerably brighter than usual. You felt deeply convinced that your decision was indeed the right one, opting to settle in the new city of Abogu, which, in the universal language of the magical realm, signified City of Water. Unlike your previous residence in Ellenson City, this place was devoid of winter, boasting a perpetually warm and pleasant climate, bordering the boundless sea and abundant in extraordinary materials of the water element. The shimmering waves and surging tides painted a picturesque landscape. Sue is quite content with the city. The scenery is splendid, the concentration of elements is rich, and most importantly, it is sufficiently distant. Here, no one recognizes Krisha, allowing her to move about freely, no longer confined to the confines of her home. However, residing in Apoga City is but a temporary arrangement. As time passes, the mages here will inevitably sense something amiss, at which point it will be necessary to seek another city for habitation. Let us depart, Krisha. Sushi softly called out, guiding the witch toward their third city of residence. The brilliant sunlight, the surging sea, and the howling sea breeze filled the air. Having long grown weary of the icy landscapes of Aelinson and Vague, the change in environment brought you immense joy. You began to arrange magical formations in your new abode while the witch procured necessary furnishings. Over the following days, you sensed the witch's feelings of restriction dissipating as she could venture out once more to address your procurement needs. This made her feel accomplished and valuable in your eyes, and you were comforted by the sight of Krisha revitalizing. However, a shadow of worry loomed over you. Fearing that Krisha might never break free from your side and struggle to attain independence in the future, you and the witch settled in Aboga City, leading a tranquil and harmonious life. Yet, occasionally, the witch would be subjected to your stern lessons, for you often discovered her alone, employing water magic to forage various seafood from the ocean. She claimed that fresh marine produce was more nutritious, yet you resolutely shook your head, discarding those toxic fish imbued with extraordinary venom that could easily terminate your simulation. In the 15th year of your simulation, at the age of 29, you and the witch, now 21, found Krisha maintaining her youthful visage of 17. However, due to her recent arrival, no one suspected anything amiss, and your life continued in serene monotony. Your journey in magic once again reached an impasse, yet you sensed that your mental fortitude was on the brink of a breakthrough, poised to ascend from a grand mage to a grand magus. Beyond that lay your long-cherished aspiration of becoming a sanctified magus, wielding the divine power of a demigod. In the depths of the Steam Manor, near the seaside of Abogu City, within the meditation chamber, the obsidian floor was inscribed with the blood of extraordinary magical creatures, forming a pale blue mental meditation array. At 29, Sushi sat cross-legged upon it, his wand laid flat. An invisible yet surging mental force began to create a blurry, distorted field around him, intertwining with various elements, rising and falling, sinking and floating, merging seamlessly as if breaking through some limitations, causing a sudden tremor to resonate in the air. The tremor grew increasingly harsh, piercing through eardrums and delving into the mind. As the frequency of the tremor reached its zenith, Sushi's mental force expanded in tandem, initially resembling a gentle stream, then transforming into a roaring river in mere seconds, sweeping, crashing, and engulfing the surrounding elements. Not enough, Sushi murmured, grasping his wand as over 10 contract arrays materialized from thin air, summoning elemental spirits from the void. These were all the elemental spirits Sushi had contracted since entering the simulated magical world, drawing upon elemental perception and mortal wisdom: earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, thunder, air, life, death, nature, and destruction. So many, indeed, far too many, elemental spirits traversed from their respective elemental planes, providing an unending tidal wave of elements. Only such an exaggerated influx could satisfy Sushi's extraordinary tenfold magical power and vast mental force. Boom! The elements surged, and magical energy flowed. Finally, through repeated elemental washes, Sushi's mental force was refined, allowing him to master all the volatile elements. Rather than communicating like an apprentice or resonating like a formal mage, he exerted control, imposing his will over the elements, mastering them in every aspect. Grand Magus. Promotion successful. To his astonishment, this breakthrough brought forth such a significant enhancement of power. Sushi exhaled a breath of murky air, as cracking sounds intermittently echoed around him. His mental force was so potent that it continuously and pervasively influenced the surroundings. With his eyes closed, an intangible radiance and sharpness emanated from him, a clear sign of his mental force manifesting outwardly. Su Shijing sat in quiet meditation for 10 minutes, calming the exhilaration and excitement that followed her breakthrough. Her eyes gradually returning to their usual state. Grand Sorcerer, Grand Magus. At first glance, the difference between these two titles is merely the alteration of a single character. Yet, in terms of power, the chasm between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The latter has transcended the realm of ordinary spellcasters, embarking on a journey towards divinity. Having familiarized herself with her surging strength, Su Shijing spread her palm in the dimly lit meditation room, where a hazy luminescence flickered within her grasp. The radiance was remarkably gentle and delicate, blossoming with fervor amidst its subtlety, gradually transforming from light into flame, and then from the flames into a cascading flow of water. The elemental forces shifted in accordance with Su Shijing's will. Fire and water, wind and earth, light and darkness, life and death. Ultimately, all the elements converged at a single point, shimmering and swaying at her fingertips, until, upon the withdrawal of her mental control, they abruptly dissipated with a soft chime. This is the power, or rather the privilege, of the Grand Magus, the ability to manipulate the elements with utter freedom, to shape, extend, and dominate. If such control were to be developed to its utmost, supplemented by profound mental strength, one could forge an elemental domain unique to oneself, ascending to the rank of a sanctified magus. Indeed, it is a marvel, Su Shijing mused. From the moment one becomes a Grand Magus, the magical system embarks on the path to divinity, with status and essence elevated step by step, until the divine fire is ignited, wielding authority, and becoming a true ruler of the world. This is a path leading to immortality, an arduous journey that requires the refinement of knowledge, mastery of rules, and comprehension of the essence of existence. The road to the end is exceedingly challenging, no less difficult than the pursuit of immortality. No, to be more precise, there exists no extraordinary path that is devoid of trials. Immortal deities, one might scoff. Regrettably, this time, the divine fire cannot be ignited, nor can the ecstasy of ascension be experienced. Su let out a soft sigh, brandishing his wand to send the swirling elemental spirits surrounding him back to their respective elemental realms. The residual elements lingered in the air, drifting like a dream, resplendent in a myriad of colors, creating a scene of remarkable splendor. Sushi quietly gazed upon this exquisite scene. The wisdom of mortals, so remarkably defiant, had allowed Sushi, in a mere 15 years of simulated existence, to ascend from an ordinary individual to a master sorcerer wielding elemental power. Within the confines of his finite mortal lifespan, Sushi was certain that his elevation to the realm of the Saint Domain sorcerer was an inevitable outcome. Yet, that was where the journey would end. It was far from the attainment of true divinity. Even the status of a demigod or a false god had become irrelevant to Sushi. The unparalleled talent bestowed upon him by mortal wisdom greatly facilitated his endeavors. Whether in cultivating mental fortitude, mastering the arcane arts, or unraveling the profound truths of the universe. However, this extraordinary wisdom came at a steep price. Everything he acquired remained confined within the limitations of mortality, including his lifespan. In the hushed meditation chamber, illuminated by the soft, yellowed light, Sushi lowered his gaze to his hands, now aged 29. They were long and dexterous, seemingly untouched by time. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle imprints left by the passage of time. The relentless river of time was indeed a formidable barrier, and regrettably, Sushi lamented that he had not even been afforded the opportunity to attempt to transcend it, as he looked up at the ceiling of the meditation room. The ceiling, forged from special steel, was exceptionally sturdy and durable, thick enough to insulate against all. Yet, Sushi's eyes remained remarkably steady, as if they pierced through the steel. Catching glimpses of more distant vistas, the boundless celestial realm, wherein different deities gazed down upon the multitude of beings below. According to his current pace of cultivation, aided by the wisdom of mortals, even though breaking through to the Saint Domain sorcerer was exceedingly challenging, he would not require an inordinate amount of time. By this logic, he should have ample opportunity to explore how to transcend his limitations and truly ascend to divinity. If only Su sighed softly, the deities of this world have thoroughly suppressed the laws of elements. In youth, one may remain oblivious to this reality. However, upon ascending to the rank of a grand sorcerer and becoming part of the elemental dominion, Su became acutely aware that the elemental laws of the magical realm are exceedingly mundane. Undoubtedly, this is the handiwork of the gods, a deliberate shackle designed to restrict those who follow. It renders the arduous path of the elemental mage even more challenging, obscuring the truth of the world from their sight, thus igniting the divine flame and elevating the authority of the divine. With the limitation of mortal lifespan in front and the gods blocking the path behind, Su could not fathom any possibility of achieving divinity. He chuckled with acceptance. It seems that in this lifetime, I shall remain merely a sacred realm sorcerer. That is sufficient. That is more than enough. Su is quite satisfied with such an outcome, yet deep within, there lingers a trace of regret. After all, those who have immersed themselves in online literature for years have, to some extent, fantasized about the glorious moment of becoming an immortal deity. Since the aspiration to attain divinity remains elusive, it is prudent to acquire knowledge in other areas during the passage of time. After all, a rare opportunity like a red title should not be squandered by mortal wisdom. Additionally, before the end of life, one should invest in nurturing Klissa. This pertains to the methods of cultivating Klissa and the ways to foster the witch. Sushi had contemplated this countless times and devised corresponding plans. Firstly, regarding magic. After Sushi transcended to the great archmage level, the spells he wielded ascended to the 9th tier. Beyond this lies the forbidden incantations employed by the Holy Domain Archmage. Su is preparing to impart all the elemental magic from levels 1 to 9, as well as the forbidden spells yet to be mastered, to the sorceress for her study. This will harmonize both body and mind, as well as bloodline and elements. Klisha's innate talent has become exceedingly formidable, enabling her to explore a broader spectrum of elements, rather than being confined to earth, wind, water, and fire. Furthermore, there is another crucial aspect of her cultivation. Su hoped to remedy the emotional deficiencies of the witch before the conclusion of this simulation. With a decisive click, he pushed open the door to the meditation chamber. Traversing the corridor where light and shadow intertwined, his footsteps were slow yet resonant, akin to the rhythmic beating of a small drum echoing within the confines of his chest. Startled seabirds took flight from the eaves, and a few tiny insects scurried away in haste. Krisha? As Su Shigong rounded the corner, he beheld the long-awaited sight of a silver-haired young woman. She stood against the wall, her posture dignified, her face shrouded in the shadows cast by the wall. Yet, several strands of hair glimmered in the sunlight, gleaming with a pearlescent sheen. Congratulations on your promotion, Minter, the witch uttered her monotonous blessing. Her tone as bland as plain water, devoid of any emotional hue, so insipid that it led one to question if they had misheard. However, Su Shigong understood. This was the utmost that Krisa could muster. She had previously attempted to greet him with a smile, but the result was a grimace that appeared more grotesque, resembling a motionless corpse. At that time, Su Shigong remained particularly silent. He did not criticize or scold her, he merely suggested, with gentle tact, that Krisa abandon the notion of welcoming him with smiles. Krisa complied obediently, reverting to her expressionless demeanor, her tone reduced to a state as unremarkable as mere murmurs. Whenever Su Shigong ascended to a new realm or delved into the exploration of novel magic, the witch would dutifully linger not far from the meditation room, patiently awaiting his return. Thank you for your efforts, Krisa, for waiting here for me all this time. It is what I am meant to do, Minner. Sushi walked forward, meeting with the sorceress. The two of them strolled side by side towards the main hall, engaging in casual conversations about the mundane aspects of life or discussing various magical knowledge and techniques along the way. Chris, while I was meditating to break through, nothing unusual happened outside, did it? Rest assured, everything is normal. Is that so? That's a relief. How has your recent magical training been? Any difficulties? Yes. Concerning the derivative ice magic of the water element, Chris's tone was as calm as a machine as she articulated her doubts to Sushi. Sushi patiently guided the witch, illuminating her missteps in areas needing enhancement. This was the essence of their interaction, a mundane yet ordinary daily existence. Upon returning to the main hall, the witch proactively paused to inquire, preparing a revitalizing hot beverage for Sushi. She busied herself alone, meticulously attending to the task in a manner she deemed beneficial for him. With an earnest expression, she scrubbed the porcelain cup until it gleamed, then delicately dried it with a pristine cloth, before finally pouring a steaming cup of the brew. The liquid, a pale green, was infused with the refreshing herb known as clear spirit grass. Its taste was slightly astringent, yet for a mage who had recently transcended through meditation, it possessed the restorative properties to alleviate fatigue. "Thank you, Clissa," Sushi said as he accepted the cup, instinctively meeting her striking black and gold eyes. He momentarily froze, not due to the uniqueness of her gaze, for he had witnessed it countless times over the years, rendering any surprise obsolete. What captivated Sushi was the reflection of his own clear silhouette within Clissa's vacant eyes once more. However, unlike the time he had retreated from Ellenson, this reflection bore evident changes, alterations in appearance, posture, and lifestyle habits. No, perhaps the differences were not so pronounced, yet undeniably, through Clissa's eyes, Sushi discerned that his own time was inexorably counting down. This year, he was 29 years old, at the pinnacle of his life. Yet soon, in a fleeting passage of time, this body would transform into an unfamiliar visage of aging, one that even he might not recognize. Such is the nature of life. Ephemeral and fleeting. Is there a problem, Minter? Seeing Sushi lost in thought, the girl assumed there was an issue with the beverage and inquired. "No, it's nothing," he replied. "I merely recalled some matters." Su shook his head, taking a delicate sip of the hot beverage, feeling the bitter liquid roll across his tongue. There was no sweetness to follow the bitterness, no hint of a pleasant aftertaste. The magical brew of the clear spirit herb offered only unadulterated bitterness and an astringency that numbed the tongue. Sushi slowly sipped, his gaze drifting towards the outdoors. Unlike the courtyards of his previous residences, the urban architecture rendered the scenery nearly imperceptible. However, in this instance, from his abode in Apoga City, he could behold the azure sea. It was the height of the sweltering summer. The sun blazed fiercely, its rays piercing, distorting the air with a searing heat. The central steam engine of Apoga City commenced its operation, emitting towering plumes of steam that soared towards the heavens, only to be scattered by the sea breeze into a warm, suffocating mist. Countless individuals enjoying the seaside hastily retreated, unwilling to endure the oppressive heat. Time was fleeting. Should anyone lag, they would find themselves ensnared in the clutches of the stifling fog. While not fatal, it would leave one drenched in perspiration, an exceedingly uncomfortable plight. "Time is running out," Sushi murmured, his voice resonating softly amidst the bewildered gaze of the witch. It remained uncertain whether he referred to the people outside or something else entirely. The witch, perplexed, tilted her head, accepting the empty cup from Sushi's hand and refilling it with a fresh potion of refreshing herbal brew. It tastes so bitter. Sushi could no longer contain his thoughts. "You have successfully transcended to the rank of a grand sorcerer. Your power has magnified, and your mental fortitude has ascended to unprecedented heights. You have experienced a surge of arrogance, yet this hubris has dissipated. Confronted with the divine's constraints and suppressions, the aspirations for your ascension to godhood, which had not yet been realized, have already faced collapse. Nevertheless, you do not feel sorrow, in your perspective. Achieving the status of a Saint Domain sorcerer is already a commendable triumph. Upon leaving the meditation chamber, you encountered Krisha, who awaited you at the entrance. In her eyes, you discerned a reflection of yourself. A sudden realization struck you that your appearance had transformed significantly since your days in Ironson City. You perceived the echoes of time. In a daze, you lost yourself for a moment, yet you smiled and accepted it with grace. Minter, what truly is time? You pondered. Ah, perhaps it is merely a jest, came the reply. A jest? You echoed. Indeed, it is often excessive when abundant and insufficient when scarce, rendering it capricious. Does it not resemble a jest? Your formal training of the sorceress has commenced. You hold high hopes for her, aspiring for her to master all your magical arts, not for any other reason, but to enhance her self-preservation capabilities. Elements, spirit, magic, under your meticulous guidance. Krisha delved deeper into the arcane arts, her innate talent blossoming with time, her learning pace astonishing and gratifying to you. In the 16th year of simulation, you are 30, while Krisha is 22. At 22, the sorceress still retains the appearance of 17, youthful, fair-skinned, and exuding grace. Now, as you both venture out together, people often mistake you for siblings. The visage of a 30-year-old amuses Sushi. His eyes have grown steady, his face matured, and this body, Having endured the trials of time feels unfamiliar even to him. After all, the sushi of the real world is merely in his 20s. Little did I expect to glimpse my future self through this simulated world. I find myself somewhat eager to see what I will look like in my later years. Su contemplated to himself, casting his gaze upon Klisha, who was diligently practicing magic in the courtyard. Since the inception of her training program, Klisha had displayed unwavering determination. Possessing both innate talent and a commendable work ethic, she had rapidly ascended in her magical prowess. With a resounding boom, a powerful explosion reverberated through the courtyard under Su's watchful eyes. The intensity was formidable, and notably, it was a level 7 spell. Indeed, Klisha had once again achieved a remarkable milestone this year, advancing from elite mage to grand sorceress, her progression surpassing all previous benchmarks. Undoubtedly, the forces of chaos and order were instrumental in aiding Klisha's ascent. Her powers had once again surged, bringing you a sense of reassurance. You had long harbored concerns that, in your absence from this world, Klisha would be incapable of safeguarding herself. However, her current performance suggests that your worries may have been unfounded. You take solace in the sorceress's growth, yet a tinge of melancholy lingers. In a moment of clarity, you grasp the complex emotions reflected in your mentor Li Wansho's gaze during your time in the realm of cultivation. It mirrored your own feelings as you looked upon Klisha, imbued with expectation, reluctance, nostalgia, and myriad other sentiments. In this 17th simulation, you are 31 years old, while Klisha is 23. Thanks to your guidance and her extraordinary talent for transformation, Klisha has successfully mastered a new attribute, her proficiency steadily increasing. You have resolved to lead the sorceress away from a bog city, opting for a maritime journey to traverse the vast ocean and reach the distant shores beyond. Your plan for Klisha's development encompasses 2 dimensions, strength and emotion. In terms of strength, Klisha remains earnest and diligent, practicing tirelessly until she swiftly grasps new spells. As long as she progresses methodically, it is only a matter of time before Klisha becomes a true powerhouse. Thus, the Su system has adjusted its focus, deciding to dedicate more time to addressing the emotional deficiencies of witches. How to achieve this completion? How to proceed? This is a question worthy of contemplation. Sushi contemplated numerous methods and ultimately resolved to accompany the sorceress in experiencing the myriad beauties of the world, gradually nurturing her fragile spirit. Woo! Echoed a melodious call across the vast expanse of the ocean, resonating in the heavens. With a wand in hand, Sushi gently struck it, summoning a magnificent sea of water that transformed into an elemental leviathan, ferrying him and the sorceress towards the uncharted shores of the ocean. The boundless waters shimmered with cerulean waves, reflecting the azure sky above. The white froth of the waves created a continuous ripple, weaving together a breathtaking tapestry, teeming with extraordinary fish darting to and fro, casting heavy shadows beneath the surface. How beautiful! Krista gazed dreamily at the scene before her. It was a beauty and vastness she had never encountered in her past life. The interplay of light and color hung in the sky like a vibrant rainbow, seemingly within reach, inviting her to touch the fabled bridge of colors. The sorceress attempted to extend her hand, yet it proved futile. The exquisite rainbow appeared tantalizingly close. Yet it was an illusion, ethereal and non-existent in this realm. Naturally, no one could grasp a rainbow. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Krista anxiously clutched the hem of Sushi's garment, feeling its tangible texture, a stark contrast to the void of the rainbow. This brought an inexplicable sense of relief to the sorceress. "What's the matter, Krista? Are you feeling unwell?" Sushi inquired. "No, it's nothing." The girl gently shook her head, her silvery gray hair flowing like a cascade of shimmering light. Her hand remained firmly gripping Sushi's clothing, unwilling to loosen her hold. "You have invoked an 8th-level magic, water beast creation. You have conjured an immense water whale, carrying both you and Krista on a distant journey towards the ocean's farthest reaches. A realm you have yet to explore, igniting your curiosity. Along the way, you pass through the waters of Little Britain, a bustling maritime region teeming with merchant ships seeking extraordinary materials. You still recall the first gift you presented to the sorceress, the aquamarine pearl from the necklace, sourced from the very waters of Little Britain. Krista, would you like a new aquamarine pearl? You asked. Thank you for your kindness, but one is sufficient for me, replied the silver-haired sorceress, delicately pinching the aquamarine necklace that she wore daily between her thumb and forefinger. The blue hue danced and shimmered, casting a dreamy, ethereal glow that briefly illuminated Krista's hollow gaze, infusing it with a momentary burst of color. Krista felt indifferent towards the necklace itself, and the pearl held little significance for her. However, she cherished the warmth and sentiment emanating from the pearl within the necklace, a unique treasure imbued with special meaning. You and the sorceress continued your journey, the colossal water whale gliding swiftly across the ocean's surface, its speed augmented by your magical energy, creating miniature waves in its wake. Your exhilarating whale ride startled many marine creatures, inadvertently triggering a frenzy in the ocean, disrupting the delicate ecological balance of the waters. In the simulation of the 18th year, you are 32, while Krista is 24. You successfully reach the distant shore of the ocean, the long-awaited land causing you to feel slightly dizzy. Yet, at the same time, the solid ground beneath your feet instills a sense of reassurance. Steam airships soared overhead, while roaring trains sped past. The steam technology here is equally advanced, with numerous divine academies renowned for their exceptional wand-making and magical device crafting. You have come precisely for this purpose. You and the sorceress settle in the area, beginning your studies of wand and magical device knowledge. The wisdom of mortals continues to thrive. In the simulation of the 22nd year, Sushi, age 36, and Krisha, age 28, have undergone a significant transformation over time. A transformation that can only be described as aging. In stark contrast, Krisha remains youthful, embodying the essence of a 17-year-old. Now, when the two venture out together, no one would mistakenly assume they are siblings. The disparity in their appearances is too pronounced, leading people to firmly believe they are father and daughter. Upon hearing such remarks, Krisha's eyes become increasingly hollow, her fingers clenching unconsciously as a pang of heartache grips her. Yet, the nature of this pain, its heavy source, eludes the witch's ability to articulate. She can only helplessly retreat behind Sushi, as she once did, hiding in the shadows of light. This retreat offers her a fleeting sense of solace, a momentary reprieve for her troubled heart. It's all right, Krisha, let us continue. Sushi gently reassures the frightened witch, extending his hand as he once did upon their first meeting, tenderly guiding her forward. The path of life is fraught with suffering and fraught with disquiet. Sushi understood that it would be quite challenging for Krisha to bravely reach the end all on her own. Thus, during the limited time he could still act, Sushi would steadfastly guide Krisha forward until the conclusion of their journey. In the simulated 23rd year, you find yourself at the age of 37, while Krisha is 29. You are acutely aware that your youth has indeed slipped away. However, your life remains unaffected by this realization. For a mage, advancing in age signifies an increase in strength. Although your body may not possess the vigor of your earlier years, your vast mental fortitude is sufficient to accomplish any endeavor. That same year, Krisha achieved another promotion, ascending from a grand mage to a grand sorceress, placing her on the same level of mastery as yourself. Yet, unlike you, the barriers faced by the sorceress were not as formidable. You surmise that perhaps the equilibrium of power has aided the sorceress in mitigating some of the obstacles before her. You silently exclaim, the power of balance is indeed formidable. To commemorate the sorceress's growth as her mentor, you resolve to present her with a gift of special significance, a bespoke wand crafted by your own hands. In the sweltering summer, the sound of cicadas filled the air, while waves of heat enveloped the surroundings. Under the radiant sunlight, the leaves of the forest shimmered with an emerald luster. When the strong winds blew, they transformed into deep green waves, producing a continuous rustling sound. At the robust and flourishing roots of a tree, Sushi and Krisha sat to rest. Krisha, this is the new wand I have prepared for you. Give it a try, Sushi said, as his fingers brushed against the spatial ring, retrieving the brand new wand. The wand was elongated, exhibiting a rich brown hue, crafted from a branch of the tree of life. It possessed intrinsic restorative properties and enhanced the meditative effects of its wielder. At the tip, a concave space cradled a smooth, translucent gem, the essence of an elemental fairy's life force, capable of amplifying the potency of spells. Thank you, I truly love it. No matter what you give me, I love it. Krisha replied, accepting the wand. Her eyes, however, still reflected a void and lack of spirit. She gently caressed the wand, feeling the wooden grain and its rough texture, acclimating herself to the use of this new tool. The freshly crafted wand bore no name. Sushi allowed the girl to choose her own name. Krisha cradled the wand in her arms, gazing with her bewildered eyes at Sushi's face, ultimately providing her response, Gray Revival. This was Krisha's first wand, and also the name of the first wand gifted to her by Sushi. During the Allenston crisis of that year, Krisha inadvertently lost it. Now, she has chosen to bestow that name upon her new wand. Could this be considered a form of inheritance? Sushi smiled as he extended his palm, gently tousling the witch's hair. Quite splendid, he remarked. Simulating the 26th year, you are now 40, while Krisha is 32. Your physique has grown somewhat sluggish, yet your mind remains keen. Your mastery over elemental control has reached an extraordinary level, and you have gradually begun to perceive the concept of realms. You and Krisha continue to traverse the world together, leading the Immortal Witch to an island in the eastern lakes, a treacherous domain known as Dragon Island. Here, not only do numerous sub-dragon species roam, but true pure-blood dragons also reside. You invite the witch to ride a dragon. Krisha, fret not, for this dragon is quite docile. Simply tap gently, as I do, and it will understand our intent, more obedient than even a domesticated pet. Once a cacophony of dragon roars echoed across the lake island. Today it is eerily silent. Countless sub-dragon species cower on the ground, trembling in terror, casting fearful glances at the formidable master and apprentice engaged in their lessons not far away. Look, Krisha, you say, observing the pure-blood red dragon as you smile and wave your wand above its head. 9th tier earth magic, gravity field. 9th tier fire magic, flame of the firmament. 9th tier lightning magic, thunderous roar. 9th tier light magic, holy thorn penetration. With a small long-handled wand, you simultaneously cast 4 9th tier spells, gently tapping the dragon's head amidst its terrified whimpers. Dragon scales shatter, and dragon blood spurts forth, rendering the scene a veritable nightmare for dragons. Yet soon, under the might of the dragon kin, the red dragon regains consciousness, bowing before she in a submissive manner, fearful of suffering further blows. See, Krisha, dragons are quite tame. I understand now, Mentor, the witch replies obediently, committing Sushi's dragon-taming secrets to memory. You teach the witch how to communicate with the ferocious magical creatures, the dragon species. The witch comprehends your teachings and engraves them in her heart. For a brief moment, you and the witch become dragon knights, reveling in the experience. Afterward, you depart from Dragon Island, yet your renown spreads far and wide, deeply rooted in the minds of dragon-blooded beings. Simulating the 30th year, you are now 44, while Krisha is 36. You appear somewhat older during a moment of hydration. You catch a glimpse of yourself in the water's reflection, noticing a streak of white hair at your temples. Pausing for a moment, you pluck the white strand, oblivious to the witch's lack of awareness regarding the change. You and the witch travel through a nation devoid of steam technology, a realm that still adheres to primitive customs, relying on manual labor for agriculture, yet the scenery is breathtaking. For the first time, the witch gazes upon the boundless golden waves of wheat. And amidst the harmony of soil and gentle breeze, she learns to observe the world with a tranquil heart. Simulating the 35th year, you are 49, while Krisha is 41. The passage of time has not diminished the miracle of surpassing divinity in the slightest. Krisha retains her youthful appearance of 17. However, her inner self has matured significantly due to your prolonged travels together. You notice, at some point, whether in motion or at rest, the witch's gaze often rests upon you, as though she harbors unspoken concerns. Simulating the 38th year, you are 52, while Krisha is 44. Good morning, Krisha. Good night, Krisha. Good morning, Mentor. Good night, Mentor. Each morning brings greetings, and each night, farewells. Silently, time flows in the cadence of these mundane exchanges, a day, a month, a year. In the midst of experiences, time seems to crawl by, yet, upon reflection, decades appear to have passed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the witch has matured, and in a fleeting moment, Sushi is aged. At 52, you have yet to truly approach the end of life. Yet you feel the encroaching decay and withering nestled deep within. Fortunately, there remain reasons for joy. After years of waiting, you have finally reached a new limit, presenting the possibility for further advancement. The realm of a holy domain archmage is tantalizingly close, and you strive to break through to this new elevation. Sushi came to a halt in his global sojourn. Together with Krisha, he lingered in the nearby city, immersing himself in profound contemplation to cultivate his spiritual strength, striving for a breakthrough in optimal condition. The city was named Larawash. Its atmosphere was steeped in religious fervor, with the majority of its citizens devoutly worshipping various deities. Churches dedicated to the gods were ubiquitous, adorned with emblems of the divine. Among these were the radiant sun symbol of the sun god, the hammer insignia of the god of blacksmiths, and the intertwined vines representing the goddess of nature. The most magnificent marvel was a towering statue dedicated to the god of light, a masterpiece born from the artisan's dedication, embodying the hopes and prayers of the faithful. Standing majestically upon the earth in a sacred posture, praise be to the god of light, the lord of endless radiance. O Great One, the humble supplicants beseech your protection here. May the eternal glow accompany me into dreams. Ah, the light above, the holy radiance shines upon me. The voices were fervent, the demeanor humble, as mortals knelt before the statue, offering hymns of adoration to the god of light, in the most fervent manner imaginable. Su Shixian first gazed upon the multitude of worshippers in prayer. Then he lifted his eyes to the heavens. From his perspective, the city known as Lahuo Shi was continuously emanating golden lines of faith, flowing ceaselessly into the firmament, converging at the abode of the deities. However, in stark contrast to that devout faith, the presence of the divine was alarmingly scant. This indicated that, despite the throngs of believers in Lahuo Shi, the gods had not bestowed their gaze upon them. Master, why must it be this way? Su Shixian's companion, the sorceress, voiced her confusion. Krisha, some individuals cannot survive solely on their own. They require a purpose, a belief that provides their souls with a profound sense of security. Only then can a godless body advance. It is not a matter of right or wrong, merely different ways of living for different people. Su spoke thus, his voice deepening with the passage of time, imbued with the marks of experience and contemplations of the world. The witch felt an understanding blossom within her, for she too was of such ilk. Yet, unlike those unfortunate followers who received no response, Klisa considered herself fortunate, regarded by fate itself. Now, she stood beside Su, within the radiant embrace of the sun, basking in that precious light and warmth that filled her being with a comforting glow. Let us proceed, Klisa. Before your ascension to the sacred domain, there remains much to prepare. Yes, Mentor. Klisa quickened her pace, her dark gown swaying gracefully with each step, illuminated by the interplay of light and flame, resonating with the whispers of wind and breath as she closely followed her divinity. You have chosen to retreat in the city of La Rush to undergo your breakthrough. This city, remote and inconspicuous in the eyes of the gods, seems a fitting place for such an endeavor, as the resulting stir would likely be diminished. The breakthrough of a sacred domain sorcerer signifies a profound transcendence, a mastery over the world's dominion. Within a defined scope, you will wield elemental control beyond imagination, second only to the celestial deities. You harbor a wariness of the gods, believing that their means of suppression extend far beyond mere loss. Thus, before formally ascending as a sacred domain sorcerer, you have laid numerous contingencies. Let me see, you ponder. A large-scale, interconnected concealed magical generator, with the shadow pearl at its core, complemented by the water attribute siren skull, the formation for momentarily shrouding one's presence is complete. Coupled with the premeditated breath-concealing spell to be employed immediately upon breakthrough, it should afford you some additional time. Beyond these elements of concealment, you have also left behind various contingencies in other cities, capable of creating disturbances to divert the deity's attention. 3 days later, on the outskirts of La Rush, Sushi stood amidst the boundless wilderness, his eyes closed in contemplation, reflecting on whether any details of his plans had been overlooked. Meanwhile, Kulisha stood a short distance away, wielding the gray rebirth wand, her expression impassive as she vigilantly guarded Sushi, remaining alert to any disturbances that might interrupt this pivotal moment of ascension. Soon, with a deep exhale, Sushi commenced his official promotion as a sanctified mage. Wind surged, clouds swirled, the earth trembled, and fire roared. Water surged, light flourished, darkness deepened, and thunder rumbled. The elemental properties controlled by Su's department are exceedingly diverse, naturally. The domain he has condensed is also of multifaceted attributes. Converge. A surging mental force solidifies into substance, following the sweeping motion of the wand, transforming into a thundering tide that instantly overwhelms the myriad elements in existence. With a forceful amalgamation, through an utterly violent posture, the disparate elemental properties are forcibly thrust together. Once more, another wave of mental energy strikes forth. With luminous eyes and an aura bursting with energy, Sushi harnessed his mental power, which overflowed and began to shape reality itself. Amidst the incessant hum of the air, his formidable mental strength commanded over a dozen elements, compressing and condensing them until they erupted in a minuscule point, instantaneously expanding into a vast domain. At this moment, I lacked for nothing. The powers of numerous elemental forces swirled around me. With a gentle lift of his hand, the chaotic transformations of the world settled into stillness at his command. Merely a thought sufficed. The boundless expanse of mental energy returned the tumultuous elements to their original state. This was the might of a saint domain sorcerer, second only to the divine. Sushi marveled at the newfound strength, yet refrained from excessive experimentation, swiftly leading Krisha away from La Rush. Simultaneously, the numerous preparations laid out earlier unfurled in an instant. Chaos, clamor, terror, disturbances erupted throughout the magical realm, with countless devotees beseeching the deities for protection, causing many faiths to falter. The might from above descended, not just one or two deities, but a multitude. Invisible wills clashed in the heavens, swiftly sweeping across the vicinity of La Ruche, yet after lingering for some time, they could not capture anything. On the surface, the citizens of La Ruche knelt in fervent devotion, believing their nightly prayers had summoned divine mercy. They hailed the gods, imploring for blessings. But the response was an unending thunder, fearsome and almost apocalyptic. This was the wrath of the gods. Find him, he must be found. This world shall not permit any new deity to encroach upon our dominion. Your scheme succeeded. The concealed aura prevented the gods from pinpointing your location immediately. The chaos across the globe diverted their attention. By the time the gods determined that the domain's power resided in La Ruche, you had already led the sorceress far away, vanishing entirely from their search. You were cautious, alert, and concealed the sorceress for a considerable time, emerging from hiding only a month later. Gazing at the sky, you realized the gods had tightened their grip on the laws. Even with elemental perception, discerning the essence of the elements became increasingly challenging. You lamented that this meant the already rare possibility of ascension to divinity would now trend towards zero. The only solace was that the sorceress's balancing power evidently surpassed that of the gods. Her cultivation remained largely unaffected, progressing at a pace beyond your comprehension. Upon leaving your hiding place for the nearest city, you noticed all divine churches had commenced their actions, as if commanded by the gods to search for all elemental sorcerers. You understood that your journey with Krisha was nearing its conclusion. If you continued to traverse the world recklessly as before, you would inevitably attract the attention of the faith's sorcerers and the gods. In the simulation of the 39th year, you were 53, and Krisha was 45. Hand in hand with Krisha, you returned to the city of Ellenson in the northern part of the world. After decades of reconstruction, the once ruined city had blossomed into a thriving metropolis. Although the city's appearance had changed irreversibly and the acquaintances you once knew were no longer the same, you still held a fondness for this place. You decided to live in seclusion, evading the relentless search of the gods, to spend your remaining years here. Decades of wandering, years of tumult, culminated in your ascension to Saint Domain Sorcerer, finally establishing a sense of stability. Ellenson, the original locale, was chosen by Sushi as the final destination. Together with Krisha, they forged ordinary identities, settling in a house near the city center, complete with a private courtyard just as before. The sorceress's eternal beauty no longer posed a concern for being discovered. The power of the domain was formidable. Now Sushi could craft a facade of normal aging and presence for Krisha, utilizing the life and death attributes of the domain. This ruse could not deceive the gods, but it sufficiently obscured the mental perceptions of ordinary sorcerers. Krisha, we shall reside here from now on. Yes, master. It may be a tad dull. Is that acceptable? No, master. Then let us enter. All right, master. Krisha's expression was meticulous as she followed closely behind Sushi into their new home. The sorceress remained youthful and Ellenson retained its essence. However, the courtyard rebuilt from ruins could never replicate its former glory, and the sun's decline was unavoidable. The warm sunlight gradually struggled to maintain its own warmth. In the simulation of the 41st year, you were 55, and Krisha was 47. 2 years had passed since you settled in Ellenson, during which the divine churches relentlessly searched for elemental sorcerers. You remained calm, unperturbed. The search for elemental sorcerers had no bearing on you, a Saint Domain sorcerer. This connection was evidently non-existent. This year, under your meticulous guidance, Krisha grasped the true essence of the domain. Her balancing power once again proved effective as she broke through the gods' blockade, ascending to the rank of Saint Domain sorcerer without causing any upheaval. You marveled once more. My disciple Krisha possesses the potential to surpass the gods. In the simulation of the 46th year, you were 60, and Krisha was 52. Your face bore the marks of age more prominently, yet your spirit remained vibrant. The overwhelming strength of your mental power often made others forget your aging. Each year, you continued to apply the wisdom of mortals, acquiring vast new knowledge. You self-studied and created a compendium of forbidden spells, enhancing your earth, wind, and lightning attribute spells. You imparted this compendium to Krisha, who received it earnestly and began to learn powerful forbidden spells she had never encountered before under your tutelage. In the simulation of the 48th year, you were 62, and Krisha was 54. Your training plan for the sorceress appeared to falter. Decades of effort had yet to restore her emotions. You had never witnessed her smile or her tears. After a long period of solitary reflection, you ultimately relinquished the endeavor of emotional restoration. The sorceress had her own life. Perhaps for her, the absence of emotion was a blessing. Prolonged seclusion began to feel somewhat tedious. You attempted to comprehend the laws and tread the path to divinity, yet regrettably, you failed. The overly stringent barriers obstructed your view of the world's fundamental workings, signifying that you could not obtain further knowledge or the truths necessary for ascension. You could not see the path ahead. Ultimately, you mused, it remains unfeasible. In the study of the new courtyard in Ellenson City, 62-year-old Susie lay back. His eyes closed, revealing deep-set wrinkles and an unmistakable weariness. The toll of time had become increasingly evident. At this moment, Susie could distinctly perceive, even without the keen observation of Krisha, the decay and frailty that gradually permeated his being. Hence, he endeavored to ascend to demigod status. Alas, the path ahead had been severed, and no viable means to attain divinity remained. In contrast, Krisha continued to enhance her power, benefiting from a marvelous equilibrium between chaos and order, as if the very elements of the world were drawn to her. Nevertheless, this outcome had long been anticipated. Rather than lamenting the ruthlessness of the gods, it would be more prudent to impart knowledge to Krisha in these fleeting moments. Sushi coughed a few times, the sound muffled and heavy. His health remained relatively stable, yet the constraints of mortal wisdom had begun to induce a varying degree of deterioration in his organs. He could not ascertain how much longer he would endure. Simulating the 49th year, he found himself at the age of 63, while Krisha was 55. He had discovered an anomaly concerning the witch. Previously, she only maintained her facade of aging when venturing outside. For reasons unbeknownst to him, she now refused to shed this disguise even within the confines of her home. Exchanging silent glances with Krisha, an unspoken understanding passed between them. With a resigned smile, he extended his hand, now roughened by the passage of time, and gently caressed the witch's head as he had in days of yore. Declaring his fondness for the 17-year-old witch, for she embodied a captivating beauty. The layers of false appearances began to peel away, like fallen petals or shattered reflections. In the soft, flickering haze, Krisha's visage revealed its authentic form. It was the countenance of a 17-year-old girl, untouched by the ravages of time and scathed by past sorrows. Her exquisite features retained the indifference familiar to Sushi. She was indeed beautiful, was she not? Sushi spoke gently, his gaze filled with affection. He stood before the eternal witch, one aged and worn, the other youthful and vibrant, creating a stark contrast. Imperceptibly, the boundary between life and death emerged, subtly dividing the two with a delicate chasm. The atmosphere was tinged with silence, interspersed with a faint sorrow. Sushi could only stroke the top of Krisha's head, attempting to soothe her trembling form in this manner. Outside, the rustling of leaves heralded the arrival of autumn, a prelude to the harsh winter that loomed nearby. In the simulation of the 50th year, you are 64 years old. Krisha is 56. You begin to embrace a lifestyle of wellness, casting life spells upon yourself daily to restore vitality. Yet, regrettably, your body cannot retain the vigor of youth and continues to decline. In the outside world, the divine church relentlessly seeks your whereabouts, but you remain hidden, undetected. In the simulation of the 51st year, you are 65, Krisha is 57. You have adopted some leisurely pursuits typical of the elderly, such as basking in the sun at your doorstep and gazing into the world for hours, or cultivating lovely flowers and plants. Krisha remains by your side, serving you daily, preparing a bitter herbal brew whenever you require it. In the simulation of the 52nd year, you are 66, Krisha is 58. Your health remains intact. Although your bodily functions are not as robust as in your youth, you have yet to succumb to illness. You feel a sense of joy, speculating that perhaps you might live a little longer. In the simulation of the 53rd year, you are 67, Krisha is 59. The witch's culinary skills have improved. To enhance your meals, she frequently ventures to the market alone to procure ingredients, and she no longer mistakes poisonous items. In the simulation of the 54th year, you are 68, Krisha is 60. Lacking progress in magic, you immerse yourself in the cultivation of flora, planting a patch of dragon's bloodgrass in the garden, with the materials sponsored by an unknown red dragon. The witch stands beside you, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from gray revival, her movements deft and practiced. Simulations 55, 56, and 57 unfold. Time cycles onward, as if a movie has been fast-forwarded, racing through your mind at a frenzied pace. When you regain your senses, only a multitude of blurred memories remain. Sue's body deteriorates with each passing year, akin to the setting sun at dusk. Although it still radiates brilliance and retains a flicker of warmth, beyond that fading light lies an endless expanse of desolate grayness. In the simulation of the 61st year, Sue, now 75, has a full head of silver hair. He reclines at the entrance of his courtyard, adopting a restful posture. His grizzled locks shimmer softly in the sunlight, while his face, etched with wrinkles, is adorned with a pair of profound and steady eyes, encapsulating all his mental fortitude. Though it remains unexpressed, it is truly stifling. Sushi remarked that long ago. He had been aware that an aging body would be considerably less agile than in his youth. However, when that day truly arrived, he realized that the sensations of aging were far more daunting than he had ever imagined. Many tasks that were once effortlessly achievable have become unattainable merely due to the passage of time. Only my formidable mental fortitude enables me to carve out alternative paths through the realms of life, utilizing both willpower and magic as aids. Otherwise, this retirement existence would be utterly unendurable. The elemental force of wind stirred, prompting Sushi to rise. The elemental earth sank, dislodging all the dust from his robes. Subsequently, Sushi's body ascended gracefully into the air, his robes billowing as he was gently enveloped by the elemental winds, slowly drifting into the house within the courtyard. "Welcome back, Master," greeted Krisha, her silvery gray hair shimmering as she had been waiting for quite some time. She swung open the door for Sushi, and they entered the interior together. On the dining table lay a sumptuous lunch prepared in advance by the sorceress. The steam rose enticingly, filling the air with delightful aromas. "Krisha, your culinary skills have improved remarkably," Sushi remarked with a smile after savoring the meal. "Yes, thank you for your kind words. I shall continue to strive for excellence," came Krisha's response, her tone as calm as still water. Yet, Sushi understood that this did not indicate indifference. Rather, it was a lack of emotional expression that rendered her unable to articulate her joys and sorrows. After the meal, Krisha employed her mastery of wind and water magic to tidy up the dishes and conduct the post-meal cleaning. Sushi slowly made his way into the living room. His steps languid as he approached a wooden recliner. Bathed in sunlight and surrounded by flowers and greenery, he closed his eyes and reclined. He had indeed grown old. The sluggishness of his body had given rise to a profound weariness of the spirit. Each day, he found himself more and more drowsy, particularly during the afternoon when he frequently felt an overwhelming fatigue. Perhaps today, he would indulge in a longer slumber. Lying in the cool embrace of the brown wooden rocking chair, the fatigue emanating from his body swiftly enveloped his consciousness. Sushi sensed the surroundings becoming increasingly dark and silent. His entire being, body, soul, and self, was plummeting downward at an alarming speed. In a state of daze, he seemed to hear the voice of Krisha, though he suspected it was merely an illusion. So tired, he longed to sleep a little longer. His awareness drifted in a fog, and his soul wandered in a void. As he sank deeper into slumber, lost in a cycle of transformation. A considerable time passed before he finally returned to his corporeal form. "What is this?" Su opened his eyes in confusion. He realized that he, who should have been lying in the living room, had somehow returned to his bed in the bedroom. Was it the doing of Krisha? Su contemplated this, instinctively yearning to vocalize his thoughts. However, the burning sensation in his throat compelled him to cough abruptly. Cough, 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 cough. At that crucial moment, it was Chris who presented him with a glass of water. Su drank deeply, the cool water cascading over his lips, and then flowed delightfully down his throat, replenishing his parched body. "Thank you, Krisa." Sushi placed the empty cup down and instinctively glanced in the direction of the witch. Yet, it was just this fleeting glance. Sushi was momentarily stunned. Before him stood the sorceress, not only clad in a different attire, but also bearing an expression of profound weariness, as if she had endured an immeasurable sorrow. "You have finally awakened, my mentor." You, as always, had lain down for a midday slumber, this time enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility that bestowed upon you a sense of comfort, as though all fatigue and aging had been utterly banished from your being. Upon awakening, you learned from Krisha that you had slept for a full 3 days. You were taken aback, astonished, and began to delve into the reasons behind this phenomenon. The wisdom of mortals continued to unfold. You grasped the truth. As the years progressed, the decaying mortal form gradually became incapable of sustaining your extraordinary spirit. Consequently, your body involuntarily succumbed to a state of slumber, allowing it to rest. A machine operating at high speed may overheat due to prolonged labor. Exhaustive exertion can induce fatigue and anguish in living beings. This is the natural order of existence, the laws governing the world's functioning. Yet now, Sushi's condition was far more dire. His body aged year by year, increasingly unable to uphold the spirit of a grand sorcerer. The disparity between weakness and strength rendered his frail body reliant on slumber to alleviate the burdens of his spirit. This signified that in the times to come, Sushi would frequently succumb to sleep until the end of his days. This was irreversible, unchangeable. In the study, Sushi contemplated the conclusions he had drawn. falling into silence. He had not anticipated that his already limited lifespan would face further tribulations due to such circumstances. It seemed that the upper limit of his life remained unchanged. However, when subtracting the time spent in slumber, what remained was indeed scant. Moreover, Sushi sighed. Who can guarantee that the next slumber will not lead to true demise? In retrospect, the earlier sense of ease was clearly a harbinger of his soul's return to the underworld, in that nebulous state between spirit and flesh. A mere misstep could transition Sushi from slumber to death. What a predicament! Su picked up the calculation paper, his gaze sweeping over the results inscribed upon it. Ultimately, in the hushed atmosphere, his fingers ignited with flames, reducing the paper to ashes. It spoke of death, of the ephemeral nature of life. Sushi had long been prepared for what lay ahead. The only source of concern for him was the emotionless witch, who remained oblivious to joy and sorrow. In this enchanted realm, the only person Krista could rely upon was Sushi. The thought of his sudden demise was too harrowing to contemplate. This matter could not be concealed from the child. Informing Krista in advance might prove difficult for her to accept, yet it would allow for a period of adjustment. If he were to keep this truth from her, then on the day of his inevitable passing, Krista would be plunged into deeper despair. He turned the knob to extinguish the light. Sushi departed from the study. You revealed the truth of the matter to the sorceress, yet to your surprise, she did not exhibit any signs of being overwhelmed. Rather, she appeared to be even stronger than you had anticipated. A sense of relief washed over you, as you realized you need not be overly concerned about her future. Habitually, you thought of her well-being, completely forgetting that the sorceress had traversed the world with you, accumulating a wealth of life experiences and a sufficiently mature attitude towards handling affairs. Mentor, she inquired. What is it, Krisa? Please allow me to take charge of everything. She replied. Everything? Indeed. Her calm voice bore no inflection as she sat across from Sushi, her hands folded in front of her. Please permit me to manage all matters of the estate, including your care during your periods of slumber. Her steady tone unexpectedly carried a hint of determination. I shall take good care of you and all that pertains to you, the immortal sorceress assured. Then I shall entrust everything to you, Krisa, Sushi said, smiling with unwavering trust. In the 62nd year of simulation, you were 76 years old, and Krisa was 68. Under your tacit agreement, Krisa assumed control of all matters pertaining to the estate, including your flora, your books, your records, and your magic. Even your very self was entrusted to her care. Sometimes, you pondered whether this could be considered an unconventional inheritance. However, you dismissed the thought, for you were still alive. In the 63rd year of simulation, you were 77 years old, and Krisa was 69. The frequency of your slumber increased, and the duration of your sleep extended. During your most recent period of rest, you slept for a full fortnight. Upon awakening and hearing from the sorceress about the passage of time, you were struck by an intense sense of disorientation. In the 67th year of simulation, you were 81 years old, and Krisa was 73. The once astonishing fortnight of slumber had now become your minimum sleeping duration. Frequently, you would awaken to find the seasons had turned. The sorceress attentively tended to the dragon's blood grass. Upon inspecting the garden, you discovered the grass was thriving remarkably, with fresh dragon's blood clinging to the leaves. You offered a gentle admonition to the sorceress, educating her on the principles of sustainability, which she absorbed and resolved to implement next time when harvesting the blood. In the 71st year of simulation, you were 85 years old, and Krisa was 77. You set a new record for slumber, this time sleeping for a full half year. When you awoke, you were greeted by the ever-punctual salutation of the sorceress. Welcome back, Minner. In the quiet room, the echoes of solitude lingered. Su's consciousness gradually awakened. Before his eyes were fully opened, the sound of Krista's greeting reached his ears. Ah, it has been a long time, Krista. Sushi spoke with a hint of hesitation. In his perception, he had merely taken a brief slumber. The notion of yesterday was remarkably vivid. Yet, in reality, 6 months had elapsed. This peculiar distortion of time left Sushi feeling somewhat breathless. Only after consuming a glass of ice water did he begin to feel a measure of relief. Growing increasingly fatigued, Sushi lowered his gaze to his hands, repeatedly observing the creases in the dull, yellowed skin that adorned them. To speak frankly, if it were not for the opportunity to harness the wisdom of mortals during his waking hours to acquire new knowledge, and the persistent concern for Krisa, wishing to guide her and witness her grow strong, he would have long desired an end to this torturous cycle of slumber. With a slight shake of his head, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and directed his attention towards Krisa. He yearned to inquire about her recent circumstances, to ensure that nothing unfavorable transpired during his absence without his knowledge. Krisa, what have you been doing while I was away? Accompanying you, she replied. I mean, what have you been doing lately? I have been accompanying you. The witch's answer momentarily rendered Sushi speechless. Her tone remained consistently devoid of embellishment, mingled with no deceit. Only the stark truth. Since you fell asleep, I have been here in your chamber, venturing out only when necessary to tend to the courtyard. I was here with you the day before yesterday, here with you yesterday, and here with you today, until you awaken. Her clumsy articulation of her actions lacked the flourish of grandiloquent phrases. It was simple yet profoundly weighty, throughout countless lonely nights. The immortal witch sat silently in Sushi's room, her expression inscrutable, gazing at that familiar, aged visage, awaiting the longed-for reunion and warmth. Why was it that each time Sushi awoke, he was greeted first by Krisa's salutation? Why was her face the first he beheld upon opening his eyes? The answer was astonishingly simple. Each time he succumbed to slumber, Krisa, upon witnessing him recline, would quietly settle by the bedside, accompanied by a small wooden chair. Marking the passage of time, she would sit in stillness, awaiting the celestial body's rise and fall, biding her time as the seasons transformed. In her silence, Krisa kept vigil. Remaining motionless, her gaze fixed solely on that increasingly aged figure. Was it painful? Was it tedious? Krisa did not perceive it thus. For when that figure sank into silence, the world visible to the witch was reduced to shades of gray. She felt no vitality, perceived no colors, and actively shielded herself from all. It was only upon Sushi's awakening that her lifeless world began to function once more, regaining its normal hues. I have always been waiting for you. Sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom, casting a magnificent play of light and shadow due to the angle of entry. At 85 years of age, Sushi exhibited the marks of age as he lay on the bright side of the bed, every wrinkle and strand of white hair illuminated with clarity. Meanwhile, not far from Sushi's bedside, Krisa sat quietly in the shadows, her hollow gaze reflecting the light-s form. Her serene, delicate countenance, seemingly expressionless, belied a torrent of emotions that surged forth as her silvery gray hair danced lightly in the breeze. I am waiting for you. Always waiting for you, Krisa Christina declared. She was a heartless witch, devoid of personal joy or sorrow, living solely as an object obedient to her master's commands. Thus, the witch remained by Sushi's side, awaiting his awakening and his next command. That was the only meaning to her existence. Faced with such a Krisa, confronted by the witch who had endured countless days and nights of waiting, one could only pause in contemplation. Sushi was uncertain whether to chastise the enchantress for her senseless actions or to praise her unwavering dedication. Ultimately, he chose neither, for such judgments seemed inconsequential. He gently took the enchantress's hand, entwining his fingers with her delicate ones, allowing them to bask in the sunlight. Come, Krisa, let us take a stroll. Lying in bed for so long has rendered my body nearly devoid of sensation. Yes, Krisa replied obediently. Together, they descended from the bed, crossed the silent corridor, and emerged into the sunlit garden, vibrant with blooming flowers and lush greenery. Sushi walked slowly, a sense of weakness emanating from within, gradually spreading to his legs. The sensation was subtle. With each step, he could distinctly perceive the lethargy of his body, akin to a performance on the brink of concluding. So beautiful, he suddenly exclaimed, halting in his tracks. Before him lay a flourishing garden, meticulously tended by the witch, where branches intertwined and blossoms exuded their fragrance. Clusters of crimson dragon's blood grass bowed gracefully in the wind, resembling miniature waves in a restless sea. Krisa, you have managed this splendidly. I am thoroughly impressed. Thank you for your kind words. Sushi gazed at the sorceress beside him, her silvery gray hair cascading down as she stood in serene silence. There was an air of indifference about her, an ineffable void that seemed to isolate her from everything in this world. This essence remained unchanged since the first time Sushi encountered her. Yet, the once frail and emaciated girl had blossomed into a dependable adult. He looked upon the courtyard, the flowers and grasses, the gentle sunlight, and the mature sorceress before him. Su slowly closed his heavy eyelids, savoring the sunlight that enveloped him, warming his sagging skin, imparting a sense of comfort and solace. He had little left to worry about. In the courtyard, you strolled alongside the sorceress, observing that everything, including the dragon's blood grass that captured your utmost attention, was meticulously tended to by Krisa. Even your own efforts could not surpass her diligence. In a moment of reverie, you recalled the sorceress in her youth and, upon reflection, recognized her remarkable growth. She no longer required your guidance or oversight. Perhaps it was time to conclude your role as her mentor. You felt a sense of release, a bittersweet sigh escaped your lips, and you chuckled softly. Having long harbored concerns about the sorceress's future, Yet now, you were certain that you would navigate life with grace, even in your absence. The worries that had sustained your awakenings dissipated, and suddenly, your consciousness faded into silence. Your aged body teetered forward, nearly collapsing to the ground. When the sorceress swiftly reached out to steady you, having been awake for less than an hour, you succumbed to slumber once more. Minder! Minder! The cries echoed through the darkness. Sue is utterly exhausted, so much so that even the faintest sound fails to elicit a response. He resembles a small vessel amidst raging waves. His consciousness, his soul, and his thoughts have been engulfed by an endless abyss of darkness, assimilated into an eternal tranquility. Only a faint remnant of his self endures with unwavering tenacity. In the simulated 72nd year, you are 86 years old, and Krisha is 78. Since the day you fell into a coma in the courtyard, you have been in slumber for an entire year, yet there are no signs of awakening. Krisha remains silent, seated by your bedside, awaiting your return. Within the confines of the house, she witnesses yet another cycle of the seasons. In the simulated 73rd year, you are 87 years old, and Krisha is 79. You remain in a deep sleep. Krisha still possesses the eternal visage of a 17-year-old. This year, her powers have reached the pinnacle of a saint-level sorceress. She once endeavored to transcend into a demigod, seeking divine strength to heal you, but her attempts were in vain. The once omnipotent equilibrium failed to permit the sorceress to break through her limitations. She remains ensnared at the level of a saint-level sorceress. In the simulated 74th year, you are 88 years old, and Krisha is 80. Some furniture has begun to show signs of aging, becoming less functional, yet the sorceress pays it no mind, continuing her vigil in your room. In the simulated 75th year, you are 89 years old, and Krisha is 81. The sorceress still awaits. The sorceress continues to wait. The sorceress persists in her vigil. In the simulated 79th year, you are 93 years old, and Krisha is 85. Your spirit remains in slumber, yet your body has aged beyond recognition. The passage of time has left indelible marks, stripping away all that you once possessed. Your visage gradually transforms into a form unrecognizable to the sorceress, with dull skin marred by deep wrinkles, resembling the rough exterior of a gnarled tree. The sorceress no longer sits in silence. She gently grasps your hand, feeling the texture akin to that of withered branches. Time and again, she calls out to you, fervently pleading for your return. Sushi is on the brink of death. This is not a jest nor an embellishment. It is a genuine reality, heralding the imminent end of simulation. There is no need for anyone to remind him, upon opening his eyes once more. The overwhelming weakness and profound silence coursing through his body reveal the truth. In fact, merely awakening again can be considered a miracle. During his prior slumber, Sushi acutely sensed his soul gradually detaching from his corporeal form, drifting towards the void, that eternal stillness known as death. His current state might be likened to a fleeting glimpse of life before the final descent. Pain, tightness in the chest, suffocation, dizziness, these unbearable symptoms assail him, causing the newly awakened Sushi to once again feel the heavy pull of drowsiness, his eyelids drooping heavily. He understands that this slumber is unlike any before. He shall not awaken again, nor continue on. He is truly stepping into death. Thus, with a hoarse voice, he calls out the name of the sorceress. His voice is so frail that it is scarcely perceptible, akin to a gentle tremor in the air, his aged visage struggling to form words. Krisa. Master, I am here. Krisa, forever retaining the appearance of a 17-year-old, responds softly to Sushi. She seems to tremble with fear, as if even a slight elevation in her voice might bring him pain. Today is a fine day. The weather is clear, the sun shines brightly. Brilliant golden rays filter through the window, illuminating the room, dispelling the unwelcome silence of death. More importantly, after years of slumber, the mentor has finally awakened. Yet, for reasons unknown, the heart that should feel joy instead emits a mournful cry. The beating heart within his chest gradually slows, unbeknownst to him. I apologize, Krisa, for allowing you to witness me in such a disheveled state. With the sorceress's assistance, Sushi pushes himself up from the bed, laboriously sitting upright, offering her a faint smile. Please, do not speak further. The sorrow within his chest continues to accumulate. Gazing at Sushi's aged countenance, meeting his murky, swollen eyes, and hearing his barely audible voice, which seems poised to vanish at any moment, Krisa feels her heartstrings quiver in resonance. You need not concern yourself. The sorceress is indifferent to Sushi's frail appearance. To her, looks and form hold no significance. What she truly cherishes is Sushi himself, her son, her light, her salvation. However, aging signifies another truth. one that the sorceress is loath to confront, yet it is an inevitable reality. Master, I shall prepare lunch for you. Suddenly, Krisa rises and moves toward the door. The sorceress has sensed something amiss. She does not wish to listen, does not dare to look, and is terrified to face the truth. Thus, she chooses to flee. But Sushi's voice halts her. Cough, cough, cough. No need, Krisa. I believe I shall not have the chance to eat. In the heavy atmosphere of the room, Sushi forces a smile, masking his profound exhaustion with a facade of ease. Krisa's body trembles even more violently. Are you fatigued? Please rest assured, I shall continue to wait, no matter how long it takes. Krisa, I will always wait for you, forever wait for you. Krisa, Sushi softly called out the name of the sorceress. His voice exceedingly frail, a mere whisper that seemed as though it could dissipate with the slightest breath of wind. At long last, the sorceress fell silent. She stood with her back turned to Sushi, remaining motionless, no longer uttering a sound. Yet her form quivered persistently, as if she were enduring an indescribable agony. Come here, Krisa, I have something to convey to you. The biting chill of winter would inevitably arrive, freezing the heart's very core. Even if one is reluctant to confront that coldness, regardless of how fiercely one resists, winter shall not vanish according to human desire. It is an inexorable truth. Yes. The sorceress returned to Sushi's bedside. Please sit. Obediently, she took her place on the small wooden chair beside the bed, its height perfectly allowing Sushi to reach and touch her head when she sat down. Thus, Su extended his withered and aged hand, gently resting it upon Krisa's head for one last caress of her silvery gray hair, savoring the softness beneath his touch. Krisa, I must depart for an extended period. The witch trembled even more intensely, yet under the soothing presence of his palm, she gradually regained her composure. I have troubled you for so long. It should have been I caring for you. Yet, for the past several decades, it has been you tending to my slumber. Now, it is time to conclude this chapter. You may finally rest. No, I do not wish to rest. I beseech you, please allow me, as your possession, to continue serving you for however long it may be. No matter how arduous, as long as you remain by my side. I will be gone for a long time, so long that it may be beyond reckoning. While I am away, Krisa, you must take care of yourself. In the study, I have left some materials that should prove useful to you. The magical array in the meditation room has been modified in advance. It will aid you even if you ascend to semi-divinity. In the bedroom's cabinet, you will find some of my collections over the years. You may use them or sell them as you see fit. Stop. Please stop. The intensifying pain weighed heavily upon the witch's heart, compelling her to instinctively clutch her chest to conceal the myriad wounds within. Though Su did not articulate it directly, and intentionally omitted that word, how could Krisa not comprehend? Her mentor, her sole redeemer, the sun that had illuminated her life for decades, was about to succumb to eternal silence. Death, a word that stood in close proximity to Su yet felt infinitely distant to the witch. Merely contemplating it forced her sensitive and fragile heart to unravel layer by layer, revealing her true helplessness. I cannot accept this. The witch's voice quivered as she interrupted Su for the first time. What you say, I cannot accept. Your possessions can only be utilized by you. I will wait for you, forever and ever. Her once hollow and lifeless eyes trembled with fervor for the first time. She locked gazes with Su, rejecting him. The withered hand that had been caressing her head hesitated slightly, seemingly taken aback by her refusal. Parting was unbearably heavy, akin to a boulder or a mountain pressing down upon one's heart, making it difficult to breathe. Only when faced with true separation do people realize that all the rehearsals and preparations they had made are as light as a feather, utterly insufficient. Krisa braced herself for reprimand, having openly defied her master's decision. This was an act that could never be forgiven. The moment her words escaped her lips, guilt and regret enveloped her heart. Yet, despite this, she resolutely rejected Su's entreaty, as if by denying these requests, she could also deny the parting. She longed for Su to remain, for the warm sun to continue shining. Please, the delicate face beneath the withered hand trembled as she spoke, do not say any more. I will not accept. The witch's refusal momentarily stunned Su, his expression shifting through surprise, confusion, and ultimately, gentle understanding, devoid of the reproach she had anticipated. Ha ha ha. Sushi smiled, his spirits seemingly elevated. However, his frail physique betrayed him, as the moment he chuckled. He was seized by a fit of violent coughing that racked his body. His aged visage contorted with pain. Mentor, Klisa hurriedly invoked life magic, striving to restore Sushi's health. Each faint breath, every grimace of suffering, transformed into invisible daggers that pierced the heart of the sorceress, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. What should she do? How could she save him? Clisa was at a loss, her only recourse to desperately wield the most potent life magic time and again, alleviating Su Shi's discomfort, if only slightly. Soon, his coughing subsided. I am fine, Clisa. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Su's eyelids grew heavier, and he half opened his weary eyes. Gently grasping the witch's hand, he shook his head to signal her to cease the incantation, locking gazes with her vacant eyes. For the first time, you expressed dissent towards me, Chris. How wonderful it is that you have developed your own thoughts. Objects possess no will of their own and cannot voice opposition. When the witch learns to oppose, it signifies her reclamation of self. In the truest sense, the witch has become a person. Su Shi's eyes were clouded and blurred, rendering the world before him increasingly indistinct. A wave of drowsiness surged forth, threatening to extinguish the last vestiges of clarity within his gaze. Krisha, the aged man murmured softly from the bed, teetering on the brink of death, you have graduated. At this moment, the world fell into silence, a silence so profound that the witch could not fathom its depths. It was a stillness that incited fear within her heart, a dread of the impending cruelty. However, in comparison to you, I am still woefully inadequate. Krisha trembled as she spoke, her expression remaining stoic. Yet, the oppressive sorrow seemed to break free from her shell, echoing in the air around them. There is still so much I wish to learn from you. Without you, I am utterly incapable. Krisha's voice grew increasingly hoarse, as an immense grief burned like wildfire in her throat. She could not comprehend. She did not understand. She was an object belonging solely to Su Shi, a witch despised by the world, a worthless being that could be carelessly discarded, humble, ugly, and base. A shadow that lost all meaning in the absence of light. Thus, the witch could not accept the affirmation she received from Su Shi that she had graduated. This signified her departure from his side. She clumsily recounted, repeatedly enumerating her flaws and shortcomings to validate her belief that she had yet to reach the threshold of graduation. Su Shi did not interrupt Krisha. He simply gazed at her with tenderness, extending his bony, withered hand to gently rest upon her head, offering her his final warmth. Gradually, the witch ceased her self-deceiving rhetoric. The room was tranquil, the sunlight outside was bright, yet the witch's heart was torn apart. True despair is never the sudden onset of catastrophe. Rather, it is the knowledge of impending disaster, coupled with the powerlessness to avert the tragedy. This torment of helplessness, this despair of witnessing the end, rendered Krisha's once mysterious and radiant black and gold eyes devoid of their former brilliance, now filled solely with hollow sorrow. Please, do not leave me. Or, allow me to depart alongside you. Krisha whimpered, finally voicing the sentiments hidden deep within her heart. Her words were devoid of any weeping, yet they conveyed profound desolation. Like a candle flame about to be snuffed out. Like a bird stripped of its wings. A plea for assistance from Su Shi. The witch had prepared herself to perish alongside Su Shi. It mattered not. Everything was inconsequential to the world. Ascension to divinity, none held weight in the witch's lonely heart compared to even a fraction of Su Shi. Just as Su Shi had saved the witch, bestowing upon her everything. She was willing to forsake all to accompany him in silent departure. No reasons were needed. No hesitation required. The witch was entirely willing. In response to Krisha was the increasingly feeble touch of a hand upon her head, accompanied by Su Shi's voice, light as a wisp. Krisha, you know I cannot agree to such a thing. Su's breath gradually grew faint, each inhalation resembling a final struggle, enveloped in anguish and suffocation. As he sensed his body slowly succumbing to oblivion, he bestowed upon the witch's last smile. His aged, unsightly visage, under the sunlight's embrace, faintly reflected traces of his youthful self. Please, live well, Clisa. This is my plea. Do not grieve for my departure. It is not a farewell, merely a protracted separation. One day, we shall meet again. His feeble, withered hand could no longer caress the witch's hair. Having lost all strength, it lingered atop her head. The spark of life was on the verge of extinguishment. The shadow of death loomed ever closer. Su said to the witch in his final words, "It is somewhat regrettable that, until now, I have never seen you truly smile." Suddenly, Su was momentarily taken aback, her pupils slightly dilating. The sudden astonishment even seemed to prolong the arrival of death. "Minner," she said, "please look. This is my smile, bathed in the golden afternoon sun." With silvery hair cascading like a waterfall, Clisa sat quietly by the bed, trembling as she extended her hands. All but her index fingers were curled, with the two index fingers separately hooking the corners of her mouth. Gently, she lifted them, artificially crafting a smile. The expression was so rigid, and tears incessantly welled up, cascading from her already brimming eyes, silently soaking her hands. Rather than a smile, it resembled a lament. How beautifully she smiled. Sushi whispered softly. Amidst the tranquil whispers of the wind, his breath quietly ceased, and his weary eyes gently closed. This time, he would never awaken again. You have perished. You have undergone a complete simulation. Your life was akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, though fleeting, it left a sufficiently luminous trace. You are a master of the arcane, proficient in multiple elements, possessing an unparalleled mastery in elemental arts. You are a true elemental maestro. You have mastered the art of communication with dragons, being one of the few whom the dragon can hold in reverence. In various domains, you possess profound insights and exquisite skills, making you one of the most erudite mortals in existence. You successfully nurtured the witch, guiding her to become an independent being, and you departed this world under her gaze. With no regrets in your heart, the simulation concluded, and the moments of brilliance began to be tallied. The evaluation of the simulation was underway, and rewards were being generated. Are you back? With a blink of his eyes, the scenery before him silently shifted from the architectural styles of the magical realm to the reality of the world, where Sushi found himself seated upon the sofa in the living room. A slight buzzing resonated in his head, but it soon normalized, as the vigor bestowed by his youthful form coursed through him once more. No wonder throughout history, so many emperors have yearned for the elixir of youth. The experience of aging is indeed far from pleasant. He clenched his fist slightly, sensing the surge of power within, and exhaled a breath laden with fatigue. In the magical realm, he could distinctly feel his body's functions deteriorating day by day, watching himself weaken to the point where even walking became a laborious task. That sensation. Sue was truly reluctant to experience it a second time. She wondered how that child, Krisha, was faring after the simulation ended. Sue reclined back, her body languidly sinking into the sofa, awaiting the completion of the simulator's assessment. Sushi harbored a sense of unease. After his demise, would the frail, pitiful, and helpless witch be discovered by the deities above, thereby forcing her back into a life of ceaseless flight? Within the tranquility of the abode, Sushi's thoughts spiraled chaotically, ultimately manifesting as a soft sigh. Silence reigned, so profound it was almost surreal. In the courtyard, within the house, beside the bed in the bedroom, all things and beings were ensnared in absolute quietude. No, there was still a sound present, the soft patter of tears falling, a tangible embodiment of despair, laden with sorrow as it struck the ground. How heart-wrenching it was. The witch sat, vacant and loss-filled, at the edge of the bed, clasping the icy, aged hand, yearning to warm it with her own body heat. Yet it was futile, entirely in vain. The once warming sun had lost its warmth, and the light that once brought salvation would never shine again. His voice, his visage, his very essence had faded into obscurity, dragging the witch into an abyss without end. Mentor, you deceived me. The power of love is not boundless, Krisa whispered softly. Tears streamed down her cheeks, moistening her face, ultimately falling upon that cold, aged hand. She loved deeply, eternally, loved Sushi. However, that profound love, which consumed her entirely, granted her no strength to salvage anything. She could only watch helplessly as Sushi slipped away in silence before her eyes. Ultimately, only the immortal monster remained, still intact, seated in the same place. Her hands trembled, burdened by the regrets of her own impotence, unable to grasp the wilting flowers that danced away. It hurt, truly it did, pain seeping into her very being, a lamentation of her own fragility and insignificance. Minner, I shall wait for you, until we meet again. Krisa could no longer bear the sorrow swelling within her heart. Ah! Ah! She cried hoarsely, her fingers desperately covering her despair-laden face, wishing to weep loudly, yet her throat was too parched to utter a sound. In the end, only crystalline tears continued to fall, forming glistening droplets upon the floor. Gradually, accompanied by the witch's hoarse wails, the center of her black and gold eyes, once filled with emptiness, began to shift and contort. An eerie red hue emerged. The color of blood. The color of the heart. The color of love. The witch's eyes underwent a complete transformation, displaying a phantasmagoric tricolor of black, red, and gold, as an intangible, mysterious force surged within her, aiding her in breaking free from her shackles. Silently, she ascended from the ranks of a Saint Realm mage to that of a demigod. Elements gravitated towards her. The world drew near, and all beings bowed in goodwill. In stark contrast stood Sushi's lifeless, aging body. A gentle breeze wafted through. The body crumbled into fine, invisible dust, gradually disintegrating before the witch's eyes, taking with it the last remnants of thought, the final anchor of reliance. The overly feeble mortal form, having endured the oppressive weight of Saint Realm mental energy for years, had long since decayed beyond recognition. Now, it finally embraced the inevitability of demise. Minter. The witch gazed quietly, seated still, as if severed from the world. Her heart was nearly extinguished, yet she resolved to wait, in the guise of an immortal monster, to persist in her search until she could reunite with Sushi once more. And before that moment arrived, the Minter's instructions, Creasa mused to herself. She recalled the many things Sushi had previously entrusted to her, his meticulous arrangements for her. Perhaps they would serve a purpose, perhaps not. But the witch cared little for such matters. She simply wished to gather all those traces and keep them close. The magic circle in the meditation room. The dragon's blood grass in the courtyard. The collection in the bedroom cabinet. The documents in the study. Like a marionette, she moved, devoid of extraneous thoughts, mechanically fulfilling each of Sushi's directives. Upon entering the study, her gaze was immediately drawn to a substantial stack of manuscripts atop the desk, captivating her attention. Most contained magical creations by Sushi, alongside studies on the path to divinity. As Creasa began to organize them, preparing to leave, she suddenly sensed a small corner of paper protruding from the inner wall of the study, deeply concealed among the myriad of books. What could this be? The witch wondered, perplexed as to why Sushi would bury such materials so deeply. She gently lifted her hand, and her intangible mental energy swiftly extracted the protruding paper, revealing several thin sheets that floated before her. The handwriting was unmistakably familiar. It was undoubtedly penned by her mentor, Sushi. Another failure. Indeed. Breaking through the deity's blockade is exceedingly challenging. Alas, if only I could possess the ability to defy such barriers like Creasa this year had brought yet another anticipated failure. His body was aging more rapidly, and even if he could breach the blockade, igniting the divine fire would remain unattainable. He had no choice but to surrender. Deities were truly a distant concept. It is no longer possible for me. My body has grown increasingly lethargic, and my time is running short. I must pave the way for Creasa's future. The words on the paper did not end there. They were densely inscribed, detailing plans for Creasa, for the witch's life, encompassing, but not limited to, strength enhancement, future direction, and basic necessities. Each carefully crafted word, each fragmented sentence, bore the unmistakable mark of a writer in distress. The pressure from the deities, the toll of dwindling lifespan, all of it rendered the person Creasa held dearest unable to write normally. Yet, even in such circumstances, he remained concerned for the witch's future, contemplating the pros and cons, illuminating the path ahead for her. Mentor. Her fingertips trembled as they caressed the surface of the paper, gliding over each familiar word, absorbing the lingering warmth of the sun. The soft sound of tears falling echoed against the sheet. Creasa stood alone in her study, gazing at the familiar handwriting, her eyes brimming with tears that silently cascaded down her cheeks. Outside, the sun poured forth its brilliance, bringing heat and light to all, casting dappled shadows in the forest and filling the air with the songs of insects and birds. The world lay serene in the summer heat, while the witch remained enveloped in her silent anguish. Her eyes had lost their luster. The only flicker of movement came from the light refracting off the crystalline tears, casting a silent lament. I am truly undeserving of such devotion. Your mere existence grants me meaning, and that is sufficient. I seek nothing more. This scene was muted. Yet the impact of her sorrow pierced her soul. Never before had the witch wept with such quiet desperation, feeling utterly worthless. She lacked the courage to forge ahead alone. Relying instead on Sushi's guidance, she felt powerless, merely watching as Sushi faded away. Emotion eluded her, leaving only a fade of smiles for Sushi. Her life, that of the witch named Clissa Christina, felt achingly feeble. She could do nothing, achieve nothing. As she read the words penned by Sushi, who knew well his time was limited yet still thought of her, Clissa's body trembled anew. She yearned to sink into eternal darkness, to remain motionless forever. But she could not. Her mentor would not wish for her to succumb to such despair. He had hoped, encouraged, and envisioned a time when the witch would spread her wings and soar into the sky. Thus, Clissa rose again, obedient and determined to follow Sushi's command to live on. But what was the purpose of living? The witch pondered, lost in thought, until her gaze fell upon the word God on the page, stirring her from her reverie and illuminating her sense of existence. I must do something for my mentor, even if it means opposing the divine. In a silence so profound it felt ominous, Clissa trembled as she slowly removed the aquamarine necklace from her neck, caressing it gently before placing it into her spatial ring. In the next moment, her wand materialized in her palm. The creaking gate of the courtyard swung open, the rusty latch emitting a jarring sound as Clyssa walked out, her expression vacant, her form weary. The sunlight enveloped her, yet she felt only coldness. Her mental state was disoriented, and she paid little attention to the stones beneath her feet. She stumbled and fell, lying still for a few seconds before pressing her delicate fingers against the ground, summoning strength to rise. She understood that from this point forward, no one would be there to assist her. She must learn to stand on her own. Only then could she alleviate her minor worries. Only then could she truly live. At noon, the sun blazed brightly, casting a tapestry of light and shadow along her path. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, resting upon the wandering witch's shoulders, as if silently observing her retreating figure. Thus, the witch transformed into an eternal monster, destined to live alone in this world. She departed from the courtyard, leaving behind a place that would no longer be called home. No one knew where the witch had gone, until after 4 or 5 years had passed, when the nearby mortals began to sense something amiss, realizing the courtyard had fallen silent. Some curious souls attempted to peer over the wall, only to find it coated in dust. This anomaly soon attracted the attention of the Mage Association, yet they uncovered nothing. All items related to Sue she had been collected and taken by Clyssa. All that remained was an empty house, its doors and windows rattling in the wind, leaving many perplexed. Ultimately, the incident was classified as a simple disappearance. Somehow, for an extended period thereafter, the city of Ellenson frequently fell prey to attacks from Dragakin, and occasionally pure-blood dragons would descend upon it. This became an enigma for the city. 30 years later, under the divine will, numerous deities' churches continued their search for Su Shi, hoping to locate the archmage who might ascend to godhood. However, not long after, a horrific event shocked the entire magical realm. In a single night, the northern divine churches were uprooted, or rather, obliterated. At the same time, in various locations, tremendous power descended from the heavens, extinguishing the faith of the gods in serene demise. The deities, enraged, manifested in the world. Who dares to disrespect the divine? Such insolence warrants death. Wait, could it be that you have ignited the divine fire? The gods who descended were not their true forms residing in the celestial realm. Nevertheless, they possessed powers far superior to those of mortals. Yet, despite their lofty status, they could not overcome the witch. Ultimately, the confrontation ended in a stalemate, allowing the witch to depart unscathed. This incident instigated a crisis of faith among the gods, with countless individuals regarding the witch as the one true deity, inciting the wrath of the gods, who ordered a search for her whereabouts. 20 more years passed. Clyssa re-emerged, standing against the horizon, her wand striking the void, unleashing a torrent of magic that engulfed the elements in a deafening roar. With a single blow, she obliterated the very foundations of the gods' faith. No matter where they were, the divine churches faced precise destruction. Amidst their fear and trepidation, the people firmly believed the witch bore an ancient grudge against the gods. The gods shared this sentiment. We cannot remain in the celestial realm. That being will surely come for us. If a fight is to occur, let you fight. Some deities were gripped by fear, wishing to flee the celestial realm. Though vast, the magical world was not the only existence in chaos. The divine could easily locate a new world or hide within the elemental planes. No deity wished for their downfall. The terrifying magic originating from the witch instilled fear even among the divine. Yet at that moment, it was too late to escape. The elements roared and raged, unknowingly sealing off the entire celestial realm. Mentor, she vowed, I shall return every injustice you have suffered. In a realm of magic, amidst the boundless ocean, waves surged and crashed in a relentless tempest, striving to engulf the slender figure standing firm against the onslaught. Yet, with a mere grasp of her wand, tranquility enveloped her, even commanding the very fury of the sea. The so-called deities were but frail entities in her presence. Clyssa lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a cosmos of stars, radiant and enigmatic, capturing the grotesque visages of the gods above. She retained her youthful visage of 17, untouched by the passage of time. Her silver-gray hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her exquisitely cold and indifferent features. The world yielded to her, as all things conformed to her will. The sky became her eyes, the earth cradled her form, and the ocean bore her feet, further accentuating her miraculous status, transcending even the divine. Let us commence, Clyssa whispered, her tone serene, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet, as her wand danced through the air, the once quiet sea erupted in a cacophony, lifting the sorceress higher, soaring towards the infinite heavens. A chilling wind swept through, as water crystallized into ice, shaping itself into a four-legged dragon of ice beneath her feet. With powerful wings that blotted out the sun, it soared through the vast expanse, propelled by the wrath of the ocean, forcefully breaching the celestial realm. Such audacity! "This is my dominion," roared the sea god, his pride unmatched among the deities, charging fiercely towards the witch. "Altogether, we have no retreat." The gods of the celestial realm, led by the god of light, mobilized their powers, unleashing a cataclysmic assault. A radiance capable of evaporating worlds and a darkness potent enough to consume them manifested as divine authority, coalescing into a formidable might beyond magic and forbidden spells. Yet, before the witch, these forces appeared feeble. "Die," she uttered, a decree for the gods' demise. And so they fell. The lofty sky began to collapse. The roaring sea turned tumultuous, and the earth itself crumbled. The four elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire intertwined in an indescribable amalgamation, bursting the celestial barriers, exposing the gods to the terrifying end of days. The sea god fell first, followed by the fire god, the smith god, and the harvest goddess, the earth mother. The gods of wind and snow, and even the god of death followed suit. The deities fell like ripe grains in the autumn harvest, annihilated by the relentless forces of nature. Even those who governed the elements were not spared. Under Clissa's command, the chaotic and orderly elements transcended mere attributes of the world, symbolizing the origin of all things and the end of existence. Unacceptable! A draconic roar echoed across the skies. It was the dragon god, revered by all dragonkind, ascending to divinity as the golden sacred dragon. With its formidable physique, it briefly withstood the elemental onslaught, its ferocity directed at the frail witch. If only it could close the distance. The dragon god was fervently determined. But as it lunged towards her, Clissa's wand elegantly positioned before its brow, imbued with the laws of earth, thunder, light, darkness, death, and fire. With a gentle tap, bang, the dragon god fell. Ignoring the decimated body beneath her, Clissa's gaze shifted to the most formidable and fiercely resisting deity, the god of light. Her mentor had always advised vigilance against enemies, a lesson Clissa heeded. Her eyes glowed coldly as the forces of chaos and order surged once more, extracting the powers of the fallen gods, consolidating them into herself. The expression of the god of light turned to despair, visibly diminishing. Resolutely, he relinquished all offense and defense, transforming his godly essence into pure light, desperately attempting to flee the celestial realm. Whoosh, a soft sound resonated as a gray chaotic beam swept across the heavens. "No," he bellowed, "I have not transcended. I have not become a supreme god. I cannot die." The god of light roared, his former sanctity stripped away, leaving only desperation and fury. He exerted every possible measure, yet still, his divine form was pierced, along with his authority, rank, and the very concept of his existence, all torn asunder. Thus, the celestial realm fell, the gods perished. Even the mightiest, the god of light, who commanded the faith of countless beings, succumbed to the sorceress's hand. "Mentor, I have avenged you against the oppression of the divine." In the emptiness of the void, Clissa stood resolute, whispering to the departed sun, though somewhat belated and hasty. It was the only act she could conceive to honor her mentor. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped her. The vast and profound powers of the world swept away the remnants of the fallen gods, shattering them into dust, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant and resplendent crown. An ethereal voice emerged in Clissa's ear, the instinct of the world, the affection of the cosmos. With the gods who once wielded authority and governed the world now vanished, a new steward was sought, and the world chose the witch, wishing for her to don the crown and become the true sovereign of existence. However, she declined. "Such things are unnecessary for me," she declared, gently grasping the sacred crown before her, applying a slight pressure, causing the chaotic and ordered forces to completely shatter it. "Why?" The world consciousness inquired in confusion. The mechanistic recorder of all events understood the witch's past yet could not comprehend why, after avenging her kin, she refused the embrace of power and dominion like others. Clissa's answer was simple. She awaited her kin, until their paths would cross once more. Amidst the world consciousness's bewilderment, Clissa, wand in hand, stepped forward, transcending time and space, stepping beyond the confines of existence. Before her lay an infinite expanse of radiant worlds, intertwining in a chaotic dance devoid of temporal and spatial constraints, shimmering with a unique luster. The witch resolved to seek the traces of her kin, all the while vanquishing the hideous deities along the way. "That direction seems to harbor many gods?" Clissa pondered, tilting her head in contemplation. As she sailed through the chaos, the crown gifted by the world, though shattered, did not vanish entirely. It lingered behind her, radiating a miraculous brilliance. Mortals possess their own classifications of realms. So too do deities have their own divisions, minor divine power, Weak divine power, moderate divine power, and mighty divine power. The divine power, a force that mortals yearn for, ignites the sacred flame, embodying divinity and wielding authority as the foundational essence of becoming a deity. The path of the divine is arduous and lengthy, even the radiant god, after countless years in the magical realm, has merely attained a moderate level of divine strength. In the twilight of existence, a sense of resentment lingers for the inability to ascend to supreme power. Yet now, the deities of the boundless dimensions need not fear the elevation of their might any longer. The chaos carries tidings of the god's demise, heralding a dusk exclusive to the divine. A witch named Crisa Christina traverses the chaos, delivering death equally among the deities. Audaciously, she dares to challenge the radiance of the divine. I am the king of the ancient gods. Who among you has the audacity to slay me? Who dares to strike me down? A feat unseen since the dawn of time. You, spawn of darkness, have already chosen the path to your own demise. The witch's actions naturally invoke the ire of the myriad gods. With immense and formidable powers, they once pursued her relentlessly, driving her into the depths of chaos, where she vanished without a trace. However, after a period of time, the witch returned in a mightier form, growing ever stronger through battle and endless ascent. Countless years have passed. Even in the timeless chaos, the Sea of Worlds has undergone significant transformation, becoming fragmented and scattered, a testament to the witch's struggle against the gods. Ultimately, the witch emerged victorious. She absorbed the authority of the chaotic deities, amalgamating both order and chaos, sparing only a few benevolent gods. From that moment forth, the realms sang praises of her triumph. The age of the gods has faded into the past. The singular supreme being has been birthed, immortal and unparalleled, omniscient and omnipotent, creator and terminator. The eternal witch regards the crowns of the myriad realms as inconsequential, standing atop the corpses of the gods, awaiting the next cycle of endless ages. Master, I shall wait for you always and ever. Crisa murmurs softly, anticipating in her solitude within the chaos. The powers of time and space manifest at her fingertips. With a gentle stroke, countless memories materialize, fragments of her childhood spent with Sushi. The witch immerses herself in these reminiscences, allowing the illusory warmth to envelop her. She has tried. Even the supreme powers of time and space cannot revive what has been lost. Thus, obedient Crisa resolves to continue her vigil. She will wait for the next day, the next year, the next epoch. The witch is oblivious to the nature of emotions, unacquainted with the essence of freedom. She only knows that she wishes to wait. Master, immortality seems a blessing, granting me the chance to encounter you once more. In the desolate currents of chaos, the eternal witch sits quietly, her expression neutral, time eternally stilled at the age of 17, neither advancing nor receding. Behind her lies an expanse of countless worlds and dimensions, bestowing upon her a brilliant diadem. Those crowns she rejects and shatters, yet they refuse to depart, forming a new miracle that illuminates the celestial realms, a crown and throne exclusively belonging to the Supreme. Yet the eternal witch seeks no validation from them. In the realm of reality, Su Shiyong reclined on the sofa, still troubled by the predicament of the witch. I hope that in my absence, that child Krisha can exercise greater caution. Even if she cannot defeat the divine, she must learn to flee swiftly. With Krisha's innate talent and perceptiveness, as long as she has ample time to develop, her self-preservation should not pose a problem. Sushi pondered deeply, unable to shake off the concern for the witch he had nurtured since childhood, whose helpless tears had flowed at his demise. Suddenly, a notification sound from the simulator interrupted his thoughts, signaling the completion of the simulated settlement. Ding! The second simulation statistics have concluded. Congratulations to the host for activating the following achievements: Elemental Master, Beginning and End, Redemption of the Witch, Dragon Speaker, Physics, Creator of the Twilight of the Gods, His Only. Elemental Master, in your mastery of elements, you have successfully ascended to the pinnacle of humanity, commanding such a vast array of attributes that even the divine would be left in awe. Beginning and End, you commenced your journey in Old Ellenson City and concluded it in New Ellenson City, living a tranquil and serene mortal life. Redemption of the Witch, you are the beacon of light for the witch, offering hope and a future. You hold an irreplaceable significance in her heart. Dragon Speaker, Physics, you exhibit remarkable prowess in your dealings with dragons, with every encounter inevitably resulting in bloodshed. Creator of the Twilight of the Gods, your death has led to the silence of the gods, leaving the world in shock at your deeds. His Only, he is the singularly revered entity across all realms, yet for him, you are his one and only. So many achievements? Su was somewhat taken aback. At the conclusion of the first simulation, he had merely 4 achievements. Yet now, he boasted as many as 6. An abundance of achievements is undoubtedly a positive sign, indicating that this simulation had been remarkably successful, which would consequently elevate the assessment rating. However, what transpired after my demise? Su's current state resembles that of the first time he instructed Krisha, filled with a multitude of questions and an overwhelming sense of confusion. The deities have fallen silent, and the myriad realms converge into one. Could it be that, after my demise, that child Krisha single-handedly obliterated the celestial deities? Sushi seemed to be deep in thought. While contemplating, he found himself less anxious about the future of the witch. The words emanating from the simulator's panel were sufficient to affirm that the witch's future was boundless, her brilliance deserving of the world's reverence. With this realization, Sushi felt utterly reassured. He continued to explore further. Simulation summary. You have flawlessly harnessed your talents, becoming the foremost individual beneath the divine. Undoubtedly, you stand as the most formidable sanctified sorcerer in the annals of humanity. You have yet to transcend the constraints of fate, remaining just shy of divinity. However, your demise has catalyzed the birth of the supreme deity, and you are venerated by countless worlds, hailed as the Supreme Father. Simulation No. 02 Final Evaluation. S. Rewards are being generated. Please select 4 out of the following 5 rewards, which will be immediately dispensed upon selection. 1. The pinnacle of existence within the simulated life. 2. All forms of magic within the simulated life. 3. Enhanced elemental perception. 4. Control over the power of faith. 5. A charred and damaged one. Choose 4 options. The first simulation concluded, and although only 3 selections were permitted, could it be due to the simulation rating rising from S to S? Indeed, the quality of simulation rewards and choices appears to be intricately linked to the evaluation attained. Su let out a light exclamation, then proceeded to examine the descriptions of the various rewards. The first option pertained to strength, while the second focused on skills. Both were straightforward and easily comprehensible at a glance. The third option was an enhanced version of elemental perception capability. It is speculated that the original purple quality has ascended to the golden quality, equivalent to the celestial root. Option 4 pertains to the method by which deities absorb faith. Option 5 refers to the lost one of Krisa, once renowned as the first Grey Resurgence. After thoughtful consideration, Su made his decision, selecting options 1, 2, 3, and 5. These correspond to the realm of the Sanctum Archmage, encompassing all magic, including forbidden spells, an enhanced elemental perception talent, and the first wand, Grey Rebirth. The first 3 choices aim to augment his strength, while the wand serves as a commemorative collectible. As for the omission of the power of faith, the reasoning is straightforward. Faith, in essence, is merely the harvesting of willpower and the fervor of followers. This process is time-consuming and tedious, requiring Su to painstakingly establish a church, disseminate doctrine, and strive to maintain the purity of his followers' beliefs. It is worth noting that the simulator's natural cooldown period is merely 10,000 days, over 27 years. Each simulation results in a significant enhancement of Su's power, whereas accumulating faith in reality over 27 years is unlikely to yield any substantial progress. This is evident from the endeavors of the deities in the magical realm. To purify faith, the gods labor tirelessly, orchestrating invasions of alien races and manifesting miracles. Yet despite their efforts, a marked improvement remains elusive. Thus, it is clear that relying on faith to elevate one's strength is an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. In truth, if one were to devise a streamlined plan, option 2's magic could be excluded, as I possess the complete memories of my cultivation. It would merely be a matter of starting anew. However, since I can select 4 rewards, it is prudent to save as much time as possible. Ding! The reward selection is complete, and the distribution begins. As Su confirms his choices, the simulator's panel starts to flicker, rapidly erasing lines of text, which are swiftly replaced by the rewards materializing into reality. The spiritual energy of the sanctum descends directly upon Su's corporeal form. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surge through him, while light, darkness, and lightning are summoned at will. Each elemental force manifests, emerging from the void, falling within Su's mental control. The Sanctum Archmage has instantaneously broken through. Indeed, with the aid of the simulator, 2 distinctly different extraordinary systems not only coexist without conflict but begin to complement and assist one another. Cultivating immortality allows me to ascend, while magic elevates me to divinity. This is quite intriguing. Su felt an unexpected lightness in his body, a manifestation of evolution and a leap in the essence of life. Unconstrained by the limitations of mortal wisdom and unimpeded by the collective seals of the gods, the extraordinary traits inherent to a sage realm archmage began to gradually imbue Su's physique. This catalyzed a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, propelling him through the golden core stage. With a swift whoosh, a surge of formidable mana erupted from his dantian, causing Su's body to tremble slightly as he ascended into the late golden core stage. Another whoosh resonated, marking the instant completion of his golden core. With a crack, the nascent soul shattered the core, and Su, with a mere breath, transcended into the early nascent soul stage. Moreover, a myriad of complex knowledge transformed into instinct, swiftly refining into muscle memory within his body. With a mere gesture, Su summoned the magic of the simulated world. Unlike the cultivation system where great power is assimilated into oneself, what is termed magic is essentially a process of communicating with and mastering the world. It resembles solving problems, employing one's own formula to manipulate the elements of existence. This elucidates why practitioners of magic are relatively rare in the real world. The magic acquired from the Transcendental Governance Bureau derives entirely from parameters of other realms, necessitating personal adaptation to the parameters of reality for practical use. To Su's astonishment, the simulator bypassed this intricate process, enabling him to wield magic at will, anytime and anywhere. He gazed at the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire suspended in his hand. Su was quite taken aback. However, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. In the realm of extraordinary individuals that could only rely on their own gradual cultivation, with insufficient foundation, their strength inevitably appeared superficial. Su, on the other hand, was distinct. Through diligent effort in simulations, he swiftly transitioned to a Saint Domain Archmage via the simulator, showcasing an undeniably solid foundation. This, indeed, exemplifies the disparity. Sushi retracted his vast and formidable spiritual energy. Then, with a mere thought, he dispersed the elements surrounding his body. With the power of a sanctuary archmage, he felt as if he could navigate the real world with ease. Even when faced with demigods or beings of celestial rank, the eternal tier would safeguard his life. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but ponder if he had become invincible. Sushi once again sighed, remarking on the exquisite taste of his sister's culinary creations. He opened his palm, facing upwards, and a final simulated reward materialized before him, a charred, blackened one made of ash. The one's texture was coarse, rendered nearly unrecognizable by the flames, yet faintly, one could still discern traces of its former elegance. If Krisha were present, she would surely be delighted, he mused. As he gazed at the wand in his hand, memories of the time spent teaching the witch flooded back to him. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he gently placed it on the bedside table, specifically near the sugar jar. Mentor, elder brother, he whispered, for reasons unknown. Sushi suddenly felt a tremor within, his entire being invigorated, as if he faintly heard a familiar voice echoing in his ears. Chris? Emily? The sunlight outside was exceedingly radiant, streaming into the room and casting a slanted glow upon Sushi's face. Strangely, amidst this sweltering summer, he felt no trace of heat. With a sense of uncertainty, he first glanced at the meticulously placed wand, then at the porcelain sugar jar, and upon confirming that both were unremarkable, he gradually eased his mind. Am I experiencing the aftereffects of simulation? Have I been immersed for so long that the real world has begun to induce auditory hallucinations? Sushi fell into deep contemplation. With his current prowess in the sacred domain, gathering extraordinary artifacts and recharging for new simulations would be exceedingly effortless. However, this unexpected turn of events prompted Sushi to consider that it might be wiser to extend his rest period before embarking on the next simulation. It is essential to ensure adequate recuperation. Even as a nascent soul cultivator and a mage of the sacred domain, neglecting proper rest could lead to physical misperceptions. Su extended his hand, making slight adjustments to the positions of the wand and the jar of candy. After ensuring that neither would fall nor be exposed to direct sunlight, he nodded with satisfaction and departed from the bedroom. Following the progress of obtaining a memento with each simulation, I realized the necessity of preparing a larger display cabinet. Leaving them on the bedside was impractical, as they would easily accumulate dust. Moreover, I found myself lacking a suitable wand. The prowess of a sanctum mage allows me to cast spells out of thin air, yet with a fine wand to augment my abilities. The potency of my magic could increase by 20 to 30%. With my skills in artifact crafting and wand making, perhaps I could create a weapon that combines both a flying sword and a wand. After settling my simulated rewards, Sushi departed with swift strides, intent on devising a strategic framework for future combat capabilities, as well as a more rational approach that integrates the realms of cultivation and magic. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the distance between Grey Revival and the sugar jar subtly increased, imperceptibly yet undeniably. Upon leaving the bedroom, Sushi felt a sudden lightness in his body, as the summer heat began to envelop his face. He was once again convinced that his previous experience had merely been an auditory illusion. It was unexpected how mentally taxing the simulation had proven to be. After all, this particular simulation spanned nearly a century, and feelings of fatigue were indeed to be anticipated. Sushi found this to be quite agreeable. He retrieved a vial of refreshing elixir, swallowed it, and felt his weary spirit rejuvenate. Subsequently, Sushi stepped out of his home and made his way to the bustling Taiji steamed bun shop, where he ordered 3 large meat buns to savor. While the cuisine of the magical realm cannot be deemed unpalatable, prolonged residence inevitably breeds a longing for the flavors of Chinese fare. The air was filled with the clamor of voices and the ebb and flow of traffic. The steaming meat buns were promptly served at his table. Ah, delightful, just as always. With a thin skin and generous filling. The sweet tofu pudding was equally smooth and delicate. Sushi nodded slightly. The warm, savory juices burst upon her tongue, offering an exquisite delight to her palate as the culinary pleasures soothed her spirit, dispelling the earlier fright induced by her auditory hallucinations. In this moment of ascension, now that I have transcended to the nascent soul stage, the withered vine sword, which served me well during the Golden Core period, has become somewhat antiquated. This presents a perfect opportunity to amalgamate it with a wand for a new creation. In the realm of cultivation, there are no rigid constraints on the shapes and styles of magical artifacts. What truly defines a treasure are the inscriptions and patterns etched within and upon it. Conversely, in the realm of magic, the wand is primarily influenced by the quality of its materials. An exceptional wand must possess excellent elemental conductivity, thereby amplifying the potency of elemental spells. Viewed in this light, the fusion of cultivation and magic holds immense potential. I took a hearty bite of the meat bun. Su contemplated deeply. After 2 simulations, he was no longer the naive ordinary person he once was. Possessing both exquisite skills in refining artifacts for cultivation and masterful craftsmanship in wand making. The fusion of these 2 arts enabled him to create weapons suitable for both cultivation and magic. The sole challenge lay in the materials required. Sushi has ascended to the revered status of a sanctuary sorcerer, perched at the apex of the magical hierarchy, with only the divine immortality beyond. The quest to procure suitable materials for weapon crafting presents a considerable challenge. He contemplated whether the extraordinary house might possess what he sought. With a slight hesitation, he retrieved his mobile device and accessed the platform, entering the exclusive trading network reserved for extraordinary beings after verification. Exciting news! The Uzi Thunderbolt Special Edition has been launched. Now available for only 98 points instead of 998. The TCED model, a one-click chi transformation steed device, is up for sale. The Intelligent Artillery Magic Cannon is in high demand for pre-order, firing 100 fireballs per second, allowing adversaries to experience true despair. The 6 Transmutation Purification Bullet, a collaboration of several eminent monks, is designed to double the damage against malevolent entities. Seize this rare opportunity at the limited price of 555 points, with bullets sold separately. Upon entering the extraordinary house, the first sight that greeted him was a plethora of promotional offerings for various firearms from the official sources. Further in, a hodgepodge of individual extraordinary goods sprawled out, ranging from magnificent mounds to the most trivial weeds of the cultivation realm, creating a dizzying array of choices. I can't shake the feeling, he mused, that if the real world continues to evolve in this manner, the aesthetic will become increasingly peculiar. With a sigh of contemplation, Su fixed his gaze upon the extraordinary materials imbued with the essence of wood. His innate affinity for the wood element, coupled with the fact that the primary crafting materials for wands are derived from trees, perfectly aligned with his needs. This fortunate coincidence would facilitate the intricate fusion and development of both flying swords and wands. The remnants of a willow tree struck by lightning? The desiccated trunk of an unknown species, yet possessing remarkable hardness? Or perhaps merely a single seed, harboring an extraordinary reservoir of wood energy within? Su swiftly skimmed through the offerings of the extraordinary house. As he gazed upon the list of goods, he couldn't help but furrow his brow at the numerous ambiguously described extraordinary materials. Over the years, the Extraordinary Regulatory Bureau had housed a plethora of extraordinary items, varying widely in quality. The vague descriptions of these products suggested that even the authorities were unaware of their true worth. In the end, they could only assign a price that was neither high nor low, merely to adorn the trading platform of the extraordinary house with an array of goods. Tasteless to consume yet too precious to discard, they were indeed a conundrum. From the descriptions of these extraordinary materials, there might be something of use to me, however. A miscalculation would result in a futile waste of points. Su subconsciously weighed the pros and cons. However, he quickly realized that he could purchase everything outright. In his second simulation, he pushed the wisdom of mortals to its zenith. Not claiming to comprehend all things, but indeed reaching the limits of human understanding in the realm of magic. He mastered all attributes of magic from levels 1 to 9. Along with the cultivation techniques of dragon bloodgrass, the optimization of wand forging, the amplification techniques for magical devices, and the secret methods for purifying mental energy. To me, these were outdated technologies with little practical use. Yet, to the authorities, they represented treasures of incalculable value. Aside from the forbidden spells of the Holy Realm and the secrets concerning deities, all other knowledge could be traded in exchange for the items I required. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, a reciprocal endeavor. Su Xia pondered increasingly that this notion was indeed feasible. He harbored no fear of exposing his knowledge, nor of inviting trouble upon himself. Confidence is intrinsically linked to one's strength. At this juncture, Su Xi is already a formidable archmage, standing at the pinnacle of mortals. If he were to conceal his true abilities and feign weakness, it would render his efforts futile. Wouldn't the support from his sister be in vain? Such a scenario would be a sheer waste. Naturally, any abrupt shift in strength, coupled with transactions with the authorities, would necessitate a justifiable rationale. Su Xi closed the website of the extraordinary house and, after a brief search through the phone numbers, swiftly located Zhang Yaogua, the director of the Extraordinary General Bureau in Yanshan City. Hello, Director Zhang? Ah, yes, I have once again achieved a breakthrough. What? You inquire how I accomplished this? Well, it was merely good fortune. While resting at home, I inexplicably advanced to the nascent soul stage and even received the legacy of a sorcerer. Su Shiduan paused for a moment, faintly hearing the sound of a thunderous fall from the other end of the phone, accompanied by hurried breaths and the intake of medication. After a considerable duration, the voice on the line finally expressed its astonishment. Inheritance? You have acquired a new inheritance? This is only a few days later. Even if you, my dear Su, are exceptionally fortunate, to dream and gain inheritance consecutively seems utterly implausible. Zhang Yaogua's tone was laced with incredulity. He could hardly believe that anyone could possess such extraordinary luck. However, he soon found himself wavering in his disbelief. Su Xi's remarkable solo eradication of the realm ruins had been astonishing. In contrast, the acquisition of magical inheritance appeared rather unremarkable. Contemplating this, Zhang Yaogua's mood settled somewhat as he exhaled softly. This is truly astounding, my dear Su. What realm does this new inheritance pertain to? Not much, came the reply. Upon awakening from the dream, I barely qualify as a holy domain mage. Life is but a dream. Simulating life is akin to dreaming, and that seems quite reasonable. If Su were so inclined, he could choose to conceal his abilities for a lifetime, remaining an extraordinarily discreet individual. However, upon further contemplation, he ultimately relinquished such a notion. It was not merely youthful bravado, a desire to flaunt one's prowess upon gaining strength, but rather the rapid enhancement of Su's capabilities, where each simulation represented a new metamorphosis. Ascension? Deification? Transcendence? Su himself is unaware of the ultimate limits of simulation. In such circumstances, concealing one's true strength holds little significance. Rather, it may hinder the further enhancement of one's capabilities. In this ever-changing world, the absence of power equates to a lack of security. Having finished the steamed buns and tofu pudding, Su Xi slowly rose to his feet, and at the end of his gaze lay a bustling street alive with a cacophony of voices. The air was filled with the spirited debate of diners over the merits of sweet versus savory tofu pudding. In days gone by, Su Xi would have relished such a life, content in its simplicity and unassuming nature, believing that a lifetime of tranquility was indeed a worthy pursuit. However, ever since he had endured extraordinary calamities and was compelled to spend 5 years confined to a wheelchair, his perspective had irrevocably shifted. Su Xi suddenly realized that without strength, a tranquil life is akin to a fragile mirror, easily shattered. Rather than merely contemplating how to remain compliant, it is far more prudent to diligently enhance one's capabilities, becoming powerful enough that no one can disturb one's peace. Of course, what truly empowers Su Xi and emboldens him to engage candidly with the authorities is the support of his sister, the eternal teardrop. With attributes 10 times more potent and formidable enough to withstand assaults from celestial emperors, bestows upon him an unparalleled advantage. Possessing such extraordinary artifacts, Su Xi genuinely questions the necessity of maintaining a low profile. Even if the earth were to explode, he would remain unscathed. Invincible. There is no need for further words. Emoli, I rely on you for the rest of my life. Su Xi lowered his head, casting a glance at the eternal teardrop adorning his wrist. His heart brimming with joy, living off others was indeed a delightful affair. The midday sun shone quietly yet radiantly, illuminating the eternal teardrop. The flickering Ethereal crimson glow resembled a silent joy and response. Soon, the prowess Sushi had voluntarily revealed was swiftly reported to the Supernatural Administration Bureau in the capital through Zhang Yaohua. This bureau gathered the most formidable extraordinary beings in China, alongside the richest supernatural resources. Countless visitors, unexpectedly arriving during the world's fusion, were absorbed into the bureau, trading their formidable strength for generous treatment and benefits. In this respect, the bureau was exceedingly generous, having recruited several top-tier powerhouses. Today, news from Sushi piqued the curiosity of one such powerhouse. Oh, the domain mage? How intriguing. I shall take on the task of testing his strength. Within the vast and awe-inspiring edifice, piles of gleaming gold coins and vibrant gemstones adorned every corner. Under the specific angle of the spotlight, the colors of gold, silver, and jewels intertwined, creating an unparalleled spectacle that dazzled the eyes. In the next moment, mountains of gold and silver collapsed with a thunderous roar. Amidst the clattering sound of fallen metal, a colossal creature, buried deep, slowly rose, its sturdy limbs and half-spread wings revealing a deep crimson and fearsome mythical form. With each breath, a searing plume of fire erupted, melting the gold coins beneath into liquid. I am the great domain dragon, the hellish wings that conquer the world. Rex Sanchez Astartes Nazarian a Kunarokia Kakarajada. Since departing my original world, I have not encountered a sufficiently powerful mage in ages. I hope this ant, who claims to be a domain mage, can provide me with some amusement. Gia. Foolish mortals, feel the wrath of the red dragon. The roar of the dragon echoed across the heavens. Rex Sanchez, the fearsome red dragon, willingly accepted the task of testing Sushi's strength. Flapping its enormous wings and soaring towards Yinshan City at an untraceable speed. As it flew, Rex Sanchez sensed something amiss. The name Sushi seemed vaguely familiar. Yet, it mattered not. Feeling the pangs in its heart, the fury in the dragon's eyes ignited into a tangible blaze, casting a deep crimson shadow across the sky. The great red dragon, Rex Sanchez, had endured humiliation in its youth. After years of diligent training, it found that the enemies it longed to avenge had vanished. This anger, this resentment, this humiliation was deeply etched in Rex Sanchez's heart. It resolved to unleash this fury upon the other human domain mages. Gia. Per humans. Blame your ancestors. The azure sky was tainted by flames, turning a somber crimson. The red dragon's speed was astonishing, bolstered by its domain of fire. It even surpassed the lightning in the heavens, hurtling through the air, leaving the clouds far behind, with Yinshan City as its target. Suddenly, Rex Sanchez widened its dragon eyes and abruptly halted its flight. The inertia from its high-speed flight caused it to plummet from the sky, crashing heavily onto a desolate mountain, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Its once gleaming scales, capable of serving as mirrors, were now covered in dirt, rendering it utterly disheveled. How strange. What was that just now? The red dragon felt its heart racing, as if warning it of something, its body straining to prevent it from flying forward. Could there be danger ahead? Ridiculous. The pride stemming from its lineage made Rex Sanchez narrow its eyes. It seemed that this domain mage named Sushi was not a weakling after all. How fitting. Preying on the weak would not showcase my true strength. Intense combat, violent suppression, and conquering formidable foes. Only in this manner could the great red dragon purge the humiliation of its past. Rex Sanchez forcefully steadied its trembling form and once again flapped its wings, soaring towards Yinshan City. It understood that it was currently employed by a foreign human kingdom, designated as an honorary guest, thus it would not harm ordinary humans. As its wings beat, it carefully cast the silent wind spell and the light cloak to conceal its massive form. The enormous red dragon stealthily infiltrated the skies above Yinshan City, seeking the whereabouts of the so-called domain mage. I found it. This immense magical aura, coupled with the deep and surging mental energy hidden within, could only belong to a domain mage. The red dragon grinned, revealing its formidable fangs. With its wings retracting, the dragon body dove swiftly towards the designated location, preparing to unleash its furious assault. However, halfway through its descent, the red dragon's expression suddenly froze. The domain mage slowly turned, revealing a face that struck fear into the hearts of dragons. A dragon speaker. The crimson breath of the dragon, emblematic of its wrath. The rapid dive symbolized the dragon's valor. The thunderous roar represented its ferocity. The great red dragon Rex Sanchez, even in a foreign realm, would prove its fearlessness and might. Indeed, it ought to be so. To think it was an old acquaintance, how nostalgic. The voice that instilled fear in the dragon echoed. It was Sushi's voice. The voice of the foremost being beneath the divine, the voice of the demon that single-handedly subdued Dragon Island. At this moment, Sushi had just learned from Zhang Yaogui that one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Supernatural Administration Bureau, a domain-level red dragon, was hastening towards Yinshan City to verify his strength as a domain mage. Sushi remained utterly unperturbed, for his foundation was profound and his strength unwavering. It was entirely due to his relentless dedication to practice. Not to mention the holy domain. Even if a demigod were to arrive, he possessed the confidence to emerge victorious. However, there was a caveat. Shou never anticipated that the so-called sacred domain red dragon would turn out to be an elder dragon from the simulated world, serving as the greatest ally in nurturing the courtyard's dragon bloodgrass. The connection is ineffable. It seems that in the real world, I can continue to cultivate dragon bloodgrass. With a mere gesture, Su summoned the Grey Revival Wand, previously kept at home, which now hovered gently in the palm of his hand, radiating a multitude of elemental brilliance. Humanity is steeped in nostalgia. Upon encountering familiar objects, one cannot help but replicate the same motions. Su is no exception. The earth attribute forbidden spell, collapse of all things. The fire attribute forbidden spell, flames of desolation. The lightning attribute forbidden spell, doomsday thunder. The light attribute forbidden spell, 1,000 blades and 10,000 threads. The same elemental attributes, yet the enhanced version of magical power. With a serene smile, Su waved his wand gently, executing the perfect motion at the precise moment, causing the terrified dragon's head to collide with itself. He lightly tapped the forbidden spell tablet, and at that instant, the world fell silent, attuned to the dragon's mournful wail. The dragon's scale shattered, and its crimson blood gushed forth. As swift as its approach had been, its retreat was equally chaotic. The seemingly fragile wand, upon lightly contacting the colossal dragon, erupted with the formidable power of 4 great forbidden spells, striking the red dragon's head askew and propelling its entire body into a frenzied backward flight. The air roared, and the wind howled. The dragon transformed into a reverse red meteor in the sky. Helplessly, it could only witness its inevitable crash into a great mountain, resulting in an explosive impact that embedded it deep within the mountainside. Dust billowed into the sky, and the sound of tumbling rocks resonated continuously. The red dragon was inevitably ensnared in a daze. Yet, possessing vast experience and remarkable resistance to head trauma, it soon regained its senses. By the dragon god above, I must retreat post-haste. A strategic withdrawal. Rex Sanchez, the dragon, emerged from the mountainside with a terrified visage, struggling to beat its damaged scarlet wings, and shakily ascended once more. However, as it ascended, a figure appeared on the horizon, radiating a tempest of chaotic magical elements. Flames burned with electric fervor, and winds howled with a crackling intensity that sent shivers down the spine. The red dragon's eyes widened in alarm, and it awkwardly took a step back, chuckling nervously. "Ah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter you here. It seems my timing is rather unfortunate." "No. Your arrival is quite timely indeed." Sushi smiled gently. He soared high above, gazing down at the trembling red dragon on the surface of the earth. His expression serene and countenance amiable, within the realm of the simulated world. Sushi, a venerable archmage in his 50s, has been hindered by the divine seal and the relentless pursuit of the church, depriving him of the opportunity to engage in a true battle. However, with the presence of a resilient red dragon as a target, he finally finds a chance to unleash his full power as a master of the sanctum. Domain, unfold. Sushi intoned softly. Instantly, a supercomposite domain of over a dozen elemental forces spreads across the sky and earth, mercilessly shattering the dragon's fiery dominion and crafting a miniature world under his command. The red dragon roars in fury. "No, you cannot do this. I shall lodge a complaint. Cursed human, you have forced my hand. I am no longer the weakling of your. Witness the true power of a dragon." Rex Sanchez bellows as it launches its assault. Its visage twisted in rage, muscles rippling with strength. The colossal form of the dragon, resembling a mountain, surges with deep crimson fire elements, seemingly gathering potent draconic spells. Sushi's demeanor grows solemn in response. With a thunderous crash, the clash of their powers reverberates through the air. Su instinctively activated his defenses, yet found no signs of an impending attack. Upon closer inspection, he beheld the crimson dragon swiftly fleeing with its immense wings unfurled. "Ha ha ha. You've fallen into my trap. This is precisely my escape route. Dragon speaker, we shall meet no more," echoed the triumphant voice of the red dragon. Su appeared slightly perplexed. How strange. Do I really seem that frightening? Su believed that it was primarily due to Krista's excessive attacks on the red dragon during the second simulation that the creature developed a psychological trauma. He shook his head. Sushi raised his hand gently in the direction where the red dragon had fled. The power emanating from the realm instantaneously bound and ensnared the dragon's wings. causing it to plummet heavily to the ground, rendering any escape impossible. Lex Sanchez was taken aback, his expression a blend of bewilderment and humanity. He had never imagined that he would be so effortlessly captured. The red dragon was drenched in cold sweat, hastily adopting a sycophantic demeanor. It praised Sushi's skill in capturing it, fearing that a moment's lapse could result in its demise. I remember you were called Lex Sanchez? No. That feels too formal. You may call me Little Red, the dragon said, rubbing its two claws together. It appeared docile and obedient, though lacking in charm. Its excessively fierce countenance rendered any attempts to feign vulnerability counterproductive. Rest assured, I have no interest in your life, Sushi replied with a smile. Perceiving the red dragon's underlying anxiety, the reason I have chosen to keep you is merely to conduct some experiments. Thank you for your immense kindness. The red dragon exclaimed with unrestrained joy. However, it soon realized that its elation had been premature. The experiment proposed by Su involved using the red dragon as a target to attempt evading and blocking the assaults of forbidden spells in the realm of sacred-level magical combat. Forbidden spells are not uncommon. Rex Sanchez had previously engaged in battle with human sacred magisters and had witnessed numerous forbidden spells. However, the red dragon gulped nervously, observing the simultaneous descent of 20 forbidden spells from the sky. Suddenly, it let out a despairing laugh, feeling a sense of resignation. Oh, dragon god, I shall not falter. Rex Sanchez Astart Nazarian Akunorokia Kakarojita declared. He was no coward. The brave red dragon, unafraid of challenges, deemed that facing 20 forbidden spells was a worthy endeavor compared to the value of its own life. It roared and bellowed, exhausting every ounce of its potential. Channeling its most powerful draconic magic and fiery breath, it managed to counteract half of the forbidden spells. Subsequently, it flapped its wings with great haste, desperately evading the onslaught of forbidden spells, all for Su's experiment to assess the range and velocity of the forbidden spell attacks. The testing of these forbidden spells concluded swiftly. Sushi has a profound understanding of his own abilities, yet he lacks comparative analysis with peers of equal standing. With the assistance of the red dragon, he has gained clarity regarding his position within the hierarchy, as well as the specific practical effects of various forbidden spells. As anticipated, compared to other sacred realms, my power is undoubtedly exceptional. This is manifest in my tenfold magical energy, nearly omnipotent attribute control, and an even greater suppressive force within my composite domain. In addition to these advantages, the Eternal Teardrop confers an invincible level of protection. Indeed, it is quite satisfactory, as my cultivation in the realm of immortality advances. My combat prowess will become even more extraordinary, such as the luxury of high-value enhancements. An hour later, in the desolate outskirts far from Yen City, Sushi gazed upon the pitiful crimson dragon sprawled upon the ground. With a wand aglow in verdant light, he invoked the magic of life to mend the dragon-esque grievous wounds. The earth lay charred, the mountain shattered, and the red dragon lay motionless within a vast crater. Its labored breaths a testament to its suffering. Yet, as the life magic surged forth, the injuries upon its scaled form rapidly healed, and the vertical pupils of its eyes regained their lucidity. The blood that had spilled was levitated, drawn together by the force of Sushi's mental prowess, and collected solely by him. As for the dragon's bloodgrass, Sushi found little utility in it. Especially now that he had ascended to the realm of a saint-level archmage, the grass no longer conferred any enhancements. His desire to cultivate it stemmed more from habit than necessity. A yearning arose within him if he did not engage in such practices. He pondered whether there existed other Western dragon species in the realm of reality. If not, he would be left with no choice but to draw blood from Rex Sanchez in the future. Su's gaze was deep and penetrating, startling the resting red dragon into sudden wakefulness. With a delicate flick of his fingers, a torrent of spiritual energy akin to an abyssal sea surged forth, effortlessly relocating the heavy dragon before him, causing it to tremble even more violently. Fear not, for I shall not go back on my word. I have vowed not to take your life. The arena of battle was enveloped in a haze of brownish dust, which, under the sunlight, appeared vague and elusive. With a gentle wave of his hand, a mighty wind materialized from nowhere, sweeping the obscurity away and rendering the world before him clear. He paused for a moment and, addressing the anxious red dragon, inquired, Little Red, do you remember how you arrived in this world? I know, exclaimed the dragon, nodding fervently. Fearful that a failure to respond would result in another gentle reprimand, and determined not to exhibit the prideful disdain characteristic of draconic lineage in Su's presence. With a clawed finger scratching its head in contemplation, the red dragon, Lex Sanchez, eventually responded. After the gods vanished, a considerable time passed, and then the sky suddenly fractured. When I came to my senses, I found myself here. Suddenly fractured? Sushiru appeared to be deep in thought. Does this signify the fragmentation of time and space? It bears a striking resemblance to the concept of boundary void. This force seems to far exceed that of the sacred realm, rendering the red dragon completely unaware, compelled to passively traverse into the realm of reality. It seems that no answers can be gleaned from the red dragon. So she murmured to herself, then posed another question. You mentioned the disappearance of the gods. What does that signify? Are you unaware? The crimson dragon replied, somewhat astonished, yet answered candidly. The sorceress who ascended Dragon Island with you single-handedly overthrew the dominion of the deities. The gods are dead. This is a consensus in the magical realm. However, the influence of these divine beings continues to subtly shape the world, particularly figures like Rex Sanchez, who was born in an era when the gods were still active. Throughout his entire life, from his early dragonhood to his youth and into adulthood, he has lived under the reverence for the golden dragon god. Consequently, even in this current age devoid of gods, Rex Sanchez instinctively seeks their protection. As for the sorceress, the crimson dragon felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Her power was formidable, surpassing that of the gods and transcending the very fabric of existence. Even the most zealous devotees of the divine would not dare harbor resentment towards her, for her existence is deemed more exalted than that of the gods themselves. Following Sushi's instructions, the crimson dragon dutifully recounted everything it knew about the twilight of the deities, laying bare the truth without reservation. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Sushi appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly he was inhaling deeply with astonishment. Could it be? Is this truly my Krisha? From the information provided by Lex Sanchez, Sushi swiftly deduced that Krisha had obliterated the celestial deities 50 years after his demise. Su began to question the meaning of life. Is Krish truly that formidable? How is it that I never noticed it during my existence? A rather absurd yet likely true conjecture surfaced in Su's mind. Could it be that my very existence has hindered Krish's development? Am I merely a sacrificial offering? Is that for real? Su fell into silence, uncertain whether to feel gratified by the witch's growth or to be at a loss for words at the reality of being a sacrificial offering. There lingered a slight sense of discomfort, an inexplicable annoyance. At this moment, he comprehended the true essence of the creator of the twilight of the gods within the simulation achievements, and with a thoughtful click of his tongue, he grasped everything. He yearned to inquire further about the witch, yet the red dragon expressed ignorance. After the annihilation of the gods, the witch had departed from the magical realm, venturing into the mysterious and vast abyss of chaos, an enigmatic domain beyond the reach of mortals. The red dragon only occasionally gleaned that the witch had grown stronger through communication with the elemental planes, yet the specifics of her newfound strength remained a mystery. Is that so? Su mused lightly, not overly concerned. Knowing that Klissa was faring well and had ascended beyond the gods was already a source of satisfaction for him. Although the simulator had divulged some information, it remained too vague. Now, having acquired more detailed insights from the red dragon, Su could finally set his mind at ease. Having finished his inquiries regarding the red dragon's traversal and Klissa's circumstances, it was time to address the certification issue for the Holy Domain Mage. Undoubtedly, with his formidable strength that surpassed that of the red dragon, Su passed the assessment with flying colors. Should he remain in Yanshan City, waiting for the results from the headquarters? No, that would be too slow. It would be more efficient for him to go directly. Furthermore, the magical materials were challenging to manage in Yanshan City. By bypassing the extraordinary house and engaging directly with the central headquarters in the capital, he could expedite the process significantly. Sushi pondered deeply as he rode upon the back of the crimson dragon, Rex Sanchez, allowing it to carry him towards the capital. Unbeknownst to him, with the increasing utilization of the gray resurgence, the wand he held, its charred surface, was undergoing some inscrutable transformation at a remarkably slow pace. A flicker of light danced, as if in response to something unseen. Mentor, he mused, I have found it. I no longer need to wait. Whether amidst the solitary melancholy of autumn or the biting chill of winter, with the passage of time, all misfortunes would inevitably dissipate. The warm sun had returned, and the eternal creature once more bore hues of life. Mentor, at long last, I await you. The chaotic surface undulated, eternally converging into unity, symbolizing the genesis of all things while encompassing the conclusion of myriad phenomena. It bore witness to the passage of time, to the immeasurable weight of the sorceress. And now, the supreme sorceress had awakened from her eternal slumber. Her silvery, ethereal hair swayed in the chaotic currents, brushing against the shadows of time, gliding over a tranquil visage, silently infusing the air with profound emotion. What manner of emotion was it? Joy? Love? Anticipation? Klissa did not know. She only understood that the dim shadows must return to the light, and lost treasures ought to find their way back to their rightful owners. Only thus, and solely thus, Could existence retain its worth? Please wait a moment longer. I shall arrive shortly. In the silent chaos, the soft voice of the sorceress echoed. She had departed. Her figure traversing the infinite distances of time and space, shattering the barriers of diverse realms, in search of the light that would return once more. Cough, cough. En route to the capital, under a cerulean sky and amidst the fierce winds, Sushi soared upon the red dragon, flying towards the location of the extraordinary general administration. Yet, quite abruptly, Sushi suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, accompanied by an involuntary shiver. It was peculiar. An ominous premonition washed over him. After regaining his breath, Sushi found himself enveloped in confusion. Could it be that yet another extraordinary calamity was on the horizon? That seemed improbable. Given his current prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish ordinary superhuman beings. The only conceivable threat would be an adversary from another realm, one whose power transcended that of mere mortals, gods or celestial beings. If such were the case, feeling uneasy would be entirely justified. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something else was amiss. How strange, he pondered. What could possibly be the cause? Surely, it couldn't be merely a physical urge to cough. Su fell into deep contemplation, beginning to search through his memories for any overlooked details or omissions. However, after several thorough examinations, he found nothing amiss. Su did not detect any suspicious elements. The concept of a hybrid weapon combining a flying sword and a magic wand had already formed in his mind. The corresponding raw materials were merely awaiting a transaction at the Extraordinary General Bureau. His own combat power and level were steadily on the rise. Tsushimi furrowed her brows slightly, her mind probing into the storage ring, searching through the contents within. Upon discovering a substantial quantity of dragon's blood, she was taken aback. Sushi suddenly realized, almost forgetting in the midst of preparing the dragon's blood, that he had neglected to prepare the grass seeds. Ordinary grass seeds cannot withstand the deluge of dragon's blood. Fortunately, the Extraordinary General Bureau is vast in its undertakings, this time. He could conveniently procure a batch of grass seeds. Sushi Sung exhaled deeply, his mind clear and focused. Under the vigorous flight of Rex Sanchez, he soared through the skies, the expansive dragon wings casting a vast and heavy shadow upon the earth below. Skimming over the treetops, he witnessed a sea of foliage and turmoil, threading through the mountains. He observed a whirlwind of sand and stone. This velocity surpassed even the swiftest of human-made weaponry. Before long, the silhouette of the capital emerged before Sushi's eyes. A harmonious amalgamation of the extraordinary and the technological, an intricate tapestry of ancient and modern eras, where sword-wielding cultivators soared alongside cutting-edge fighter jets. And martial prowess clashed with fantastical beasts in fierce combat. The most advanced realm of extraordinary economy, abundant with exceptional resources, and a multitude of sustainable realms of development. All these elements coalesced to shape the splendor of the capital and the undeniable power of the Extraordinary Governance Bureau, a sight far more magnificent than anything portrayed on television. Su stood atop the head of the Crimson Dragon, surveying the city below with a lofty gaze. It was evident that the number of extraordinary individuals in the capital far exceeded that of Yinshan City, and their caliber was undeniably impressive. One could not help but commend the capital, the very heart of the supernatural administration. In times past, I would have gazed upon such a scene with fervent envy. Su sighed contemplatively. Before acquiring the simulator, his aspirations were modest. He merely wished to heal his legs and embark on an exhilarating adventure. Yet, before he realized it, Sushi has ascended to the ranks of the most esteemed and envied elite through rigorous simulation training. What once seemed like thrilling adventures now appears trivial in retrospect. Only modern weaponry, enhanced through enchantments, such as the Holy Light Gatling, Thunderbolt Sniper, Xuanwu-type heavy tank, and Yalong fighter jet, can momentarily capture Sushi's attention. Yet, even these fall short in significance. The disparity in power is far too great, and the levels of the extraordinary are starkly distinct. Su could sense no threat from these items. Rather, he felt a curiosity about the design concepts and an appreciation for the craftsmanship of the creator. By the way, he inquired, what prompted you, Xiao Hong, to choose to join the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau? Su lowered his gaze to the menacing dragon head beneath him. Based on his understanding of the dragon race, these avaricious reptiles would rather resort to theft than accept employment from humans. Naturally, this was all in the name of peace and justice. To speak candidly, he gently tapped into his latent power. Well, I am defeated, the red dragon quickly conceded, recounting its experiences with utmost honesty. As Su had surmised, upon traversing into the real world of China, the red dragon's first impulse was to plunder, followed by claiming territory to establish itself as a tyrannical dragon lord. In the dragon's worldview, this was entirely normal. Strength equated to dominance. If I am stronger than you, I shall rule over you. However, the red dragon was swiftly suppressed. Despite being a being of the sacred realm, it was effortlessly vanquished in a single strike by a suddenly appearing white-haired elder wielding a sword. That individual was undoubtedly a true god. The tone of the red dragon, Rex Sanchez, was grave. It was not that it was weak, but rather that its adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. It was no shame for a being of the sacred realm to be outmatched by a deity. God? At this moment, Sue and the red dragon were drawing ever closer to the Transcendent General Bureau. Gazing at the magnificent structure, Sue stood atop the dragon, his eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps that was not a true god, but rather a sword immortal. Deities and true immortals belong to the same echelon of greatness. From the red dragon's description, with sword in hand and donned in Taoist robes, the possibility of it being an immortal was far greater. However, the red dragon, confined by its limited perception, could only recognize the existence of deities, hence mistaking a true immortal for a god. This was unexpected. Who would have thought that a true immortal existed in the real world? No wonder the extraordinary had erupted for so long. And the order of the real world remained stable. It turned out there was a true immortal within the Transcendent General Bureau. Had the humans of this realm inherited the legacy? Or had an immortal from another dimension chosen to lend assistance? Roar. The red dragon was evidently not unfamiliar with undertaking tasks for the Transcendent General Bureau. As its robust form appeared, corresponding measures were promptly implemented in the vicinity, revealing a spacious landing area for the red dragon to alight and rest. The giant dragon obliterated the landing zone. Rex Sanchez roared with excitement, exclaiming words he had heard from unknown sources. One acceleration, one dive, one landing with a sweeping tail. In a flamboyant display, he successfully touched down upon the ground. The overwhelming kinetic force caused the dragon's claws to carve deep rifts into the earth, showcasing the brute strength of a sacred realm dragon and an unparalleled sense of oppression. Yet, the personnel nearby regarded this spectacle as routine, unfazed by the display. They skillfully collaborated to repair the damage inflicted by the red dragon. However, before long, someone noticed something amiss. It was the administrative staff member who had been coordinating the task with the red dragon. He inquired whether the strength assessment had proceeded smoothly. The red dragon nodded earnestly. That individual's power was formidable, and I was reluctantly defeated by him. The staff member gasped in disbelief. What? Not only a true sacred realm mage, but also victorious. Incredible! This actually happened. The administrative staff, both astonished and elated, felt their voice tremble involuntarily, being at headquarters. They understood the significance of the emergence of a sacred realm combatant for humanity. This was utterly astonishing. No, such an important matter must be reported at once. I must re-establish contact with that sacred realm powerhouse. The administrative staff was overwhelmed with excitement. Just as he prepared to turn away, a light, airy voice floated down from above. There is no need to contact. I am right here. A new sacred realm mage had emerged, not an outsider. Not a denizen of another world, but a true compatriot of China, a super genius who had ascended to the pinnacle through the inheritance of magic. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire Transcendent General Bureau, especially upon learning that Su himself had arrived. The uproar grew increasingly intense. After the staff reported the incident, within 5 minutes, the scene was completely cordoned off, blocking the onlookers from the extraordinary. Sacred realm? My goodness, was tea that akin to becoming a god? Damn, how enviable. Oh, great one, please look at me. I am your long-lost half-brother. The cacophony of voices filled the air, a blend of admiration and jealousy echoing around. Only when Sue followed the staff member into the inner sanctum of the Transcendent General Bureau did the clamor gradually subside. Mr. Sue, may I address you as such? That is acceptable. Inside the Bureau's structure, the lighting was bright, with silver-white metallic corridors flanked by inscriptions of Buddhist scriptures and Taoist talismans, warding off any potential intrusion by malevolent entities. As Sue stepped into this space, someone was already waiting for him, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. A remarkable achievement compared to others, garnering respect wherever he went. Yet, when compared to Sue, he appeared rather mediocre. The nascent soul cultivator was aware of this disparity. Adopting a humble demeanor and speaking with utmost respect, Mr. Sue, please follow me. Your privileges within the Bureau, as well as the benefits of the Transcendent House, have now been elevated. Specifics can be reviewed at the Transcendent House. The process was swift, even astonishingly rapid. In the brief moment it took to drink a cup of water, Sushi's status as a sacred domain mage was firmly established. Both his authority and benefits saw a corresponding enhancement. Is there no need to further assess my abilities? He chuckled lightly. Surely you jest. Gaining the recognition of that red dragon leaves no doubt regarding your prowess. Indeed, Sushi responded with a soft laugh. The pride of dragons is well known. Whether from the east or the west, both types of dragons hold an unwavering pride in their lineage and equally disdain all other beings. To earn a dragon's respect and compel them to yield, one must overpower and subjugate them. This is precisely why the extraordinary General Bureau has unequivocally confirmed that Sushi is a true sacred domain mage. The nascent soul cultivator continued, "Please proceed along this corridor. Our director awaits you at the end." "The director?" Sushi inquired. "Yes. Perhaps you have already learned from the Red Dragon that it was a sword immortal who defeated it." "Very well, I understand." The speculation in his heart was confirmed. The one who vanquished the Red Dragon was indeed a sword immortal, who also serves as the director of the extraordinary General Bureau. Sushi harbored an infinite curiosity regarding this matter. He had encountered divine beings in the simulated world, yet had never met an immortal. He had anticipated seeing one in a subsequent simulation, but never imagined it would occur in the real world. "Let us proceed," he concluded. With the eternal tear in his possession, safety was assured. The opponent could not possibly be an immortal emperor, for otherwise, the earth would be unable to withstand such power. Sushi contemplated the pros and cons with a tranquil mind, ultimately arriving at the decision to mate. He walked along the silvery metallic corridor, advancing steadily. As he approached the end, the surrounding space and time shimmered and transformed into a natural landscape. The gentle murmur of flowing water and the rustle of bamboo leaves filled the air. The sunlight cascaded from the heavens, refracted by the shimmering surface of the water, creating a serene and delightful scene. Su looked ahead and saw a slender figure dancing alone with a sword. Very old, yet remarkably unrestrained. Despite not employing any supernatural powers or celestial energies, the individual calmly wielded the sword in hand, exuding a sharpness that seemed capable of severing anything. What truly astonished Su, however, was the style of the flying sword in the opponent's grasp. It was unmistakably from the lineage of the forest sword peak of the Heavenly Sword sect, featuring the unique crafting technique of the withered vine sword. "Disobedient disciple, it has been ages since we last met. You do not even deign to call me master." The sword immortal slowly retracted the sword's momentum as the boundless sword aura returned to the withered vine sword. With a slight turn of his form, he revealed a face familiar to Su, Li Wanshou, the master of the forest sword peak, the first to simulate the world within. "Master?" Su was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. The disciple acknowledges his mistake. The two exchanged smiles, calm and serene, devoid of any overwhelming excitement or tears, as if returning to their previous master-disciple relationship. "Please, take a seat." Li Wanshou gestured for Su to sit down. They gathered around a stone table, facing each other. As a gentle breeze rustled and fresh bamboo leaves infused hot water, pouring themselves into teacups. After a few simple pleasantries and confirming Su's recent circumstances, Li Wanshou's expression turned contemplative. "Though I know not how you, this disobedient disciple, have returned from the dead, I am nonetheless pleased." The elder smiled, but soon shifted to a scolding demeanor. "Yet you, this disobedient disciple, insist on learning some barbaric magic. Such superficiality. Is this truly how I have taught you?" There exists a hierarchy of disdain in all things, from the choice of vehicles to the types of gaming platforms. Disdain and superiority coexist in every aspect of life. Among the many extraordinary systems, cultivators undoubtedly stand as the most arrogant, viewing systems like magic as inferior. In Li Wanshou's eyes, even a single hair of the celestial path surpasses it. This must change. The elder huffed in irritation. "What is the point of becoming a deity? My disciple should ascend to immortality. Wouldn't it be splendid for both master and disciple to become celestial beings together?" He scoffed. "You foolish disciple. It is not too late to amend your ways. Let me reshape your spiritual roots." "Master, I actually wish to explain," Su began, eager to clarify that he was pursuing both cultivation and magic, and that his once damaged heavenly roots had long since been restored. However, Li Wanshou acted swiftly. The wind rustled the bamboo, leaves rustled, and his weathered hands moved gracefully through the light. From the formless void, he extracted an object. A vibrant green radiance shimmered and fluctuated, resembling translucent jade yet akin to resilient roots. The essence was undoubtedly a rare divine wood. Su, based on his experience, swiftly discerned that this was an exceptional material for crafting wooden spiritual roots. "No." Su's expression became one of astonishment. The elderly man produced not the raw materials, but rather a nearly completed semi-finished product, merely awaiting implantation into a human body. This indicates that Li Wanshou had been preparing for this day long ago. It is certain that Sushi did not anticipate the day of their reunion. The astonishment and joy he felt were undeniably genuine. Thus, what mindset compelled the elder to prepare such a spiritual root in advance? "Master," Sushi spoke softly. "What troubles you, you wayward disciple?" Li Wanshou furrowed his brow. It is nothing, merely a sudden urge to express my apologies. Humph, consider it a small act of conscience on your part. It is not in vain that I deceived you to procure this branch of the Jianmu tree. The elder raised an eyebrow, wearing the look of self-satisfaction. However, just as he grasped the Jianmu branch and prepared to implant the spiritual root into Su Shi, he was astonished to discover that the wood-type spiritual root was already securely present within Su Shi's body. Su Shi, apart from being a revered archmage of the sacred realm, is also a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage. The elder was filled with astonishment and uncertainty. The resurrection of his beloved disciple was already a source of great surprise. He could scarcely fathom that the once utterly destroyed heavenly root would also miraculously be restored. I suppose this is a stroke of fortune, Su Shi mused with a smile, opting to keep the existence of the simulator a secret, attributing everything to the grand forces of world fusion. Such a turn of events is truly remarkable, lamented Li Wanshou, who had specifically sought out this precious Jianmu. He cast a disdainful glance at the branches of the Jianmu, tossing one casually to Su Shi. In his words, it was nothing more than worthless timber, utterly useless to him as an immortal, and better bestowed upon Su Shi. Su Shi smiled in gratitude, accepting the gift with a sense of rightful contentment. Her master's stubbornness remained as steadfast as ever. Gently swaying the teacup, the spirit bamboo water danced gracefully within, exuding a refreshing fragrance. A delicate sip revealed a harmonious and velvety texture. Su Shi and Li Wanshou, the master and disciple, sat facing each other amidst the embrace of verdant mountains and flowing waters, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze and the ethereal fragrance that permeated the air. Master, have you truly attained the realm of immortals? That is indeed the case, Li Wanshou replied, a hearty laugh escaping him as he stroked his beard, reveling in the curiosity of Su Shi. My innate talents may not compare to your extraordinary spiritual roots, yet my fortune is remarkable. Ha ha ha. Strangely, as my lifespan drew near its end, I stumbled upon an elixir of immortality. Not only did my cultivation transcend to the transformation stage, liberating me from the clutches of mortality, but my aptitude for cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, beyond words. The elder spoke with eloquence, his seemingly calm demeanor betraying a smile that crept across his lips. He regaled Su Shi with tales of his cultivation journey, recounting how he astounded the immortal community and vanquished formidable adversaries, continuing until he ascended to the realm of immortals, pausing only to sip from the spirit water to quench his thirst. Then, have you indeed ascended to become an immortal? Su Shi inquired, perplexed. How could I just about such matters? Li Wanshou responded, his expression turning grave. After a prolonged silence, he finally revealed, the immortal realm is no more. The elder began to narrate his experiences. On a sunlit morning, having reached the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, he stepped into the celestial light of the immortal sword sect, ascending into the realm of immortals, where his mortal form was transformed and his soul reborn. Everything unfolded seamlessly, as if destined. Li Wanshou traversed the void, ascending amid a cascade of divine phenomena, his form vanishing into the boundless expanse of time and space, drawn inexorably into the immortal realm. The sights he beheld were breathtaking and enigmatic, surpassing even the most vivid descriptions found in the texts of various sections. The immortal realm was ancient and profound, surrounded by the vast heavens, with the boundless seas of realms surging at its edges. It was the nexus of countless worlds, the ultimate destination long sought by seekers of the Tao, radiating with resplendent immortal light, with colossal celestial bodies looming over all. In this realm, true immortals pondered the laws of existence, while supreme immortal kings governed limitless domains. Dragons soared through the skies, and Qilins traversed the realms, embodying the essence of the immortal world. At that moment, Li Wanshou was so awestruck by the beauty of the immortal realm that he could hardly speak. However, just as he regained his senses, eager to explore further, an unexpected calamity struck. The immortal realm was severed by a single stroke of divine light. Indeed, in the most literal sense, a flawless sword light cleaved through the fabric of the realm. An immortal's voice echoed, "He has returned." Li Wanshou, newly ascended, could not comprehend the implications. His understanding of the immortal realm was woefully limited, leaving him uncertain of his purpose. He had intended to seek out Su Moli, the only kin of his disciple, to ensure her well-being. Yet the upheaval in the immortal realm was far too abrupt. Time and space collapsed, the immortal realm erupted, and Li Wanshou, like a feeble ant, was helplessly drawn and consumed by the chaos, unable to control his fate. Ultimately, as Su Shi had witnessed, he was forced to traverse into the mortal world. How can it be that such a splendid immortal realm has simply vanished? The elder sighed, gloomily draining his spirit water. Though I have reached the true immortal realm, that cataclysm was far too widespread. Now, no matter what, I cannot find my way back. in resignation. He remained in this realm as a guest elder, assuming the role of, an extraordinary director. Li Wancho's thoughts were straightforward. While Earth was not the familiar realm of immortality he knew, the culture and atmosphere of China bore striking similarities to that world, prompting him to lend a hand. Simultaneously, the emergence of extraordinary integration and the realm's desolation piqued his interest. He speculated that Earth might possess unique qualities that attracted the convergence of realms. Should he unravel the mysteries, he might discover a way to return to his original immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, having witnessed its explosive demise, the elder had relinquished all hope for its survival. Your experiences are indeed a tapestry of twists and turns, fraught with adversity. After hearing Li Wancho's tale, even Su Shi, who had simulated various scenarios and witnessed diverse wonders, found himself momentarily speechless, for the account was so extraordinary it bordered on disbelief. First, there was the unexpected acquisition of the elixir, transforming his fate. Then, witnessing the explosion of the immortal realm, escaping dire calamity. Each of these events, remarkable in isolation, became even more astonishing when intertwined. Never did he imagine that a realm as powerful as the immortal realm could face annihilation. Su's evaluation was succinct. He felt a slight surprise regarding the explosion of the celestial realm, but that sentiment was fleeting. It was inconceivable that the formidable being responsible for the annihilation of the celestial realm would quietly set its sights on Earth. One could easily ascertain that this was an utterly implausible notion. After all, Earth is exceedingly feeble, a mere speck of dust in comparison to the celestial realm. How could a peerless powerhouse capable of obliterating the celestial realm possibly be concerned with such an insignificant grain of sand? In contrast, Su Shi is more concerned about another matter. Teacher, could you share with me the details regarding that child, Immortal? Su Shi wishes to know what transpired following the conclusion of the first simulation. The man behind him. This is one of the achievements displayed by the simulator after the first simulation came to an end. Su's mind was filled with confusion and curiosity about what her sister had done to be referred to as he by the simulator. Was it that child, Immortal? Li Wancho pondered for a moment, his expression intricate. After the incident that occurred years ago, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, seeking vengeance on your behalf by slaying demonic cultivators. She was astonishing, so remarkable that she seemed out of place, unable to be accommodated within the realm of cultivation. Even before reaching the ascension stage, she was already invincible in the mortal world, wielding her swordsmanship to cleave open the gates of heaven. Disregarding my attempts to prevent her from entering the celestial realm. As your master, he sighed, I had hoped that once I ascended, I would be able to trace that child's whereabouts, yet, unexpectedly, the balance of yin and yang has been disrupted, and once again, I have missed my chance. Li Wancho's expression was tinged with guilt. He had promised Su to take good care of Su Immortal. However, the cataclysmic explosion in the celestial realm could very well lead to that child's demise. It's all right, master. I believe that Immortal does not require our concern. Su Shiquan comforted his master, while his peripheral vision instinctively glanced at the eternal teardrop on his wrist. Although he was unaware of the full extent of his sister's strength, the fact that a single tear could withstand the assault of an immortal emperor suggested that she had perhaps embarked upon an extraordinary path. Such a Immortal should not be weaker than the mastermind behind the destruction of the immortal realm. He silently wished for her safety, harboring confidence that she was formidable enough to safeguard her own well-being. Yet, inevitably, every time he recalled Immortal's frail demeanor, a wave of concern washed over him, prompting thoughts of what might happen if she were to be bullied. Perhaps this sentiment stemmed from a profound longing for his helpless and vulnerable sister. Su often feels that his younger sister is right beside him, closely following him just as she did in the first simulation, her gaze unwavering. Perhaps it is indeed time for me to rest properly. Su Shi filled his cup with spirit water once more and drank it all in one go. He pondered that perhaps the consequences of his continuous alchemy practice had left him feeling somewhat listless, especially with his sister not being on Earth to keep an eye on him. With a faint smile, Su Shi resumed a leisurely conversation with Li Wancho. They reminisced about the past events of the Heavenly Sword Sect, discussed the rapid changes occurring on Earth, and spoke of the extraordinary Oversight Bureau, as well as the various realms across the globe. This world, albeit peculiar, was undeniably fascinating. Li Wancho stroked his beard in admiration. In the realm of cultivation, while there were indeed many intriguing phenomena, nothing could truly compare to the Earth, where myriad worlds converge. Magic, martial arts, fantasy, intelligent machinery, cultivation. In the undead, there was simply an overwhelming abundance. The diverse realms all gathered here. One might think that even the legendary Celestial Emperor would find such an achievement beyond reach. The old man nodded in agreement, expressing his astonishment. It was truly extraordinary, and one could only wonder what kind of power had transformed Earth in such a manner. Sushi concurred, echoing his thoughts. Then, the elder broached the subject of Sushi's purpose for coming. Sushi did not conceal the truth. He openly stated that the original objective of the transaction was to procure suitable wooden materials to craft a new weapon tailored to his specifications. However, it now appears that such a need has become redundant. Su's palm opened, revealing the branch gifted by Li Wanshou, a fragment of the divine tree known as Jianmu. Jianmu, a celestial tree, serves as a conduit between the heavens and the earth. In certain ancient texts, it is even referred to as the bridge between gods and mankind. Its stature and essence rivaling that of the world tree in the Western fantasy realms. With such a divine material at hand, the new weapon's potency would not only be amplified but would also grow in tandem with Su's strength, sparing him the hassle of frequent replacements. Teacher, I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. I must take my leave now. Not planning to stay a while longer to keep this old man company? Next time. For sure. Get lost, you ungrateful disciple. The two exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Although their reunion was delightful, Su understood that Li Wanshou cherished tranquility and joy above all, preferring not to be disturbed for long. The depth of their conversation was merely a product of their long-awaited reunion, emotions running high. If the discussion were to persist, Li Wanshou would inevitably hasten Su's departure without needing any prompting. Well then, I shall take my leave, teacher, Su said as he turned to exit, only to have a storage pouch suddenly fly into his hands. The elder's voice followed closely. Inside are some cultivation resources. They serve no purpose for me. So take them for yourself. Ungrateful disciple, ensure you cultivate diligently and do not become complacent. I am, after all, an immortal. How can my disciple remain at the nascent soul stage? What would become of my reputation if that were to spread? Li Wanshou huffed in displeasure at Su's cultivation level. With a flick of his sleeve, an irresistible force of celestial energy distorted space-time, propelling Su out of that realm. By the time Su regained his senses, he found himself standing in a silvery metallic corridor, devoid of bamboo groves and babbling brooks, and Li Wanshou's figure was nowhere in sight. A nagging sense of something being amiss lingered in the air. Sushi stood still, contemplating the storage bag in his hand. In terms of personal strength, he had already benefited from his sister's generous support, and the prowess of Eternal Tear was beyond question. Now, in the realm of official authority, he had also partaken of his master's benevolence. Not only had he ascended to the esteemed position of the direct disciple of the Director General, but he had also been bestowed with ample resources for cultivation. Could it be that the script he had received was indeed one of privilege and ease? How delightful it is to enjoy such comfort, Sushi sincerely mused as he stowed away the storage bag. If one could thrive on such advantages, who would strive for arduous effort? The objective of this endeavor had been accomplished. He had successfully acquired materials for forging a new weapon. Yet, Sushi did not hasten to depart. Instead, he remained within the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, adhering to his original plan to engage in trade, exchanging the obsolete magical knowledge he possessed. The Bureau, backed by the state, had amassed numerous extraordinary items over the years. Even if he did not require the exchange of wood-type materials, his accumulated points could be redeemed for other valuable resources. For instance, suitable seeds for cultivating dragon-s bloodgrass, the blood of magical beasts for inscribing meditation magic circles, and untested anchor media beyond the realm of cultivation spells. Before long, staff members from the Bureau arrived to facilitate the exchange. They employed a novel secretive engraving technique to meticulously record Sushi's magical knowledge, in return for which Sushi was granted a staggering sum of 7-digit points. Furthermore, starting today, he would enjoy a discount of 20 on purchases at the Extraordinary House. This was not merely a favor from Li Wanshou. The Bureau staff recognized the worth of the magical knowledge Sushi had provided and deemed it deserving of such evaluation and privilege. Incredible! How had this come to pass? All the spells, including those of the 9th tier, had their parameters adjusted to align with the values of our world, making them immediately usable. Splendid! With these new meditation methods and spells, the aspiring mages in our homeland would surely flourish. Quick, let us find someone to test them. The staff members and scholars dedicated to the study of magic gazed upon Sushi's offerings with fervent eyes, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. They hurriedly exited the trading room, leaving Sushi alone in the stillness. Su did not concern himself with the departure of the staff. During his time in the magical realm, he was also one who devoted himself day and night to the study of magic and could comprehend the fervor these researchers held for knowledge. Now, let me see what would be worthwhile to procure. Sushi strolled through the interior of the general headquarters. entering the storage area of the extraordinary house to closely examine the items displayed on the platform. There were remarkable products from other realms, as well as local inventions that harmoniously blended with advanced technology. Fragmented swordgrass? It appeared to be an artifact from the celestial realm, yet it had been damaged, losing its original sword essence. No matter, it was intended for nurturing dragon bloodgrass. As long as it could sustain life, it would suffice. Purchase. Dragon blood from a Daluo stage beast, on the verge of transcending its demonic form to ascend to true dragonhood, its blood icy and mysterious, possessing unknown effects. Surely, this could not be the result of a teacher's slaying. Just right, I shall buy it to experiment. The dragon bloodgrass cultivated from the eastern dragon species should yield some novel transformations. Buy, acquire all. With a substantial amount of points and an elegant 20% discount, Sushi exhibited a particularly extravagant demeanor, acquiring all items of interest. Among those, the most numerous and costly were the anchor mediums from various worlds. Furthermore, to ensure a favorable simulation start after purchasing the anchor media, Su often takes the opportunity to acquire some relevant knowledge and cultivation techniques. It was precisely due to his prior preparation of meditation methods that Su was able to successfully advance to the rank of magic apprentice despite starting from scratch during the second simulation. Well, having made a substantial number of purchases, he has amassed quite an array of items. Su observed the nearly filled storage space, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned and departed from the extraordinary general administration. Outside, the red dragon, like Sanchez, had long since vanished, and the ground, once marred by its landing, had been restored to an impeccable smoothness, devoid of any signs of damage. It certainly ran quite swiftly. The mental prowess of Su permeated the surroundings, swiftly locating, deep within the subterranean recesses of the central bureau, a lavish hall brimming with gold, silver, and jewels, where the red dragon was comfortably concealed. Its expression was one of smug satisfaction, a smile illuminating its face, as if reveling in its fortunate escape from peril. Never mind, the dragon's blood previously collected would suffice. This time, I shall let it be. Sushi smiled and shook his head, relinquishing the notion of capturing the crimson dragon. Instead, he wielded his wand, swiftly returning in the direction of Yinshan City, enveloped by the howling wind element. Yet, it was not solely the wind element. There was also the thunderous surge of lightning magic and the stealth of dark magic. In terms of travel, one might argue that spatial magic holds the advantage. However, my mastery of multiple elements allows me to blend their strengths harmoniously. With the assistance of the domain, my speed remains commendable. The figure of Su swiftly traversed the sky. Empowered by the forces derived from his domain, he shielded himself from the fierce winds that surged towards him. This energy, once absorbed and transformed, propelled his speed to even greater heights. The path he carved was marked by a tremendous, thunderous gale, swirling the white clouds as if they were funnels descending from the heavens. Such was the extraordinary might, a feat that countless mortals could only dream of achieving. In the blink of an eye, with a mere breath, Su's silhouette completely departed from the capital, heading towards the direction of Yinshan City. His overwhelming mental prowess allowed him to not only navigate his flight but also contemplate other matters simultaneously. He even took out his phone to log into the extraordinary home for research. First, he searched for the realm of the Heavenly Sword Sect, then the Red Dragon Rexanx, and finally his teacher. The entities and objects from the simulation materialized one by one in reality. Although only a few crossed over from the entire simulated world, there remained no doubt that Immortal and Krisha also held the potential to manifest in the real world. Sushi felt a slight sense of disorientation. The prospect of reuniting with his obedient sister and encountering the docile which once more was undoubtedly a matter of joy. The past separations and the regrets that once tormented him could perhaps find solace in reality, although he remained uncertain whether this so-called reunion would indeed materialize. Sushi earnestly looked forward to it. The merging of worlds and the emergence of the boundary wasteland appeared to be exceedingly unstable. He hoped that those two children would not be swept into the ensuing dangers. The persistent notification sound emanating from his phone interrupted Sushi's contemplation. He lowered his gaze to check, discovering an alarming, vivid red warning on the screen regarding the extraordinary home website. Was it a supermassive boundary wasteland classified as the highest danger level? Lately, the frequency of boundary wasteland occurrences seemed to have significantly increased. It was peculiar. Indeed, what could be the underlying pattern? Sushi gazed thoughtfully at the screen of her phone. The existence of the boundary realm posed a considerable danger to ordinary individuals. However, the concern was minimal. With the venerable Li Wansho safeguarding them, there was no need for Sushi to fret. Not to mention the presence of a saintly guest like the Red Dragon. Thus, Sushi remained resolute, continuing her journey home to Yanshan City. Simultaneously, within the nebulous line between illusion and reality, amidst the intertwining of time and space, dimensions ascended and chaos fragmented. In the boundless primordial chaos, light years away from Earth, a serene figure tread upon the river of time, wielding a blood-stained wooden sword, poised to retract. Before her, no, before him, lay the shattered remnants of a world. Brother, it won't be long now. In a few more days, Immortal will return to your side. The gentle whisper was imbued with boundless affection. Having transcended the realm of the celestial emperor and achieved the state of liberation, this ethereal figure possessed an otherworldly aura and the most exquisite foundation of Tao. Overseeing the passage of time and observing the shifts of eternity, she raised her hand with grace. With a mere flick, the world she had shattered began to fall in sequence, merging into the gradually expanding azure planet. During this process, some fragments of the worlds retained their instinctual essence, attempting to resist. Yet, Suamoli suppressed them once more. Without my brother, there is no value in existence, she proclaimed, sealing the causal threads with a single thought, compelling all world fragments to obediently merge into the earth. How many times had she performed such an act? Suamoli did not dwell on memories. The ordinary little world, in her eyes, was as ubiquitous and valueless as the pebbles by the roadside, merely serving as sustenance to fill her elder brother's realm. The only recollection that lingered was the occasion when she severed the ties of the celestial realm. The magnitude of the celestial realm was overwhelming, prompting Suamoli to exert a measure of her power. The outcome was splendid. The heavenly Tao and the fundamental laws of that realm were sealed by her. And now they are gradually being imparted to Earth, fostering the emergence of planetary consciousness and elevating its status. Suamoli aspired to transform the Earth into a second celestial realm. Such a feat might enable her true form to descend. Thunderous roars echoed as chaos reverberated, halting the flow of time. A hand as pure as jade, stained with the dark crimson of blood, wielded a wooden sword that traced its path against the river of time, deftly selecting a vast world from the infinite droplets of existence, shattering it with precision. Suamoli incessantly engaged in such actions, seemingly inexhaustible. One world after another was shattered by her, along with the beings within, cast into the depths of the earth, thereby creating a myriad of realms of desolation. Throughout this process, most beings would instinctively flee, plunging into the droplets of other worlds within the river of time. Suamoli did not intervene. Her primary objective was the fragments of the world. Those fleeing beings, whether cultivators or demonic beasts, garnered no attention from her. Her entire being, her singular thought, was solely focused on returning to her brother's side. The heavens trembled. The myriad realms quaked. Suamoli traversed the river of time, defying the years, and crossed the dimensions of chaos, unaware of how long she had journeyed. Abruptly, her steps came to a halt, her elegantly arched brows raised, and a fleeting look of astonishment flickered across her profound gaze. Suamoli beheld a scene of extraordinary wonder. Before her, at the far end of the river of time, emerged a figure as magnificent as her own. From the perspective of an ordinary mortal, it appeared to be a girl with flowing silver-gray hair. However, from Suamoli's vantage point, this was the embodiment of supreme dominion over countless loss, symbolizing the primordial inception of all things and the return of the universe to its origin. What could this possibly mean? Suamoli had never arrogantly presumed that she would be the sole paragon of strength amidst the boundless chaos. Yet, she could never have anticipated encountering another in such circumstances, both engaged in a similar pursuit. A gentle, melodic tapping resonated through the air. The expressionless silver-gray sorceress, wielding an unassuming wand, traversed the tumultuous chaos with serene grace, transcending the barriers of the infinite and the multiverse, deftly summoning forth various magical realms. Her technique was exquisitely refined, or perhaps, the power she wielded was simply too exalted. With each delicate tap, each rhythmic descent, it was less a matter of the sorceress acting independently, and more as if the world itself willingly shattered. The beings within this realm were either entirely absorbed into the sorceress's wand or drifted away with the disintegrating world, merging silently into the earth through a peculiar transdimensional transfer. On the surface, this fusion appeared far more intricate and delicate than anything Suamoli could conjure. It was enigmatic. Suamoli experienced an overwhelming sense of defeat. The ethereal celestial maiden, clad in pristine white, remained unperturbed by such occurrences. Her greater concern lay in discerning the intentions of the other party. Who exactly are you? The Su lineage represents the threshold for female immortals. As the Su lineage exists on Earth, it follows that, indirectly, Earth also serves as the boundary for female immortals. Suamoli found it hard to accept that such a formidable peer had set their sights on Earth. In the realm of chaos, echoes resonated. A simple sound stirred countless ripples. As if just becoming aware of Su Moli's presence, the sorceress lifted her gaze. Her face, exquisite yet devoid of expression, possessed an ineffable divine essence. Su Moli silently grasped the hilt of her sword, poised for battle at any moment. However, the response from her opponent caused her to relinquish her murderous intent, even leaving her feeling perplexed. I am searching for someone, yearning for companionship. The intermittent voice resonated with a serene calmness. Yet, anyone could sense the suppressed emotions and profound anticipation beneath the surface. The female immortal was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that you too? Clisha tilted her head in confusion. Too? In that fleeting instant, both the immortal and the sorceress seemed to comprehend the reason for their presence here. Their thoughts and actions were strikingly similar. Were they, then, awaiting the same person? The female immortal cautiously inquired about the identity of Clisha's awaited individual. Both were equally formidable exalted beings. Su Molin was unable to discern the causal connections of the other party, nor could she trace their timeline. She could only faintly perceive that the individual before her was the eternal pinnacle of another multifaceted realm. Clisha responded thus, my mentor, my salvation, my son. Illuminating all that is human, Su Moli came to the realization that the one awaited by the other was not the same as the one she awaited herself. Her brother was an immortal cultivator who perished before her eyes. Yet, the individual that the witch spoke of waiting for was evidently a sorcerer from another realm, possessing an extraordinarily close bond with the witch. It was merely a remarkable coincidence that both supreme beings were awaiting someone who resided on Earth. Contemplating this, the celestial maiden set aside her trepidation, allowing her demeanor to revert to its previous tranquility as she strolled through the passage of time. Once again selecting suitable realms for her cultivation. Perhaps it was out of compassion for the witch, a sentiment born from shared suffering, that she kindly offered a piece of advice before departing for distant lands. One could utilize the method of consciousness projection to accompany a loved one in their absence. Why do you not employ this? Kristen inquired, puzzled. Su Moli fell into silence for a moment, ultimately saying nothing, merely departing alone. She remained unable to relinquish the emotional knots of the past, believing herself to be the cause of her brother's demise. The witch gazed at the increasingly distant figure, sensing that hidden secrets lay within her heart. Yet, she chose to disregard it, focusing solely on her desire for consciousness projection to be by her mentor's side. Su has relocated his residence. Upon returning to Yinshan City, he realized belatedly that the house he previously inhabited lacked the land necessary for cultivating dragon bloodgrass. Furthermore, he intended to acquire a larger display cabinet, which could not possibly fit in his cramped bedroom. Thus, he had no choice but to seek a new abode. He cast a nostalgic glance at his former home. Su walked through various rooms, collecting the necessary items one by one. Subsequently, through the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau in Yinshan City, he swiftly acquired a verdant courtyard. The new courtyard occupies a slightly larger area, adorned with tranquil green trellises, serene water pools, and vibrant flowers. The water cascades down the stone steps, forming a series of cascading waterfalls. The splashes create a rhythmic sound, and the clear, translucent surface reflects Su's youthful visage. This location is quite suitable. The dragon's blood tree shall be planted here. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Su sent forth the seeds of the sword grass, each one piercing deeply into the soil, followed by a generous infusion of the blood of the river dragon and the blood of the crimson dragon. A stone from a foam mountain served as a divider. The sunlight blazed brilliantly, bathing the land soaked in dragon's blood, which emanated a faintly peculiar aroma. A pure crimson hue. Su turned to leave, the initial phase of planting the dragon bloodgrass successfully accomplished. All that remained was to patiently await the moment when the seeds would absorb sufficient dragon blood and emerge from the earth on their own. Until then, it required nothing but neglect. The bedroom, study, living room, kitchen, and cultivation chamber awaited. As Su entered his new abode, his mental prowess orchestrated the rearrangement of furniture to align with his personal aesthetic. Simultaneously, a multitude of extraordinary materials and items, meticulously stored, were arranged with precision, safeguarded by an enchantment to prevent the loss of their inherent spiritual essence. The wand and candy jar were positioned according to a predetermined scheme, housed within a spacious display cabinet, each residing in its designated compartment. Sushi arranged the items in a simulated order. His sister's candy jar occupied the first compartment, while Krisha's wand resided in the second, their presence alleviating the desolation of the collection cabinet. Thus, a new chapter of life commenced. Prior to the commencement of the third simulation, Sushi granted himself an extended respite to gradually assimilate the myriad gains acquired within the realm of magic. He embarked on a journey of cultivation, With the spiritual force of the sanctuary level propelling the growth of his nascent soul stage, transformations occurred every 3 days, with more substantial changes manifesting every week. Coupled with the tenfold enhancement from the eternal tears, his advancement unfolded as effortlessly as the most mundane of daily tasks. He then turned his attention to weapon forging. Within the confines of the training chamber, Sushi retrieved the storage pouch bestowed upon him by Li Wanqiu. From it, he summoned a strand of radiant solar essence, complemented by elemental fire sprites from the magical realm, to jointly refine the branches of the primordial tree. Gradually, the wooden strips took root in the flames, slowly absorbing Sushi's mystical powers for rejuvenation. After a fortnight of nurturing, he successfully revitalized the branches of the primordial tree. Another fortnight was dedicated to forging, employing the techniques used in the crafting of the withered vine sword to establish a spiritual imprint and magical connection. The primordial wood proved exceedingly resilient. As his mentor might have remarked, with the strength of an immortal, one could perhaps reshape it. Yet for Sushi, merely refining it to a usable state required his utmost effort. Gazing at the branch-like form before him, which appeared rather peculiar, Sushi fell into contemplation. Initially, he envisioned forging the branches into a flying sword. However, it seemed increasingly unlikely. He resolved to settle for a more modest approach, utilizing the branches in their original form, making only slight adjustments to enhance their aesthetic appeal, as it would not detract from their ultimate functionality. With this thought in mind, Sushi swiftly completed the forging of the primordial branches, resulting in a creation that was neither wholly sword nor entirely staff. Its elongated shape bearing a faint resemblance to a cane. Su attempted to simultaneously infuse both the mystical essence of cultivation and the arcane energy of magic, yielding surprisingly favorable results. The powers from these two extraordinary systems harmoniously coalesced, each unaffected in their manifestation. I have always believed that the amalgamation of cultivation and magic holds great promise. Sushi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With a reliable weapon at his disposal, the only shortcoming he had was finally rectified. He could now advance and attack or retreat in defense, allowing him to pursue his cultivation with greater peace of mind. Residing alone within the confines of his courtyard, he spent the majority of his time in seclusion, venturing out only occasionally to indulgent culinary delights or to attend to matters in the nearby New Realm market of Yanshan. It is noteworthy that with Sushi's identity as a sanctified archmage firmly established, Director Zhang Yaoguo of the Yanshan branch invariably spoke to him with a hint of reverence. This unspoken barrier was not deliberate, nor was it intentional. Rather, it was a subconscious behavior. Despite Sushi's repeated assurances that there was no need to alter his demeanor during their conversations, Zhang Yaoguo's slight shift towards a more amiable attitude could not dispel the intangible sense of distance that made Sushi realize that the camaraderie they once shared was irretrievably lost. It all felt somewhat monotonous. Inside the bedroom of his new abode, the windows framed the sunlight streaming in from the outside like a picturesque canvas, the golden rays casting a warm glow that lightly illuminated the tip of Sushi's nose. He sat upon a wooden chair with a backrest, his gaze drifting sideways towards the tall, pristine display cabinet. More precisely, he was fixated on the sugar jar and wand within. Involuntarily, memories of his sister and the witch surfaced, along with the myriad moments they had shared together. Having spent so long in the simulated world, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the realities of life. The brilliant sunlight, the slightly cool breeze, and the swaying branches outside combined to carry the musings of the young man. During the first simulation, Sushi and Su Moli had spent every moment together, while in the second simulation he shared a life with Krisha. Sushi has rescued them, yet from another perspective, they too have been accompanying Sushi. Now, having moved out of the originally cramped and securely enclosed old house, she finds herself dwelling alone in this vast courtyard. Unaccountably, a wave of loneliness washes over Sushi. Shaking her head, she dismisses the distracting thoughts that linger in her mind. Sushi retrieved his phone, skillfully logging into the extraordinary hub. Oh, has the Earth begun to expand once more? Upon entering the website, Sushi let out a soft exclamation, his gaze captivated by the latest report featured on the homepage. It was a detailed account from the Bureau, meticulously documenting how much land area the Earth had gained over the past week, along with the corresponding number of dimensional fragments. The Earth is ascending. The Earth is growing. This is the latest revelation from the scientists at the Extraordinary Bureau, an astonishing yet anticipated outcome. The so-called dimensional fragments are essentially shards from other realms. With the integration of numerous fragments, can the Earth remain unchanged as it once was? The answer is a resounding no. The Azure Planet, familiar to modern humanity, is now gradually absorbing these fragments, transforming them into its very essence. It alters its form every few days, its area expanding at an accelerated pace. Accompanying this phenomenon are countless beings from other worlds, as well as extraordinary materials previously confined to the pages of fiction. The notion that the Earth serves as a convergence of myriad realms now seems to be steadily materializing into reality. Perhaps, as the Earth continues to merge with these dimensional fragments, I shall once again encounter Immortal and Krisha. Sushi slowly rose to his feet. In the tranquil room, sunlight poured in freely, cascading upon Sushi's fluttering eyelids, subtly highlighting the depth of his past and the scattered strands of hair. He slightly turned his head, gazing out at the rustling leaves beyond the window. In Sushi's eyes, the passage of time reflects the changes of reality. Upon activating the beautiful life simulator for the first time, it was a scorching summer day. By the time he initiated the second simulation, summer had already begun to wane. Now, over a month has elapsed, and the once stifling heat of summer has been dispelled by a refreshing breeze, leaving behind the remnants of autumn, characterized by decay and desolation. Time is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. It fosters growth while simultaneously inducing stagnation. Outside the window, petals drift gracefully with the wind. And Sushi gazes at this scene, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. When contemplating the chill of autumn, one cannot help but associate it with the comforts of hearty cuisine. Today, Sushi has decided to indulge in a hot pot of beef and lamb. He strides out of his bedroom, traverses the courtyard adorned with dragon blood grass, and pushes open the great door, stepping outside. On the street, vibrant maple leaves dance in the breeze on either side, their descent carpeting the ground as ordinary passers-by engage in conversation. Couples huddle together, exchanging laughter and sweetness, while families hold hands, radiating warmth. Friends chase and frolic, their joy palpable. The sounds of these pedestrians infuse color into the otherwise solitary autumn, rendering the biting wind less pronounced. Such a scene evokes memories for Sushi of two small figures waiting at the door for him on cold winter nights. Alas, those figures are now but a memory, unseen in the realm of reality. Pondering what ingredients to purchase, Sushi enters a supermarket, swiftly selecting his necessities before heading home. He harbors no desire for entertainment or extravagant hobbies. To him, indulging in such frivolities is a far lesser pursuit than savoring a delightful meal or dedicating time to his training. The former offers a gratifying culinary experience, while the latter tangibly enhances his abilities. Both pursuits far outweigh any other in Sushi's eyes. With every step, his shoes crunch upon the brittle leaves, producing a crisp echo, a symphony that belongs solely to the autumnal finale. Sushi carried a shopping bag brimming with ingredients, ambulating leisurely. Yet, all of a sudden, his steps came to an abrupt halt, surprising him. After a long absence, as he traversed the path home, he once again beheld that serene figure standing quietly at the gate of the courtyard, patiently awaiting his return. "I have returned, Minner." The witch's voice remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of fluctuations or turmoil, akin to a tranquil stream flowing past his ears, silently whisking away all that it touched. It was hollow yet melodious. The witch's return was so sudden, yet so harmonious, as if it were a matter of course, entirely devoid of any need for astonishment. Thus, what demeanor, what words should one employ to welcome the returning witch? "Welcome home, Kriya." Sushi revealed a gentle smile, extending his palm with the inner side facing upwards, invitingly gesturing. Once, he had encountered the sorceress in the autumn of a simulated world. Now, he reunites with her in the autumn of the real world. Everything seemed to echo the whims of destiny. Minter, the sorceress, as quiet as a doll, trembled slightly, taking one step, then another, moving willingly towards Sushi. Her eyes, a mesmerizing blend of black, gold, and red, sparkled with vibrant and splendid hues, igniting an impulse within Sushi that he had never experienced before. "Krisha?" Sushi anticipated that the sorceress would grasp his hand, yet the unfolding of events exceeded his expectations. Her pace quickened, transforming into a near run, the sound of her footsteps resonating like a heartbeat, until, without a word, she collided into Sushi's embrace. At that moment, their heartbeats intertwined, time suspended in an infinite eternity. Krisha held Sushi tightly, embracing him with fervor. "Minter, I have finally seen you again. I have been waiting for you endlessly." Autumn, a season tinged with sorrow, a time for painful recollections, now witnessed a reversal of parting as the sorceress welcomed a lifelong reunion. The chill soaked through Sushi's shirt. It was the tears of the sorceress. She held him with such intensity, as if wishing to merge into his very being, never to be separated again. Su lowered his head, and he could distinctly see Krishna's exquisite face, now brimming with tears. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather those of joy. Nestled in his embrace, she conveyed her bittersweet emotions in a unique manner. "I apologize, Krishna, for making you wait so long. Sushi softly consoled her, his palm extended, gently resting upon the silvery gray locks of the witch's hair, a familiar gesture he had performed countless times before, offering her a sense of security. Suddenly, a rustling applause erupted around them. It grew louder, more fervent. It was only then that Sushi realized that a multitude of onlookers had gathered, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Some were moved to tears, while others clapped enthusiastically, showering them with various blessings. This, Sushi, rendered speechless, could only hasten back to the courtyard with the sorceress. Upon their return, Clissa had regained her composure and expressed her apologies to Sushi, believing she had caused unnecessary trouble. It's quite all right, Clissa. It does not matter. Sushi smiled gently, shaking his head as his hand brushed against the flowing water, tenderly wiping away the traces of tears from the witch's face. Krisha remained motionless, quiet, and obedient, seated in place while observing Sushi's actions. Her vacant eyes could only perceive his visage. The witch herself was perplexed, unable to comprehend why tears flowed uncontrollably upon encountering Sushi, despite having resolved beforehand not to trouble him. What could be the reason for this? Was it the return of an object to its rightful owner? Was it the revival of a once futile shadow into light? Or perhaps, was it the rediscovery of a beloved? The witch found herself in a state of uncertainty. Feeling no need to ponder further, her solitary drifting had come to an end. From this moment onward, all she needed to do was heed Sushi's commands. Mend her. The witch suddenly spoke. What is it, Krisha? Is something the matter? May I implore you once more? Sushi inquired. To allow me the honor of adorning you with the sea blue necklace, which you have cherished for many years. In her youth, the witch had endured the malice of the world, retreating into the shadows to escape its filth and corruption. Yet, there existed one soul who devoted his life entirely to liberating her from the shackles that bound her. He succeeded, sharing the fleeting years of his mortal existence with the witch until the very end, a mere span of several decades that blossomed into an everlasting brilliance within her heart. From that moment forth, the witch was unshackled. The entity known as Krisha Christina attained her freedom. When Sushi faced the end of his days before the witch, the singular presence that filled her heart vanished. The chains that once held Krisha disintegrated completely, allowing her to rediscover the spectrum of human emotions. In silence, she wept, transforming into the unfettered bird that Sushi had always envisioned. Yet, Krisha found herself reluctant to embrace this newfound state, feeling a disquiet within. Master, I beseech you, please let me wear it once more, she softly implored, extending the softly glowing sea blue necklace into Sushi's palm. Sushi devoted his entire life to unshackling the witch. Yet, the witch chose to don the chains once more. This time, the shackles bore the name of eternal love, a weight surpassing all earthly burdens, voluntarily imposed by the witch as an everlasting constraint. She could no longer bear the thought of separation from the sun within her heart. All she desired was eternal companionship. Krisha, why did you remove the necklace? Sushi inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone as he accepted the necklace. I was tidying up your refuse. Fearful of soiling it, the silver-haired witch replied. Refuse? Sushi found the remark peculiar, yet could not articulate why. He resolved to assist Krisha in adorning the necklace anew. Krisha, please lower your head slightly, he requested. In the autumnal courtyard, imbued with hues of amber, the man approached the witch from behind, gently lifting her silvery hair with his palm. The strands slipped through his fingers like miraculous light, delicate and smooth, as the autumn breeze caressed them. The warm sun shone softly. That familiar sensation, reminiscent of the New Year's night when he had adorned the witch with the necklace, felt as though it had transpired only yesterday, and in a moment of reverie, Sushi smiled. His hands grasped each end of the mithril chain, encircling Krisha's fair neck. At the nape, they met and intertwined, fastening with a crisp click, completing the final adjustment. The necklace was now in place. Thank you, Krisha murmured, her voice barely audible, as if it might dissolve with the autumn wind, yet remarkably clear. I truly love your necklace. The autumn wind intensified, howling and moaning, causing Krisha's silvery hair to dance in the air. Yet, this did not diminish the witch's beauty. Rather, it accentuated her ethereal longing and exquisite fragility. The hem of her dress swayed in the gusts, her outer garment rustling with a lively sound. The aquamarine necklace hung gracefully at her chest, refracting a hazy, dreamlike glow, both the light of the gemstone and the light of love, adorning the witch's heart, which struggled to express itself. It's wonderful to love it, isn't it? Sushi smiled gently as he gazed at the enchanting Krisha before him. The more he looked, the more he was struck by the poignant realization that her appearance, unchanged at 17, along with her indifferent demeanor, rendered her seemingly impervious to the passage of time. So familiar, so delightful, despite the vast chasm that separated their worlds. Their reunion was devoid of any sense of estrangement. In this moment, the boundaries between the past and present, illusion and reality, beautifully blurred into one. The wind howled outside. "Let us retreat indoors." Sushi tenderly took the slender fingers of the sorceress, guiding the bewildered Krisha into the warmth and comfort of his home. The sorceress had once again found a sanctuary. Upon entering, the atmosphere transformed. Sushi had intended to pour some hot water for the two of them, but was interrupted. "Allow me," said the silver-haired sorceress, who perpetually maintained the visage of a 17-year-old, her expression earnest. After a long absence, Sushi once again met the gaze of the sorceress. Unlike the previous duality of black and gold, Kleesa's eyes had shed their emptiness, now filled with a pure and vivid crimson. Her enchanting gaze reflected Sushi's youthful and vibrant form. No longer constrained by the limitations of mere mortals, Sushi, straddling both the realms of cultivation and magic, no longer harbored concerns about lifespan. "Then, I leave it to you, Kleesa," Sushi conceded to the sorceress's insistence. "Yes." "Rest assured," Kleesa replied calmly. She entered the kitchen alone, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Though it was her first arrival on Earth, she exhibited an astonishing comprehension. In mere moments, she mastered the use of all the utensils without conjuring magic or employing her powers. Kleesa moved with the same grace as before, as if living alongside Sushi in the magical realm, skillfully handling various tools to boil water and brew tea. She was meticulous and serious. Soon, a cup of freshly brewed hot tea was presented to Sushi, accompanied by a small porcelain plate at the bottom to serve as a heat shield. "Thank you, Kleesa," Sushi said, gently blowing away the steam before taking a sip. It was slightly hot, yet perfectly suited for the chilly autumn breeze. The tea flowed through the gaps between his teeth, ultimately converging on his tongue, releasing a subtle aftertaste. It was tranquil, unhurried, much like the life shared between Sushi and the sorceress. Back in the magical realm, their combined powers could have afforded them a more extravagant lifestyle. Yet, neither Sushi nor Kleesa wished to alter their serene existence. Such a peaceful life contained an intrinsic beauty, each moment, each drop, a precious gem. "Kleesa, please take a seat." Sushi invited the sorceress to sit down. After serving the hot tea, Kleesa remained standing beside him, quietly awaiting Sushi's next command. Her hands crossed over her abdomen, her posture impeccably upright. Anyone observing would likely mistake her for a maid. "Yes," Kleesa responded as she took her seat. The desolate autumn day began to darken, and Sushi turned on the living room lights, their warm glow casting a soft radiance upon Kleesa's silvery hair. With a soft thud, Sushi set down his empty teacup, the bottom clinking against the porcelain plate. A look of curiosity crossed his face as he posed a question that had long burdened him. "Kleesa, how did you arrive?" "Seeing your figure, hearing your voice, and feeling your presence compelled me to seek you," the sorceress replied simply. Her tone was calm and detached, articulating her actions with ease. Yet, was such a brief response truly as effortless as it seemed? Sushi felt that the reality was largely different. "You have worked hard, Krisha," he said, his voice imbued with a complex array of emotions. "Not at all," Krisha replied, shaking her head with a certain rigidity. "As long as I can see you, as long as I can reunite with you, everything is worthwhile. Nothing else matters. Indeed, nothing else holds significance. You are the only one who is truly special." The aquamarine gemstone embedded in the necklace resembled the undulating waves of the sea, at times gentle and at times tempestuous, revealing the sorceress's innermost feelings. "Krisha, can you tell me what transpired after my demise?" Sushi continued to inquire of the witch, his curiosity piqued and perplexity mounting. After the conclusion of the second simulation, he was eager to unravel the mystery surrounding the appearance of the term supreme deity on the simulator's final panel. Indeed, following his departure, Krisha parted her lips, recounting the tale of Sushi's demise in a calm and measured tone. She began with the discovery of manuscripts within the study, progressed to the dismantling of the Church of the Gods, and the eradication of divine faith. This was followed by an assault on the celestial realm. Krisha's delivery was steady, devoid of any emotion, as if she were mechanically reciting the past, each word punctuated with clarity. Upon hearing of Krisha's shattering of the crown of the magical world, Sushi fell into silence, his expression one of existential doubt. Could it be true that he had indeed become a sacrificial offering? Yet, the shock imparted by the witch extended far beyond this revelation. She embarked on a campaign against chaos, waged war across myriad realms, and confronted the deities of the heavens. Krisha's narrative was utterly bewildering. The dazzling achievements and astonishing rate of advancement led Sushi to question whether the witch capable of vanquishing the chaotic gods was indeed the same which he had come to know. It was simply unfathomable. After absorbing Krisha's account, Sushi gazed at her composed and obedient visage, struggling to reconcile it with the concept of the so-called supreme witch. A being surpassing divine might? The sovereign of time and space, embodying both creation and oblivion? An eternal entity transcending chaos? Su had little understanding of the divine. His only perception of God stemmed from the minuscule divine power unleashed by the god of light during the destruction of Arinston. He could scarcely fathom the more terrifying and exalted powers that wielded such immense force. Even more unfathomable was the notion of a witch possessing these fearsome titles. Truly transcending the myriad realms of existence, such an extraordinary being seemed almost beyond comprehension. Ultimately, Su was left with a vague impression. Powerful. Extremely powerful. Incredibly powerful. As long as all remained well, he marveled at the witch's growth. Su extended his hand and gently rubbed her head, his voice soft and filled with tenderness and affection. Regarding the witch's strength, he was indifferent. What truly concerned him was the harrowing journey she had traversed, and he was relieved that all had turned out well. Just as originally intended, Sushi wished for Krisha to live a tranquil life in the magical realm, embracing a reclusive existence. Little did he anticipate that his demise would provoke such a profound upheaval, empowering Krisha to challenge the gods and embark on a path that Sushi had never envisioned. Could this be considered an unexpected blessing? Su believed that it was not the case. If time could be reversed, even knowing that the witch would ascend to become the supreme deity, Su would not allow her to engage in slaughter, rather than the so-called power. He was more concerned about the safety of the witch's life. This singular aspect, and only this aspect, was what Su held in utmost regard. Thud. Su's index finger curled slightly, gently tapping the smooth forehead of the witch as he admonished her, "Do not act so recklessly in the future." "Understood," the witch replied, dazedly covering her forehead. Despite her verbal acknowledgement, her expression cast doubt on whether she truly absorbed his words. The living room was vast and somewhat dimly lit. The two of them sat together. A palpable sense of desolation and solitude should have filled the air. Yet, for reasons unknown, the chastised witch felt a profound sense of comfort. She understood the reason. It was Su, her son, who remained by her side, bringing her solace and warmth. Then, Sushi began to inquire about other matters. After a brief overview, he reflected on the changes in Krisha's life following the conclusion of the second simulation, as well as her authority and powers as the supreme deity. Suddenly, an important question struck Sushi. "Is the Krisha seated here conversing with me your true essence?" Su hesitated and inquired. "The earth is exceedingly fragile. In comparison to the boundless celestial bodies of the universe, it undoubtedly occupies an inconspicuous position. Even with the potential for elevation and expansion, it is far from capable of enduring the presence of an omnipotent deity. Yet, how could Krista elucidate this?" Krista responded, "I encountered a benevolent soul." "A benevolent soul?" "Indeed, he imparted to me the art of consciousness projection. The entity conversing with you here is but a fragment of my awareness. So, it is merely a wisp of consciousness, a projection." Sushi suddenly realized. No wonder the witch could disregard the supreme essence and descend upon the fragile earth. What appeared before him was merely a trivial fragment of the witch's being. In this light, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to the benevolent soul who facilitated his early reunion with Krisha. Surely, this individual must be a kind-hearted deity of unfathomable power and stature. Indeed, Sushi marveled at this revelation. He had always assumed that those of greater strength within the extraordinary realm were often more aloof in disposition. He had not anticipated the existence of such a compassionate entity. Sushi did not notice. As he moved his wrist, the eternal tear that inadvertently revealed itself captured the attention of Klish's vacant gaze. It felt somewhat familiar. Subsequently, Sushi guided Klisha through the courtyard, offering a brief overview of the layout of the various rooms and selecting a new bedroom for her. During their journey, Sushi jestingly remarked that he would rely on Klisha for protection from now on, considering how formidable the current witch had become. The intention behind Sushi's actions was to enliven the atmosphere. However, the witch seemed to take this quite seriously, following closely as if she were a shadow, earnestly guarding Sushi's side. They traversed from the study to the kitchen and then to the training room, passing through each chamber. Their ultimate destination was Sushi's own room. Upon pushing open the door, the first sight that greeted the witch was the imposing and striking wooden cabinet, housing the familiar gray rekindling wand alongside an utterly perplexing ordinary candy jar. "Master," Krista's voice was laced with confusion. "You must be quite surprised, Krista." Sushi let out a light chuckle as she opened the glass door of the collection cabinet and retrieved the charred wand. "The wand you lost all those years ago has fortuitously found its way back to me. I intended to keep it as a memento, but now that you have returned, would you like to take it back? After all, it rightfully belongs to you." Listening to Sushi's inquiry, Krisha subtly shook her head. Her gaze fixated on the candy jar in the first compartment. With a tone of bewilderment, she asked, "Minter, what is that?" Sushi responded, "It is difficult to articulate, but it can be considered a significant memory, even though it merely appears to be an ordinary jar of candy." The witch, though somewhat perplexed, began to grasp the essence of the matter. She was not foolish in matters concerning Sushi, the clumsy witch exhibited unparalleled insight. After receiving Sushi's consent, the witch stepped forward with measured grace, adjusting the positions of the candy jar and her wand. Now, the wand took precedence, becoming the foremost element in the context of Clizzi's actions. Su was puzzled by its meaning. He could not quite comprehend why the typically indifferent Crixia had taken the trouble to rearrange the positions of the sugar jar and the wand. Was it merely a matter of aesthetic displeasure? Su had paid little attention, merely rearranging the order. The sugar jar remained in place. Surely, even if Emily were present, she would have nothing to say about it. "Let us depart, Crixia. It is time to prepare dinner." "Yes, Minter." The autumn sun was noticeably descending more swiftly. The sky outside had darkened ominously, sparsely adorned with the orange and yellow hues of the sunset, the last gentle whispers of sunlight caressing the ground like a soft brushstroke. Just perfectly so. Through the tall vertical window of the kitchen, it illuminated the witch's indifferent visage. The golden remnants of the sun did not diminish the alabaster of her skin. Rather, they accentuated its details, rendering every fine hair distinctly visible. "Minter, allow me to assist." "No. Crixia, allow me to take care of it." Su believed that reuniting with Crixia in reality was a moment worthy of celebration, and he intended to personally prepare a meal. However, it seemed that the witch harbored a similar sentiment. Ultimately, the dinner was a collaborative effort between the two. Charcoal-grilled spirit chicken, stewed dragon beast meat, ginseng and red fruit soup, and sought-ed necromancer mushrooms adorned the expansive, smooth dining table, which was laden with steaming extraordinary dishes. The swirling steam banished much of the autumn chill from the air. Snap. Sushi turned on the bright ceiling light. After finishing the meal, the sun's brilliance gradually waned, and the moon began to ascend high into the sky. Only by illuminating the room could its brightness be maintained. Little did he expect that the feeling of reuniting with Crixia in the real world would be. Sushi pulled out the dining chair and took a seat. Gazing at the witch across from him, her hollow eyes meeting his. Uncontrollably, a slight smile crept onto Sushi's lips. Quite nice. The return of the silver-haired witch imbued the vast, empty courtyard with a sense of warmth and liveliness that resembled home, despite her not possessing a particularly cheerful disposition. "Let us dine, Crixia." "Yes, Minter." Su was the first to begin her meal, and only after that did Crixia pick up her chopsticks, likewise selecting her food. When did the sorceress acquire the skill of using chopsticks? Su remembered that before the conclusion of the second simulation, chopsticks remained the eternal adversary of the witch. This implies that it was during the time following his demise that the witch learned the skill in solitude. The relentless passage of time inevitably compels one to mature and acquire knowledge previously unknown. "Chris," Su suddenly spoke, placing a piece of tender braised meat into the witch's bowl. "What's wrong, Minter?" Chris inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Nothing. I merely wish for you to eat more," Su replied gently, observing the Immortal witch slowly take a small bite of the braised meat and chew. The dinner was rather plain, devoid of any surprises. Yet amidst the gentle clinking of bowls and chopsticks, an indescribable clarity resonated. It was the one thing the witch had yearned for, toiled for, and wept over. How delightful. Chris suddenly murmured halfway through her meal. Though her voice was faint, Sue's heightened hearing captured it distinctly. "What is so delightful? To see you again, it is truly delightful." Upon hearing Chris's response, Sue smiled. "By the way, Chris, have you considered what you would like to do upon arriving in this world? To accompany you." This familiar response echoed once more from the witch's lips to Sue's ears. "Tomorrow I will accompany you, the day after tomorrow as well, and for the next year. I shall remain by your side, just as I will for the next decade." A few strands of silvery hair cascaded from Chris's forehead, delicate and sparse, just enough to obscure the shimmering depths of her radiant eyes, preventing Sue from discerning what lay hidden within. He could only vaguely recognize his own reflection in them. Is that so? Listening to Chris's unadorned voice and experiencing the simplicity of her words, Sue paused, his expression soft yet tinged with helplessness. "Indeed, it was a sentiment befitting you, Chris. I understand now. Since this is your choice, I shall not impede you." The witch has ascended to divinity. Sue, being a sage-level sorceress herself, could linger in the courtyard for as long as she desired, provided the enchantress wished it. The concepts of economy, sustenance, and shelter posed no challenges for the two of them. As dinner concluded, reminiscent of the magical realm, Krisha instinctively began to tidy up the dishes. Although, for her current self, this task could be effortlessly resolved with a mere thought, she opted to wield her magic, meticulously cleansing each item. In her own words, it was a ritualistic expression of servitude to her master. Observing such a Krisha, bustling with purpose, one could sense that she had rediscovered the essence of existence, radiating with a unique brilliance. Sushi feels that life in the real world has seemingly become more interesting, no longer tedious. What a pity, Sue murmured. What appears here is not the true essence of Krisha, but rather a fragment of her consciousness, a mere projection. For the supreme sorceress, even a wisp of thought manifests with the same potency as a living being. Yet, such is the nature of humanity. Once they discern the illusion, they are irresistibly compelled to seek out the authentic. You need not worry, the sorceress responded to Sue's words, gracefully approaching with a cup of post-meal tea, which she set upon the table before her. I shall expedite the elevation of this realm until it is prepared to accommodate my true arrival. Sue subconsciously uttered an "Oh, how capable you are, Klisa." She sipped her tea delicately. However, she was immediately seized by a violent fit of coughing. Cough, 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 cough. Sushiyu pounded his chest with his fist, lifting his gaze in disbelief at the obediently standing 17-year-old sorceress, Kiri.